Good day, Riftbounders. Today we have an exciting event. First off, happy Riftbound Unleashed release weekend. Like I was saying, today we have an exciting event. 3 booster box are up for grabs for one of these lucky players. We have 70 or over 70 players, so one of them will be walking away with a full box, which is super exciting. Let me know, as always, I am Plus and then Arachnid joining me today to start off round number 1. How excited are you, Ned, for this opening round?
I can't wait to see that. One of the legends is a legend that I've been kind of iffy on, so I'm really curious to see how somebody can pilot it, especially against we'll get into legends later, but kind of like an old dog of last set with some new tricks.
Right. A little preview of round 1, but real quick before we get into the first round, just because I know we're a little bit behind or running a little bit behind, I wanted to ask you, what legends are you starting off your set 3 journey with?
So I played Volibear at my Nexus night yesterday.
Okay.
All dragons was fun. However, I did pull an overnumbered Poppy, so I'm kind of trying to see if I can make that work and maybe try and get that middle card at Hartford.
Okay, nice. Poppy could be nice. I don't think a lot of people have Poppy on their radar. Last thing before we go, we usually don't do this, but because it is a hype event today, what is your prediction of what legend will take it all the way and be crowned champion for today's event?
I'm I'm leaning towards LeBlanc. I think that's gonna be the new top champion to beat.
Okay. So yeah, there's a new boogeymaner coming around this in the unleashed parts of the world. There is an Aurora deck, but I think LeBlanc is also a little bit of a menace herself as well. But guys, enough of the yap and let's head straight over to the first feature match table. As Ned was alluding to, it is going to be Pike, one of the newer set 3 legends, versus an old dog, and an old good dog at that, Azir, one of the winning or the regional champion of, what was it again? A Lille
Yeah.
regional champion. So let's go ahead and join these players, and I'll give them the go ahead to start.
So to give a little rundown of Pike, it is a self-bouncing legend. You get a lot of value off of enter the battlefield triggers and then replaying those triggers. Um, Whereas Azir, this is yellow Azir, so this is probably going to be the more go wide, play a bunch of equipment, make a lot of sand soldiers, and we're already seeing a new tech in Soul Sword being a new one drop equipment.
Yeah, just as you're having more consistency with those recruit tokens or sand soldier tokens, as you add in new equipment, it means more easier ways of getting those sand soldiers online. So I like what I'm seeing. Now on the other side of the table as well, a new little set 3 card Sharkling. I was actually running him in a couple of my sealed decks in those pre-release events. He's not too bad, right? Comes down for 3, no power, but he has an impressive Assault 4, which you honestly don't see too often in a lot of cards. At that, it also has the potential at coming in at accelerated speed, so not that bad. Pike, of course, along with the Fury Domain legends, a whole lot better at attacking than they are at defending, which Sharkling kind of falls in that territory as well. But Ned, I want to go ahead and take a little bit step ahead because whenever I see Pike, I think of that devastating signature spell, Death from Below, or is it Death from Above?
Uh, I'm
Either
actually not sure.
above
I
or
thought it was
below,
below.
wherever it's coming from, it's going to cause a lot of pain. Because what I'm getting at, you're able to repeat it if you have enough runes to do so. And the Sand Soldiers, I have to actually let me double check, because is it 3 might or 3 energy? Because if it's 3 energy, you're able to effectively wipe the board. But I think if memory serves me right, it might be might. Let me double check on this
It's three
thing.
might or less. Kill unit at a battlefield. Then, if it had 3 might or less, you may play this from your trash for uh, 1 power.
Right. So we'll see if that does come into play. Because right now, both of those Sand Soldiers are indeed at 3 might, but not going in aggressively, or actually bounces it and replays it just to get that gold online. And I believe the Pike is playing the red Pike Chosen Champion, which is able to come in technically at accelerated speed as well, but all you have to do is pay 1 power rather than an energy, because I believe when you pay the Fury, you ready it and it gains +2, so a little similar to the old Draven Vanquisher. slash Kaiser Survivor, like a little mix of them both. No.
Yeah. And we see how the shark is just so synergistic with this deck, going in for 5, bouncing it for 1, replaying it again for 1, and generating a gold token while protecting your unit. Um, I'm very curious about this Pike deck, but we already see Azir. We're hyping up Pike, but Azir is already 5 or 4 sand tokens online, already starting to get that go wide Azir
Yeah, that
method.
looks to be the case. And Azir has just been a great deck ever since it came out in Spear Forge, and it looks to have only gotten even stronger with a couple new additions as we were mentioning before. Now I'm trying to think because I know Azir, there's effectively 0 units, right, in an Azir deck. So I'm assuming they only added a couple more equipments. Was there any new spells that you can think of, Ned, that also got added into the Azir package?
Oh man, spells that would got added. Nothing is coming to mind, but nothing comes to mind
Yeah, I
that
mean,
I
we'll
can think
see.
of.
We'll
Maybe a
see as the time, as this
sacrifice?
game goes on. Maybe something kind of pops up, but I don't think they needed to add too many things. I mean, they already had some of those counter potentials with the defies. They had the kill spells as well, like the hidden blades. They had the stuns with the face breakers as well. So they had the tools. So not that they needed to add more, because keep in mind you could only add an exact amount of 40 cards. So you don't want to get too carried away sometimes with the new cards. But at the minimum, we do see that sword, as you pointed out before. And okay, Terrence letting us know in chat, sacrifice. Let me go ahead and bring that up.
So sacrifice is interesting, but that's only going to really trigger if you have BS sword or multiple things on it. You said stun, and immediately back off came to mind. It's a 3-drop stun. If you play it from hand, you draw a card as well, or it can be hidden. So I think maybe that as well.
Okay, we'll see if it does come into play down the road. But man, this Sharkling has been putting in work. But little by little, Azir's getting a little bit carried away in terms of that gear department. Because at one point, when you drop that signature spell, you're going to get an immense amount of value from that spell course. But climbing up on the points department, up to 4 points with the Ripper's Bay Conqueror, and then attaches it just from the Weapon Master from the deployed Sand Soldier. So throws it back over to Pike. No longer has a unit on the board. So this might be just some time to go ahead and develop out your units. A unit that we've known is traditional to Pike decks are like what you were mentioning before, gets a lot of value from bouncing back to hand, is the Bewitching Spirit. Do you think he's running it today? Because there's only 3 cards left in Azir. If you're able to play it more than once, you're kind of significantly diminishing that hand from Azir.
I mean, I would be surprised if he's not. That, you know, being able to rip apart a hand, especially against going up against a deck that doesn't traditionally play a lot of card draw, could be very devastating.
Yeah, we'll see if it does come into play as we're only anticipating it. But man, back-to-back turns of Falling Star on top of the little owl we were just talking about, the Bewitching Spirit taking a card out of the hand. So down goes the Door and Shield, only 2 cards in left. It has to be something like a Rise, because right now Pike is feeling in control of the board state. I mean, if there isn't a Rise that can quickly flip in the blink of an eye, but for now, from the spells like the Falling Stars, if he does have something like a Death from Below a little bit down the road as well, I think he's going to be able to stabilize, because he's not too far behind, as the only 1 point margin between these two.
Right, and something I've learned from playing discard and hand destruction decks is you can't discard the top of the deck. There's always that hope that Azir will draw into it.
Right, I love that you say that. The harder the card, sometimes you don't need to have it in hand, you just need to have it at the beginning of your turn. But doing what Azir does best, just goes out, plays an equipment, banks another Sand Soldier, and that's as much as you can do for the time being. So up to 5 points, but keep in mind the Hall of Legends, pretty much one of the best battlefields for Azir, right? You're able to go ahead and spend 1 energy, ready your legend, and then make another Sand Soldier at that. So doesn't matter how many kill spells you have, it almost feels like Azir just never runs out of pressure with those Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, and the neat thing is just once you play one equipment, that ticks the box. Even if you tap Azir, if it untaps, you don't need to play another equipment to get another Sand Soldier.
Mm-hmm. Very well said. So let's see. He's doing exactly what we were anticipating. So dropping most likely a second Bewitching Spirit, which is the same one he just brought back in hand, getting the gold at that. Tapping a rune, I believe it was from the Ripper's Bay. So you get a channel to exhaust it. So really good synergy with that battlefield as well. And down to a single card in hand. Ned, do we think it's an Arise? Not that he necessarily needs it, because right now the only downside of Pike is while you're kind of bring your cards in and out, you're not really pushing your units onto these battlefields to defend, because right now that's Don Kadabra going to 6, conquering up to 7, which leaves just a potential final turn to close things out. Ned, in your opinion, how can Pike kind of reinforce these battlefields to not let that potential close happen? Does it look likely or kind of unlikely in your opinion?
I mean, I never count purple decks out. We have Rebukes, you have Gust, you have in red, you have a myriad of direct damage spells. But with Dawn Kadabra going up to 7, he does have to get rid of both battlefields right now in order to stay alive in this game 1.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, at the minimum with something like that senior spell, you can get rid of the majority of it, which is good, but you can't deal with the back line as it only hits unit at a battlefield, of course. So has to think very carefully. Still has the champ zone, or still has the champion for both of these players. The Azir deck could come in at accelerated potential as well. So this is a tricky situation. Azir off to the races from the very beginning and never let go of the gas. And we're seeing it here 7-4, just one hold away from locking in the very first game of this round number 1. But a Gus is a step in the right direction. Go ahead and pretty much kill it because you can't bring it back to hand. So most likely going for the Ripper's Bay, unless he wants to bring down the might total from the Hall of Legends. I wouldn't blame him to do so, but picks the Ripper's Bay target, it looks like.
Yeah, that's probably just so they can bounce it back to hand. I don't know if they're going to choose to channel a rune here. It doesn't seem worth it. Play it. Get rid of the last card in hand. So now they're playing with perfect information.
Oh, a
so
Defy. So no Arise.
Nope, not in hand. This is that Death from Below. So it looks like that's going to clear out the 2 smaller tokens.
Yeah,
no,
I think from here you could clear out the entire battlefield, right? So you do the 2 smaller tokens first. It's going to be very expensive, but you're on Death's door. You have to do what you have to do. And Death from Below says kill a unit. So it doesn't matter how tall or how small it is going down. So down everything goes. But man, I am still terrified of a potential top deck. At the minimum, you still have 2 Sand Soldiers and a plethora of gear in that back line. As we mentioned, Sharkling is really good on the offensive, but it has a little single might on the defense. But this doesn't feel that bad, a little overzealous fan. But with the Azir Legend still not utilized for this Azir Champion, mind you, still not being able to play out just yet, I believe he should have this one wrapped up. It's going to take a little bit of sequencing, though, because you could go with one of the Sand Soldiers up to Ripper Bay and then accelerate the Azir Champion. And then, actually, wait a minute. Maybe you bait in the Sand Soldier first to trade with the fan. But this is actually a trickier spot than it might seem, because that hidden card makes it all that much more difficult.
It does. It's going to depending on the sequencing here. Because this Sand Soldier is going to go in, but it's also going to... Wouldn't that create a token? Yeah.
Yeah, smart choice of which Sand Soldier to send in. Just if he gets pushed back, you get another recruit token, which does allow the Azir Champion to bring an additional might onto the battlefield. So I think from this point, you just have to go ahead and send 1 Sand Soldier Ripper's Bay, conquer, draw another card. Depending on what that card is, even if it's not something that's super useful, just go ahead and send everything in. And by that, I mean play your champion, accelerate it, and then go ahead and send it to Hall of Legends, and then bring in all your Sand Soldiers, switcheroo. does a little bit of
So,
work, but you should be enough as long as you attach all those
well, no,
equipments. If you kind of
they said,
divide the might out respectively between the two Sand Soldiers, you should be good to go.
well, that was GG because when the Sand Soldier went in with the Eye of Herald, it would have made a 1 token at the battlefield. And then that would have
Oh,
traded with the
okay.
Sharkling. And then token accelerated Azir. So that's what the players are saying right now.
Right,
That's
that does
on
make a whole lot of
move.
sense because it triggered before you have to activate attack and defense, so you can only push back one of those. So Sharkling goes 1-1, goes down, and that is a GG because Azir goes to one battlefield, the other Sand Soldier goes to the remaining one, and yeah, Azir as easy as that, taking down Pike in his very first game. So let's go ahead and reset the scoreboard. And man, let's try to think a little bit ahead here. What could have Pike done? I feel like the Fallen Stars were good, but at one point, actually, wait, it's saying he's pushing it back. I guess maybe the trigger goes before. And if there's any judges in chat, let us know because I feel like the move trigger goes. Let me read it one more time because it says make a recruit token here. So you push it back. So it makes a recruit token in base, it looks like.
I don't think it would because it says when I move, make it here. That would be at the battlefield. An overzealous fan says when I defend. So in order for it to have the defender status, it would have to have a movement into it.
Either way, the picture's clear. It looks like he's still going to be able to get there as long as he goes ahead and attaches and splits the might between these two. Because as long as you put a little bit of might on one of these Sand Soldiers and then a little bit of might on the other Sand Soldier, a switcheroo is only going to be able to get one of these units. And yeah, hands off in chat saying the Sharkling would have died to the one recruit token, but they're still kind of playing it out. It should have been GG because like Ned is saying, I believe the recruit token should have stayed on the battlefield, but I don't think this is going to make too much of a difference. The most that Sharkling could get up to is, I believe, 5 total might.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about that sequencing, but it didn't change the outcome, so.
Yeah, and I think everyone's in agreement here. I think the recruit token was supposed to be still on that battlefield trading with the Sharkling, but it looks like Azir was letting him say, okay, you know, I'll do it a little bit of the more difficult way, but still got there nonetheless as we head ourselves into that game number 2 of this opening round. Funny enough, Pike never saw an opportunity to go ahead and deploy out that Fury chosen champion for himself. I don't think this is the one with hidden. I think it's ganking. Okay. Oh, it does have hidden, funny enough. Okay, do both of them have hidden, the purple and the red one?
I don't know if the purple one does. I know obviously the red one does.
They do. So a little bit of concealing nature between these two. But we'll see. Maybe he goes ahead and utilizes it actually in this game number 2, as is a Volmon's layer, so trapping everything in, which doesn't really matter too much for Pike because you are able to bounce units back to hand. So it is supposed to counter your opponent. But in this situation, Azir is a legend that doesn't really mind sacrificing its units because, as we said before in game number 1, they have a really easy time of getting additional units because of the legend ability and because of the abundance of gears you have in the deck. I mean, I feel like it's 50% of your cards are all dedicated to gears.
Oh yeah, at least. But curiously enough, what do you think? What do you think they're bringing in for game 2? Like, obviously, Pike being in red is, if they have Thermo Beam in the side, that's great against Azir. I'm not sure what Azir could bring in against a self-bounce deck.
Yeah, I mean, I could only imagine something like an additional counter, something like a not so fast. We saw the Falling Stars do a little bit of work against those Sand Soldiers, so the only counter to that is going to be something like a not so fast. We've also seen some Azir's sideboard things like Windwall in preparation for those thermal beams. It's a very expensive counter, but it is a worthwhile counter if you are able to catch it perfectly on that thermal beam play. But let's see how things go ahead and play out as these guys go ahead and set up some units onto these boards. First point goes for Don Kadabra, but the Bewitching Spirit online, you know, the more I'm seeing these plays in action, it almost feels like Pike is so fixated on kind of the discard game plan that it kind of comes at the cost of not really developing out too much or putting too much pressure on your opponent, right? It almost feels this way.
Yeah, this might just not be a great matchup for Pike. These discard type decks and self bounce decks want to go long and want to go up against decks that want to go long. Um, but this Azir deck is more like right in between an aggro and a mid range because
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna have a bunch of small units out really quick, but then they're also gonna have counter spells, kill spells, and we see a new card in Starcrossed being able to bounce both creatures, but just getting defied.
Yeah, Defy is a heck of a card, and Starcross as well. One of the best purple cards coming into the new set. 3 of Cores works so well, and Pike works so well against the more menacing decks right now, being Dazzling Aurora, bouncing back those Elder Dragons as soon as they come down. But the second Bewitching Spirit, I think Pike's game plan is to not let Azir play any cards this game. But let's see if he's at the minimum able to slow him down enough, because right now he's in a different position than he was in game number 1. Same with Azir, only with a couple Sand Soldiers currently on board. But I think that Bewitching Spirit is not too long for this world, as either Herald brings in Recruit Token, so 3 total might, so that's going to be Conquer up to 3 points. And then 6 energy. If he has another equipment, I would feel like Azir is in a decent position. But truly, it all depends what's left in Pike's hand, because we saw those falling stars, we saw those deaths from below. Anything like that could really help stabilize him in this situation.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the how strong Pike is going first and hitting 2 discard spells right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and again, with Azir specifically not really having a lot of draw capabilities, taking out every card is going to add up over time.
Yeah, and speaking of draws, I believe how it used to be played was hidden blading your own units. Of course, I know someone in chat mentioned the sacrifice card. That's another way of potentially drawing, but you need to have a mighty unit online. So I guess with the Broodlizer, there might be a way to get there in that mighty status, but I think you currently only have, oh no, you do have 5 currently. So if you do have sacrifice, that would be a high value play if you had it in hand right now. Draw 2, and as well as channeling another rune at that, but it looks like going up to 3 might not have it in hand. So trades just a little recruit token to take down the spirit, and might go ahead and elect to pass it on forward, as he doesn't look like he has too much left to do this turn. But like I said, if he at minimum has an equipment, I feel like that's something you should be able to do. But a repeated desert call is not too shabby as well.
Yeah, that still fills out the backline, and we haven't seen big creatures coming out of Pike yet. We've only seen, what, 2 and 3 mites with Assault. So not needing to have, and the last one was another Desert's Call. You don't really need to have huge might to build up on the side of Pike.
Right, you know, I love this play
Azir.
from Azir. He's saying, might as well use it before I lose it, because normally you want to go ahead and try to bluff some kind of counter or maybe like a spell like a hidden blade. But in this circumstance, when you're facing down a Bewitching Spirit and a Pike that's able to bounce it back in hand, like I said, use it before you lose it is exactly what Azir has in mind. But let's see. So Sharkling does come in, utilizing that accelerate, going in and conquering up to 2. Most likely should be getting that the 3rd point as well, tying to Azir this turn. But more importantly is, how is he going to defend from the onslaught of Sand Soldier? That's 2, 4, 5, 1 little recruit there in the back line. I don't know. I feel like if there were still things like fight or flight, you would be okay. A rebuke is a little bit too expensive, especially for a Sand Soldier. Man, this is still an uphill battle, it feels like, for Pike, despite him being on the play this turn.
Yeah, and we mentioned Thermo Beam being a potential sideboard for Pike. Azir's only played out 2 gear so far.
Mm-hmm.
But still has a whole mess of units in the back line.
Yeah, that's just a repeated desert call, and then a normal desert call can do to a board state. But now he has just to pick his pick. He has easy pickings on both of these battlefields, so up to 5, and he is spreading the distance between both of these guys, 1 to 5, most likely after this turn. I don't know if this is a deficit that a Pike deck can necessarily come back from, but he still has a decent amount of cards left in hand. 5 cards at that. Eye of the Hero was the card, so at the minimum, you are able to get an additional Sand Soldier's turn. And little by little, I think things are going ever so great for our Azir player as he goes up to 5, like we mentioned. I mean, a death from above, perhaps, but he's running out of Fury runes. He just hit 3, so at the most you can do it 2 more times after paying. I don't know, you could do it 3 times because you could play a purple for it. But that would be almost your entire turn, and you only have a single unit in the back line. So we'll see, because there's still 6 cards in hand. To be honest, I'm not the most familiar with the Pike deck, but here we go. Signature Spell was in hand for this time.
Right, so there's 1, 2.
Interesting that he decided to do the little guys, because I would imagine, oh no, he's going to leave one of the little guys to take care with the Bewitching Spirit, so goes for another rune. Oh, and I realized it's a rainbow power, so you could pay a purple or a red to go ahead and repeat it, so you're using it every single time. I feel he overextended by 1 because you still had a Bewitching Spirit. There's 0 cards in hand, so you know exactly what to expect, which is absolutely nothing from him. You could have saved yourself 1 rune by just pushing in with the Spirit, no?
You could have. I'm going to assume he knows how to play Pike better than I do, so maybe there's a line I don't see.
No, I think he was just set so tunnel vision on just killing the whole board. And speaking of killing the whole board, trying to go ahead and dwindle that back line, falling stars, taking out 2 of those units, leaving behind a little recruit. If this is going to be something like a spell, it might not be too useful for Azir. Now, if it's another equipment like Azir's are known to top deck, that is probably the best thing you could do. Keep in mind, though, guys, we still have the Azir champion in the zone, so if there's a point where you have to double conquer, you still can do that as long as you still have a single unit in the back line. And I'm so tempted that I want to see what's under the hood for this Azir deck, what this last little card can be, but I'll be patient. I'll let him reveal it for us.
Yeah, and I mean, Pike going down to only 2 runes, saying, if I can get rid of all your units and you only have 1 card in hand, you can't win this turn because you're at 5. Maybe they're stabilizing, but they are only going to untap with 4 runes. And this last card is a BF sword, so this is going to be another unit potentially for Azir.
And I like the equipment there. So, you know, to some will be like, why is he equipping all that? He doesn't have an opponent to go ahead and take down, but trying to be mindful of the gust. For a single energy, you're able to basically effectively kill those recruit tokens because they can't go back to hand. And doing exactly what a high-level Azir player does is you push in with the Eye of the Herald, get an additional recruit token, and then after the fact, you build the Sand Soldier from the Legend ability, and because it comes in with Weapon Master, you're able to kind of switcheroo that Eye of the Herald back to the base so that you're able to use it 1 more time, a little bit more effectively pushing it onto a battlefield rather than retreating from a battlefield.
Well, Azir can't switcheroo. That's a purple card, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, a little rendezvous. But a tricky spot Pike is finding himself in. We'll see if the 1 energy he could have saved on the previous turn by just go ahead and attacking with the unit instead of using the spell to kill the recruit token does come back to bite him a little bit, because right now he is desperately low on rune economy. 4 runes, you can't do too much at that. Luckily, he has a gold, so he's able to, you know, have access to Fury Domain cards if needed. But I'm not seeing it, Ned. I feel like Azir might have just cooked his Pike here in round 1.
Well, but never mind. I was going to say that there was a different play that I saw, but just saying we're going to get Death from Below and do another sweep, I was thinking Maybe he goes for the accelerated Pike to clear off those units, but
Yeah, and it came back to the exact play we were mentioning. If it ever comes down to a double conquer play, he
yep.
always has access to the chosen. And look, he flaunts the thermal beam, saying, "I never got to play it. My runes just never gave me the opportunity. I was always caught up on doing the death from below that I just never got to swing." So trying to keep an Azir board under control, a whole lot easier said than done. And in this situation, Pike just wasn't able to control that board state. And just like that, Azir with a swift 2-0 to start off today's triple box tournament. But that was kind of speedy, Ned. It looks like we only got halfway through the round. Let's head back to the caster booth and we'll see if we can catch another game for a backup feature match.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah. Again, the hand control decks are great, always fun, but you can't. In Magic terms, you can't thought seize the top of the deck.
Mm-hmm.
And Azir getting out early, getting units wide, and just going, all right, whatever I draw off the top is what I draw off the top. Was enough to just get there.
And chat, bear with us. To be honest, I'm not looking at what legends, so I'm going in it blind. When we said the initial feature match, we know what legends we want to go ahead and pull onto the feature match. But for this situation, since we're doing it on the fly, I'm just clicking around and seeing who actually put their TCGA code in the Battlefight chat. I found one. Guys, pray with me. No Auroras. We'll see them a little down the road, but maybe no Auroras for these opening rounds. Let's go ahead and see. And Ned, I'll put in the TCGA code once I confirm that these guys are still playing.
Sounds good. If it's Poppy Aurora, that's fine. I need to see what other people are doing with this if I want to play it.
And I might have jinxed things. This is very reminiscent of the grand finals, I believe, from the Nova 2K just 1 week ago. It looks to be a MF versus Azir. Guys, I told you we were going at it blind. I couldn't see what legends they were on. Should I try to find another game, Ned? Or is anyone down to spectate this one?
I mean, I'm good watching this, but I am also an Aurora fan.
Okay.
So I might be in the minority there.
Might just be, I feel like this card has completely divided the Riftbound community as of lately. Everyone is either on one side or the other. You're a fan of Aurora, you feel like there's some complex interactions to that deck. And then there's the other side right now that completely despises DA. It says is a brain dead deck. It takes no skill to go ahead and pilot it. But let's go ahead and see. I think in this situation, since it's an Azir, I think a lot of people like to spectate an Aurora let's say how I put it, get spanked maybe? We'll see.
Well, we didn't see it at all last time, but this time he had two Arises in hand. Losing one of them to a Sabotage. And another neat new card in Lunar Boon. Discard 1, draw 2.
Yeah, I love it. I feel like the reason people are saying Aurora, especially the purple Aurora decks, feeling so good in set 3 is because the new access to a whole lot more digging tools. Things like you mentioned, the Lunar Boom. And then there's the Scryer Boom, I think, as well. The gear that comes in for 1. It comes in exhausted, because if it didn't, it would be kind of busted. But it comes in exhausted, and then on the next turn, you're able to pay it energy, kill it, and then look at the top 2, and then draw one of them, of course. So just a whole lot more access, increasing the consistency of these decks, increasing how often you're able to actually pick up the Dazzling Aurora exactly when you need it. On top of that, Ned, they also got new tools like Heedless Resurrection. If you have one of your Mind Splitters that you pitch from the Lunar Boom, you're able to sacrifice your Mind Splitter and bring it back one more time. And you could do that with the Elder Dragon as well. It's crazy the lines of play these MF decks can do these days.
I know I'm very tempted to try out this Aurora deck in paper, because I was lucky enough to get 3 Elder Dragons yesterday, and I have everything. It's just I don't know how much time I want to put into that deck if I'm not going to be actually like playing it at Hartford.
Right, trying to prep where you can, but in our rise, we didn't see it in our first feature match, but we're seeing it in our backup feature match coming out to play the signature spell, making just 2 Sand Soldiers, but both of the Sand Soldiers will be coming in ready, so allowing you to simply conquer the other battlefields. You don't want to go ahead and overextend your champion just yet. Just send in the little guys for now and go ahead and use your champ when you need it, because you know another good card is not a new card to set 3, but a card that has kind of seen a resurgence because of set 3 is Fury of Blades. Have you seen that card in Aurora decks, Ned?
Yes, 1 damage to all units at battlefields. Not just, I don't believe it's just a singular battlefield, it's all battlefields.
Mm-hmm.
Is insane when you hit an Aurora.
It really is. It's insane. Like, there's not too many spells that target every single unit on every single battlefield, right? So it's an impressive card. And even so, it just costs a single energy, if I remember right. Single energy, 0 power. I don't think they were expecting to play out, you know, to synergize so well with something like Elder Dragon, right? So I don't know. You would say that these guys all got built together, because they say the first 4 sets were developed at the same time pretty much. I don't know if Fury of Blades was in the same testing group as the Elder Dragon folk, because that one seems like a little bit too broken if you ask me.
Well, I mean, even just think about Scrap Heap. Like, we just saw Lunar Boon. Discard a Scrap Heap, draw 4 for 3 for no power and only 3 energy.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been gross.
Yeah, absolutely gross. I think it would have been a draw 3, right? Because Scrap Heap was just 1.
Is it just draw 1? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Either way, it's an impressive amount of draw. You can't go wrong with drawing 3 in any single turn. But what you can also not go wrong with is a double hold, staring down a MF Aurora and a Shadow's Call, a card we didn't get to see too much in our feature match. Choose a friendly unit without temporary, give it temporary, and then draw 2. So another fantastic way of keeping the card advantage. It does see an Abandon, but Abandon just puts it back in hand. So you simply have to pay 2 to go ahead and redeploy it out. And that he does.
Yep. So now it's pretty much Aurora or bust at this point for the MF. Not sure what else they could have that would clear. So it's Aurora into Elder, and even that might not be enough.
Yeah, because honestly, Aurora into Elder, you just push the Azir into the other side. Okay, wait a second. Hidden Blade on your own temporary unit. I believe that's a draw 4. And we were just talking about how impressive a card draw, or actually, is it not when it dies? Let me reread Shadow's Call. Oh no, you simply draw 2 for giving it temporary, and then Hidden Blade does draw the 2 as well. And a Scuttle Crab in Azir. Is that a unit we're seeing in an Azir deck? What's going on, Ned?
I mean, it just replaces itself in the hand and gives you information when it dies. I don't hate it. I'm just not sure I understand it.
I'm right there with you. I don't hate it. Just something a little bit more unusual, but it looks like this Azir deck heavily prioritizing having those cards in hand with things like Sacrifice with a Hidden Blade on your own units, and then things like Scuttle Crab. Doesn't want to find himself in a situation where he's just top decking like a good amount of Azir decks sometimes find themselves in, but it looks like the GGs are being thrown out, as I don't think he hit an Aurora. But even if we extrapolate it a little bit further, he hits Aurora, he hits Elder Dragon, he's only able to clear out 2 units, meaning the other 2 units remain on the board, and that is a double hold for the Azir player. Was that a 2-0? We'll see if they start setting up for a game number 3. If not, we might have to find another match. These games are kind of flying by.
I believe in their chat they did say GG's game 3.
Okay, awesome.
But
So
we now see... my conundrum with Aurora is that I really like Aurora. I personally think it's a fun deck, but there are just non-games that you can't really do anything about if Aurora isn't in like your top 15 of your deck.
Yeah, it's kind of goes like the good old saying, you kind of live and die by the sword, and the sword being the dazzling Aurora. You see it, games feel amazing. They feel overpowered in a sense. And then when you don't see it, slash, you see all your units in hand, you feel like there is almost no way of getting out of the situation. So it's a tricky deck. I mean, I'll give it credit. I don't think it's as mindless brain rot like everyone, not everyone, but a good amount, maybe the minority of the community would consider an Aurora deck to be. I feel like it actually has a good amount of skill expression, but it does make its lines rather straightforward. You want to mobilize early, you want to catalyst the Aeons early, and then when you can, you go ahead and drop the Dazzling Aurora and pray for the best. So not as crazy as a skill expression as things like LeBlanc, Diana, even like Kha'Zix, because I know that one's a tricky deck. But it's still not super easy, because a good player knows how to take advantage of the linear strategy. They know when to anticipate the Aurora, to prepare with the sabotage, to prepare with those gear interactions. So a good Aurora player tries to prepare for their preparation as well, and that's where it actually gets into some high level plays.
Yeah, I was talking to the local community yesterday. I think an Aurora is probably the best game one deck we have, but I think game 2 and 3, if your opponent is, doing what they should and preparing well, I don't think it's a good game 2 and 3 deck.
Right, because as we were pointing out, it's a bit predictable. You could pretty much tell what's gonna happen on any given turn. But a good Aurora player, which is what separates the average Aurora player from the best Aurora players, knows how to kind of keep your opponent guessing ever so slightly to throw them off their game. We'll see if this MF Aurora player can throw this Azir off his game, or does Azir not really have to worry about Dazzling Aurora? He's saying, I'm just going to go all gas, no brakes, try to stop me, because I'm just going to be putting so much pressure every single turn. But you are on the second player, so this is a little bit slower pace than what he's used to, at least in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, Azir being, again, that more aggro-y style is probably just going to be, I'm going to go as fast as I can. By the time you get Aurora, I'm going to have 6 points, and what are you going to do after that?
All right, what are you going to do? I mean, so far, not the best ideal situation for this MF player. He didn't have the mobilized turn 1. He doesn't have the Catalyst of Aeons turn 2. So digging for some better cards. The Defy on the Lunar Boom. So does he have to still discard? Because I believe it was still a cost to play. Let me reread it. Discard one, draw 2. Okay, I think on Resolution then.
Yeah, it is a resolution. Noticeably costing Azir rune. Don't know if they terribly care much about that. But this will put them behind 2 runes now from the Aurora.
Oh, and it looks like the Gust coming online. It's sneaky little 1 rune, and that's
another
double defy. Unbelievable. You think just when they don't have it because they just use 1, there it is. You have it 1 more time. But keep in mind, that's 2 Defies out of the deck. That's only 1 more Defy. So Fury Blades most likely to get online. Bullet Time most likely to get online as well. So early Defies mean no Defies down the road. So that couldn't be, that's not the worst situation for MF actually.
Yep, and getting the stack deck out, now digging 3 down. Still having runes available. We do see the Catalyst, so not able to counter the Gust or the Draw spell. But now that is going to set them up to potentially have Aurora next turn.
Yeah, right at 8. Or I mean, you could be at 7 and pay Aurora next turn, but right in the window of opportunity to go ahead and develop out your Aurora. Your opponent being at 3 isn't the end of the world. You could definitely stabilize from that position as well. I've seen worse. I've seen MF Aurora stabilize from 5 to 6 point deficit. So right in the range where you're not feeling too pressured out currently. On top of that, with those 2 Defies, you did some good work with the Defies, but that doesn't recur any cards. You only have 2 left in hand. Luckily, you effectively get free cards with the Azir Legend ability, as you get free units every single time, as we've seen in our first feature match, and we're seeing here on our backup as well. So 3-0. Can MF, keep in mind, if it's not Aurora, you always have access to your accelerated champion as well to try to kind of take these units down. But we tap 2, we tap 4, we're tapping 6. Are we tapping all 9, Ned?
9? Recycling 2? We are. It can only be the one thing. Aurora has hit the field.
Right, hit the slots, hit the casino. What is going to hit off the top? He pays 1, recycles another for the sabotage. Oh, and I was just thinking about that.
Oh, really? Hitting the Cull of the Week and not the salvage. Interesting.
You know, the only logic there is that he has another Aurora in hand, honestly, because he's not too worried about getting Aurora, because usually you want to prioritize the safety of Aurora, but saying I want to prioritize the safety of my units rather than Aurora, because I have a funny suspicion that he might actually have an additional one in hand. So he's saying, go ahead and play out the sabotage. Oh, of course, double the troubles. Get both of the cards out of the hand with the Mind Splitter.
Yeah, that's a risky play. He's going to go up to 5 points either way right now. Oh, they're going to hold and both get another rune. I wonder if his hand is loaded with Elder Dragons. That's why he was confident on the Mind Splitter play.
That could be a reasoning, right? Either he had another Dazzling Aurora in hand, or as you pointed out, he could have 1 or 2 Elder Dragons. It might be the only 1 or 2 Elder Dragons you play, so had a 100%, 90% certainty that it was going to be a Mind Splitter off the top. So taking both units out, so everything is picture clear, or crystal clear, I should say, for Aurora. There's no cards in hand, so if you're able to deal with the current board state, you do have the potential to go ahead and stabilize from here, and then go ahead on the long journey back and back to climb on the way to try to win this game for yourself. If you have an Elder Dragon, that could be exactly what you need in this situation. If you have an Elder Dragon / Fury of Blades for down the road, that might be exactly how you win this game. But I like how Azir is keeping everything just on one side of the battlefield, because did he hold the paper tree actually? I can't remember now.
Azir did hold the paper tree.
Okay. So yeah, no point of just leaving a unit there.
Going in with Mind Splitter, clearing out that battlefield. Now they have 10 runes untapped and an Aurora. Curious to see what they'd have in hand. You'd have to imagine if they did have the second Aurora, they would probably play it out here.
And it looks like he doesn't have a second Aurora, or doesn't want to go ahead and use a second Aurora. But I'm right there with you. If you have another Aurora, might as well go ahead and play it online. But goes for Lunar Boom one more time. This one's is undefiable, as he doesn't have any cards left in hand. Pitches a Mobilize, picks up 2 more cards, 7 remaining runes to work with. I feel like in this situation, might as well go ahead and deploy out your champion from the zone. Or I guess you're ramping even further to prepare for maybe a Elder Dragon hard casted.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah, I was kind of confused by that as well, because I would have thought the Misfortune as well. But leaving 3 runes up, and now flipping till we get a Akshan.
Oh, that's a little bit different. Akshan, I mean, traditionally good against gear decks, but, you know, pick your poison. There's just too many gears to kind of take away. At the minimum, you do look at that BF sword, probably the bigger value one. Brutalizer, maybe a second. Eye of the Herald, not the worst, but I feel like BF sword has to be the target here.
Yeah, and I actually really don't hate the play of casting that Catalyst now, because that lets you hit the Akshan, recycle 2 orange, and still have 12 next turn. Right,
perfect foresight. If he does indeed have an Elder Dragon for next turn, might be pretty effective. But let's see. I mean, you didn't really clear out the back line, but more so, Azir has a tough time, especially without things like a Death Grip in hand to get over these massive board states. We're talking about, I believe, what is that, 15 or 14 total might on that battlefield. That one is almost inaccessible, but if anyone can do it, it might be off the back of the chosen champion, Azir. I don't even want to do the math down below. Is it enough? It was a
Oh
brutalizer
man.
this turn.
Well, one of them was this turn. Okay, so that one does, what's that? One, so that's 2, 3, 8, 11, 14, 18
Okay.
total.
It sounds like
If
enough
my
without any interaction from MF, because keep in mind, we did see a Gust before. We could see another Gust as well. We could see something like a Starcross, which actually, thinking about it, I don't think I've ever seen an MF play a Starcross, but Starcross to potentially bounce back something like the Azir champ wouldn't be all that bad in situation. But reacting to the showdown, so he's not up to 6 just yet. Most likely tapping one for the Gust we were just thinking about as well. So trying to Gust back this Sand Soldier, but you still conquered to 6, which I think was the whole idea of pushing this in.
Yeah, still conquered to 6, but now that takes us down to 15 or 14 might total.
Right, it is -3. If you counted 18 originally, that is -3 because one for the recruit that spawns from the move, and then 2 that you had on the Sand Soldier's might raw power there. So 14 he has to get over currently. I guess he technically still, wait, 4, you said it was 18 -3, so technically if you send everything in, well, keep in mind there's still 2 cards in hand. One of them could still be something like a bullet time. There's not an Elder Dragon online, so it's going to be a very expensive bullet time to go ahead and effectively clear out those units. There could be the 3rd Gust in hand, but seems unlikely. I think in this situation, a big out or something that he's being very considerate of, if he goes ahead and overextends and pushes all his units in, not only is he going to be trading a lot of his units, but he's going to be leaving his units exposed on the battlefield. Because if everything's on the battlefield and he hits the Elder Dragon off the top, that is a potential Fury of Blades to completely wipe everything, resetting Azir to square number 1, which is exactly where Misfortune wants to be from this game forward.
It is, yeah. I think this is going to be a very precarious. Are we just going Mathis for blockers and swinging in? Yep.
It looks to be the case to me, Ned. Math
One.
trying to get done here. MF thinking carefully, saying, can I just let this go? Is there the 3rd Gust in hand? Taps 1. Granted, if it is a bullet time, you only have to spend, I believe, 3. So spends 4. He's trying to clear everything here. Did he spend 5? Because the brutalizer would still stay alive, but it doesn't matter. You just have to clear enough to where it's not over 14, right? So goes ahead and pays 4. So everything 4 might or under will hit the trash, and that is a devastating, back-breaking blow of a bullet time to Azir, starting from square 1. Has a couple gears, but if the top deck is another gear, maybe a spell, that is pretty much like drawing nothing you can do. And with ganking capabilities from the legend ability, you have an easy time of double conquering each and every turn, narrowing down the margin between both of these players. So I like MS position from here. I think that bullet time did a whole lot of work for him.
Yeah, but I mean, they're still really not out of the woods right now because, like, one Arise. And, yeah, doing what they needed to. Because if they got an Arise, they could potentially swing back in here. But now that both battlefields have at least 7 might on both, and I think they're going to play out the Misfortune? Maybe?
Yeah, it looks to be the case to me. Maybe those 2 are just some interaction spells. Goes ahead and puts a little bit more might on the battlefield. Because as you said, all it takes is a top deck, but only 2 Sand Soldiers will be entering readied. You could attach your brutalizers, both brutalizers, to one of these tokens. But if you do, that means the other token won't have enough push power to break through these battlefields. A Mind Splitter comes down. No targets in hand for this Mind Splitter. But more importantly, you are putting down 14 total might of reinforcement on that Orange Forge. I think this might be all she wrote. The Scuttle Crab is an additional card in hand, but that's not going to be taking you in the right steps forward. The one card, even if it's an Arise, I think Azir's running out of outs here.
He might, but he's now digging 3 cards deep in total this turn, or 4 cards deep in total this turn, to try and get an Arise, which might 3, 6, 7. No.
Okay, that's at least one more unit, one playable unit for the next turn. I mean, technically, Scuttle Crab. Oh, no, it has temporary, so no longer playable for the next turn. I think it's going to take something like an Arise if he doesn't have it already, but at that, this is another turn where MF can continue on putting units on these battlefields. If you have a unit, maybe that third Mind Splitter, if you pick it up from the hand, you could play it down on battlefields, and then whatever you hit from the Dazzling Aurora, you could play it onto the other one. That's 3 to 5, so pretty much has tied things up. But I feel like it's heavily favored in the direction of the MF players, as he just taps one for the paper tree, or not taps one, but channels one for the paper tree. And now the Dazzling Aurora finally hitting the first Elder Dragon of the day. Because we didn't see any, this is our first Aurora. So yeah, the first Elder Dragon of the day. We should have an Elder Dragon count for this tournament.
You have the Elder Dragon coming out and just taking out the unit in the back line. Scuttle Crab's temporary is going off, so they're going to see the hand of MF and gain 1 EXP. I don't know if that terribly matters much.
I don't think it's going to matter all that much. Has the Elder in hand, a DA in hand, and the Fury of Blades to kind of diminish any glimmer of hope this Azir player had to get this game number 3 under ropes. But nope, that is a wait, the Scuttle. Oh no, for some reason I thought that was a concession. That was a Scuttle Crab trigger.
Right.
Still has way too much tools. I think this game should be effectively over.
Yeah, even with an Arise, that Fury of Blades just takes out anything that they could play.
And look at that net. It looks like he actually does manage to hit the signature spell. So that's going to be an abundance of unit getting established out on this turn. 5 units, 2 of them will enter ready. 2 of them, or 1 of them can attach the double brutalizer, but that's only going to be getting you up to 8 total might. 8 might normally is a sufficient amount of might, but in this situation, you can kill what? A single Mind Splitter? So it's not going to get you there.
Yeah, they can make each one, was that 5? Attach the shield, attach the sword. So that's 7 each. Attach the eye. So like one side could get to 15.
Okay.
Which would be very, very scary for this MF if we didn't know that they just have the... Well, I mean, I guess Azir could have a counterspell in hand. So it might still be worth it for them to swing in with it.
Yeah, keep in mind, the Fury of Blades being in hand, I think is the final nail in the coffin for a Azir player, because you could push it in, yes, but I believe Fury of Blades, correct me if I'm wrong, it's action speed, right? Can't you play it during a showdown, or is it not?
I thought it was reaction speed.
Oh, you might be right. Let me double check it here on the card gallery. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is indeed reaction speed. So no matter how many units you're pushing in, having that 1-2 picture perfect combo, the Elder Dragon with the blades is going to go ahead and take down every single thing. Actually, does it read units?
I think it's all
enemy units, because it does hit every unit,
Elder,
so it hits your own unit, but Dragon specifically says enemy units. I was a little bit worried there. And I think Azir's just trying to realize or trying to delay the inevitable, if you will, saying, "What can I
Oh,
possibly do?" I guess.
Hidden Blade.
Oh, okay.
So
Wait a
that
minute.
takes
Wait a
off
minute.
Fury of Blades offline. Okay,
Ned.
so now they go in. Each one is. Shouldn't they be more than that? 5. Yeah, this Sand Soldier should be 6. 2, 5, 6. And the other one should be 6 as well, right? 2, 5, 6. They move in, they get a token. I guess that's still only 13? Is my math wrong on 14?
Let me see. It was 5, 6, as you mentioned, and then the other side it was 5, 6. So yeah, I guess that's 12 plus the one recruit token, so up 13. We'll do the math one more time. So 5 from the Brutalizer, 1 for the XP. Actually, it's 2 for the XP one, so 7, and then the recruit tokens 8 plus the 6. So you do have enough to take down one of these battlefields. So the fact that you trade here, and then the fact that
7.
MF Aurora has ganking from the legend ability, I think that's the only thing holding him back. If there wasn't any ganking potential, and there's actually no more Elder Dragons left in the deck, because we saw one in the trash, one in the hand, a lot of Aurora decks only running 2 sometimes. I wouldn't blame him for running 3, so there could be 1 left. But if there is indeed just 2, and he hits a Mind Splitter, there was actually a world where you can hold for game. But I think the ganking is the final closeout for Azir.
So right now they have 13 at this battlefield. And MF has 5, 9, plus 3. So what's that? 12? I think you still Fury here. Gets rid of the token, puts 1 damage on each, and I think it's just a clean trade. Yeah, they get their BF sword back.
Oh, I guess our math was a little bit wrong, because what was the might? Because the BF sword brought it up to 7 plus the 5, so up to 12. So it was 12 to 12. Oh, because he doesn't have any XP, right? So it is just a single one, because there was no way of getting XP. A gank on over up to 7 total points, just a single hold away from just bringing home the round number 1 for this MF side. I think now you're probably out of outs, because even if you have enough to get rid of one of these battlefields, how are you possibly getting rid of both of these battlefields? I mean, another Arise could potentially get you there if both of these stay at 7-7 respectively on these battlefields.
Yeah, we're going to go for a top deck again. We've seen, what was it? We saw 1 auction. We're going to see another one. Taking the BF sword again. We know he has 1 Elder Dragon in hand, 1 Elder Dragon in discard, and 2 Mind Splitters.
And Chad's bringing up an excellent point. I think instead of going in with both units on that play, he should have gone in 1 to take down one of the units first. And then when that unit died, you go ahead and re-equip the equipment from the dead unit onto the unit that can still ready. So you were technically able to conquer there. And as we just saw, the Dazzling Aurora hit an action. Oh, no, he played it from the hand. Okay, I was about to say, because that could have actually been the winning play. But mind you, as we said before, there was still the potential to gank over. So maybe there wasn't an actual out after everything was said and done either way.
Yeah, I thought that was off the top.
Yeah, because wasn't he digging? Wait. Didn't he dig through like 7 for the action, Ned? I swear I saw like a whole bunch of cards on the middle of the screen.
I thought so too? I don't know.
we might be having a little bit of nightmares about Aurora already, where we just see those cards flashing up every turn when the DA is online. But either way, you have 3 Sand Soldiers, so let's try to see if there's anything they can do, because right now you have to take care of not just one of these battlefields, you have to take care of both of them. We know there's at least an Elder Dragon, a Fury Blades in hand, and 3 unknowns that were picked up from the turn and picked up from the Lunar Boom. So, with double Brutalizer, that's up to 7 or up to 8 for one of the Sand Soldiers. Doran's up to 9. I had the Herald an effective 10. The Soul Shield or Soul Sword is up to 11. I just don't see where you can possibly split it apart unless you cascade. Let's think about it a little bit because you're able to hit the Mind Splitter. All those equipments can go ahead and reattach to one of the other Sand Soldiers. I think you could double clear, interesting enough.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math on this too. 5 there.
And you know, Ned, chat's saying that he did hit the action from Aurora, so wait a minute, something's going on here. We might have to get a judge call involved because he hit Aurora and then he played some more cards. Aurora only triggers at the end of the turn, so you pretty much pass Aurora triggers and then it's Azir's turn to play, but he played like a Catalyst of Aeons after that. Maybe we missed Saul. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it wasn't off Aurora, but I swear it might have been off Aurora. Someone rewind the VOD.
Yeah, honestly, I think Azir might have this. Because he's going in here for... Is that 7 total there?
8 total there with the recruit token. Keep in mind though, a Fury Blaze kills the recruit token, so I think you do want to go ahead and trade 1 for 1 to not allow the conquer because there's only a single unit in the back line. If you deny him 1 conquer, there is no world Azir can go ahead and close out this game with a double potential because he only has a single unit. Unless there is an Arise, which I feel like he might have gone ahead and deployed it out already. But let's think if he sees the line so far.
Yeah, Fury of Blades will just make that a trade. So we can go up to 7. But you also have to consider, there's only 12 cards left in MF stack. If for some reason he did side out a 3rd Elder Dragon, there might not be anything else he can hit. If they sided 2 auctions in and took out a Mind Splitter and an Elder Dragon.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, there's still the Elder Dragon in hand, right? He is at 12 runes, so he's able to still play out some more units, but does decide to go ahead and pay 1, which most likely should be the Fury Blades we saw before. So coming down 1 damage to every single unit on both of these battlefields, taking down the little recruit token, and now trading 1 for 1. But more importantly, as we said before, that's denying him the conquer on these battlefields. And keep in mind, guys, we are in turns actually. So I went ahead and put the message on our Discord. It is overtime. So Azir is turn 0. So I don't think these games will be going all the way to the 3rd turn, but just something to be considerate of going forward. But I think the game might just end on the very next turn.
Using a Hidden Blade, I think, to kill your own, to draw 2, to potentially get another Arise off the top?
That has to be the only true out here. You have 6 exact energy and doesn't hit it. Last right, Sabo, DA, and Elder Dragon. Last cards remain in the hand. I want to see the last cards for Azir. It was a BF Sword and a Sacrifice. So has a plentiful amount of ways of drawing, but in this situation didn't draw the cards he needed, and that is a GG. Scoop things up as Aurora goes up to 8 points on the very next turn. You know, for Aurora matchup, that was actually pretty intense. I thought Azir kind of had it in there, got off to a decently good start, but once Aurora came online and and then on the follow-up, it was the Mind Splitter. You took care of the Call of the Week, you took care of the salvage, and that's where everything just went completely downhill for Azir.
Yeah, I mean, I was almost certain Azir was going to be able to math that out and potentially get it. That was until I forgot they had an Elder Dragon in hand. So I was thinking they were going to pump up the unit and try and swing in and take the other battlefield, but that wouldn't have mattered because an Elder Dragon would have just come down and killed that one Sand Soldier.
Exactly. And guys, I'll try to rewind the VOD, but I know when we're casting, it's more so up to the players to decide whether they want to go ahead and get a judge involved. If we catch it, apologies if we don't catch it, but sometimes we're here in the moment. I'm looking over here to take care of the tournament. I'm looking over here chat sometimes to see what you guys are saying, and I'm trying to look at the things, but sometimes things kind of slide under the rug. So forgive us for that. We'll try to do the best we can. But either way, let's go ahead and just keep on moving forward. I'll rewatch the VOD after the event and see if we could have improved and trying to call something now. I know some people might have said a cheating play, but I don't know if people were doing these intentionally, guys. But either way, that is the end of round number 1. So I think in overtime, these players should be wrapping up rather shortly as we go ahead and progress forward into round number 2. Before I take a step back, chat, let me know what legends you guys want to see on the feature table. For now, Ned, what legends do you want to see on the feature table, as you will be sticking around for at least one more round?
I mean, I'd like to see Poppy selfishly, but
Okay.
I mean, I'd like to see Vex as well. That's another deck I'm looking at. I know that's one you like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are my
We're
two
seeing
picks.
some Leblanc, some Volibear, some Lee Sins. I love it. I love it, guys. I hear there's little rumors of a Volibear miracle deck in the tournament. If you guys know, that's the Gem Dragon coming down, ready to runes with the Herald of the Scales. I think that one might be a really fun matchup to see. But either way, guys, we're going to go on a short little break. And then when we return, we're going to get round number 2 ready and started for you guys. Be right back, guys.
Honestly, we have a lovely little setup here where we have Rengar facing off against Poppy, and I am very very curious because to me, I've only heard people criticize Poppy, and I am witness. I am here to see a truly pop off game.
Yeah, absolutely. So two legends with similar colors, not quite the same, but we do get to see the red-orange Rengar, whose legend ability is when you play a unit, it gets give a unit +1, and so it matters there. Not once per turn, you can give any unit +1, so very powerful. And then Poppy, who is an XP leader. When you hold, gain an XP, spend 3 XP to draw a card.
And here, this is what I like about these decks, especially when it comes to Rengar. I like decks that can trigger, or legends that can do their thing multiple times a turn. It's why Draven is so appealing to me. It is why, in many ways, I feel like Diana could also be very, very powerful. And with Rengar, it's all the same, right? It is very possible to get multiple units out in their first turn and have them affect the battlefield all ready. We see a Pouty Pourer coming out, some deflect 2 might units finding their way in, but here we have our Nidalee on the side of Poppy, and we can already see that these experienced decks, I think people were not giving them enough credit, because they seem to be handling experience just fine.
Yeah, experience is an interesting mechanic to me. I honestly didn't really expect them to throw in a whole new mechanic in set 3. Besides maybe like a keyword, because it just kind of keeps compounding. It's like, all right, here's set 2, here's 4 new things, here's set 3, here's another couple new things. I wonder how many sets it's going to keep going, where we just keep getting new stuff. But
To me,
so
it's going to be very important that on top of getting new stuff, that we will also be digging deeper into the existing keywords as well, right? Right now, we're pumping out a lot of new sets, and we need to expand rather quickly to
mhm.
give more depth to the gameplay. But once we have stabilized, I hope that we are not forgetting about the existing keywords, the existing themes already, and go a little deeper on them, rather than going more wide in a way with flooding the game with similar or new keywords.
Mhm. Yeah. So it looks like game off to a pretty quick start, though neither player opting to push onto a battlefield yet. Poppy totally tapped out, only 3
Oui.
cards in hand. That being said, I
And
mean,
a
Rengar is going to be, yeah. What's up?
Look at this. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, but
You're good.
look
good.
at the ceiling on Irresistible Feyfolk.
Oh, yeah.
2 energy for a single might unit. When it moves to a battlefield, you may move an enemy unit to that battlefield. And that is repeatable. And we have, I mean, just think about the potential with cards like, let's say, Sivir, right? Who has that chaos, who has access to Right to Wind, who has access
Mhm.
to the, let's say, the Bones Cure as well. And it has a move effect that can be triggered multiple times a turn. This feels like an absolute nightmare of a card.
Yeah, I mean that card's really powerful. I have one of my people in my testing group who I mentioned was playing Kha'Zix really likes this card in Kha'Zix, as you can go play it on turn 1 and then turn 2 push it up and then play Kha'Zix from your champion zone. And if you're on the battlefield, the name is escaping me, but there is a battlefield that lets you retreat a unit. It's either retreat or bounce a unit. I forget which one.
Mhm.
But then you can just retreat off your little dude and the Ka clears the unit kind of for free. Very very cool option there. But it looks like we are finally moving on to the battlefields. I see a Poro onto the Sunken Temple. And then we will see if opting to go up on the other battlefield. There is a pretty big Nidalee kind of waiting in the wing. So you do have to be cognizant that whatever you push up is probably going to die.
Yeah, I mean, you almost get there's a whole game going on because I'm keeping one eye on the chat as we are developing a good old favorite, Ferris Forerunner, but the potential. Let me see who was calling that out. Yeah, Yogurt Drink in chat here calling out the Feyfolk with the Viomal Slayer, keeping it locked up if it doesn't have access to ganking. That is an absolute nasty little interaction. Not sure if it's worth the full card in like a competitive sense, but just the mental damage that you're doing to someone by doing that might be worth it.
Yes, your Rengar will be on this in the Val Mausoleum, and he will not be moving.
You are locked in here with me. Sure, I am now dead, but you're still locked up in here.
Oh, the actual Valma unit. That is true. There is a Valma unit now, and for anybody unknown. Yep.
I mean, sure, Valma, you have a very good point, but I like mine too.
Okay. Yeah. So, but the Valma card is
You've
pretty
inspired
cool.
me. You will definitely get credit when I write a Metafight guide for $100. Don't worry about it.
It would guarantee that your little dude saved. But so Nidalee going in, getting a draw off the combat win, and I mean it's a very big cap. I might. That being said, the Forerunner does float into the tokens, and Rengar does have a fairly big push on their own turn here. That is cool. I didn't really think about that interaction, but the Forerunner plays the... Wait, does that work? Is a token technically being... Yeah, I guess the token is played. Okay.
Yeah, because when you get a token, it usually does say play a token.
Yes, you're right. All right, so Nidalee clearing out quite a lot here.
Yeah, clearing out a lot. And tell me again, what does Draven do again? That is pretty bad, right? Drawing cards after winning combat. So yeah, let's just do some of that. Spread out the loving that we have. And I mean, some of you might remember that before Unleashed came out, I was calling it that Body will be overtaking Chaos, and I am still feeling pretty strong on that statement. It's getting more lukewarm by the day.
I do think that they did get a bunch of cool tools. I think some of them are somewhat overstated, though. Like, for instance, I saw on Twitter X, I guess. On X,
I still call it Twitter. That's totally. It's a free country, my man.
Okay, on Twitter, I saw people hyping up this Repulse card, which is Orange's counterspell. Would not be surprised if we do see it in this game, but it says target a friendly unit at a battlefield, counter an enemy spell or ability that chooses it, and no other friendly units. And I think this card is pretty overstated. I was testing it, and honestly, it felt pretty bad. Like, you can't stop stuff that hits multiple units, like Singularity. It doesn't stop all the self buffs, where they just beat over your unit. It doesn't stop the stuff that hits your base.
It's nice
so
against
honestly,
Rebuke, I guess. But
yeah, I just don't like it. I've like opted to play Sabotage over it. Like, just get rid of the problem in the first place, right?
To me, it's not even in the new toys that Body is getting, which are numerous and very exciting. Just the access to challenge, the access to punch first, Like there's already so much going on. The access to sabotage, like you said, there's already so much going on in body that is very pleasant and very powerful. And the fact that the sprinkling in of these new toys might just put them in contention for that #1 spot. Now, let's have a little look at the game in front of us because it has been developing quite swiftly. I'll be very honest with you. Rengar taking over the Sunken Temple and now trying to challenge Nidalee to make sure that she will not be purring any longer, will be going to the trash. I guess the cat's out of the bag now, huh?
That is absolutely out of the bag, and they
Or
really
in the
did
bag, in the
use,
trash bag. Cat's in the trash bag.
You know what I really find funny is the Nidalee's thing is, you know how all the champion units, like they have for the most part some sort of like adjective or something, like Draven Victorious or whatever, and then you look at Nidalee's and then it's Nidalee cat form. It could have been like prowling or something, but nope, they're like cat form.
Yeah, I mean, in my local scene, it has been dubbed Nidalee Uwu, which I think is very apt.
Oh no. Oh, that gives me a really good idea for a card altar. So I might have to do this when I get a hold of some Spirit Forge. Or sorry, Unleashed.
Yeah. Yeah, though yeah, that flavor text has a lot of potential. Now, let's take a look at what is coming out because in Master Yi Tempered, we saw it in round 1 coming up to the battlefield once more, looking to get some of that XP rolling. And remember, Poppy is capable of using that experience to start drawing cards. So keep your eyes peeled, especially when you look at the new keyword hunt, which does allow players to gain 2 experience when they are conquering a battlefield. And well, that might happen rather sooner than later.
It's but it is when you conquer or hold, so you can easily get multiple points of experience. And then the Poppy
He has
leader,
hunt 2. So he gets 2 XP.
Oh, yes, but the dude right next to him has hunt 1, which is what I thought you were
right next to him has hunt 1. You are completely right.
Yes. And then the Poppy leader also does say when you hold, you get next, so doubling it up a little bit.
And here is the part where it becomes a little tricky, right? Because currently, as the Poppy, you have to start balancing, right? On the one hand, we want those levels to hit, right? Because when you're on level 6, you get bonuses, the extra might on the Jamhand Hunter, the extra deflect and ganking on Yi when he gets to that level 6. But on the other hand, you also like drawing cards. And we also like spending our XP. So you really have to commit and balance your play out thoughtfully. Now, when Poppy is equipped with 10 energy, you have to start feeling a little worried because there's quite a gap to fill right now, isn't there?
Yeah, I personally feel like if I'm playing this Poppy deck, and I'm not going to pretend that I understand all these new decks perfectly yet, or even that the optimal builds have been found out, but it feels like the only deck that really does have like experience as the end all be all kind of end term scaling up goal is Yi, which might not even be played. People might just play the old Yi still. So I think with Poppy, you're probably fine just saying, hey, I get some free draws, spend the XP, that's totally fine. I don't need to ramp it up too much. I just want to get the card advantage. I want to get the little buffs on my dudes, like you said. Like I believe there's a squirrel, the swole. What was he called in Rift? Is called the Enthralling Protector, which is a bizarre name for a swole squirrel, but he is one of the units that doesn't
roll off the tongue as easily.
No, it doesn't, and it's a shame too because Swole Squirrel was really cool.
And to bring it back to the game, look at the absolute cash-in that we're seeing from Master Yi, who is equipped with the Hunt 2, and the Machete is giving him another Hunt. So cashing in up to 3 experience from the Conqueror alone, putting in a 4th one when they do Conquer, or is it win combat?
Well, they both won. So the one dude has a +1.
It is corrected. It is corrected. Look, they are being put up to 7 now. They had me doubting myself for a second there. but it is adjusted. So four experience rolling in right now. And that
Yep.
is enabling Master Yi to have that deflect, to have the ganking. It is pushing up Gem and Hunter up to 3 might. And I am really curious, will they cash in on that card draw with Poppy? Because currently, with 4 cards in hand, you're not sweating it too much.
Well, it looks like I thought that they drew at the beginning of the turn. Maybe they didn't, and they just forgot the tap. I'm not sure. I could be totally wrong. It does look like, okay, Rengar going to be on the offensive here. We'll have to see if he does opt to try and go up to odd points, because I definitely wouldn't hate just staying on evens here, saying, hey, I'm going the 6. I'm going to go for a double conquer on the next turn. Poppy does have some good defensive tools for dealing with it. There is a card called Keeper's Verdict, her signature. So on the topic that we did talk about before, where signatures are a lot more powerful now, or at least it feels like, Keeper's Verdict is Rebuke, but it goes to your deck. That's crazy.
That is definitely efficient. And here we see a familiar face prowling their way onto the sunken temple, which is, well, don't worry about that. This cat loves the water and will be digging deep to get.
Hi, hello, and welcome back to Runes and Rift, everyone. I am Sasuke. I am joined here with Arachnid. Now,
Hello,
I'm just going to
hello.
go right into the thick of things here, Arachnid, because you said something off stream that I was like, all right, I need you to hold off on this because I need the chat to hear this. So please hop right into it. You were talking about Miracle Volibear versus Leblanc, and actually, that is the matchup. So please take it away.
Yeah, so I played a Miracle Volley at my Nexus night yesterday, and the deck is a lot of fun. It has a lot of really fun new cards. It's Gentle Gem Dragon, but I had a really rough time against LeBlanc, especially just the value engine of making creatures every turn and having a lot of removal spells and drawing half their deck by turn 3. So I'm curious to see if this volley can pilot it to success this time around.
Yeah, fair enough. So okay, so I guess a quick question here: why is it called Miracle Volibear? I know that the Gem Dragon lets you ready the runes, but I believe there's like some sort of synergies with the K Dragon. So how does that all work out? How do you get it so that you can play a K Dragon and then play some other things? Because 9 minus 2 is 7 essentially, so you only have 2 runes to work with. What other pieces are involved in this sort of miracle package?
So the big 2 players are Herald of Scales, which reduces all your dragons by 2. And then you have Gentle Gem Dragon that untaps 2 runes whenever you play a dragon. So the setup is getting multiple of each out, and then playing 5 drop dragons, tap 4, use 1, untap 4, float 3, and just go in again and again and again and again. Cadrigan, played a Cadrigan for 5 last night, untapped 4, and drew like 5 cards. So it's called Miracle. They're not free, but you get them to a reduced price to where they're either netting you rune power or they cost little to no rune power. Rune energy, I guess, not power.
Yeah, energy. Yeah. Okay, so that's interesting. And then I guess what happens if you don't find your K dragons or your gem dragons? Are you just kind of out of luck, or really how does the engine work without finding those pieces, or is there a way within the orange or I guess body fury domains that there is that capability to be able to find those key pieces?
So you're still playing Volibear. You still have the ramping potential of every turn. If you play something mighty, you're channeling 3 runes instead of 2. So you can. It wasn't uncommon for me to have 3 turns of just 12 runes.
I see. Okay. Well, I'd love to sit here and just chat with you and just kind of digest everything that there is about this Miracle Volibear list that's now really starting to percolate and finding its way now in these runes and rifts. But unfortunately, these players are ready. I guess actually, really fortunately, I should say, because now you will get to see it in action. Hopefully, we'll get to see it pop off here. It is into a LeBlanc, which you had mentioned is a tough matchup for the Volibear list, but I'm excited to see how it goes. I hope chat's ready. I hope you're ready, and yeah, let's just go hop right into it.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, this is a blue LeBlanc. Is that the? That's not the one that uh is normally played with LeBlanc. I thought yellow wasn't it? Or am I mixed up?
No, you're not mixed up here. This is definitely a very unique LeBlanc build, as you can already see this Lilia Faefon being utilized. Definitely not a common card in the Blanc decks, and now he's gonna utilize what I have to assume is this blue LeBlanc here right off the bat with this second Fae being utilized. And now there's exactly 10 might available, a sprite which won't go away, and this Lilia Faefon is going to be able to go right onto this Aspirant's Climb here on turn 2, which is an incredibly fast start and a very unique build. I don't think any of us are going to be really expecting what these players have in hand, or what this player has in hand, because I don't think we've seen anything like this.
Yeah, it seems to be more of a blue-focused LeBlanc. I know LeBlanc tends to lean yellow, but maybe this is more of a blue sprite aggro list. I mean, like you were saying, they've already developed so much power on their second turn off of really just 2 cards. But
The other thing here is that hidden card on top of everything.
yeah, oh, and we are getting the dragon, but we're only going to be untapping 2 runes, channeling 1. Do we have a 2-mana play?
It looks like it's probably, yep, that falling star here as 2 Fury runes were recycled. So he's going to be able to get rid of that entire front line for this blue LeBlanc here. And I have to assume that the Manch is now going to go ahead and bring in this Blazing Scorcher, deal with this LeBlanc, and actually Smoke and Mirrors is going to be utilized here just to bring back this Faefon, create 2 more units to deal with here, essentially, as a new sprite token will be utilized. And the one that was there will be destroyed, but a new one will be made as the Lilia that was just utilized with that Smoke and Mirrors very effectively, albeit essentially just fully replaced both units that died.
Yeah, now the Volibear still has that 5 might Scorcher in the back. No hidden card to really be worried about. Might be worth it to see if they can't clear some of that battlefield out. LeBlanc blue is only 4 might, if I'm correct on that.
Yes, that is correct, but she has backline, so you have to be able to kill that entire front line with her before you're really able to utilize anything that she's doing. So, I mean, this is really, really smart, clever play here. He is going to be able to get that hold here, get himself up to 3 points. Is considering utilizing this Deceiver. Looks like that is going to be the case. Might just make himself another Lilia, and there we go. So, just a huge, huge front line to really have to deal with here. I think a lot earlier than this Volibear wants to, and now, I mean, LeBlanc will be able to draw a card, but I just, maybe there's not that much that needs to be utilized here. I'm not sure how this Lilia is ganking over. Ah, I see. Yeah, the Star Spring, as production just said. So yeah, he's going back and showcasing how it's done. Right. Okay. Yep.
There we
go.
Yep, that is a lot of units really quick. And I was looking at Lilia for a while, and this is exactly what Lilia does. But I guess this gets you the yellow removal package, as well as some good yellow death knell effects in LeBlanc. This is an interesting build. I was not expecting this. I'm really excited to see this.
So a mirror
Gonna
image is actually going to be utilized here, and another 8 might unit onto this front line here. It does not trigger the enter the play effect just because it is a reflection. So 2 runes will not be able to be readied. But that said, 8 might on this unit. I mean, what is that? Another 11 might, 19 might, 23 might in total before you can even get rid of this Star Spring battlefield that this LeBlanc player has bolstered here that early on. And I'm surprised to see that the Blazing Scorcher did not go on to this Aspirant's Climb, as there's just a plethora of these units to deal with here. And he's already at 4 points. And, oh, there it is, a show of strength. This is a great way to draw some cards here. He's going to be able to draw himself 3 cards. Only 3 runes available, though. So we'll have to probably wait until at least next turn before he's really going to be able to do something, you know, in that kind of miracle sense.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine he's searching for a dig, because realistically, if he can get rid of the blue LeBlanc, that's going to clear out a lot of that battlefield.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see that he didn't go for something as simple as just using that Falling Star onto that LeBlanc. Um, you know, I mean, he did have the answer for the LeBlanc. I think he just wanted to be able to use that Scorcher to clear out that field and was not playing around that Smoke and Mirrors, as this is definitely a very unique take on the LeBlanc. So really just catching him kind of off guard before knowing what to do with this. So here we go. The sacrifice is going to be used. 8 might is going to be stripped away. And at least he will be able to channel a rune. Will be able to draw himself 2 new cards as well. And I mean, his hand is pretty much full. It's really only a 2-card disparity in terms of hand, but what he has on board is just absolutely incredible. So we'll have to see exactly what happens here. But this Lilia and this Sprite token are not there anymore.
Right. And shouldn't LeBlanc be at 5?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and get rid of this Sprite Fountain from his hand. I think at this point, he's really just going to go ahead and try and keep this hold for as long as possible, which makes a lot of sense. Going to go ahead and continue to keep his LeBlanc bolstered for as long as he possibly can. Another Sprite will be created here. So really just losing no might whatsoever whenever he puts out these Lilias. I mean, look at this. Just an incredibly efficient amount of units. What is that? 9, 12, 12, 20 might here. Thankfully for the Volibear player, he does actually have well over that 20 might range right now, and he's got 11 runes to work with. And because really this LeBlanc player is only at 2 runes, the only card he really has to be afraid of here is the Hidden Blade. So we'll have to see if he finds a way to draw a bunch of cards. But I will say, if this is the turn to pop off, I couldn't think of a better time to do so here for this Volibear player.
Yeah, I'm trying to think for them if they have like a confront so that everything enters ready. Ooh, now everything's reduced. So now we could start seeing some fun tech come out of the Volibear player.
Yeah. This
4 runes
might be
tapped.
the turn here. So 7 runes going to be ready, 2 runes going to be recycled, 4 of them going to be readied again, and really only 1 rune is going to be recycled here through that K-Dragon. He's going to be able to find himself 4 more cards. And, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see if you are this Volibear player.
Yeah, it's going to have a grip of cards, but now I'm not really sure what he has. Scorcher's going to be reduced down to 3, 4 if he wants to accelerate it.
Okay. So going to continue to play this a little bit slow here, but I think at this point in time, the LeBlanc player needs to be terrified of what exactly is happening. I mean, he is at 7, almost at 7 points here. I think he will be at 7 points at the start of this hold here. I think he's just deciding what he wants to discard if he does at all. And I mean, this is very frightening what's going on the side of this Volibear player here. I mean, next turn he's got 4, exactly like you had talked about, 2 Gem Dragons, 2 Herald of Scales. So now these K Dragons really only cost 1 rune, essentially. Do have to recycle 2, though. But that said, I mean, he's got a plethora of cards in hand. He's got an infinite, what feels like, amount of might on it base. So Felipe definitely not in the driver's seat anymore. Just has to find a way to continue to maintain this hold for just one more turn. But with how many runes this Volibear player has access to, it's going to be increasingly difficult.
Yeah, I mean, so Felipe most likely going to go up to 8 this round, but only having 3 cards in hand is going to have to deal with an onslaught of dragons next turn. And there's a big 12-drop dragon in this format that now only costs 8, and it will untap 4 when played. That is always going to be looming in the background.
That is definitely a card to consider here. I think right now, if you are Felipe, you might just be considering, hey, look, I'll hold my actual LeBlanc back. I'll keep all of these sprite tokens here in the front line. Just bring back my real LeBlanc. Looks like that is going to be the case. Use this Honest Broker to just score the point while it is easily available here onto the Saspert's Climb. And it looks like 4 runes are going to be exhausted. So
Yellow
an
Azir.
Azir is going to be played. Yeah, I mean, this is just a whole shocking amount of cards, and it's really difficult to tell exactly what is going on here. And with that hidden card being placed down as well, we have to assume that it is that hidden blade. But I mean, with how many cards this Volibear player has access to right now, I just can't assume that he really is threatened with what's going on the side of this LeBlanc.
Yeah, because this LeBlanc has, what, 3, 6, 9, 12, 16 might on the one battlefield. The Confront coming in. So now everything will enter ready this turn. Another Gem Dragon to just untap 6 now every time something gets played. Any dragon gets played specifically. And I feel like this is going to be the swing turn. Up and down 6, 5.
5. 2
Get
Fury Runes.
another
We have to
Cadrigan.
assume that it is a K Dragon here, and there it is. I cannot even count how many cards that is. 2, 4, 6, 7 cards. I mean, he is just going absolutely bananas here. He's going to be able to ready or bring back one of those 2 runes that he just recycled. This is exactly what you want to see here if you are this Miracle player. Again, 7 cards going to be picked up here. He's going to be at somewhere around 11 or 12 cards in hand. So he's got an infinite amount of options available to him, as well as 10 runes available. I mean, we have to assume he picked up something like a challenge just to be able to deal with what's going on the side of this LeBlanc player here. And if this LeBlanc does not survive, which I can't imagine it will, just how many cards he has access to. There we go. Another unit going to be picked up. I mean, look at this. He's just readying all his runes. He pretty much has infinite mana, it feels like. And I mean, if he has another K-Dragon, which he does, look at that. 9 more cards going to be picked up here. He's only going to have 5 cards remaining in his deck. This is absolutely degenerate here. This is what you were talking about. This is incredible to watch.
Yeah, oh, I love it. This is exactly why I played it yesterday. You just go, all right, here's discounted Cadrigans. You can... I'm not going to... Yeah, obviously, he's doing better than I did yesterday, but you could be tapping more to untap and just have more cards or more energy floating, but I don't think that's going to be an issue for him.
Yeah, I can't imagine that it will be here. An Eclipse is going to get sent to the bottom of the deck through that Sabotage here. So with 18 cards in hand, what looks like to be well over 40 might as well in the base. I just can't imagine Felipe has any purchase anymore in this game. He's going to use 2 runes just to be able to... Oh, he floated some runes, actually, in fact. So he's going to use a couple of his energy just to be able to cheat out 1 rune. He's got 8 energy floating remaining. Again, just an infinite amount of units as well as a Vi. I mean, this is just going, like, you think things can't get worse for this LeBlanc player, and albeit it's getting worse.
By sending in, I believe that's Doomdrake, which is going to be a 7 because there's readied units at the battlefield. Probably just taking out 2 sprites. Still floating 6, now floating 1.
11.
Oh, 11 now.
Yep, because he spent
Why not?
1. He exhausted 5, spent 1, and then readied 6, essentially, actually. So a Scorcher is going to get used here. That Hidden Blade, I have to assume, is going to be used on his own LeBlanc at this point in time. Because there is just no managing anything that is happening on this Volibear side. Really, his only hope is to be on an Unleashed Power. And so now the Sabotage coming down is going to hopefully be able to find him something a little more.
Ooh.
And this Mirror's Image is cute, but it is going to get stripped away here by this Sabotage. And the Manch really showcasing how this Miracle Package is supposed to work. That Blazing Dragon is actually supposed to be at the battlefield by the Manch, so he should be able to just go ahead and bring it from that base. Now this challenge is going to come down, and yeah, I mean, things could not get any more difficult here for this LeBlanc player to find a way back into this game. Again, really the only way that they can really find any success remaining is through a Unleashed Power, but I mean, 3K Dragons in the base, so at least he can't draw 800 more cards, which, that's nice, I guess. And yeah, he's just dumping everything at this point out of his hand, just, utilizing all of the mana he has access to. And yep, I mean, what else could you ask for here? I feel like if I'm this LeBlanc player, I'm trying to figure out how do I stop this at least a turn, or at least go a little bit faster, because right now, even if he was to be able to get to that 8th point, or I guess, unless he was able to get to that 8th point, there's just no longer anything that he could do to really kind of get into this game here. So again, the Manch is supposed to have this Blazing Scorcher, and yep, there it is, game 2.
I just want to point out that Volibear had 26 energy floating at the end of that, between the 3 Gem Dragons and the 3 Herald of Scales. Everything costing 6 less and untapping 6 runes. I love it. Great to see. It looked really scary there in the beginning for Volibear, and then Volibear just going, no, I feel like winning now.
Yeah, I mean, this is true Miracle fashion here. You kind of just play it really passive in those early stages of the game. Try and find yourself a little bit of patience, a little bit of freedom, just to continue to drive it slow until you're ready to fire off and really take over the game. And I mean, Volibear, the Manch did that expertly here with this Volibear. So it is going to be up to LeBlanc to kind of find a way to be a little bit quicker than they were in that last game, albeit that Aspirant's Climb was very punishing to deal with.
Much so. And this time around, we're seeing, I believe that's Sigil of the Storm and Windswept Hillock.
Yes, sir. Yep, a Windswept Hillock. That's the one that gives ganking. to units here.
So really interesting with LeBlanc is that the reflections you play enter ready. So you conquer the Hillock, discard, get the reflection, and can gank over to the other battlefield. Which is probably
And
what we're going to
so,
see here.
yep, that's exactly what I was about to say there. This Lilia is going to utilize her accelerate right now, which gives this deceiver the opportunity to make a Lilia token. That Lilia token, I have to assume, is just going to go ahead and gank right over onto that Sigil of the Storm. That said, that Sigil is going to force this LeBlanc player to recycle, and it looks like he's not ready to do that yet. It is a little bit too punishing to have to recycle 2 runes this early on. And so because of that, he's just going to essentially just discard a card for nothing.
Yeah, Volley going up to their 5 rune count. Now you can start getting some of the lower level dragons out, or start getting Herald of Scales down to reduce your future dragons. Again, I think this Sigil of the Storm is really putting off LeBlanc from getting too many points too quickly and going down on runes too fast. We'll see what the play is here. 2 might just be the Dragon Sage. Oh,
Oof,
Falling
that falling
Star.
star is absolutely devastating here. Gonna go ahead and deny Felipe really any purchase here in this early stages of the game. The fact that Sigil of the Storm denied an extra point as well hurts even more. So this Lilia is gonna go away, and now he's gonna be forced into just developing alone this LeBlanc everywhere all at once, because right now it's just not doing enough. So Volibear gonna go ahead and play himself out a Blazing Scorcher in response. And I have to assume now that this Deceiver is going to be on this Windswept Hillock, that now he's going to go ahead and make that token again, but has to decide what to discard first, and will be forced to recycle here, again, a little bit earlier than I think he wants to.
Yeah, but at this point, Volley untapping to 8 means the first Gem Dragon can start coming down. They do really need to start getting points up and trying to pull ahead with LeBlanc shenanigans.
Absolutely right. So we'll have to see if this Volibear does have that Gem Dragon like you had alluded to. Much. There it is. He's going to go ahead and get an additional rune as well. Going to use that Sabotage.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what you want to see if you are this LeBlanc player. So probably going to be able to get rid of a Hidden Blade, potentially even a Cold a Week. But I don't know if this LeBlanc player is on that Cold a Week. We'll have to see exactly what card he decides to choose here. But this is a pretty tough situation here. And yep, Hidden Blade is going to be the one that gets hit.
Yeah, I don't think Volibear's terribly worried, depending on their hand, about the Smoke and Mirrors. Can't grab the Vi. I think the other one's a stun card?
Eclipse is -4. You get to predict.
Gotcha. Sorry, I'm going off a screen where I can't read the fine print on it. And unfortunately, I'm not terribly familiar with blue cards, the blue LeBlanc cards.
Yeah, Eclipse is a pretty decent card. It's essentially a Frigid Touch. I would argue in most cases better Frigid Touch, because it does let you look at the top card, potentially set it to the bottom if you do want. But yeah, here it is. That recycle is going to happen. And a Petal Pixie was played, but then returned to hand. Petal Pixie is the card that gets +1 for each temporary unit you have at that battlefield. So he's got 12 might on that Sigil of the Storm. Is going to be able to get himself quite a bit of points now. And it is going to be up to the match to figure out how to close out this game, or at least deny everything that is happening on the side of this LeBlanc player here in these next 2 turns. As at this point in time, he is really only down to 2 turns. And actually, surprisingly enough, this LeBlanc everywhere all at once, the real one, is going to get pushed back into base. He doesn't want to give it, let it be removed for free by this Volibear player.
Right, and with those LeBlancs having being dealt damage last, you have to get through this Pixie first. You know they have the at least one. Do we know their entire hand? We have a yellow Vi,
Smoke
uh,
and Mirrors and Eclipse.
Smoke and Mirrors, and Eclipse. So playing somewhat heads up, getting the Herald of Scales down, getting another Scorcher down, getting their own Vi down.
Yeah, the red Vi. I would argue the cooler Vi, but that's a just me thing.
I'm still too scarred from Red Vi Ride the Wind to consider it cool, but
Permanently scarred, huh?
yep, just don't want to deal with it anymore.
That's fair. All right, so here on the side of this LeBlanc player, I mean, they are at 5 points. They need to be able to close out this game here on this following turn. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do. But for the time being, at least getting that point here on that one Swiptelic seems like the right move. Looks like that is going to be the case. Now this Deceiver is going to be utilized, and surprisingly enough, a Cold Week is going to be discarded here. And it looks like he's just going to hold up all the runes that he has access to. He might have some sort of tricks up his trade here, or sleeve rather, to be able to deal with what's going on here. But that Pixie is actually 5 might for 2 runes, or 2 energy rather. That is a very efficiently costed unit for what's going on the side of this LeBlanc.
Yeah, I think Volibear, again, we know what's in the hand. Playing around that -4, but you have, what, 17 on the other side there? My math is right.
17.
Getting a confront, getting a draw.
Yep. This is where things get scary here. So 3 runes going to be exhausted. It looks like it's going to be a Dune Drake.
Pretty big pickup.
Uh-oh. That was 9 runes. That's 2 Fury runes. I have to assume that is a K-Dragon. That is going to be the case. This is absolute
1,
nightmare
2,
territory
3,
here.
4,
1, 2,
5,
3,
6.
4, 5. 6 cards going to be picked up. I mean, this is the start of the miracle right now. And Felipe, again, just 1 turn short. Even if he had recycled that additional rune to get that Sigil of the Storm Point, he would still be at 7, which it feels like is already just not enough. And now with only 4 runes to work with, Volibear has to really be patient and figure out a way to ready a couple of these runes, because right now he doesn't have access to it. So
Sabotage
going to be utilized, yeah.
And one neat thing that Volibear did was recycling their discard to get Vi just up to Mighty to get another card draw. Very good sequencing there by the Volibear.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, that is a very, very good minute detail there. I think a lot of players would have been a little bit quick and just jumped the gun and played the K-Dragon outright. But with that patient play here, I mean, really just utilizing everything he has access to is going to go ahead and get rid of that Smoke and Mirrors as well. And, well, with 6 cards in hand, only 3 energy to work with, it doesn't feel like the end of the world. This Vi can get 2 more might if she chooses. And I mean, I just can't imagine a way out of this hole now for Felipe, because here on that following turn, this Volibear is going to do absolute devastation here for this LeBlanc player. We know exactly what these 2 cards in hand are for the LeBlanc player if we are Volibear, so we have absolute knowledge on what we want to do. 2 runes going to be readied as well. A second Dune Drake going to hit the field here, and we just have to assume that this entire field is going to get cleared out.
Yeah, because they have, what's that, 9 there. Even if they reduce it by 4, that's not going to save the LeBlanc. So then they have, what did we say, 17 on the other hand. 17 with 4. So they need to put at least 22 might onto that one to
Now,
clear
for
and
this
hold.
here, yeah, for this here, I have to assume that these Dune Drakes are going to go right in onto the Sigil of the Storm. And the reason why I say this is, I mean, look, even if he doesn't need to get rid of it here, but this just feels like the right line. It is going to force probably an Eclipse to come out here, just to kind of try and exhaust whatever resources the Volibear has in hand. And just kind of hope and pray that there is no answer for it. Because if these Dune Drakes are able to clear out both this, Pedal Pusher as well as 2 LeBlancs, there's just no way he's going to be able to hold any longer here. So I guess just 2. Yeah, 14 versus 13. Here we go. And then now at this point in time, I just don't see how he's going to be able to defend here at all. The Vi can come down, but again, it's just kind of going to be more fodder at this point. So with only 2 cards in hand, which we know exactly what they are, the Volibear Miracle Package is doing exactly what it's supposed to.
It is. And now you raised an interesting point. Do you recycle the 4 and discard to give Vi plus a 4, making it a 9, and just having that go in? Or do you want to save that for a future turn, but it looks like they're just going to swing in, because even if they -4, the Vi still going to be enough to take out this LeBlanc. Getting the double conquer, holding up 2 runes, and still having somewhat of a backline with those 2 Blazing Scorchers.
So, yep, that Eclipse is going to come down. Repulse going to be an immediate response. And now he has to decide, do you get rid of this Vi with your own Vi and make it a 1 for 2, or do you just let this conquer happen? And really, it feels like just let this game go.
Yeah. Because they're going to be essentially just top decking now. Volibear still has a back line. Just going to reinforce, because that 9's going to drop off. So they still need to have some might over there. I think this is Volibear's game to lose at this point. Stupefy
I'm right
coming
there
out.
with you.
Just to draw a card, I would assume. Vi coming down and sacrifice? Was Vi mighty?
Vi is a 5 might unit, yes.
Oh, okay. Not a bad piece of tech then. Again, has
Yeah,
all their
absolutely.
runes. Only 5 to use this time around. But that 5, what do we think could have? You could have Mirror Image, copy the Cadrigan, clear out the Sigil battlefield. Just going to hold it up.
Oof. That is
Man.
absolutely devastating
These
here. And you see this whole
sabotages.
week.
Gonna take the Sprite Fountain instead. I don't think Volley really cares if you want to kill off one of their creatures. I mean, Vi's done their job at this point. And choosing to put the Herald up front. Interesting.
All right, so
Is this another
a Herald's
Cadrigan?
going to come down, and he's just going to continue to bolster both of these battlefields here. K-Dragon going to allow him to draw an additional 6 more cards, right? Five.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Gem Dragon is mighty. Wait, right?
Yes,
No, 1,
2,
2,
5.
3, 4,
5's not
5.
mighty.
Right. Sorry.
Yes.
Like,
Yep.
I'm not good at math, all right?
That's all right. So yeah, I mean, at this point in time, it just feels absolutely devastating to deal with everything that's happening here. And it looks like the LeBlanc player has given up here. He was trying to find his way, it looks like, for pretty much what feels like this entire series. And I mean, the Volibear really got to showcase exactly what he was supposed to do here, and an exact opposite prediction of fashion. Arachnid, I don't know if you know what caster curses are, but it looks like that's exactly what she did.
Yeah, something I really want to shout out that the volley really, really did nicely was use those sabotages and just strip the hand of LeBlanc. And um, you think you have a lot of might on a battlefield until a Volibear plays confront and their entire hand, and then draws their entire hand again. Um, just masterclass play and sequencing by this Volibear. An interesting LeBlanc list. I think that list will do well, but I think Volibear was just able to play the bigger creatures, and the bigger creatures won.
I mean, this was a really exciting match to watch here. I mean, for me personally, that seems like a deck that actually has some real opportunities. The fact that these gem dragons are so big, the fact that you're able to really pop off a little bit faster than your opponent wants you to, and on top of all of that, you have these kind of opportunities to really deal with cards like Elder Dragon through cards like Sabotage to strip away those Flurry of Blades or those bullet times. You also have access to uh, Unyielding Spirit, almost said Unchecked Power. And then, honestly, I was a little bit surprised at how efficient he was able to draw. I mean, the fact that he was able to find K-Dragon in both of those games was pretty lucky. But, I mean, before he even found it, he did utilize Show of Strength, was a card that I think a lot of players didn't really value very highly, just because it did require you to recycle, and then you had to have mighty units. So it kind of felt a little bit clunky. But in a deck like this, where you're playing all of these mighty units and you're dumping them onto the field so fast with Gentle Gem Dragon and Herald of Scales, uh, yeah, I mean this was really, really exciting to watch. I'm excited to see how this Volibear deck continues to do here in this match or in this tournament, because um, I think it really has an opportunity to win the whole thing.
I mean, I know I'm going to be cheering for it. I thought the deck was amazingly fun. I've already seen some tweaks I want to make to my deck. I was telling Plus that I am going to be going to Hartford, and I'm very curious as to what deck I should try and play. But I do hear that we have another match lined up. We still have a bit of time before round 2 is over. So it looks like we're going into another match with a familiar Leblanc, but this seems to be the more yellow-heavy Leblanc than what we saw last time around.
Yeah, this seems like a little bit more stock standard version of the LeBlanc deck. Yeah, this definitely seems to be a little bit more common version of the LeBlanc deck, utilizing that LeBlanc Fragmented. A card that you don't see too often in the LeBlanc deck is this Loyal Poro. I think it is really good because it says if it didn't die alone, draw a card. So it's just another Death Knell unit that you can copy through the Deceiver effect, and then really get to utilize, in terms of just discarding cards to draw cards, and then if they survive the round, you get to do it again, and really just kind of utilizing exactly what it's supposed to be doing here. And then on top of it all, that LeBlanc Fragmented, having that Assault is an effect that I constantly forget about. It really is a 4 might unit on the offense, and it has punished me more times than I'd like to count.
Yeah, I went up against it, and I forgot that it had that. But very curious to see how this deck goes. I honestly have not seen much Diana play, even though I want to say it's like third or fourth or fifth most played champions in a lot of Chinese regionals so far.
It's a very, very strong deck. It's a lot easier to activate that extra mana, and it's I would argue, much stronger domains than the Darius deck. Fury is really good, but I will say that Order has been historically one of the weaker domains. It does have access to Hidden Blade as well as Cold the Weak, but really those have felt like the standout cards, and
Hmm.
well, those are just common cards. So, there just really hasn't been anything that deeply impactful in the Order domain to really kind of set it apart. But I think now here in Unleashed, um, access to Leblanc Deceiver has really made this Order domain a lot stronger. And we'll have to see exactly how the Darius does in future tournaments, or in future sets rather. Because I do think that Order is slowly becoming a lot better, and I think a lot of players would agree that Fury is probably in the top three for domains, arguably top two. It might be Calm is slightly better than Fury, but that remains to be seen.
It is, yeah. I still think purple is probably the supreme color, but um, I do think a lot of order decks got buffed by quite a bit with this Unleashed set. Interesting to see where it'll go as this Diana goes up to 3 with Hui. Another card I'm fairly interested in. It seems like a really neat card. I'm not sure if it's going to find a home outside of the Diana deck, but it'll be interesting to see what it can do in this game.
It's actually a card that I've been deeply impressed with. I think it's a card that you're going to start seeing it really kind of as a staple for the mind domain. Just the fact that you get to utilize the three different abilities really easily. All you have to do is just move the unit. Very easy to do that. The fact that you also get access to chaos here with Diana means that you get to utilize cards like Ride the Wind. Once you used to be able to utilize Fight or Flight, but that got banned, and rightfully so. But there's plenty of movement abilities that Chaos has access to.
Yeah, we still have the flashes going around, and now the Ride the Wind that you just mentioned being played out by the Deanna to send Hui in and see what the plan is here, because there's quite a bit of might at this battlefield right now between the Mixologist, LeBlanc, and the Loyal Poro. Is that what it... That's not Loyal, is it?
It is loyal
It
player.
is
That is exactly
Loyal.
correct.
I was right on that one. The opposite
Yep.
of
So
lonely.
Yep. So 11 to 11 here. It's going to go ahead and force out this Hidden Blade, and Abandon is going to be utilized here, which means that this Hidden Blade will have to be fired off yet again if he wants this to happen. And he's going to also be able to use that predict. It looks like he's going to go ahead and keep that card on the top. So a very effective draw if he so chooses. And it looks like 2 more runes going to be utilized here. Hidden Blade is going to go ahead and come down a second time. And I think 3 runes? 2 runes.
2 runes and then the legend ability.
Yep, okay, yep, there it is.
Star-crossed. What are you bouncing? I would have to imagine... Well, obviously you're probably bouncing your way to save it, but bouncing the LeBlanc back to hand.
I like this a lot here, actually, because he is on that Windswept Hillock. So that Windswept Hillock is going to be able to be utilized on that following turn. He's going to go ahead and be able to make an additional LeBlanc Fragmented if he chooses. But this Fizz is going to go ahead and come down as well. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do with this here. It might just be yet another Star-crossed. It looks like that is going to be the case. So Fizz is going to go ahead go right back to hand. And we have to assume that that Glass Mixologist is going to go right back to hand as well.
Yeah,
no, it's going to be the Tide Turner.
Oh, the Tide Turner. Interesting. And I believe that Starcross should be at the bottom. And it is. Because it gets recycled after Fizz.
Yep. Unless it gets countered, actually. Fact.
Well, yes. But I don't believe it was countered there.
So I'm getting word from production that they updated the rules so that it does excuse me, But yeah, sacrifice going to be utilized here, and not sure why a soaring scout is being revealed. Ah, okay, you're going to go ahead and be played right there to that windswept hillock. Um, Surprised to see that the LeBlanc isn't utilizing.
Yeah, off
Oh, here
off
it
of
is.
the
Okay.
glass death knell from sacrifice, they
Yep,
chose to bring the hawk back.
that makes more sense. Yeah, the LeBlanc is definitely struggling a little bit with his rune economy here. Only 6 runes here into into these mid to late stages of the game. It's definitely going to be pretty tough to deal with, as you do know that the Diana has just 1 extra energy to work with, pretty much always. So it's going to be very annoying to deal with here. So now this LeBlanc has to decide what he wants to discard here, and what I have to assume is going to be that Soaring Scout being pushed over to that Aspirant's Climb. And it looks like it's going to be Ash. Oh no, it's going to be the Lonely Poro. And that Soaring Scout might come
Yeah,
down.
so what it was is this was at the beginning hold, and they were deciding if they wanted to activate the hold effect for LeBlanc to make another loyal Poro, and then they went to their turn, channeled the runes, and are now moving the hawk over.
Yep. I legitimately thought that the Soaring Scout was going to stay onto the battlefield, but nope. I was totally wrong. It is going to be that Lonely Poro. 3 might is indeed bigger than 1, so makes a little bit of sense here. And with 8 runes available, I thought it was 6. Clearly, I was wrong. But yeah, 8 runes available here for this LeBlanc player. We'll be able to put down that fragmented LeBlanc. We'll have to see exactly what he decides to do with these 8 runes. But it feels like this LeBlanc player is really starting to pull ahead. And with a card like Cold a Week, that is
Hmm.
definitely going to cement his lead here. And it is going to be up to Diana to really find a way back into this game.
Interestingly enough, choosing to get rid of the hawk instead of the temporary loyal Poro, probably trying to just reinforce the one battlefield as much as possible, in case they have something that can come in accelerated. And all the loyal Poros are just getting it. Nope. Just all the loyal Poros are just at the Helllock, but choosing to play that one back into base with, I'm assuming, another LeBlanc coming down.
Yeah. I mean, this makes perfect sense for me here. Um, right? He just wants to, exactly like you alluded to, really bolster this front line as much as he can. And then here he is going to be able to draw an additional card through that lonely or loyal Puro. And now this fragmented LeBlanc will be able to go back onto this Aspirant's Climb. He's going to go ahead and discard a card. I think he accidentally forgot to stop the channeling of the runes. So he's going to go ahead and draw, and then utilize what I have to assume is the Deceiver here to make himself another fragmented LeBlanc. And I am going to cheat a little bit. We did see that the card that he drew was a Karthus, so we have to assume that that is going to come down here on this turn, as he's got so many Death Knell effects that he has access to right now. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do. And yep, there it is. A mirror image, in fact, going to be the card that gets discarded.
Yeah, not really great in this scenario right now. You could make a mirror image of your LeBlanc. It's not really the greatest use of it, and the Diana doesn't really have anything that you want to make a copy of. So, might as well pitch it. Get a copy of your LeBlanc, anyways, uh, and start your turn.
So again, a lot of cards to have access to right now. Um, well, give me a minute here. I need to look up a card name, but there was a card in the order domain that is essentially a cold a week, but on a body, and that card has deeply impressed me. So I just need to figure out what that is.
Roll the week on a body. It's not Harness Dragon. Is it Atakan?
No, he's like he's got like a funky little helmet. He looks funny.
I am unsure.
Safety Inspector, that's the one.
I am not familiar with this card. See.
Yeah, he's 5 energy, 3 might. You may spend 3 XP as an additional cost to play me. When you play me, each player must kill one of their own units. If you paid an additional cost, you don't kill any this way. Super strong
Interesting.
card. It has been a house of a card for me personally. I think it's deeply impressed me. And I really want to find a deck where you get to utilize that 3 XP. Because again, it's just been a deeply impressive card for me. And I'd like to.
Well, let me tell you, there is a deck that likes EXP and is in yellow, and that'd be Poppy.
Yeah, so like I
Make
said,
it
I'd like to
work.
find a deck that has home.
I pulled an overnumbered Poppy. I'm trying to make this work.
Oh, you got the overnumbered pop. Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's
Yeah,
really cool.
I got the overnumbered Poppy and 2 alt art orange poppies. So it's like I have to play it at this point, but it's
you're
not
kind
a
of.
great deck.
I mean, the universe is telling you to do it. Is what I'm hearing.
I mean, I wouldn't complain about going and getting the metal best of Poppy at Hartford. It might be fun.
The only $5 best of. No, I'm kidding.
Probably.
I mean, people still like Garen, and Garen is, the worst deck in the game. So that's a thing.
Garen does have his own tier.
There's F tier, and then there's Garen tier.
I mean, we do have a Poppy in the tournament, so like maybe
there's hope. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, someone just mentioned in chat there's a mid-range Poppy going around, and I've also been seeing it in the Chinese tournaments. I'm curious about it because I don't think yellow and orange are like bad colors. There's great cards in both. I'm just not sure how well they synergize.
Yeah, jokes aside, I do think that there's a lot of potential for Poppy. You kind of just have to find a way to generate XP with that deck. And I think that's really the hardest part for it. I do think that Poppy having access to cards like Safety Inspector do make it a legitimately reasonable deck. You do also have access to Nidalee, which I think is probably in the top 3 best cards released for the set. I think that Rengar is another one of those top 3 cards. And then for me, I think that final card is probably Elder Dragon. And then I think right under those 3 would be the Baron. But that's, I don't know. I mean, definitely everyone has their own opinions, but those for me have felt like the biggest standout cards.
Yeah. I think Rift Herald's a bit slept on, probably because it's a yellow card. I think that's really good. And it also just depends if you want to go with the mid-range or the Aurora package. But that's neither here nor there for this match, where the Diana player has decided to load up the Aspirant's Climb, let the Leblanc player kind of sit on the Windswept Hillock. But now going to mirror image the way and see what they're going to try here. Building up.
I like this mirror image on the way, honestly, because you're just kind of using him to clear out this battlefield. You're already at 8 points, so you're trying to figure out a way to close out this game. I think this makes a lot of sense. You have these glass mixologists really to just kind of continue to bolster this front line. You're going to be able to draw an additional card as well. So you're going to be able to find probably another card that you probably refer here, and getting rid of a Soaring Scout from your hand is definitely doing nothing on this final turn. So here we go. We're gonna have to see exactly what Diana decides to do, because there's only 2 cards in hand. Existential Dread is an incredible answer. It's effectively 3 energy, 1 energy rather, to remove it here, and then he's still got that last card in hand. And we'll have to see exactly what it is, but I can't imagine that it's going to have enough of an impact to be able to close out this game. That Raven Blue Student is going to be one more might stronger, but again, it really doesn't feel like there's enough here in the
Huh.
gas tank. And another mirror image going to come down as well. Not what
Yeah,
you want to see
because
here, Diana.
even on the Hillock, that's what, 5, 10, 16, 20 if they
19.
all gank over.
Oh, yeah. Yep, you're right. Because the assault. See,
Yeah.
I always forget it.
And Diana just picking it up.
Isn't
Very good
that
now.
what Existential Dread says? Is that if you don't win this turn, you draw, 13 cards? That's right. That's in the text. It is chaos, so it sounds reasonable.
Very true.
All right, guys. So, Ned, that was an incredible series to watch. I'm really glad we got to watch that Volibear play because it went absolutely absurd. That was ludicrous to watch. We'll have to see if there's other decks that are going to be able to answer it because right now everyone's complaining about Aurora, but that definitely felt problematic in its own right. So I'll have to see exactly what happens here in these future tournaments. But right now, that Volibear deck is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, you don't
With
need
that
Aurora.
said, though,
Don't need
go
Aurora
ahead.
when your things cost less and untap your runes.
True. But with that said, though, I wanted to give you a chance to give your shout outs here. And then with that, we'll go to break. And then when we're back, I need to remember who I am casting with. Constantino. So we'll be back with myself and Constantino after break.
Yep. I'm Arachnids. You can find me on Twitter or X at Arachnids, posting some Riftbound content and some other games content, and usually here to cast the first few rounds. It was great being here. Great to see Volibear do Volibear things, and look forward to seeing who's going to take down this tournament. So thank you for having me.
All right. With that, guys.
Get that battlefield under their control. Now, 7 energy available to our Poppy here, but there's quite the gap to be surmounting. 6 might currently the difference. There will be passing priority, and if that is all she wrote, there will be a draw coming through for our Rengar.
So getting a draw 2 there, getting the Nidalee trigger and the Sunken will trigger. So goes up to even points. Will he try to go to odd points? I can't imagine he will. There are a lot of runes up for Poppy, so it's kind of spooky.
And just look at the price here, right? They've already committed so much of their fighting force to that first battlefield. I feel like trying to contest the other one would be spreading yourself out so thin. You are already ahead. It is really about maintaining control. You don't have to risk it all just to win a turn faster. There's no extra reward for winning even harder. They all count the same in the end.
What could this hidden? What hidden are in these colors? What am I forgetting? I'm sure there's one that I'm forgetting. Oh, it could be... Okay, this was a set 1 card, wasn't it? Paka Club. Is that how you say it? Paka? P-A-K-A-A. Yeah, that one. That one. So that would... cool card with the Rengar Legend. And it would get a +1, or at least give one of your other guys a +1 if it was opted to be played.
We'll see how hard they are committing. Currently, we see the Galio being committed to the battlefield already. Deflect and tank. And this surprises me a little bit because they are committing to holding the Valmos layer. Meanwhile, they are the ones who should be making up ground currently. So we will be seeing a departure from the Yi, trying to fight the Rengar, the Rek'Sai, and the Nidalee. But with 5 energy available, there are heaps of little tricks trying to set a trap. The first one is sprung as the Pakar Cub, as you mentioned, will be making their entrance and getting that extra might from Rengar Legends ability.
Yep. There are a lot of runes available, though. For Poppy, we could see challenges. We could see the Keeper's Verdict. Could see this is like the same color as Punch First. We could see what other colors? We could see some of the yellow kill spells like Hidden Blade. Okay, Poppy coming in and does get to pay 3 XP to play it for less.
Be committing it. Here comes a Poppy with the ambush triggered. What is coming out in answer? Well, I'll tell you that much. It's one of those signature spells, Thrill of the Hunt, banishing a friendly unit, and then being able to play it to any battlefield. What a nightmare.
Going for the scam here. This is the classic Ride the Wind scam. So it is going to get played to the Valma's lair. So the combat on Sunken Temple does need to resolve first. We'll see when this does wrap up here. And it looks like Keeper's Verdict.
Okay, so now things are starting to get clear. We see another Thrill of the Hunt
Another
come
one.
through. That is what a nightmare. Unpack this for me, NA, if you're able.
Yeah, sure. What do you want?
We are, as we should be looking at the Vilemal's combat unfurling afterwards, right? Because the showdown on the primal battlefield has to go off first. But it looks like we're bypassing that altogether now when we're sacrificing Galio. But Galio it doesn't do damage. It definitely has might. Do not confuse those two. So the Death Grip is being put to use properly.
Yeah, so here the Galio is going to be killed to boost up the Poppy? I mean, I have to be missing something because this is game. Unless... Is there a way to restand the E? Maybe there's a way to restand the E.
It's looking to be game, but he was going to lose the Valmal's layer regardless, right? So at least putting that might to use to maybe still have a chance on top of the Sunken Temple might be his first hand. But what can one energy do to contest the hold of the mighty trophy hunter Rengar himself?
Yeah, so that...
Well, there you have it. ABC.
Game, right? Yeah, GG's.
And
okay, so...
that coming through, we will be moving on to 8. We will be seeing Rengar clutch it in game number 1 after a convoluted climax. The end result is rather cut and dry. A game 1 win for Rengar. Combats, the 2 showdowns that were happening. I mean, in the end, the Valma's showdown never truly happened, right? Because there was no more Galio to even affect it. So we were going up and down, left and right, but in the end, we were following the rules very neatly, where we were still in the showdown of our Sunken Temple battlefield before Valma's layer was handled and resolved.
Yeah, there's a pending showdown on Valma's, and while the showdown on the Sunken Temple is happening, the Death Grip, I believe it's called Death Grip. Death Grip was played, killing the Galio from the Valma's to buff up the Poppy and get a draw. And after the Sunken Temple combat, the showdown finishes resolving. Then the pending showdown on the Valma's takes place, and the Rengar attacks him to nothing and ends up winning the showdown, so it gets a point, and then gets the point for hold to go to 8.
Yeah, to me, it is important to kind of go through that because it was happening rather quickly. So yeah, I hope that has cleared it up a little bit. There are some... everyone is still discovering the set and all of its convolutedness. So I am in for another game that is going to show us this deeper level of understanding in Unleashed. And a familiar face coming through, and it will be pulling in this Rek'Sai. The Irresistible Feyfolk, what do they have up their sleeve? Grim Resolve will be attempting to take care of our Xerxai Queen herself.
mean, you can't complain about that one. You get to kill the units when you get a bunch of XP. Definitely a good start to that one.
Yeah, and it keeps this Rengar on the back foot. So they have to, time and time again, be developing plays rather than be setting the tempo for themselves. Now, they do have plenty of ways to be accelerating cards out there, but you have to get the ball rolling first. And it's looking like Poppy is looking to entrench herself a little deeper onto her Reckoner's Arena.
Yep, setting up a hold here, but accelerated Kaisa coming down on the tapped out. So this should be a clean wipe there. Gets the draw and clears out 2 units. Definitely has to feel good there. Stops the XP from the hold. And okay, Reckoner's Arena. Double draw,
There
right?
is the danger, right? With the accelerated Kaisa coming through. That extra might from Rengar, in this case, barely even needed. But that is the danger of trying to hold a battlefield with all your might. If it does get answered, you are in quite the hole that you've dug all by yourself.
Yep, that does hurt. Lose a couple units. Trying to get that extra, the extra XP off of the Reckoners. And wow, he gets an additional draw from the Kaisa, I believe, here, because the Reckoner's Arena, when you hold here, activate the Conquer effect. So it's got to feel pretty good for Rengar. You get to use the battlefield against them.
And let's immediately take a look at this battlefield being fielded by Rengar himself. It was this battlefield that you were talking about earlier, and a Emperor's Dice.
Yep. When you conquer here, you may pay 1, return a unit here to your hand, and then play a Sand Soldier. Good card, good card.
I love this. Wait,
it is.
You get a Sand Soldier. This must have been out in set 2, no?
Yes, this is a set 2 card. I am.
I just never see it played. I just assumed it was new.
I don't think this. It might have been played in some deck, but I cannot think of what it would be.
Oh, in some deck. Oh, sorry. I'm not up to date on some deck list.
Yeah, I have no idea.
No, Johnny from Ontario played this on his Nexus night 2 weeks ago. Oh, great.
True. Good point.
I'm so sorry for not keeping up with the meta in Ontario.
In my locals 5 weeks ago on the Tuesday.
Actually, that's a staple in my LGS. Watch him scold me in chat in a bit.
Right, so Rengar thinking here what the plan is. Only 5 runes. There is an accelerate option available if there is a Kaisa. What other options are there in this color? There would be, like, I think First Mate is an option. There would be Throw the Hunt, but opting to instead just develop out and say, all right, I'm going to deal with your push as you got it.
Onwards and upwards goes the path of the Conqueror, and as long as this Reckoner's Arena is allowed to stay under the control of Rengar, you're gonna have to fight an uphill battle. This Yi has a lot of work to cut through. I'll be very honest with you here, because the amount of cards that are amassing in the hand of a Rengar player, it's starting to become a little troublesome, and I'm starting to get worried.
I mean, I definitely think that if you are Poppy, you need to try and contest the Kaisa this turn, because you really don't want another free draw from the Kaisa. Well, okay, opts to push up onto the Dias instead. Fair enough.
I mean, it's a little tricky as well, right? Because with that 3 energy ready, a slew of ambush cards can ruin your day. There's something nasty hidden in there as well. We saw the Bakar Cub already foil some plans before. I get that you might be a little wary to look and contest that, but you are falling further and further behind by the second. Just look at the distance. It's like you're playing into Irelia, for Christ's sake.
Definitely don't see a Kaisa drawing this many cards that very often. That being said, only 7 runes. I will say a lot of the quick accelerate options are a little bit more expensive. I would not be surprised to see just a little bit more development here. Say, hey, it's okay. there would be like it's like punch first is an option for pushing aggressively. There is challenge. Chooses to play the auction here and did pay the additional cost.
Ooh.
Gonna deal that Shepherd's Heirloom.
Yeah, I like that. Sideboarding in some of that gear hate with Akshan. Can't wait to get his grubby, thieving little paws onto a Shepherd's Heirloom. Will be just taking away that extra little bit of might on away from that Yi, making it a little bit trickier for our Poppy to find a way back into this game. Now, with only 2 cards left in hand, they will be drawing a third, but they need a proactive play to break their hold of that the shifting sands have on them, which are pulling them deeper and deeper.
Yeah, and if he does get the hold here, the Yi will get the ganking and deflect, as the Yi has Hunt 2, so that'll go up to 6, and then the Poppy hold go up to 7. So there is a ganking option available here with the Yi. That being said, 4 into 4 would require another trick of some sort, right? You'd need like the punch first, you'd need a death grip, which we saw, you'd need another Shepherd's Heirloom, you'd need a Grim Resolve, you need something. You can't just raw send them in.
The only restricting factor currently on the Rengar is the fact that a lot of these plays are quite heavy in the power department, and it is starting to take a toll on the economy. Just that little bit. Now,
Oh, wow.
if we have to worry about what is coming through from the side of Rengar, for them, it's all about maintaining that advantageous position and see if they can mount the pressure on the limited amount of resources for this Master Yi. But the showdown is starting, NA.
Yep. Is coming out here, and we have what, 6, 4, so 10 into 4. There is our favorite little Paka Cub. So that will put the Kaisa up to 5, and then that's 8 total. Let's see, and then now another. Okay, there's
Oh,
a Nidalee.
Nidalee coming out as well, and that is a combined 9 extra might on that battlefield. I'm not sure if they're ready to deal with that much of a buff coming through. Now, we are still in punch first territory, so you have to be wary, but this is all the energy there is for the Rengar. There we have it, punch first coming through, but is it enough to shift the tide? They will be putting the Poppy on 10, Master Yi on 4, so 14 might facing off against the 15 from the top of my head on the side of Rengar, so that might not be enough. Do they have anything else?
Yeah, because 6 plus 4 is 10. Isn't it only 13? Am I doing math wrong?
6 from Kaisa, and then 9
Yeah.
is 15. I might be doing the math wrong, because it looked like it's going down in favor of our Poppy player. Walk me through that one. Where am I? What am I missing in that showdown?
Well, Kaisa got +2, so to 6, and then Nidalee is 4, and the Paka Cub is 3.
No, but they all get +1 from Rengar.
No,
Because they've been played
Rengar
this way.
gives 1 unit +1, so he opted to give the +1 twice to Kaisa.
Ah, that's what I missed. All right, there you go. There you have it.
Yep.
Thanks for clarifying.
Of course, of course. Oh, wow. Okay, so Punch First coming out and chooses to use their entire hand, but that being said, this did clear things out pretty nicely. All there is left is a Galio and a Yi. That they are 6 might each, so not going to be able to cleanly take with a rank. Wait, actually you would, because the Rengar gets the +1, so it will be able to take 1 with the Rengar, whichever one they do choose to take. So I would imagine it would be onto the Yi. Take out the Yi and take out the at least remove that gear from him. Right, so Rengar probably coming out. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Rengar coming out. And to me, this is where things get interesting, right? Because we see how valuable cheating tempo in this regard is in Riftbound, where later on in the game, the power of an accelerated unit, or in this case, the ambush from Rengar, all by himself being able to threaten that battlefield. Meanwhile, Poppy's all put tapped out. So in this regard, I am liking these Rengar decks. The only downside I can really see is if you do ever have to encounter the Vex Apathetic.
Yeah, that does not seem like a fun matchup at all for the Rengar player, as all of your accelerate is not real. If you ever use Throw of the Hunt, your unit gets stunned. Yeah, does not sound like a fun matchup in the slightest. I honestly don't know how you would deal with that. Maybe the answer would be is try and go fast and like beat them to the punch and never let Vex hold a battlefield, but I don't know. That seems like a lot to ask.
We'll see how they will be faring further on into the tournament when they will be encountering more and more Vexes, you'd have to say. Now, luckily, currently, no Chaos opponent in front of them for the very moment, and they are sitting with that one game up already. Now it is up to them to stay in it, see if they can close it out.
So Big Galio there is a fat 8 might. Rengar is slightly behind in the point race here. Well, can go ahead here if you are able to take the Galio battlefield, but that is a big ask. 8 might is a lot. And still 2 cards in hand, and probably not units, as the Poppy did opt to hold instead of developing anything, so I would expect some buffs maybe. Right, so 3 coming down here, and another Nidalee, so this is going to be... This is only 6. 7. And... Oh my god, and then Ferna and their own Nidalee coming out. Alright, alright. So
I'm just to everyone watching right now, I am not affiliated with NA in any way. I'm here against my will, actually. I am chained to the casting desk currently, unable to leave.
Oh, this is cool.
Hi,
Okay,
hello,
so
and welcome back, guys, to Runes and Rift. I am Sasuke, and now I'm joined with Constantino, aka Fediro. Fediro, I know that you're a bit of a Lilia expert, so why don't you just tell everyone a little bit about yourself, since this is your first time here on Runes and Rift.
yeah, sure. Hi, Sasuke. Thank you for having me here. And yeah, this is my first time streaming. I would like to say a long time player, but I mean the game hasn't been out for 1 year yet, so cannot say. But I'm playing from day one and focusing on Unleashed. I've been playing mostly Lilia, so yeah, I consider myself a little bit of an expert. So. I hope I can give my expertise for this matchup. Yes, this is my first time streaming for Runes and Rift, and I'm very excited. So, as you can imagine, I already not have my preferences on this match, and of course, I go for Lilia. And Sasuke, who do you think is going to win, or who would you like to win?
For this match, unfortunately, I'm going to have to be the devil's advocate here. So, for chat, in case you aren't fully aware yet, it is going to be Darius versus Lilia, and you don't get to see Darius too often. So, I'm definitely on the side of the Darius here. I want to see him take it further here into this tournament, and I'm excited to see this matchup.
Oh yeah, I mean Darius has always seen as a tier C legend since like the first season, since Origin. How do you think in Unleashed he's going to be? Do you think he got any good gears? I mean by gears, I mean cards in general.
Safety Inspector is really the best card that I think Darius has had access to here in this set. I mean, Inferna is also an interesting piece. There's been a couple of neat tools. I wouldn't say anything really to take home and run away with here. But I think Fury and Order is definitely an interesting color pairing, or domain pairing, I should say. But that said, I am curious to know who you think is going to be the one taking the whole tournament, not just this game here.
Very interesting. I mean, I would love to say Lilia, but realistically, I think Vex or LeBlanc are our favorite. We saw today a Volibear miracle, as we called, which has been very interesting. Maybe he can do it, but my money for now is on LeBlanc.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly there. I think watching that matchup, it might have been one of those games where you got to see the Volibear in full effect. Just because a deck like that with just such little access to draw, it feels like it's very feast or famine that it could be one of those types of decks. That said, Order does have access to cards like Ruination, so we'll have to see exactly what happens in these games here. But yeah, I think that's a good prediction. I think Vex or LeBlanc are probably two of the favorites. I personally will say I think Master Yi is very good into those matchups, very specifically, especially if you have Rune Runner, just because both of those decks really heavily struggle into the Rune Runner itself, especially with the Master Yi. So for myself, I would say Master Yi. But we're going right into the thick of things here. Game has already started, and Darius off to a bad start, missed his turn one play, and Lilia off to a very strong start with that Plundering Poro.
Yeah, very unlucky for Darius. Missing his turn one play, he is going to really set him behind. Hopefully not too much. Hopefully he can recover maybe with some Noxus helpful. Yeah, as we see him drop right now. Yeah, so unlucky for him maybe not having a red rune on turn one.
I have to assume that that is the case there. I'm not sure why he exhausted that extra rune. So he did have one extra rune to work with, but it doesn't seem like he had anything to do with it regardless. So this Plundering Poro is going to go right into it right now and be able to utilize pretty much that battlefield for what feels like it's going to be an eternity unless the Darius goes right into it right now. Two runes going to be exhausted. A falling star going to be the hit here, and it looks like that entire field is going to get cleared out through this falling star. So what was a bad start for the Darius is going to be in a complete turnaround off the back of that falling star, and obviously access to that sealed rage.
Yeah, I think that Lilia overcommitted by using all of her runes. Generally, I think you would like to keep something open so the opponent is always guessing, because since you have green, you may have any counters or any buff to your units. So using a removal like that is always kind of guessing. But if you tap yourself out like this, it's easy play for Darius, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself here. Definitely a little bit of a misstep here for this Lily player. He's going to have to find a way to get himself back into this game, as he did already lose his chosen champion. And it looks like Sprite Queen? Yeah, Sprite Queen is going to come down here, allow him to get an extra point. Kareem definitely not out of it yet with a drop like that, especially because he did use that gold token. So he's going to continue to stay very healthy on his rune economy. But yeah, this Noxus level definitely still bigger than this Sprite, and it is going to be up to Kareem to kind of commit a little bit further in this next turn here, as the Darius will be able to bolster his backline with these 6 runes still available.
Yes, and also we haven't really seen what actually Darius deck can look like very deeply in this meta. So I think definitely has the advantage of surprise, probably. And here we see the most used card in the second set, which is the Ferrous Forerunner. How do you feel about this card?
There are games where it feels completely imbalanced, and then there are games where it just does nothing. So it's got the highest highs I think a 6 cost unit can have, but it also has some of the lowest lows of any unit, as it is just, it has no special effects until it dies, right? So it's very sticky, very difficult to deal with. But if you get rid of it early, it's kind of doing nothing anyways. So I think it's balanced. I think it's one of those cards that with time will get worse. Um, but for the time being, I think for the foreseeable future, probably even the next year, it's just going to continue to be a house.
Yeah, I mean, for now, there are only a couple of removals that put him back into your hand, so it's going to give you problems. But beside, I think green and blue probably as colors, they have to deal with him by just killing him. So that's it. And we see also the first enact of the abandoned hall. So for the first time, for the viewers who doesn't know, this has the same effect as the student. So whenever you play a card, a spell, you may give +1 might to a unit you control this turn. So we see with the spell, which is Smoke and Mirrors, he swapped the sprite with the sprite mother, giving it +1 because I think the battlefield actually resolves after the spell is played. So you first swap the two units and then you give the +1, making the Sprite Queen go to 7 might and be stronger than the Ferrous Forerunner here.
That is absolutely correct. So, excuse me, this Lilia is going to go ahead and bring in a sprite onto that abandoned hall just to kind of bolster that front line a little bit more and really just try and deter his opponent from what he's doing. And so now on the side of Darius, he's actually going to be able to utilize Shadow's Call. This was a card that I didn't think too much about here for set 3, but it has been absolutely powerful. 2 energy, draw 2. It does have a drawback and it makes your unit temporary. But if you're planning on letting it go anyways, it really just has no drawback. So being able to draw 4 cards here for 4 runes, or 4 energy rather, very, very powerful. And now we have to assume that these mechs are just going to go ahead and try and find a way onto this abandoned hall, as the Sprite Queen is going to continue to find value here. I think a lot more than Lucifer wants to have happen here. So gonna go ahead and send all 10 might actually onto that other battlefield. That does mean that this Noxus Hopeful is going to get taken away. And now these mechs are temporary, so this hold will not have a final effect. And the fact that 2 more sprites are coming out for free at the start of this next turn is going to be very difficult to deal with here on the side of Lucifer. He's got 1 mech remaining. No, he's got both mechs remaining, as the opponent did decide to just get rid of that Noxus Hopeful rather than get rid of 2 mechs.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the correct choice because they both have temporary, but also interesting, as I was mentioning before, you have to keep your rune up. I think that now the Darius decided not to go and kill the only non-temporary unit, which is the Sprite Mother, because he was afraid of the runes that got left up. And now we see the Battering Ram too, because yeah, he played two times the spell that allow you to draw 2, giving temporary. So it's 2 spell, and I think just the two ram, or am I missing some cards?
Yeah,
I
he played
think
2
that
Shadows
was
Calls, right, for 4. And then he spent 3 to play the first Battering Ram, and then he used his Legend plus that final rune to play that other Battering Ram. So really just utilizing all of the energy he has access to. We'll go ahead and allow himself to lose this battlefield for the time being. But that said, that does mean that Kareem is now at 6 runes, and this is not what you want to see here if you are Kareem. There's just so many runes this Lilia player has access to. We'll have to see exactly what happens for the rest of this turn, but I can't imagine this being... I can't imagine Lucifer being able to maintain this battlefield, and with the fact that this Unguard is coming down as well.
yeah.
Oh man, things are going
That's
from
going to
bad to
happen.
worse here. Yeah.
At least he reacted with sacrifice, so making his death worth, because now he's going to channel a rune and draw. But still, I don't see him getting past that 5 might sprite now, and next turn Karim can just double conquer, especially if in hand he has like the Thousand Tail Watcher. That's going to be easy double conquer. But let's see. Ooh, Noxian Guillotine, and he played already a spell, so it has the Legion effect, which is just kill now instead of waiting for the end of the turn. And I mean, when next time it takes damage. And we see the Defy, yeah.
Yeah, that Defy is absolutely devastating. So that On Guard answering that Battering Ram, and then now that Noxian Guillotine getting taken away here through that Defy. It really feels like things are going from bad to worse. And if there is access to something like a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, this really will just be the end of the game here. I can't imagine any possibility, any combination of cards, rather, that will be able to overtake you here. He is going to go ahead and hide himself a card. We'll have to see if that is a Hidden Blade. That might help a little bit here, but I think Kareem is in a very commanding position. He's got access to 11 runes. He has access to his Legends capability as well. And he's going to go ahead and no?
I mean, that was the one created by Sprite Mother, so he went back and put it in the battlefield again. And here is the Thousand Tail Watcher. Now, he only has to execute this cleanly, so like crushing one unit first and letting the Hidden Blade hit something. Okay, yeah, I think that's a win, because still 1, 2, and 2, but now at least he can add 1 might for the spell, but I think that's it. That's a scoop, and that's game 1.
So Lilia definitely having a very commanding position for this entirety of game number 1 here. I mean, Darius losing the Darius not having his 1-drop really, really punished him there. It really kind of took over everything. So Darius will have to find a way back into the series here in game number 2. But I think Lilia played that perfectly there, and very, very well played here from Kareem. Kudos to him, and we'll have to see if Lucifer can find a way back into the series, because if Kareem continues to play like that, I don't see how this Darius can really find purchase here.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe with his, going first battlefield, he has something more to say, but really, I'm sad to say for the Darius, but game 1 was pretty much one-sided. The Darius never find any pathing in the game, and maybe he can do better this time. And we have a Zone Warren for Darius, and I don't remember the name for the Lilia one, but is at the beginning of your turn you can kill a unit to draw 1, and yeah, that pairs very well with Lilia's ability of creating a lot of temporary. Duskro's Lab, yeah, thank you. Have that. And well, why does he have okay, no,
yeah, it's just one of those TCG arena bugs. He thought he had to, he was waiting to take the turn. It's fine. Why did he draw? Okay, all right, he's figuring it out. Okay.
Okay.
It's a little weird, but it's fine.
It happened to the best of us. So okay, let's see. And yeah, let's see if he has also the Nexus Hopeful.
Phoenix is going to come down here on turn number 1. This is definitely a strong start here. We'll have to see exactly if he decides to go on to this send this Immortal Phoenix into the Duskro's Lab, or if he just wants to kind of filter through his hand a little bit. And it looks like that is going to be the case. So he's going to go ahead and put himself into that Zon Warrens. Going to go ahead and discard that Undying Legion, surprisingly enough. So really good card, because if it has Legion, you can just pay 3, pay 1 power, and bring it right back from that discard pile. So going to go ahead and put down a Poro as well, which means that now Lilia kind of in a decent position. He's going to go ahead and use Discipline to get himself over that Phoenix and draw himself an additional card. So pretty strong position overall here for Kareem. He's going to be able to utilize not the Lilia, but he does have access to 3 runes. I thought he had 4.
Yeah, and now we will see if he once again he overcommits and spend all his rune, or does he decide to stay more patient this time. But yeah, I mean, for now, Darius can play both of his units from the graveyard if he finds a spell. Like first card is a spell, and with Legion you get the second one. With the spell, you have to, of course, kill the Ravenbloom student, so you can activate the Phoenix effect. Let's see what he does.
This definitely doesn't feel like a great position here for the Darius, and he's going to go ahead and just play a battering ram, vanilla battering ram. Definitely not what you want to see, and doesn't even want to send in that daring portal onto that Duskro's lab. Knows that Lily has a ton of access to units like that Fae. What does she call him? I forget. Faithon. That's what it is. Yeah,
Typhon, yeah.
Lilia Faithon. Yep. And I mean, the Bashful Bloom here, very likely to be utilized as well, I have to assume. And no, just wants to keep those runes available. Probably has Defy. Might have something like a Not So Fast as well. But yeah, I mean, definitely not the position you want to see yourself in. Shadow's Call is going to go ahead and come down here, allow him to draw a couple of cards. And that does mean that Undying Legion will be able to come back from the discard if he decides to do so. Will be able to score himself an additional point as well. And now the Lilia will be able to get rid of that Poro, but it's going to die anyways, so definitely not the worst position. It does deny the draw for the Duskro's Lab, though, and I think that's kind of what what Lucifer is kind of aiming for here, just trying to force the Lilia onto that Duskro's Lab rather than that Zon Warrens, so that he can utilize it a little bit further.
Yeah, I mean, having both access now to temporary units, I think the Duskro's Lab is more of a contested battlefield than Zone Warren, especially if you have good cards in your hand and don't want to discard them. But now I see that Lilia is trying to and managing to conquer both of the battlefields. As a Lilia player, I have to say that this is what you want to do like every turn. Lilia is a very aggressive deck, so you want to double conquer every turn when you can. Of course, it's a high risk, high reward deck because if Darius managed to stop you, you can fall pretty much behind. But for now, I don't see Darius managing to do that. We'll see if now with the next turn something can happen, something can change. Darius can find some good cards to react. Ooh, that is an
That
interesting
is
card.
That is a huge hit here for the side of Lilia. It's going to go ahead and force this discipline out way earlier than he would like to have happen, in fact. And so just going to go ahead and put it onto that Ravenbloom student to try and deter as much as he can. And I think if you're on the side of the Darius here, you're kind of a little bit happy to see it, in fact. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do with his turn. That said, that does make that Ravenbloom student up to 5 might. Which made things a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I think he can now trade even with all that Darius has to offer. So there is not let's say, a clean kill to say. So maybe he will just go for the Duskro's Lab this turn, and maybe next turn he will try for the Ravenbloom student, or maybe he has some other tricks up his sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, a Death Grip doesn't really feel great here. Yeah, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and send in both of these battering rams, kind of force the trade so that he can find something a little bit more useful than what he has in hand. And getting rid of an Immortal Phoenix doesn't feel bad at all. Essentially, just +1 his hand. So, going to go ahead and take that Duskro's Lab as well, even up to points. But I mean, if Kareem has access to something as simple as another Thousand-Tailed Watcher, which we do know that one of them is in the discard pile, then all the progress that Lucifer managed to make will kind of be undone. We'll have to see exactly what happens here, but definitely does not feel good.
Yeah, and now we see Sprite Burst, another very strong card in the Lilia arsenal, which creates 2 Sprite. And actually, I don't think I have seen Lilia use her hero power, legend ability yet this game. Actually, not even game 1. And now I think, yeah, Now it's the first time, and she's only paying one because she already had 3 sprite, and now the sprite army is going to come and be inevitable for the Darius.
So 2 runes getting exhausted here. It looks like there is a Death Grip in hand. So going to go ahead and sacrifice a unit. We don't know which unit that will be yet. Looks like it is going to be the Noxus Hopeful. And I have to assume that it wasn't defied?
I mean, we still don't know because now, since the new ruling, kill a friendly unit is part of the cost of the spell. So even if it gets defied, you still kill your own unit, and then it gets defied. But yeah, I think it's going off, and Eclipse is getting on the pile, giving -4, which is exactly the might that Noxus Hopeful gave. So just kill the card and draw one and nothing more for now.
Yeah, absolutely not what you want to see here. So the sacrifice is just going to go ahead and get utilized here by the Darius player to just kind of refill his hand a little bit, exhaust a rune, and now he's going to be able to at least get one of those 2 Immortal Phoenixes back through the Legion effect, because he did kill a unit with that Death Grip as well as that sacrifice. So that does actually, in fact, trigger that Immortal Phoenix. So we'll have a way to kind of at least get the battlefield back. But the fact that Kareem is already at 6 points, this is not what you want to see here. The Lilia player just really having a commanding position for what feels like the entire series. And yeah, Darius has to find something quick, because right now it feels like there's not enough.
Yes, also interesting enough, Darius brought back only 1 Phoenix instead of both of them. Maybe he has a play where he needs all 12 runes and he didn't want to exhaust even one. But we will see if that's the correct play or not. Okay, and in the meantime, we have a trade happening on the Zone Warren and the Conqueror of the Battlefield. So he goes to 5. And what did he discard? Another Undying Legion. And we'll see if he can conquer the other battlefield or not. He's tapping 4, 5, 6, and 1. It's a first Forerunner. Interesting. I mean,
I
you
think
are
at this
still.
point he recognizes that Kareem is at 6 points, so it's going to be very difficult to stop him on what he wants to do. So 3 more runes going to be exhausted. I have to assume that's a Undying Legion, and it is. And maybe he plays a one of the other Undying Legions that is in his discard. I'm not sure if he's at 2 or 1 in discard now, but this is not the position you want to see yourself in. I mean, this is really, really just praying and hoping that your opponent doesn't have something as simple as that Thousand-Tailed Watcher here, because without that might, I mean, that getting cut down by 2, 4, 7, 6 might alone is not going to be enough to overtake that Thousand-Tailed Watcher by itself. The fact that he still has access to both the Bashful Bloom as well as the Sprite Fountain Sprite, this is just, I think, just too much pressure to deal with.
Yeah, and we'll see what the last play. I mean, we actually don't know if it's the last play, but maybe he has an answer to this, the Lilia, or just he will try to conquer one battlefield and then try to hold it for next one. Let's see. He goes to 7, and he has 6 card in hand. And yeah, 8 and to recycle. It's again the Thousand-Tail Watcher, the terror of every deck that faces blue since the first since Origins. And interesting enough, he plays the sacrifice on his own Ferrous Forerunner. But what he might be looking for, I have no idea. No, I think, I don't know.
Yep, and that is game right then and
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
There's nothing else that can be done. 5 does not beat 7, and the Darius player is fully exhausted. So that was a very quick series. And if this was your first time watching, you might say that Lilia looks to be the favorite for the whole series because of just how absolutely dominant that series was on the side of that Lilia player.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Sadly, I'm sad that this Darius didn't find any footing this game either. But I mean, Darius is one of the decks that didn't gain much from Unleashed, and okay, and already wasn't really that strong in the first two expansion of the game. So really not a fair comparison right now between Lilia, a legend that really is one of the strongest, I think, of Unleashed, and Darius, which was never good and didn't get good this time.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have said it better. It truly is just it felt like almost playing different games in a sense. It's like the casual versus the pro is what it felt like here in this series, which is unfortunate. But we didn't even get to see that Darius chosen champion come out. So very very well played again by Kareem there. Very very well navigated from him. Huge congratulations to him and his success here into the series, and hope to see him continue further on. But for the time being, really, what's been the biggest issues for Lilia, and I guess trying to overtake Vex or Leblanc, and what do you think Lilia players can do to kind of find a way to win what feels like a fairly unfavored matchup for the Lilia player?
I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, I will say that purple is the color to beat. Even this expansion, it has a lot of things to do, and especially the new Vex, the purple one, who doesn't allow creature to enter it. I mean, every creature that enter the field when she's on a battlefield is stunned and cannot move. Lily harms Lilia in a great way, and if you try to fight that card also with a spell, she has a deflect that you have to pay, so it's really not easy to stop. And Leblanc, we have seen today two type of Leblanc. The blue one, which is more on creating a lot of might on a battlefield, and the yellow one. Okay, so in the meantime, we have a new game, so we will stop and maybe we can get the conversation back about the yellow LeBlanc, the death knell after. But now we have an Ezreal against Irelia, and this is another interesting matchup because beside, let's say, Alan ZQ, I haven't really seen Ezreal get much attention. It's a really hard deck to pilot, so maybe only Gigabrain players are able to find success with that deck.
Yeah, it's definitely a very difficult deck because it's just kind of one of those toolbox decks. And historically, those have been the most difficult decks to play in any TCG that I played. And I've played Yu-Gi-Oh!, I've played Pokemon, I've played Artifact, Legends of Runeterra, you name it. I've kind of gotten my hands in a lot of different card games, and anytime there's been a toolbox deck, it's been incredibly difficult to pilot, but usually so rewards those players for understanding what cards to play and when.
And now, for now, we see that actually, I mean, the Aurelia is winning by points, 6-3. But if we look at the might on the table, we see that Ezreal, which is actually a slower deck, maybe he find himself enough time to come back and can maybe challenge this Aurelia. But we see that Irelia Chosen Champion hasn't still been played, and that is one of the two big menace that that deck has, next to the Stellacorn. And actually, now that I look at it, how many cards does Irelia have in hand? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 cards in hand. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that does not feel like a good position here for the Ezreal player here, especially because this Aurelia player is at 6 points already, and with only 15 might available on the side of this Ezreal. The fact that there's no runes available for this Ezreal makes things even more difficult. You have to imagine that there's cards like Hard Bargain. You have to imagine that there's cards like Defy, possibly Defiant Dance, Discipline, on guards. I mean, you name it. This dude has 10 cards in hand. So I can't imagine that this Aurelia player is really feeling like they're struggling with what's going on here. We'll have to see exactly what happens, but I think with additional access to draw through that Stellacorn Herder, there's really nothing that this Aurelia player kind of has to worry about here. I'm not sure if this is game 2 or 3, but it really feels like it's Aurelia's game to lose. And with a card like Charm just pushing it back to base, I mean, things couldn't get worse.
Yeah, I think that is going to be game 1 for them. I don't see really anything that one rune can do, besides, being just a gust or something. But yeah, now that the Stellacorn is at 5 might, I think she's going to be able to deal with half of this battlefield by herself. And yeah, we see that the Ezreal disconnected. I don't know if it's a problem with the screen with TCG, or he just quit. And meanwhile, the
players did
Aurelia is
give
showing the
GG
hand.
out. Yeah, the players did give the GG out, so that is going to be the game. Yep, and we're just gonna go ahead and
Okay,
try and
maybe.
find another one because these series are ending quick here. I mean, that really felt incredibly unfavored for the Ezreal player. He had, I'm taking a look at his hand. He had Starcrest and Downwell, but just did not have the tools available that he really needed to have. And with that said, there, Aurelia just kind of absolutely dominated. Um, Actually, speaking of Aurelia, I've seen a lot of changes to the Aurelia champion in that a lot of players have been kind of leaning towards um, Baron Nashor with her just because it's essentially a Ruin Runner, but 12 might and does score a point when it gets played. And so now Aurelia players are kind of playing this like slower but more combo-y leaning style deck. And that have you seen that? Do you think it's an upgrade to the list? What are your opinions on that overall?
Yeah, I've seen it a couple of games actually, and I tend to agree more with that list more than the one where you just like blow all of your runes out, recycle everything to use the legend ability many times. And I think playing with more runes and more card in your hand, so giving like more points early on and catching back out with things like Baron, or since purple also has the boots that allow you to do the ganking, I think that the Baron is a very strong tool that they have. I mean, maybe I don't want to say it, but maybe they can use it better than Misfortune Aurora, which still has the ganking possibility. But okay, let's say that they can do it 2 times in a turn uh, with the boots and raiding the legend again, raiding the card again. And now we see another Ezreal, this time versus Leona. Maybe an easier matchup. We don't know. We have to see. And we see that again. We see the Fizz. This is one of the strongest card that Ezreal can play. I really like the Fizz on the on the Ezreal, and for the first time we see the Honey Fruit, which is kind of the new way to not pay the runes. The only problem is that it entered tapped, so you have to, let's say, waste 1 turn for it to be effective. But maybe it can be the new meta. We have to see.
Yeah, in testing, I just haven't been a fan of it quite personally. It's really felt lackluster a lot of the times. The fact that you can potentially get access to the energy is nice, but not as nice as you'd think. So, um, not a huge fan of it, but I do know that decks that are playing that kind of level XP kind of style do tend to lean into it a little bit just to get access to that energy. But again, it really feels pretty slow. I think if it didn't enter exhausted, I think it would be a very, very effective card, but the fact that it doesn't just really hurts. So this Leona is going to go ahead and go into that battlefield. Unfortunately, here for the Leona, they are behind on points, and not just any amount of points. This Azrael is at 6. So we'll have to see if he does find a way to close out this game here. But for now, this Leona player has to bolster this front line as much as he can, because if Ezreal is able to just, I don't know, star-cross the Leona, the game is theirs to lose.
Yeah, and I mean, we still have to remember that Leona is playing with green, so maybe a counter is still an option that she has in hand. She has only 3 cards, so maybe that would be a problem. For now, we see Fizz conquering one of the 2 battlefield, and then the Starcross comes out. If it resolves, I think it's GG, and we will see. Yeah, it's resolving, and I think that's game, unless there's... Yeah, they are scooping up. Leona is revealing her hand. She had a stun, but it's no use if you don't have cards on that battlefield. So we see also another Ezreal winning. No, I mean, before it was the Aurelia, sorry.
Yep. So Ezreal is still not out of contention yet. Still a very, very cool and interesting list. I mean, the fact that the Legend gets to draw cards is nice. What's surprising to me is that it exhausts. You know, because Draven doesn't exhaust. So yeah, we're getting word from production that they're going to try and find one more series, as it is been very difficult to really find a series that hasn't gone longer than 2 games. As a lot of these players are just absolutely dominating. So we'll have to see exactly what happens here, but yeah, for the time being, it's feeling pretty one-sided, if you will.
Yeah, and also I like that we're seeing a lot of different legend. And if we have to go back for the first comment that you made, you were talking about Master Yi. Were you talking about the new Master Yi or the old Master Yi? Because now there's a lot of confusion. I think that I like the old Master Yi better with the new cards being addition to it, but also the XP Master Yi, it's quite fun. I don't know if you tried it.
I tried both because I am going to be going to Vancouver, so I wanted to figure out a list that I felt confident in running. But that said, it did feel like the old Master Yi was a lot stronger. I mean, access to the Rengar, I think, is really one of the big draws to just continue to play the old Master Yi. A surprise defender for 8 at 5 runes is absolutely devastating. And then not to mention... Nidalee is also a card. I think she's, again, I said this before you came on, but I think Nidalee is in the top 3 best cards of the set. And I mean, she has just been an absolute house. I mean, the fact that you get to use Charm to create a showdown, which means that the Nidalee gets to draw a card, is amazing. The fact that you can play her as a reaction to your opponents killing your units and still have a unit on that battlefield, which is by itself, means that you have a 6 might unit for 3 on your opponent's turn, is just so difficult to deal with. And Yi has felt really, really dominant. He's felt really good in decks like Vex as well as LeBlanc. So I think he's got a really, really good place here in the meta. But that's just where I'm at with that. I do think that XP is fun, but just... he feels like he's probably 2 tiers below the old Yi. I did not expect to say that. I didn't think that +2 might, +2 might on defense would be that powerful of an effect. But with how the releases of cards have been turning out, he's been just getting better over time.
Yeah, and neither did the developers, since that 4 legend that came in the pack were supposed to be worse than the other legend, but we see Yi being played a lot. In the meantime, we have another game on our hands. We managed to find a Vex versus Diana. And interesting enough, this is the first time I think that we see a Vex playing with the Boots of Sweetness. I mean, that's a new addition because usually the Vex decks tend to like just hold one battlefield and play really slow, so every turn getting only 1 point but drawing one card more. I think that with the ganking ability on the Vex, you don't have to retreat cat back to base to move on the other battlefield, but you can just move them left to right to conquer. And now we see a showdown with a Stupefy being played against an Existential Dread, which is being abandoned right now. And the abandon gets defied. This is the kind of spell battle that I like to see, a reaction on a reaction on a reaction. And I think that defy get through, so the Existential Dread is officially countered. I don't know. I think I might have been lost in the long chain, especially because I don't know who's playing the Existential Dread, and I think that's a scoop from Vex. So I think it was Diana that was stunning. Ah no, Domowo was the one at 7. So I think the Vex was the one winning. And so now that was game 2. So I think they are 1-1, and now we are going to see game 3. This is the first time we've seen game 3, so this is a matchup that's getting closer than the other, I think. And now we're going to see the adjustment that these two players are going to make. But as I told you before, I think that Vex is one of the contenders for best deck in the meta of Unleashed. And we will see in this game if I'm right.
I think Vex is incredibly powerful. I think Calm has really skyrocketed in value over these last few sets. I think Defy is just a card that keeps getting stronger with time. And with that, so does the Calm Domain. I think Back Off was a huge boon to the Calm Domain as well. And the fact that you get access to cards like Scuttle Crab, really just a ton of upgrades here on the side of the Calm Domain. And then not to mention, Chaos has just always been at the tops of the tables. I think at set 1, it was probably 3rd or 4th best, but since set 2, it really has just been the strongest domain, and it continues to do so with additions like this 4-drop Vex here. So Tide Turner going to be the first card that comes down. And this Diana actually is going to be another card that is bolstered here. And so now Vex really just kind of has to play it patiently. He's going to go ahead and send that Overzealous Fan onto that Amateur Recital. And so because of this Ride the Wind is going to be utilized here by this Diana. And hopefully find her way into this. But yep, there is that Defy.
Yeah,
so
that is Defy.
Diana not going to be able to come down here. So Vex going to be that card to respond, and now it is going to be very difficult to break this battlefield.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the only turns that we can see if Diana can do something against the Vex, because she's tapped out, and if not, always runes available is going to be something to deal with. We haven't seen last game Vex play any Sona, but that card is very strong to stop. And we see a Vex on the other side, so both players have a Vex, so they will have the same ability. And we'll see also the Amateur Recital being used. So the battlefield said when you hold, you can move one card from a battlefield, and that could be either one of your card or an enemy card. And we will see what the Vex decide to do. We haven't seen any choice being made for now, but I think the correct play is going back with one of your cards to try to conquer the other battlefield. But we don't know yet.
Yeah, he must have drawn something pretty important there, because otherwise I feel like you're absolutely correct here in that you do want to just, I guess, push back your own Vex and then just try and overtake that Targon's Peak. But because that wasn't the case here, it looks like he's just going to continue to play it slow, drew something what I have to assume is pretty important, and going to just allow himself a little bit of patience He doesn't need to do anything as of yet. His opponent's only at 3 points. Doesn't have a strong front line as of yet either. And so because of this, I mean, it doesn't feel bad at all. Stack Deck is going to be the card here from Diana. Hopefully find himself something a little bit more useful than what he's been doing, because it really feels like this Vex with her legend is really going to overtake this game if Diana doesn't do something about this quick.
Yeah, and we see also that now the Diana has been played with a Hui, one of the strongest card I think also of this deck. We've seen a lot of uses that he can do. He of course is a very strong card, but for now we see just Vex holding again, going to 3-2, and that battlefield is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if the Diana is going to be able to do something about it soon or later, because for every turn that passes, Vex gains more card, and so she has more control over that battlefield.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, I think he's deciding whether or not he wants to bring back this Vex. Right now, it does have 2 deflect on it, so it is going to be very, very annoying to deal with, and it looks like that is going to be the case. So Vex is going to be pushed back to base through its own effect, and now he's just going to go ahead and channel 2 runes. I guess he forgot to channel 2 runes, and there it is. There's that card. So maybe jumping the gun a little bit early, just because he didn't quite draw what he wanted to, but it looks like he already knows that he's just going to go ahead and play disciplines here. So yeah, I can't imagine Diana being able to stop this here. It might have something like a hard bargain, but I mean, the Vex can obviously afford to pay for it. So we'll have to see exactly what happens, but I don't imagine a world where this Targon's Peak is going to continue to be held by Diana.
Yeah, and even if she has abandoned, I mean, the rune are still up to play for the third, I guess, discipline. So I think that is a clear conquer of the battlefield. For now, she's drawing. We see the abandon being thrown out, so maybe just to not leave any runes up for the Vex, which will still untap 2 if she conquers. I think she does, but we will see. No, she's going to defy actually the abandon, so she doesn't even have to play the discipline again. And then we see the charm on Hui. This could be dangerous because Hui can, yeah, she's discarding a card, but no, there's a existential dread. So even if with more might, the Hui stun and goes to the trash. So now we really see that Vex shining, and she untaps to rune 2.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good place to be in here if you are Jacob Firestar. The issue that I see right now is the fact that he's now behind on that point lead. His opponent, the Vex player, still has access to that back off. And, you know, one thing I would like to note here, which was really, really amazing here from Greyor, was the fact that he actually just, what was I going to say? He went for the defy on that abandon so that he wouldn't have to pay an extra energy, because he knew that he wanted to use the charm plus that existential dread on that Hui in case the Hui had a unit to discard. And well, because of that here, this Diana player is going to fall further and further behind, and Vex is known for having incredibly difficult holds to break. And the fact that he is going to be at 6 points on this following turn just kind of continues to solidify that here. And the fact that the Silvercells fans on that left side battlefield means that he really doesn't need to bolster that left battlefield. It is going to come up to this right hand battlefield, and you know, with that gust as well. There's just very little that this Diana player has access to, and with only 3 cards in hand, I can't imagine that there's enough to answer everything that's happening on the side of this Vex player.
Yeah, the only cards comes to mind is the one that also is being called in chat, which is Unchecked Power, that will clear both of the battlefields and will leave Vex really open. But for now, we don't see it on the Diana side. it is one of the most common, let's say, sideboard tech that Blue has available. I mean, mine has available, but for now we haven't seen it. And I don't think I'm going to quickly get the list of the Diana to see if it had access to unchecked power and didn't draw it or doesn't have it at all.
Unchecked power really does feel like just the only answer to everything that's been going on to a lot of these hold decks. Yi, as well as obviously Vex here, two of the strongest hold decks in the meta right now, and obviously also a great answer to Misfortune. So I have to assume that Diana has something like that, because without access to cards like that, it just feels impossible to deal with. So yeah, I mean, Greer here in a decent position, but definitely not out of the woods yet.
Okay, and I hate to spoil it to you, but yeah, she has something like that. Not exactly that, because in her sideboard I can see a downwell, which is return all units and gear to their owner's hand, but I don't see any unchecked power in her main deck or sideboard.
Interesting. I do think that Downwell is a sufficient replacement for unchecked power. It does have a better answer to Dazzling Aurora. And now with this Boots of Swiftness coming down, it's going to be even more difficult to deal with. But there is that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, which means that that right-hand battlefield will finally be broken, at least through specifically alone that Thousand-Tailed Watcher. And now I have to assume that he is going to be regretting a little bit not utilizing that mutated Mauser. Is this amateur recital, I can't imagine, will continue to be held here. In fact, actually, the Diana only spending 7 runes.
Yeah, I mean, because
So
she has the Vex, so I mean, accelerating the Watcher is kind of useless. But maybe
true.
the hidden card is the I don't remember the name. The Ty Turner. So maybe he can get the Mouser back. We will see. And we'll see what the play is going to be. And exactly in this situation, also deciding which battlefield to attack first, I think it's very important. Because even if you kill the Vex, you don't get rid of her effect on existing cards. So it's not like now you can move Thousand Tail Watcher or anything. But we will see if, yeah, no, it was a back off, actually, the hidden card. So the Poro gets stunned. And so to conquer that battlefield, you will effectively need another card because that Poro is stunned. So even if you bring it back somehow with the Ride the Wind, it still won't be dealing any damage. So we will see what Jacob Firestar will decide to do. Because for now, I don't see it being fully resolved. Maybe he has something in hand that he would like to play. There's a Gust, actually.
So Gust is actually a great answer here. It will mean that even though the unit is stunned, he will be able to deal with it. But also, he does have to pay that deflect cost, as there is that ally in hand. But it looks like he's not paying the deflect cost. So regardless of such, though, Diana will be coming into this right-hand battlefield, I have to assume, to at least try and deal with the Vex. Because the Vex has been proving to be an incredibly difficult problem to deal with. And with this mutated Mauser in base, if there is a way to answer this Plundering Poro, which there is through this Boots of Swiftness, Greyer will still win this game. So Star-Crossed going to be the response instead. And what I have to assume is going to be returning that Vex to hand. He does have to pay an additional 2 deflect here, so should have recycled an additional 3 runes this turn. But yeah, there it is. And yeah, so we'll have to see exactly what happens. I do expect this ally to be gone. Plundering Pro going to go back to hand. And now Diana is going to go back to hand, and that will be
Oh,
game. So huge gust here. Very, very patient play from Greer, waiting for all of the tricks to be utilized, all of those runes to be exhausted, and very well navigated here from the Vex player. Going to be able to take game number 3 as well. Just showcasing exactly how effective of a whole deck it is, and really why it is one of the top contenders for best deck in format.
yeah, and I mean this one was also almost the closest one and the most interesting. We've seen a lot of battle of the chain of reaction of the cards that is going to be affected. And actually, when purple happens against a calm deck, which is a counter deck, that's really interesting to see instead of just piling might on might. That's in my opinion. And yeah, I think that the same thing that we said for Ezreal, of course, we can say for Diana. It's a very hard deck to pilot because they share the same colors, the same domains, actually, I would like to say. And yeah, very interesting game from Vex. And we also see a lot of Vex being played actually in this tournament. I was looking at the legend list, and there are quite a few.
Yeah, a lot of Vex fans here. I think when we saw Vex being revealed, a lot of players were like, "Oh yeah, Vex is not going to be doing anything." And I have to say, I was one of those players as well. But then I think a lot of players changed their opinion once they saw the new purple Vex. That 4 cost unit is incredibly devastating to deal with. Really, just showcasing how impossible it is to deal with. I think it shuts off decks like Lilia that really want to be playing sprites and just utilizing their sprites to kind of gain an aggressive advantage. And the fact that you have access to Existential Dread, Back Off, Discipline, and just a whole plethora of tricks. It's really difficult to deal with. And I really liked the utilization of the Swiftfoot boots, really just showcasing everything that he has access to. And yeah, I mean, very well navigated for the Vex player there, able to take games number 2 and 3. And yeah, so with that said, Federo, any other final comments you want to give about the matchup, or what deck you think might be able to take it here?
I mean, for now, I think it's still anyone's game because we've seen a lot of Legend doing very well in this third turn. But I think my money is still on LeBlanc.
Yeah. All right. Well, you heard it there, folks. It is going to be on the LeBlanc. And with that said, guys, we are going to throw it off to a break. But please, if you haven't already, drop a follow for Runes Rift. Subscribe if you're on the Twitch channel. And then if you guys want to be able to follow me, you can follow me on X at Sasuke X. Or you can follow me on Twitch at Sasuke TV or YouTube at Sasuke TV. But again, guys, we are going to go a break. And with that said, we are going to bring it back with some different casters. I believe it's Federo and Agito Swiftly. So, it will be an absolute treat for you guys. And we'll be back.
Oh, this is cool. You can use the Paka Cub to give the Nidalee +1 more might. Does that matter? Wait, so 7 to 10 to 12. Yeah,
I'm
so
afraid
that's
to do
12 and
math
a 12.
currently.
Trade.
You saw how it went for me last time. It's Now, there will be a lot of damage being dished out. As we are resolving which unit on the side of Rengar will be going down, they are winning another combat, so they are filling up their hand once again. And this discrepancy with cards available to them is really starting to hurt our Poppy, who is having trouble to keep up with the speed of which these threats are racing out of the gate for Rengar.
That's actually thank you, chat, for pointing this out. That's actually crazy. The Galio doesn't deal damage. So despite
combat
it
damage.
being a trade, despite it being a trade, it wasn't a trade. it was actually a win for the Rengar. So yeah, good call out. I did not catch that.
It's a fun interaction with the the Undying Grasp, but it looks like we are witnessing the end of our game too. And if that is all she wrote, then Rengar will be clutching it.
Yeah, this game really felt like it was pushed over the edge by the oh wow, okay, and the game has been called. I give the shout out there, the MVP to the Poppy's Reckoners Arena, which allowed the Kai'Sa to draw like 4 cards.
Yeah, it was mad.
Oh.
It is absolutely mad, and I will say a hurtful loss for the puppy, but I gotta give it to Rengar. The flexibility at which it is being piloted.
Talked about LeBlanc a little bit before. Do you have or have you played against Diana yet?
I have a multitude of
Right.
times, and if you're talking about rude signature spells, that is definitely one of them. Because man, just copying any unit on the board feels not good. I was like, oh, you know what's better than one of the best units on the board? Oh, allow me to just copy it another time, because why not? Why wouldn't I be able to do that?
Yeah, it is quite a powerful one, and the LeBlanc Legend ability is in this little tier. I have this little personal tier list in my head of leaders, and there is a special tier at the top of leaders that have abilities that are not replicatable through the card pool.
All right,
And
NA,
what-
come on, man.
what's
They're
up?
called legends, mate. It's not that hard.
The leaders that have
They're legends, leaders. What are we doing?
these legends that have abilities that aren't replicatable through the card pool. And what I mean by that is, in essence, all Diana's leader is a +1 energy, right? Like you can play ramp, you can play that is replicatable through the card pool. But something like
Sure.
LeBlanc's leader, that's not replicatable through the card pool. LeBlanc is the only leader that can create these reflection tokens. It's the only one that gets to essentially double death kneels from the leader zone. And right up there with them is like stuff like Set, right? Like Set is able to just save these units constantly over and over and over. And I have these in their own like little special tier because as the card pool expands, decks, they're going to release more cards that kind of give more options to all the colors. But as long as these leaders have kind of exclusive abilities, they're unique in that they're able to do something that no one else is able to do. So they always will have their draw. So LeBlanc is like that, right? LeBlanc is able to really take advantage of death kneels in a way that no other leader does. And as long as they don't print a card that just literally says her ability, like that's gonna last, right? So I think it is one of the leaders that will last age the best. And I mean, we
The
did just
ceiling
see Set
is
hit
endless,
top 8, right?
seemingly endless. Because I mean, with the cards that are out there already, it is so adaptable to the situation as well, with the capability of her already making copies of cards on the board anyway. The flexibility of this ability cannot be understated. And usually your opponent is usually a little not as prepared to be handling their own threats. So when they are pushed against them, they might be in real trouble. Let's say the flexibility of, all right, LeBlanc cannot make use of Fizz and recycling her spells like that. Well, you have a Fizz. No. I have a Fizz now too.
Well, unfortunately, she does not get the on-play abilities, but it is still very powerful. And like you said, there are some really silly things that you can do with it. Being able, I believe it does play them ready, correct? Mirror image. Let me double check, but
It specifies per thing. The deflection token is not ready by itself, but when you create it, it will usually say either a ready token or not, because they're usually temporary. They kind of have to be ready to be useful.
Yeah. There is some cool stuff I've seen.
As far as I
LeBlanc.
know, by the way, NA, you are definitely getting the play effects.
Ooh. No, you do not. That is it is
From the
specifically
reflection tokens.
No, it is specifically called out on the token text that you do not get on play effects. And I have seen in the judges' lounge, and again, it seems like there's still a lot of talk in the
If
air.
it's specifically stated, there can be no doubt.
No. So what I'm saying is that there is, when you play a reflection token, I believe there is a reflexive trigger that transforms the token into the unit. So in that case, there's actually a window to play reactions before it becomes the unit, and you can do things like gust the token. I believe this is what I've read. If someone in the chat knows better, by all means call me out. But this is what I've
now heard. I have a real grudge to player 8344 on
did they cheat you?
TCG. That is.
You hate to see it.
Damn you, player 8344.
Oh, this is one of the gross things with LeBlanc here, is you are now forced to contest the Emperor's Dais, or the LeBlanc gets what, like, draw 4 at least, right? Like, it's pretty gross.
Yeah, if they are dying in their awakening phase, that is a little disgusting. But is there a way to claw back? Because currently the Diana, she is keeping up in points, and even though the fact that LeBlanc is churning through her deck, it is costing her quite a lot of cards as well, right? With that discard cost coming from the legend ability. So it's all manageable, but with every turn that is passing, LeBlanc gets to see more of her deck. More of those signature spells will be entering her hand and raining havoc down upon the field.
Right, so this is one of the gross things with Karthus, is getting the double death kneels means that things like the Scout enable you to pay power very aggressively as you're getting it right back. And now Diana will have to somehow contest. Ooh, okay. I see a Stupefy. Hopefully that this is followed up with like a Bellows Breath. That being said,
I mean, I count 7 energy, so in mind that usually means could mean, let's put it like that. We'll see if there will be a 1,000-tailed Watcher making its way onto the battlefield, but a repeated Bellows Breath could get the job done as well.
I would be surprised if it was done here if she didn't have it, or if she did have it, because you could just do it in the combat and then you don't get the double death kneel on the bird. Okay. All right, so Fizz being played out.
Again. There is a Stupefy and a stack deck available. We'll be replaying this Stupefy, so now even an unrepeated Bellows Breath might get the job done. And after drawing so many cards, by now, surely our Diana has hit what she needs to find. She must have struck gold.
I hope so. It would be quite good.
It's Diana, so like struck silver, I guess.
Oh, true. This is true.
Will be coming through. We are anticipating our first recycle is coming through.
Is it a Bellows?
It is a Bellows Breath. It will be finding its mark. It looked like it's only a single cast. No repeated needed. And it will be dealing with our Karthus. Now, that is an important little corporal to be taking out. Not the general just quite yet, but it will be putting a leash on this unleashed legend.
Ooh, and the gust here for the LeBlanc to stop the draw. I do like it. If there is a... Okay, so this does tell us that the hidden card, it is... I'm not super well versed with what LeBlanc deck lists right now. I thought that could be a hidden blade, but it would have been played in response to the Bellows if it was. Not a hidden blade.
To the Bellows? I mean...
Yes.
Or to the Bellows. Oh, it is hidden blade, and it will be coming out. But who will it be taking care of? Will it be taking down the Ravenbloom student?
I guess they do want to use it to stop the student. Yeah, okay.
Oh, there you go. Refilling the hand of the Diana, but managing to hold on to a battlefield, keeping themselves on par with what Diana is putting out there. And after being quite a bit of a costly turn, it is keeping LeBlanc on that battlefield, maintaining her position, and it means that Diana has to find another answer to deal with this LeBlanc that can still be copied.
I guess LeBlanc opting to try and keep the hold there as you can, then copy the LeBlanc unit in the hold if you do choose to. Looks like opting to do that. I mean, it makes sense. You want to keep the board presence. If the board does get wiped, things do get a little bit rough because you have to spend the turn developing, and this is a it can set the tempo for the game. I mean, you can put yourself very far ahead. It is lucky that they were able to find that Karthus, they were able to find the out for the Karthus unit so early. Because if you don't have that, things can snowball out of control really quickly. We'd be seeing like 8 cards in hand right now. But
Look at this, NA.
Yeah?
It's the brother of our Origins Mind unit. Rex there on play. Now on the Death Knell, we'll be trying to do a little less damage, 4 instead of the 6. But being able to repeat that or get it back with temporary effects is frightening.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good amount of damage. No Karthus to back it up.
It's such an important tipping point. 4 might. It takes care of so many threats. It takes care, in this case, also of the Vex, of like what we see the Nidalee coming through. The difference between 3 and 4 might cannot be overstated.
True. I mean, a lot of cards in hand here, a lot of options. Do you want to contest the battlefield? I feel like you don't have to. You are in the point lead. You could say, I'm just going to hold. LeBlanc gets the draw on the checkup. So it would be LeBlanc dies. You get draw 2, actually, which is a little bit spooky. And then you do get to reclone it if you choose to. Diana opting to pull back the treasure hunter. We got a gold token. What is the play here?
To me, it is such a frightening state to be in, right? Because right now, Diana has it all. Not only does she have all the cards she could wish for in her hand, she has the economy behind it to be threatening all throughout, and she will be tapping a whole lot. Let's see what will be entering the field. That last energy being put to use as well. Gold hitting the bin one after the other. And then you have to be very, very worried about the thousand-tailed Watcher coming down accelerated. And they are looking to hurt our Noxian Mastermind.
Okay, so this is going to be a pretty free full clear of the battlefield, but does mean LeBlanc gets a treasure token and 2 draws. So we'll be going up to 5 cards on the turn.
Diana
okay.
has, of course, the ganking from Windswept Hillock, being able to bypass that little bit of tempo here as well. Can she get it done all by herself? And here is kind of the thing with that Death Knell effect. I don't think it is really restricted to just the battlefield. That can hit units in base.
Is it? I don't know. I don't know the
Deal
text
4
on that
to an
card
enemy
yet.
unit.
Okay, that's pretty good. It is pretty good.
Might be able to take out the Fizz, but is that really worth the cost if it means that you are losing out on all of your current units?
I'm curious what he's looking for here. He is tapped out. Maybe is there a way that he can play cards for free in Diana? Oh yeah, you have the Diana leader, don't you?
She's already tapped though, but
already
I'm not
been
sure if
used.
that's tapped for this moment. I mean, stupefies are a thing. We just saw it happen quite a lot before, but
It's true.
we'll have to see because I don't see anything in the trash being played. Must have been tapped quite recently. Let's see what follows. There is that single extra mana available, but it's only for this one because she is now exhausted. If she will be coming through. No, we are trading just in case. I think that I think that Diana was already tapped. We'll have to see.
Yep. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't expect to trade in. Maybe just valuing the draw there. I thought it was just going to be throwing the Watcher. But I guess the idea here is you do get the draw off of the Diana from the ability when the combat starts. Though now you
They
do
paid for
lose an
the
extra
predict.
unit.
They must have tapped Diana to pay for the predict that
Okay.
Diana has when a showdown begins, and she is also around.
Okay, good call out. Good call out.
Not me. All credits go to CovGA and 98 in chat. Wait, no, Egg Pilot. Oh, of course, dude.
Right,
A familiar face around these parts. So see, even when some of our familiar faces are not happening on the broadcast, they're still helping out from within the shadows.
The Watcher should still be alive.
Yeah, it's
this
after
is the same
combat,
reason
right?
that Kog'Maw doesn't work. Yeah, it's the same reason Kog'Maw doesn't work. Is Death Kneels happen after combat heals.
Let me see if we can intervene on this. I'm just going to reach out to Plus directly. Plus, can we intervene on this? Because that is a pretty big one. All right, we are intervening on this one, guys. Don't not worry. It's not just the casters that are still discovering the set as well. It is the players too, and play is continuing, but we'll have to see if he really wants to target a Fizz with that, if that 1,000-tailed Watcher should still be on the board.
Oh wait, did they might have changed the rules actually. There was the big rules update. I am not going to say I remember this.
We already put our hands into the fire for this one. Pretty
okay.
pretty on. We are already committed on this one. This ship has left the station. Play is continuing currently. Call has been put out, and it should be before a heal. I think we're flip-flopping. I think we're all learning a lesson, and by all I mean just us. NA.
Good call. Ooh, okay. So we have the hand is dead. I think this hand is just dead, right?
It looks rather nasty. The hand is being revealed, and it looks like there is not a whole lot that can be contested from that one. If they are taking care of the mirror image, there is really, unless they're going to top deck another one, trying to deal with a hold of 8 might prove a little bit tricky. Stand with us as we are resolving. That could be the 2-0 they're looking for. The 2-1 they're looking for. Pardon me.
All right, so it does look like, I imagine you just hit the mirror image here and then say, I mean, you'd have to top deck out of it, but I give game.
Good evening, Riftbounders. It is I, Gita Swiftly, the person you love or hate or care for the most, probably not either. But we have Constantine joining us again for another round here. And I've heard from a suspicious man behind the curtain that Constantino here is after Leblanc to win it all. I have to say, no Frenchies for me. Personally, it's going to be down to a hide on bush, Master Yi.
Yeah, I hope to be disappointed actually, because I think that during this whole set, I'm going to see a lot of LeBlanc winning a lot of tournaments. So happy to be disappointed and see some funny deck like some Volibear, some Azir, or we've seen some Victor also having some luck in this tournament. So I'll be happy to have them win this tournament. So what makes you say that Master Yi Haydn Bush is the favorite to win? What's your feeling?
I just think because Rengar is written in such a weird way, and how that mechanic works, if your opponent's going into a battlefield, you become a surprise defender. That Master Yi becomes this interestingly holdy version again, with the 8 might Rengar that just randomly appeared in front of you, or a Niggly that comes down on the following turn, or Nami that's stunning you constantly. Or my preferred version is I quite like having Scuttlebutt because you get the draw, and then when they inevitably blow it up, you get to look at your opponent's hand and just have a cheeky peek and see what you have to deal with next turn. But I think it's got quite a lot of synergies with it, besides what we've seen from the old Master Yis and the experienced version, which I don't think is as good as the original Master Yi, but we've only got one more set until that rotates out. So if you like Hide on Bush, you have to go get your metal plated cards right here, right now in Utrecht and Sydney and China, because I think there's 4 regions in China, and Harvard? Question mark.
Yeah, we will
But
see. I mean, this is also, I think, the last chance that people are going to have to win the Master Yi. No, that's maybe only for the metal cards that they are doing the rotation. But I've heard that also the match is about to start, and we're going to have two very interesting decks that for me are the strongest in this meta, which are going to be Leblanc and Vex. So we're going to see Leblanc, who's going to be the one who's going to probably mostly be attacking in this game, while Vexing is trying to hold and defend. And we will see who's going to win this battle. But we'll see starting with Vex starting first and dropping, finding the 2-drop, and we'll see how the LeBlanc will respond. She's going to pay 3 for the new Poro. So just an interesting start for now. Nothing much, and we'll see what happens next. We'll see the first conquer on the start tipped peak actually, and 3 rune being tapped. And we're going to give also deflect to that overzealous fan, and also an hidden card. A lot of cards played.
It's a bit of a different version of build I've seen for Vexes. Most Vexes are sort of going for that hold and how much can we stun strategy and just trying to keep your opponent from playing the game as much as possible. Having the overzealous is a interesting piece, but let's not forget Draven was only here yesterday, so keep bringing him in. And having the early deflect from all of your things on the battlefield, having deflect as well is very good for those wide board wiping spells. And having the death kill from the Loliparo, if you can get yourself out of Carthus early, having the 2 draws is really good. As we really know, LeBlanc just kind of poops out draws anyway, so overall, something pretty good to see. And also, these two are still currently undefeated, but after this, someone's going down, and who could it be? Could it be the LeBlanc, or as I've been told by our good friend Leroy, LeBlanc, or it would be Vex, the emo Yordle?
Yeah, I mean, also, if you are a long fan of League of Legends, you may have heard the meme of Froggen, one of the oldest, let's say, League of Legends pros, calling LeBlanc. So LeBlanc, actually, it was LeBlanc. And back in the days, it was one of the biggest, let's say, League memes.
Just to see what's going on with the play-by-play here. So we played out the yellow champion from the champion zone here, getting those draws going next turn. But currently here, as you can see, with how the Loliparo works, when it dies with a friend, it will obviously give itself a draw. Because we have this death kill here, and it has a friend with itself, that sounds really weird, it will always get that draw. But if we could have got the Carthus out, we could have had 2 draws instead, because that's how we like to draw things here, in multiples.
Yeah, and also being on the Dusk Rose lab. Okay. Yeah, go.
As you were saying, which is the draw power, but as I was saying, getting the and boots as well. So the Knight's Edge of Night was the hidden card here, attaching it to the fluttering at Yordle, and then going with the Boots Swiftness to ganking over. Overall, it will kill both of these here, so you just get draws. It's not the worst thing in the world. We do have a death grip on the LeBlanc. Going all in here, so give it the extra might. So something is 9 might in this battlefield, trading into this alley here, keeping alive 1 more of these Yordles, or gaining 2 draws, because 1 from LeBlanc and then 1 from whichever Loliparo evaporates into the dust. But you probably would want to get rid of the one that gets the additional buff, because that's the one that's currently alive forever. That was very wordy, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, and also we will see if that death grip actually gets countered or not, because we've seen that the Vex player is actually thinking about it, so maybe he has some reaction, like maybe some discipline to still win the fight. I mean, no, discipline will actually set it on equal, and so everyone dies, or just countering the death grip.
That's it. I
But
mean, in
beside
guard in
that,
hand,
yeah.
like you said, the discipline, or 2 in guards, or just something here, or you said maybe a defy for the death grip. Going for 1, and a defy it is then. So that's what we're gonna put ourselves at. But somebody did say
Yeah,
earlier,
and
and posted in the chat there, we do host these relatively weekly, sometimes bi-weekly. Do come into the Discord and look into joining one of these events here. As this is a box tournament one, it's a bit different than usual. But again, join the weekly ones when you can, because it's fun to learn and play.
actually, I may be wrong, so chat might correct me, but I'm pretty sure that with the new rules of death grip, killing your unit is part of the cost of playing the card. So you still would have to kill your LeBlanc in base, even if the spell gets countered. But maybe I'm wrong, because I'm not seeing that being done this round, or maybe that's just a misplay. That's actually something that's very easy to miss. So I would not call it like doing that intentionally, but just forgetting.
I believe. There you go. I'll say a different isn't an
I
additional cost.
think sacrifice is worded that way and not that grip. So maybe I was wrong. Yeah. Okay. So
they paid for the free of back off there, so a unit gets stunned, which means LeBlanc gets bounced back out again. And because they played from hand, they get to draw another card. So even though the runes are whittling away on the side of the Vex, they are keeping tempo going here, and they are 3-1 currently, making it a lot harder for the LeBlanc to kind of force out their regime. Going into the Honest Broker, though, so a more death kill. To be fair, this deck loves death kill, such as it is. We go, yeah, we're just gonna kill something. Cool. Do you have another Define hand that you could use right now? The nice Vexy Vex.
I think you just let this one go because you have still the fan that you can sacrifice. But yeah, I think the plan was to kill the fan and then using the Cold the Weak, but we've seen the stun ruining this plan, and we see 1 gold being played because you, of course, you get the death knell from the card you just sacrificed. So let's say nothing more happened. You still pay 1 rune, but you get the gold back for next turn. And Vex hold is still keeping on, even if they still haven't played the strongest card that help you hold, which is the purple Vex. I think is the apathetic Vex it's called.
Currently sitting in the champion zone, and yes, to my own dismay, chat is right. They did play from hidden. I don't know how I missed it, but yes, they did play it from hidden, so it wasn't a case of from hand. So no draw, but still a very powerful effect for just the cost of a power. And currently sitting at that lovely 7 might, as you said, going to 5. Vex Apathetic is a very powerful card, which does keep the opponent kind of in trouble. Farming over the LeBlanc now into this here. I don't really see too much of an issue with this because LeBlanc still gets the draw out of it, and that was kind of LeBlanc's plan earlier, I suppose. But hopefully that extra draw is going to be worthwhile for the LeBlanc.
Yeah, and we see now also the Mouser getting played, which is a very strong card. So, still talking about the Master Yi, do you like the Mouser better or the Poro as a 2-drop to defend for 3? Actually, for 5 in Master Yi.
So I'm in that kind of weird position where I quite like the idea of having that extra 2 might on the Mouser, just because it's a very powerful card, especially on turn 1 or 2. Having that 5 might sitting in base is pretty good. Sitting on the is very good. A lot of people are still going with the Lonely Poro build because they like having the 4 might Poros. But again, because you leave them there on their own, they do just kind of get beaten up a little bit, and then you gain a draw at some point, like turn 3 or 4. So they essentially get you 2 points, get you an extra draw, and overall, it works itself out to be a sort of a nice benefit. Whereas this is kind of sitting here and just hoping to sort of keel down a base. We did see the Ruined Rex coming in though, so this will get rid of something on the following turn. 6 might, and then after healing, we'll obviously do the death kill afterwards. So this cat might not be here much longer.
Yeah, that's one of the strongest Leblanc card who still haven't found her victor. But we'll see now that Vex reaches 7 points and then get charmed in. And that might spell doom for this Leblanc for game 1. We'll see if they have some miracle play for their most likely being their last turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does seem to be sort of a off-kilter turn here. It's not so
Oh, and they
fast as
also
the dev kill, so that does put them even in more of a damper. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be all they wrote for the Paul LeBlanc. Doing a 2. Well, I suppose they can do this first. Try and get themselves into it more of a. How are we doing? Mirror image. Oh.
okay.
Okay. I'm liking this so far. What's the plan? What's the dealio?
Because for now, it's not even enough to regain one
Abandon.
battlefield, and we see the abandon.
As much as I like Abandon, it is essentially like a worse hard bargains because you have to hope your opponent's running out of runes and cards before you can use it again. Obviously, it kind of puts
Yeah,
yourself into more of a predicament, and not having any green runes that makes it harder to have a defy or anything else that could be coming on the following play. But yeah, just do it again. But overall, we're
yeah,
we're calling
we've
that.
seen that that's a scoop actually, but I don't think that this is how you're supposed to play abandon. You mostly use abandon on your own spell that are getting countered, so you counter actually the counter because they are fizzling right now, and you replay your own spell. So in that way, it's better than hard bargain. But if you use it traditionally as a 2 rune counter, yeah, then I agree with you. It's worse than hard bargain.
I think it's good with hard bargain as like a secondary counter. It shouldn't really be your main counter. Obviously, we're playing green and purple here, so defies are always really good. Not so fast are fantastic for certain plays. If you have to at a push, a wind wall, hard bargain, still a very good card, especially if you can manipulate the opponent's rune economy, and then abandon would probably come in there as like number 4 or 5. To be fair, I'd probably say wind wall is probably under hard bargain. Although, depending on the spell situation, it doesn't matter too much where you use the hard bargain or the wind wall. But going first, I believe, will be LeBlanc this time, as they went second. So can LeBlanc on the play show it more than what Vex was doing last turn in a slightly different build than we've been seeing before?
Yeah, I actually really like this Vex build. As I said last game, with Boots of Swiftness, because usually Vex tend to only conquer one battlefield and just sit there getting 1 point every turn. But with this build, you can you can give ganking to your strongest unit and just conquer two battlefield per turn. So that's a really interesting twist from Greyyor. I think that's how it's pronounced. We've seen also this tournament has been with 73 players. I don't think it's the biggest for Runes and Rift, but that's definitely interesting of a tournament for a new set that is just beginning. I think that the official start for this set was like 2 days ago, in the 7th actually, I think dropped, because on the first week it was just a pre-rift, and the set actually dropped on the 7th of May, if I'm correct. Maybe one day. Yesterday. It was yesterday actually, so the 8th.
So we had like the first, second, third, and fourth was generally your pre-riffs. Most people did it over the weekend. I went to one on Wednesday because I was luckily able to go. And then as of officially Friday, the 8th of May, it is Unleashed Day because it's been unleashed. I couldn't come up with a better pun. And then Vigilante. I'm going to say that. I'm wrong. I know I am. Coming out at the 31st of July. Honest Broker coming down here now with the lovely doubled up on the old Watchable Centuries. Get a draw, get a gold, do it all. Mouse is coming in. So, are you quite liking the Mouser tech in this? You're having those free might tank units, keeping the other units safer for a turn?
Yeah, I mean that's now it's only on LeBlanc to just keep holding both battlefields. So the Mouser is really weak if he cannot enter and have to defend. So if you can wall the Mouser out, you're actually rendering that card useless. And with the ganking battlefield, I think that's something that can be achieved by LeBlanc. I think that that is the strongest battlefield for LeBlanc. If she could, she would use that every single game. But we'll see a discipline giving +2 might to the Mouser, so maybe she can conquer against the lonely card. We'll see. We have 2 runes up for LeBlanc. We'll see if something going to happen.
It's a bit of a weird one here because you are trying to keep your opponent off of cards, trying to keep them off the economy of getting points. In this situation, you're kind of having to force a fight that may or may not really need to happen. Obviously, your only real play here was the Mouser getting to free, fighting into this temporary unit. Wasn't the scariest thing for your opponent. But overall, you get an extra draw for it. It's costing you 2. If it's your only play, that draw is probably more important than probably keeping the Mouser alive. But right now, it is a bit of an awkward situation to be in, as that's one less discipline for down the line when you actually want to have a fight and keep things going. As you said, if you've ever played League of Legends, a ganking / a roaming LeBlanc is hella scary if you're bot lane.
Yeah, especially if that LeBlanc is Faker's LeBlanc. I would like to say, since you talked about Hide on Bush before, which is famously the Faker's name when he's not playing on stream. I mean, when he's streaming on his own, his account is called Hide on Bush. So yeah, that LeBlanc is going to be hella scary if it's piloted by Faker. But for now, we see a Charm actually bringing the card on that battlefield, and we will see if something happened. We see now the Mouser was already a 3 might, but now with the shield it gets to 5, and we see 2 rune being tapped, and a Hidden Blade actually. That would also, if that would succeed, it will give also another point to the LeBlanc, but we'll see again the Abandon removing the spell and predicting 1. So nothing that can be done by this LeBlanc. Seems like the Vex always has the right card in hand at the right time.
Yeah, I have to agree with that situation. I do wonder if they're trying to hidden blade their own card, if they're trying to hidden blade the Mouser, because getting 2 draws is pretty good, especially since LeBlanc was using quite a lot of cards. Overall, though, you're going to get a gold after that. It's not the worst situation to be in, and you're still ahead by a point. Although, should it be 2 points?
But yeah, I think it should
It
be
should be 3, right?
2
So
points.
they're often
Because,
turn ahead in points
yeah.
here. We haven't seen them get any boots out yet, which means that maybe they're looking for the boots still. They need to build up that little back a little bit more. LeBlanc is more the aggressive deck, I feel like. I don't think she's really this kind of hold them until you get more units on the field where you can go wider in those battle death kills. Obviously, with the Ruined Rexes just trying to pop in, get everything in the back. You've got multiple on the field. So right now, being 1 full point ahead isn't too bad. And then obviously having the Wonderful Sentry at the end of, well, at the beginning of your next step, exploding to nothing else and you get some draws. It's pretty good for LeBlanc. So refilling that hand as she goes. Overall, though, she's kind of ahead, but not really pushing it to the next level. But then again, there's not really much she can be doing currently. So right here, right now, she's keeping it safe. And there's no real actions to be sort of pushed ahead. But we could get out that Vex next turn and start making it a little bit more awkward for the LeBlanc to move around.
Yeah, I mean, for now, it's still anyone's game, and we see the LeBlanc champion being played on that battlefield. It, of course, enters exhausted, so I don't think we will see much action this turn. Actually, while I'm saying that, we see a Call the Week, so we can see a Conquer for LeBlanc and getting the 4th point. We will see if that's, yeah, that is what is going to happen. And we see actually Vex in a precarious situation right now. I mean, still anyone's game because Vex can still recover, but for now it looks like LeBlanc is in the lead. And we see a very quick turn actually. Play 2 cards and pass. I like to see this style.
As we saw from the last game, LeBlanc didn't really get a chance to kind of push herself forwards. She was kind of stuck in this situation where she was just having to deal with the Vex having this little army that was just pushing her back, couldn't deal with the Seven Might. As a rule, this version of LeBlanc isn't really known to be a powerhouse. I think the Ruined Rex is kind of your power level at like 6, and now technically being a 10 Might because you get to do the Death Kill on something else after it dies. But overall speaking, this is kind of where you want to be. One turn to go. Can she last that one turn is the question. And overall speaking, I like her chances.
Yeah, and also we will see because LeBlanc is going pretty well even without finding her most important piece, I think, which is the Cartus. We'll see if Goof Bidoof is going to win beside that, or if not finding the right card is going to cost her in the end.
So she's far enough ahead now where she's in a good position to sort of give it a turn or two to be where she has to start fighting back into that last funnel. Aurora, as I say. But as you can see here, 6 ruins up. Very strong for the LeBlanc to have something in hand for next turn. No hidden cards, as from what I can tell, meaning there's nothing especially dangerous or secretive to be popping out of nowhere for this poor Vex. But overall, though, can the Vex kind of take back what she wants? There's 6 Might on the side of LeBlanc in the one battlefield, with the 1 Might on the side of the Watchful Sentry. And as we've just said before, LeBlanc likes to gank. So if LeBlanc can get herself to 5 Might and just walks across and just does a little bit of damage, that would be GG.
Yeah, and also beside having like a smoke screen in hand, I don't really see what could happen for LeBlanc to keeping her runes up and or just like a mental game, like I'm keeping everything up, so it's up to you to do the correct choice and putting all the pressure on making the correct choice on the opponent. And we see the Swifties being put on the overzealous fan who's pushing against the 1 Might card, which is the Watchful Sentry. And we will see something happen.
So to be fair, it's the weaker unit here. You might just be like, no, you can take it. It's not worth fighting for that one draw. Or maybe that one draw could be very useful. I've got all these ruins up. Do your worst.
Yeah, and
so,
also you may be scary of, again, the charm. Like I'll kill you one unit, then I'll charm one, and then kill the other. I don't know. We see a salvage. That's a very interesting play. That's a very good, actually.
I just said about the draw, right? So popping those boots and getting a draw either way is pretty good. And then if it still crashes into this Watchful Sentry, again, very good to be here. I did wonder if there was maybe thinking that they'd kill the Overzealous to save the Watchful Sentry, and then they'd put the boots onto Vex to make it a 6 into 6. But overall speaking, that wasn't really the plan anymore. So as long as there's no other things from LeBlanc, this should be a case of Overzealous takes over Watchful, get another draw, and then Vex goes to 2.
We will see. Right now the players are thinking, but still I would let this one go. Yeah, and apparently that's what's happening. And you still go to 7, and probably you don't even have to conquer last battlefield and just try to hold on the on that battlefield, the Windswept Hillock. But we will see what LeBlanc has in hand and decides to do. But for now it's still Vex's turn. We'll see if she plays something else or is just happy with that one battlefield.
So right now, it's all LeBlanc's game to lose. So currently speaking, I wasn't if they're going to sort of keep it more uptight and real. But no, it says LeBlanc's going to lose right now. There's no ganking involved. LeBlanc can be really cheeky if they want to be and then try and gank across and then trade into these two. Or they can kind of buckle down onto this one battlefield and go, you've got to bring, I don't know, 15 Might next turn, and good luck to you.
Yeah, and we will see what the answer from that this LeBlanc has. We've seen that the Vex decided to keep just one battlefield and not continue to fight. She's actually saying, bring your fight to me. I don't want to fight on your terms. So we will see if LeBlanc has enough to break the hold and win this turn, or just decide to create a hold of her own. For now, just LeBlanc temporary is going to trigger drawing 2 because it's happening at the beginning phase. We'll see if LeBlanc decide to... Yeah, I think she's deciding to use the legend ability. I have to remember that this time the card enters stun, so it's not going to be able to move and gank. So maybe you just want to put some might on that battlefield and decide to hold. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You're possibly the bigger side here. I'm not sure what else they've got in hand. Maybe they've got another couple of units where they can just put them down, spend the cost, do what you got to do. Maybe there's a case of some more yellow removal like Colour of the Weeks or Hidden Blade or... I don't know. I'm sure there's a new yellow card that kills something, right? 2 for 1 that does a 3 unit, so you kill the Overzealous, right? So there's things you can do that's not out of the range of possibility, but overall, being in the yellow and blue colouring, that's generally where you want to start popping off your opponent's units when you can, and then fighting when they're a little bit unadvantaged. But again, as you said, that should be stunned.
Yeah, that should be stunned, and mostly it's going to be not able to move, and we see actually the card being pinged, saying, I don't think you can do that, I have the Vex. Probably just some forgetting how that card works. And another interesting thing that I wanted to point out, since we still are on the preview of Unleashed on TCG Arena, we can see actually that LeBlanc has 3 cards from the new set in hand, which you can see from the exclamation point. And all the rest of the card that she has and all the card that Vex has are from the previous 2 sets. So that is actually could be kind of a fun guessing game of what card could that be. But we see that still now the 2 LeBlanc have been switched. So recognizing that only 1 LeBlanc can move. And we will see. But for now, it's 3 might against 6. And maybe it's just asking, do you want to activate your Overzealous? But we see that back off played from hand. So it's going to stun the LeBlanc and draw 1 unless something happened. But I don't think that blue and yellow have any counter for that. So it gets stunned, but should die actually because it's still 4 might versus 6. Yeah, we see that get killed right now. And we see like a lot of cards, but just 7 runes. And I don't know. I would try to hold. I would not push my luck any further. And we will see what she decides to do.
I suppose the name of the game is now is they've only got 2 runes up, but you've got 7. If you've got any kill spells, do you just hope they're not holding a Defy, or do you hope they're not having some way of getting around it, or another Abandon? Again, you've got 7 up here. You can miss a spell once, I suppose, and then still pay the cost again. Is it just worth trying to essentially throw the kitchen sink against the wall and see what you can take out?
I mean, depends on what he has in hand. I think the best play for LeBlanc would be just to play a Glass Mixologist if she has. But we see a Loyal Poro being dropped. And a second one. You know, they always come in pair. They don't want to be lonely, so I guess that's fair.
I mean, you know, it's namesake, right? Loyal Poro, not so lonely Poro. We got to die in pairs here so I can get extra goodies. But overall, though, in a pretty darn good position here with 3 from the Blanc, 3 from the Lonely Poro, 3 from the other Lonely Poro, and then a hidden card. Unless there's some way to move across here and take out all these cards, I do believe this is LeBlanc's game.
Yeah, we see also like the Amateur Recital going on the pile. With Amateur Recital, you can move a unit from a battlefield to its base. So maybe if you push 1 Poro back to base and you kill the other, you prevent the hold. We see what's going, but I think she decided not to activate the effect. So I don't think she wants to push the Poro back. We'll see. And also we have to think that the hidden card is most likely being Hidden Blade. I don't think that... Ooh, a Gust.
It's been making a resurgence since that Fight or Flight disappeared, but Gust does come in handy quite often. And as you can see right now, But would you get rid of the Poro? Or would you get rid of the token that just disappears into nothingness?
No, I think you get rid of the Poro because your main goal for now is not letting that LeBlanc hold. So, and we see Hidden Blade being put on that Poro probably, and that is going to actually grant you 3 cards, 2 for the Hidden Blade and 1 for the Loyal Poro dying with friends, let's say. Not alone.
That's alone.
That's, yep. And we'll see Discipline being thrown out on the fan. Is she trying to look for something in the deck, or she has the right to win? No, she has a charm to take the other Poro. And this time, this one, unless something magical happens, it's going to die alone and not grant a draw.
Don't make him lonely.
Yep.
Don't make him lonely. Oh, but I mean, that is one way to keep them off of a turn at least, because as you can see, the LeBlanc cannot hold, because it's temporary, which means she's off to the wind she goes at the start of the bidding phase. Drawing 2 more cards is pretty good, and having 8 runes up is going to be fantastic. But can Vex keep hold of that battlefield, or trying to stop LeBlanc from conquering the other battlefield on the following turn is the question.
We see, but still, as long as there's that Vex apathetic, I mean, nothing can enter ready, so you still have to spend at least 2 turns, 1 turn creating some board, and the second turn trying to conquering the battlefield. So Vex just bought herself some time, and we will see if with that time she can find an answer. I mean, she has 2 cards against the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 cards that LeBlanc has. So you have to at least guess that LeBlanc has an answer for these cards.
Blue and yellow has a lot of answers for a lot of battlefield hate, to be fair, so there's a good chance that we will see something coming up on this turn to try and level the playing field, but it probably will cost them a turn. Overall, though, there's 2 ways about this. Either empty your hand of some units and try and force some fights the following turn, or try and deal with what's currently on the field and hoping your opponent doesn't draw into more units than yourself. So overall, it's all down to LeBlanc. And that's 7, which means it's going to be an unchecked power.
That's a nice deck for LeBlanc. I think that's the biggest counter to any Vex deck or any deck that would like to hold and put a lot of might on the battlefield, saying just, nah, I delete everything. You put a Baron that's 12 might, that's nothing for my unchecked power. And so we're back to square 0 for both decks, I think.
I mean, that's the player, isn't it, really? With how this works right now. Currently, you're in a situation where Baron is always afraid if you're going to get something purple. It's great to have it in your sideboard if you're not in your main deck. And then just looking at overall, Baron can't really deal with it. Unless you're playing 2.
Yeah, and I think that's it, because I don't know if you saw it, but Vex just drew her card and passed the turn not finding anything. And now she's just disciplining the enemy cards to try to find some play. But I don't think there's any, because you conquer both easily without any effort, actually. We see Evelyn being played, but that doesn't matter anything.
Turn to later.
And yeah, I think we're going to game 3 right now. Nothing that can be done for both decks. I mean, for just Vex.
There we go. So that's just a 2.
Yeah, and we see the
take
scoop.
that off. And then to answer the question, Riftbound, much like Digimon, is a game where most of the time it's do as much as you can. Not everything is a cost, although some things do seem to be a cost most of the time. But with unchecked power, it's saying if you have any friendly units, push them over, and then just explode some boards. But overall speaking, if you don't have any units, you don't have to exhaust them. Riftbound kind of realised that we should make things cost more often, so just a future reference. Overall, this should be Vex going first now, after we saw them take game 1 by a storm of holding, and a rather scary order that isn't Vex taking the game away.
Yeah, we'll see now with going first battlefield for Vex what's going to be, and we see actually that is the Groove of the God Willow. This is one of the strongest battlefield because that means that if Vex get to hold, she will draw 3 cards every single turn, and that can swing the match in her favor. While we see for the Leblanc the Star Spring, so you get to every time you play a card, you get to move one of your cards back into base. So that can be an interesting counter to Vex, because you don't have to bring any new unit ready if you can move your ready units at a battlefield already.
This also, I know it doesn't really, and I'm going to say the word pseudo for the sake of saying the word pseudo, but pseudo ganking. So if you play a card here, it moves it out, you're still readied, you can walk back into the other area and fight them as much as you can, as we just did in the last game. LeBlanc loves to gank, and fake ganking is just as good.
Yeah, and now we see as Vex finding her turn 1 play with the overzealous fan again, and LeBlanc, she's going to play her champion and pass the turn. And we will see.
Uh-oh. We've seen this once before.
Yeah, and we've seen already some deflect being put on that battlefield. 1 rune up. We don't know if he has a defy or an unguard, but you always have to be wary when a calm rune keeps 1 rune up. But the LeBlanc is trying to avoid fight, but here's a gust. And interesting enough, since you are attacking an empty battlefield, you don't get the assault for LeBlanc, so she's still at 3 might. So unlucky play for LeBlanc. And once again, this Vex having every single answer at the correct time.
As you can see here, instead of deramping themselves another turn, they have just played out the Honest Broker. Following turn to get a gold, so maybe they'll keep LeBlanc in hand for an extra turn. Maybe they'll go all for it next turn. But right now, it is Vex's game to lose, as we are currently 2 up. Do we have access to everyone's favourite Jordans? We have some Jordans, everyone. It's time to start moving side to side. Oh, giving it to the overzealous this time. I suppose if you try and walk into their area, they will just disappear into the mist, and then the shoes will become available for whichever other unit is available.
Yeah, and we see now that Vex also has a lot of cards, because as I said, they hold on the Grove of the God Willow, which means that they get to draw 3 cards, and probably that's how they found the Air Jordan, the Swifties, to have the ganking. And it's 3.20.
So yeah, it's unfortunately been a turn and a half ahead. Does sometimes feel a bit like it's creeping down your spine. Generally, next turn when you're 5-0, if you're in that situation, that's when you start panicking and start going a little bit more manic, as I should say, from many people I've played against, and myself included. Overall, though, we know that there's a LeBlanc in hand, so you know there's some way of coming back to fight this out on the following turn. But right now, on this turn, we only have a 2-might unit, and it's not looking very menacing at all.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if this new Vex deck with the Swifties is going to impact the meta, or is just something that Greyor brought here and just a tech that he's going to be the only one to use. But I'm surely interested in this deck. I think it has great potential, and we see the Ruined Rex, actually one of the few ways in which LeBlanc can try to kill some cards here.
Yeah, it's a great card. I do see this getting very much use in the coming formats. I don't think LeBlanc technically has to be the only card deck that uses it, as the card itself is very powerful. But overall speaking here, it's still not feeling the mightiest right now. You can kind of clear some battlefields depending on where we go and how we do this. It's all up to Vex if they want to leave as many runes open as they can to stun things, or counter things, or annoy things, or buff things, or just do green things, really.
Yeah, and actually, I'm starting to get a doubt, because LeBlanc has drawn a lot of cards in these 3 games, but we haven't seen any carters. I want to check if they have carters in their list, or they decided to go crazy and not put it. Okay, no, they have a 3 pair of carters. So they've just been unlucky or decided not to use it. I don't know. But let's say that Ruined Rex and carters, it's a great combo together.
Yeah, I think in this situation it might have been a case of like they didn't really feel they had enough time to get the Coffers out and they get Ruined Rex out. Carthus becomes a kind of like a charm target, so you have to be careful of all the charms around. Ruined Rex himself obviously wants to start fighting things, having 6 might, and then obviously if he falls to the wayside during that fight, he can then pop swing with the additional 4 death kill damage. I'm presuming they're going to target the Eager Admirer, but that would cost you a deflect. So is it worth just getting rid of the Overzealous and then giving the shoes to the Admirer? I think that's a bit rough, to be fair.
Yeah, we're not seeing actually anything dying, so maybe he decided just to let the effect fizzle. I don't know what's happening.
Our chat are very
Because
smart people, and I'm sure they will correct us in a second, but I'm pretty sure if damage is done, it has to be given to something. You just have to kill it if there's something that can be killed, but damage has to be given to something, I believe. Chat, you're very smart people. Tell me if I'm right or wrong.
I think that if your only target is a unit that has deflect, you can make it fizzle because deflect is an optional cost to pay. But I mean, there's the now we see that the not so fast getting played on the effect of the Ruined Rex, so that's what was happening. They were just thinking if they wanted to let it go through or not, and now we see that it has been countered. So once again, the Leblanc is in very, very deep water.
That's what I said before. Having all these ruins up, especially with the extra greens available, I think it was like 3 and 3, correct? You have to always be scared with green because green is just going to counter you, or they're going to drag you into something. Or in this case, they're going to trick you into attacking something, and then you get not so fasted from a sword into a bunch of flowers. But overall, it's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not. And also he also recycled one, so it means that he targeted the unit with deflect, but still the damage didn't go through. So maybe that's what was holding on. He was targeting the LA, and then it got countered. So you still pay the deflect, but your damage doesn't go through.
So unfortunately, yeah, you have to pay your costs first, and then obviously the not so fast can come out and do its own thing. Coming here with the hidden blades is pretty good. No deflect cost here. We do have access to another not so fast though, and that is counted, I'm afraid. Do we have access to anything else here? It is starting to look a bit dire on the side of Leblanc, unfortunately. We do kind of need to start putting ourselves a little bit more pressure in. Currently, though, they are out of green green runes, which means there's no more green buffoonery coming in. It can only be purple buffoonery for a cost of 1, which I'm pretty sure we're safe from. I don't think there's any purple cards that cost 1 that we need to worry about so far.
Yeah, and I mean that's the problem when you give a couple of turns to Vex. She has the ability to draw what she needs. And now we've seen that they are showing the cards, they are probably giving up, saying, there's nothing I can do.
LeBlanc has said GG. They've understood the assignment. It's very painful.
Yeah, and we see this game being won by Vex, but I don't think that necessarily means that Vex is stronger than LeBlanc. I think it's more of a case of going first is better than going second, because the only game where LeBlanc got to go first, she won the game, but we will see. But that was a very interesting game. We get to game 3. I mean, none of the game were actually really close. We always saw one player stomp the other, but still they were interesting games.
I think neither of these decks are really running these massive units that you have to kind of fight over. Vex might be running a Varmor maybe, but overall we didn't see that come out here. It was a lot of the lower might units with buff spells and some boots and Edge of Night for some dashing emo-ery. But yeah, it seems to be a very low to the ground, a very low costing version of the deck where it just wants to buff up a few of its smaller things. Deflect is still a very powerful effect that we get in this game. That's quite known to most people. And then Overzealous, which I thought kind of had walked away from the spotlight, has come back in this deck, and as you can see, it kind of threatens a lot of things. If you get rid of the thing with if you get rid of Overzealous with boots on, you give the boots away for free. Or if you have to deal with the thing with Deflect, you have to hope the person doesn't have a counterspell.
Yeah, and now we're going to go and check for another game. And we see there's a severe Aurora against, I actually cannot make this out. Is it a Diana we're seeing? Ah, it's an Ezreal. Ah, yes, because I don't know if you guys know, but on TCG Arena, if you become, I don't want to say a Patreon, but if you pay them, you can actually use altar cards, and we can see also the altar backs of the card that this Ezreal is playing. So he decided to go with a different Ezreal card, which is quite interesting. It's very, very good looking, actually. And we'll see. So a new Miracle, the one with the backpacks against the Aurora.
So, funny enough, mine just says, can't be viewed in your region. Luckily, seeing it on stream, nothing too suspicious, but funny nonetheless.
Yeah.
Have you seen
And
this newer version of this build? I haven't seen the Cosmic so much, but I have seen this new inclusion of the apathetic Vex in the Ezreal build. Now, some very famous player was talking about this today, and I'm not too sure who it was off the top of my head. Maybe I'll have a little gander.
I think that Vex Apathetic is now to include in every Chaos deck nowadays because it counters deck like Leblanc, as we saw. It counters Lilia. It counters any Thousand Tail Watch that want to enter ready. It counters Red Darius or Kaisa that want to be accelerated. So I think it's an auto include in every deck. I think this is the new Red Draven, like four runes, no recycle, and a very powerful effect. It's the best turn 2 that you can have.
Yeah, I agree. It's a totally on point card. I do believe we had someone earlier talking about this card as I feel like there was another 4-cost unit that doesn't have power. How exciting. But overall, it is keeping these decks that don't really have much accelerate together, as this Vex here just got to slow down your opponents into a game where you get to sort of play at your own pace.
Yeah, and we see for now that the Ezreal is winning 6-0, and I think that the Aurora just got destroyed and went to the trash, and we see the GG and the Sivir disconnecting. So I think that's victory for Ezreal. Shame we arrived a little bit late, so we didn't see what happened during the game. But yeah, it's always fun to see an Aurora not winning. Okay, and now we'll see if we can find another game that hasn't finished. Some game that also went to game 3. I think that maybe some Victor, some slow deck. I don't think that a Lilia is going to arrive to game 3 and be late.
No, I don't think so. But I did find out who was talking about this. It was yesterday, so I do apologise being a day off. It was Kuba Kupla from the Pack of Wonders crew, and they were saying about this build of Vex, where I suppose it's more of a slow down and hold version of the build with Ezreal, as opposed to the just counterspell everything and suck your phone and playing the game. But overall, it looks pretty nasty.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal, I talked before with the previous caster, which is that Ezreal is a really Gigabrain deck, so it takes a lot of skills to be played. And now we get to the last match, and actually, I was wrong. There's a Lilia that's going a little bit late versus Azir, so we have two very aggressive deck that actually are going for quite a while. So now we see that it's actually, I think the third game just started. So I don't know if they were slow or there was some judge call involved with some interaction. But we see now that with the sprite call being played by Lilia, we have two ready sprite units and a Poro ready to attack. And we will see what did she try to do on the battlefield. We see another one being played for one rune. I don't know what happened. Probably he didn't pay one rune. But they managed to conquer the right battlefield and go to 3 points right now. And yeah, they will put some more might on the battlefield to keep holding. And with the Duskros Lab, they maybe try to kill the sprite with temporary and draw 1 card.
I think the reason it was 1 cost, by the way, was because it was the Lilia effect, because there was 3 other units on the field that had temporary. So
yeah, I didn't see the one on the battlefield. Yeah.
As a Lilia enjoyer, but only in Riftbound and nowhere else. She's so fast. She's like, her tempo is insane. So, yeah, a little bit of Wall of Spirits there. Having Azir to deal with this now. Having 8 up though, we could, if we wanted to, if we had access to maybe a Guardian Angel, accelerate this Azir and drag him into some of these sprite filled areas. We do see the new Soul Sword. I love Soul Sword on Azir. Put this on a hill that we'll happily die on. Having an extra turn 1 play is really good in Azir. Stay with me now.
Yeah. I mean, they use the new, I think it's Soul Sword card, even if they don't use any XP, but still first turn card that can use. And we see now the Arise getting played, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Now they have 7, I think, Sand Soldiers, and 4 of which are ready. 2 are being sent on the left battlefield, and we'll see what the hidden card is.
So they have 4 new Sand Soldiers from the effect of Arise. 2 of those can come in ready, with the 5 Might Sand Soldier with the Brutalizer, and the... Again, I don't think there's any other experience here, so I'm going to just say 3 Might Sand Soldier. Fighting this poor little sprite. Obviously, currently they can only trade 1-for-1 into a Sand Soldier with the Soul Sword as well as the sprite. But what is that face down card? Have they changed their mind?
Yeah, I think there was a little drawback. They decided to change the equip on the cards, and now we see a 3/5, a 6 might with tank Sand Soldier, and a 2 might Sand Soldier that is going to bring a recruit with him. So in total, there's a 10 might.
So no matter what is face down here, they can take it out. Hopefully, it is a brand new card here. Smoke and Mirrors, Huzzah. Choose a unit you control and another unit you control at a different location. If at least one of them has temporary, move each other to each other's location.
Yeah, and he decided that he wants to save the sprite. No, he changed it back.
So, maybe? I feel like you want to move 2 sprites in, maybe, so you can try and take out more, but it doesn't really work either. So currently that's a 6 might Sand Soldier versus a 2 might and a 1, so yes, 7. So it's going to not really work out either way. You do get to have that. No, I don't even know what you get here. This is very strange. I don't know why they've done that. This is very strange.
Yeah, I think that he was miscalculating because there's the Trifarian War Camp that giving +1 might to every other card, and so the one with the tank has 7 might. So even with every calculation possible, it was still over the might that Lilia could throw. So decided to just put all of her might on the Duskros Lab. And we see a hidden card also being played by the Azir. Quite an interesting place to put the hidden card. I've seen some players put them there. I usually put them in the battlefield.
So I don't know if you've seen my brand new map, but I do have a hidden zone specifically in the battlefield for people to hide a card. And it's mostly for me, because I will forget it's hidden otherwise. It's happened many times on stream. It'll happen again. I'm sure it will. Bring in another Sprite Burst, though, because I love Sprite Burst. Get him to make 2 sprites for a cost of 5, which is actually pretty good and cost effective. Now with having 4 left up here, we can definitely go in for another Lilia for a cost of 1, or maybe we can get in a sprite fountain for a cost of 2, and then have Lilia produce a sprite for 0. Maybe we are. That's what we're getting apparently. Fighting sprites versus sand. Who will win? Not sand.
Yeah,
Sand,
and I
sand does
think
not like
that
bubbles.
what?
Sand does not like bubbles, and here you come. This bubble
Yeah.
is sprite in already. Besides that one, so that's going to be 12 plus 1 each, so 16. Somebody count that for me because we already had bad maths already. Definitely taking over this battlefield, making it harder for Azir to sort of deal with them. But having all the sand soldiers in the back doesn't mean it's going to be an end of all game here. We do see the hidden blade though coming out here, and they're going to kill the recruit. Suppose you do want to have that. Oh,
Getting the
nothing.
5 because getting a healthy number of cards is not good for Lilia.
No, Lydia's just like, I'm fighting you here right now. I'm going to 4. You might have some equipment next turn, but I'm going to 4 on this turn. Good luck, sir. So, yeah, I mean, on the following turn, though, Azir does have a lot of units and a lot of gear to put on said units, and an Azir that they could probably accelerate if they wanted to, and start throwing units places. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, Azir still has some gas in the tank. We'll see if that is going to be enough to recover this 2 battlefield, or if he need one more turn of setup. For sure, the Arise last turn give him a lot of fighting power. We'll see what happens now.
I mean, that's it. They couldn't stop the activation of the Arise, so in case anything did happen here, they did have all these backup soldiers ready to go. As you can see here, there's currently 5 soldiers. That's 10 might currently. If you walk into the war camp, that is now 15 might. If you put some equipment on there, that becomes a bigger number. Yes, that's how numbers work. But with 2 brutalizers, though, and all these sand soldiers, this could become a very daring operation, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, and we'll see if what's going to happen. We see a first one with 2 brutalizers, so it's 2 plus 6, it's 8 might, plus the Trifarian is 9 might against 8. And if nothing happens from the Lilia, that's that's a Stupefy.
I mean, they do trade, so it's not nothing. You do have all those extra tokens available to also walk at people, so it's not the worst thing in the world. As you may have noticed that the Azir did play the equipment earlier in the turn, so they can play out the Sand Soldier now for the cost of 1. But overall, do we just equip something else and try and take out this Lilia as they are all currently tapped out on the side of Lilia, and then you just walk something in like this into the war camp and have yourself access to a fresh recruit, as well as hopefully a 5-on-5 adjusted point system?
Yeah, I think you do, and I also like what the Azir play is doing. He equipped 2 cards on the Sand Soldier, so he create a recruits and also get that Sand Soldier to 3 might, because whatever Lilia is going to send to you is going to have at least 3 might. So you never want to send you want to have something with 2 might who get killed without having to spend anything, and then you conquer on the Lilia side and you kill her. And keeping also 3 Sand Soldier at base, it's very useful. And we will see now if the 10 rune against 3 runes is going to make a difference.
Yeah, that's it really. Can these 3 humble runes stand up against the biggest 10? Sprite Burst, yeah. It's just Sprite Burst. I love Sprite Burst. Do you like Sprite Burst? I love Sprite Burst. It's very efficient.
Yeah, I love everything that create a lot of sprites and create an army without recycling anything. And we see also another sprite, so which means that Lilia gets her legend ability for free. And so it's 15 currently might that has Lilia ready to go with just 7 runes and 1 recycle.
I mean, it's now 3 versus 3 in rune economy, right? It's fair now. That's how pillars work and costages. Currently walking out here to 8 into 2. What's hard? Was that 6? I believe it was 6 into 8. So unfortunately, the sprite does take it away, going up to 6 on the side of Lilia, and then 7 with these extra bubbly boys ready to go. Obviously, Lily is not a whole deck, so you will have to try and take out both battlefields on the following turn to get your 8-point to win. But overall, with 11 runes up next turn, currently possibly, and hopefully another Sprite Fountain, or one more Sprite Burst, or something that just makes sprites, really, like a Sprite's Mother or a Sprite Queen, we should have a game on our hands going into
Yeah, I
the
mean, if nothing happens, actually the temporary on the sprite fountain is going to create another sprite, and with a legend ability, you can create a second one. So she has 2 units to conquer both battlefield if nothing happens. But I don't think that Azir is going to make her life easy.
I don't think he's going to either. But with only 5 runes up, there's only so much a man can do. And I mean, he could accelerate himself here, get himself a lovely Azir for 5 and at 1 power, and you can walk him out there, and he can try and do his best to keep the game going and himself alive. But again, you're having to hold turn against a deck that seems to be shooting out these sprites like it's nothing at all. I do think we are seeing Mr. Azir right now.
Yeah, and we see also as a last card played of the turn for Lilia was the turn to dust to remove at least one of the 2 brutalizers, which is one of the strongest. But we see also that Azir has been very unlucky with these runes. He only has 1 green rune up, so which means he can only equip 1 brutalizer or 1 shield or 1 soul sword. And
It's going to be the brutalizer. Makes a 5 might, 6, walk it in, the 8, need to walk 2 in, make it 9, then you can, nope, it's not nothing. Azir technically is stronger than the sprite. You've only got 1 up, so at best it could be an on guard. Or a stupefy. Oh no, stupefy makes you trade. Ooh, look, listen to me. I'm very concerned here. We do get the eye though. The eye makes a recruit, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and we see even more recycles. So now it's just 2 runes left for this poor Azir. We'll see. So it's
that's 6 plus a recruit, so 8 into 8. That's a trade. So the man behind the curtain, our lovely Plus, has said it's overtime now. Turn 0 for the Azir. Although this should only really take 1 more turn either way for each player to see who is the winner. So walking here with 8, so it's going to be a trade, I do believe. So 8 into 8. I can't count, you know this already, so tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, 2 plus 3 is 5, plus 1 is 6, and 1 plus 1 is 2. So yes, it's 8 might again, 8 might, thanks to the battlefield, which actually being 2 units versus 2 units actually doesn't change anything now that I'm saying it out loud. But yeah.
Yes, it should be a simple trade, he says, a simple trade. And then do we just equip the Eye of the Herald to Azir to make an extra recruit, so there's at least an extra unit on the field, just in case, that way they can trade, and then you walk in a Sand Soldier into each area just to take the point. You have to hope that maybe a situation where they can't make 2 sprites, I suppose, is the answer.
I would actually put the Eye of the Herald on one of the Sand Soldier and then bring it back with Azir, so you create actually 2 recruit in 1 turn. But I don't think that's the play, because maybe you want to leave just the Eye of the Herald in base and not recycle 1 more, since you only have 2 runes.
I did call the Stupefy, unfortunately.
Yeah, and here's the Stupefy. And that is going to
trade, so you can get the you can still get the 7/7. The issue here though is, do you equip the eye just that way you got the extra might on the field, or do you?
I think you have to.
Bait and
or
hope
it's just GG.
There we go.
But
Oh. Okay. Not where I thought this was going. Makes some sense, but if you're already losing, verbatim, this doesn't seem to be the best situation to be in. But I do agree that maybe trying to hold on both is going to make things like weirder for you, especially since we're going to have one unit from the mountain, spend 3,
Yeah, I mean,
off another one. So it was awkward either way, I think.
yeah, and also being like turn 0 before for Azir, he's saying he's saying I'm not winning, but at least I'm trying to drag you down with me to a draw. But a Sprite Burst would like to say the opposite.
Yes, unfortunately, Sprite Bus says, unfortunately, sir, you've seemed to have accompanied some technical difficulties, and it's time to watch these sprites fight you for no reason. So we have currently, because brain is hard, 6 into 8, so 9 is there. That would be 12. That's how maths works, I believe. So
Yes.
they will take that, and then the sprite will take the other battlefield, and I do believe that's a GG, and it's good going Lilia, everyone's favourite doe. How do you feel about those 3 matches that we just watched?
They were one better than the other. I mean, the second one was quite fast, but I think that as a Lilia fan, I think that this guy can go the long, can at least arrive into the top 8. I think we have top 8 for this tournament, so at least he can get there. But we've seen also a strong Vex play today, and that is going to be very hard for the Lilia, as it's one of her hardest, if not the hardest matchup.
Yeah, to be fair, Vex obviously says, no, you can't be a very aggressive person, and Lily goes, that's my only game plan. I only go fast.
Yeah,
But overall, from
and
the 2 games that we kind of saw,
yeah,
I've,
so
I've
I
said,
would say, go, please.
no, as I was saying, you carry on with your thoughts.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, and also if you want to deal with that without fighting it, you still have to pay the deflect. So there is no way in which you get out of a against a fight with Vex unharmed, I think.
That's it. As we said during that game itself, deflect is such a great keyword. You know, I can't fight you physically, so I'm going to try and get rid of you with a spell. Well, this spell now costs 2 and 2. My runes are kind of in shambles for a turn. Is that really the only play I have? Sometimes it has to be, especially in like blue and yellow, where you're more about controlling the battlefield with the spells as opposed to actually with bodies. And obviously, do very well for Leblanc. And as we saw here with lovely Lilia, she wants to go fast. All her spells say make something that's got temporary and readied, and Vex just goes, nah, I'm good. But as I
Yeah,
believe you're far around with us, would you like to say some outings for us before we go for our commercial break?
I think that's been very fun and very interesting commenting these games. And I wish good luck to all the players and may the best deck wins.
Bizarre. No, I totally agree. It's been really fun to watch. Having having 2 really good games to watch, and then a middle game that kind of ended before we got in. It is what it is, but it's nice to see everyone's doing their best. Some old decks seeing some new light, and some new decks bringing that flame in with them. But overall, is there anything you'd like to say hello to, or anywhere we can find you in the ether, sir?
Fidero Bombastic on X and on Riftbound actually, and hope to see you anyone in live on the table actually, and see you guys in Utrecht.
If anyone down there in the coming June, go say hello, and it's about a handshake, a clean handshake.
Yeah, would love that. Thank you very much, Agito.
And thank you for being my caster co-host today. And we'll see you guys in round 5 for another round with me. I'm sure you can't wait till round 6 to turn up instead. But nonetheless, we're going to go for a quick break. And we'll see you guys shortly for that 5th round.
Flip side, we'll let you know how the Misfortune versus Draven matchup goes. so I'll be curious about that one as well. But diving on in, we are set.
We're in.
Thumbs up from both the players. We are on to the TCG arena, and it looks like we got Shoko going first.
Going first with those new fancy runes, which I'm sure everybody will be chasing. None of those Spirit Force, none of those Origins. We got the new Unleashed ones there. Dropping the Treasure Hunter, trading with the Boots of Swiftness in return, which is so far looking like a standard Irelia style. But now we can see this potential hold strat coming out strong from the Vex, because when they hold, they can draw that extra card with the Legend.
And it's a very, very quick one as well, especially with the start of Treasure Hunter. You also start building up the gold counters as well, starting to allow kind of that spell reel action to come through, and it's a nice little hold potential. We have the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Not only that, you also have the Zon Warrens on the other side. When you conquer here, discard one, draw one. You all know that one. Ravenbloom Conservatory now stacked as well with Vex, which is a little bit surprising, I want to say. I feel like when you want to defend, normally you want to sacrifice a little bit early to get that extra card draw, but you're willing to stack up a little bit more and just say, I know you got to move here at some point, so.
But you can play it out so aggressively, right? Because with that Vex, any unit played now is just, they're stunned. They can't move, and they're stunned. So, right now, no matter what the Irelia tries to do, they're just stuck in a hard place. So, you can score up to your 2 points, get the hold, get the extra draw, and now, with these open runes, really decide to play what you want to go for here. And straight away, 7 cards in hand for this Vex so quickly. This is the strength we're seeing in this Vex play hold style.
I mean, it's a very quick card draw. It's a very quick setup as well. It only takes 2 turns, and you already have a very decent board. The development is huge. Daikal having to wait more like their earlier 2 before they can really set up. Granted, it can be very dangerous either way, but there's the movement. And you were talking about the card draw. Well, you get another gold, and then you just sit and wait. And now it's an open battlefield. Now you get a chance to kind of fight back as we get yet another Vex down. Double Vex apathetic. Really making sure that no units are going to have fun.
Actually, any unit you play is essentially stunned twice, and you just have that safety net of, even if you manage to take down one as this Irelia, it will stop it because there's a second one there. But of all the decks that I think can handle this, you know, when a unit is played as stun, I think Irelia should be okay, because they play a unit and then slowly develop it over the game. They don't necessarily need to accelerate it unless it's the end of the game when they're in like a desperate measure. But right now, they're in this spot where they can conquer for 1, and they could play a buff, and they could try and be in a bit aggressive to gank it over with those Swifties. Instead, we see them develop a Stellacorn here.
And that, I think, is a fairly aggressive Stellacorn as well, unless you have some movement that can be very dangerous. But because you not only left the Aurelia plus the Stellacorn, it's well insulated within that mix, because that's a lot of weight behind it. And I see where Choco's going now, moving on over to the other battlefield. August, though, coming out very early and ensuring that movement doesn't give too much extra. It means that the Treasure Hunter will have to be played again before you get an extra gold generation, because that's 3 gold on the table, easy to be used on next turn if you wish, which you have to recognize as Daikal. Something big is going to come this way, and I'm not going to enjoy it.
The Gust did limit the amount of cards, at least we can see Daikal play here, with our 1 rune open, so we don't see any flashes here. That's nothing to keep them back. I could highly imagine that hidden card would be some kind of Emperor's Divide or something, I believe it's called, right? The one where you can move your units. And they're going in aggressive here, setting in both Vexes. They are going for the combat, and the Vilemore jumping in for more.
I was not expecting that at all. I knew that they had it in their deck. It feels like that big might power. But welcome to the Thunderdome. Like, that is such a Rust status. There it is. It is going to be the Emperor's Divide, like you called. Go ahead and move a number of friendly units back. You are safe for the moment. But you just allowed Choco to now fully covet that Ravenbloom Conservatory. But that is theirs for the remainder, as long as they wish to keep this build up.
And if Irelia can't conquer this, it's going to be a draw 2 situation. Once through the Legend and once through the Vilemore. The amount of hold pressure they have here is insane.
Yep.
But they did tap themselves out. They didn't hide anything. So now I can imagine Daikel hopefully taking their time to play for some kind of big swing conquer.
I mean, they can definitely try. It's a good connection to the Guardian Angel, which means you are able to kind of overpower it. Now means the Vile Maw's initial trigger isn't going to be active, which is, of course, we're talking about that. Enemy units here with less might than me don't deal combat damage. You now have overpowered that, so you are able to at least remove, I think at that point, 2 units overall. You could either remove the Vile Maw or you can remove both Vexes, depending on how it works. But a good move on the Celicorn. Get that movement up. You go ahead and score one as well. You discard. And I wonder what you drew. It is going to be a swing in. So first initiation, defend first. Easy pickup of a card. Shoko is is going to hang on to that. It looks like it was a spell in hand. Don't know what it is. And then the Defiant Dance. Buff up to 13. Or is it 12 at that point?
Should be going up.
It was 12. I miscounted right there. So, but also reducing. Is that enough? That's 14 to 12.
It's stacking. It's stacking it up, and they're just going to keep going up and up and up here. And now it's going to be 15 to the total of 14 here. And if my maths is correct, that should be a complete wipe for the Aurelia.
Okay, easy twist and commitment. You now taken out both Vexes, and everything I said was completely wrong earlier. Listen to this, Dubby. I'm not only wrong in League, but also in Riftbound. I love this. Great play by the Aurelia. That is what, a turn 4 clear? I think that is an amazing setup for them.
And this is why I specifically I wanted to watch this matchup, because as someone that wanted to play other decks that were really aggressive and tempoed, I was terrified of Vex because of this whole, when you play a unit, it can't essentially do anything. But Irelia is the deck that's showing us right now can't counter that, because you can just get these units out early, play them out the turn after, and start buffing them out by immense amounts of might, forcing now the Vex to play all their units to base here, which is not what you want to be doing. You want to be holding.
Yeah, it's a very tough time, and now the card draw is going in Daikol's favor ever so slightly. Yes, Choco currently has 6, but you can see Daikol starting to build that up because the Stellacorn Hoarder wasn't dealt with. Problems are abound. Second wave coming in for Choco, though. It is a Nami and Sona, 2 units that are very, very adept at kind of building up your back line. Big part about that is the Sona. Now we should never see that tap out situation. If the Vex is able to get a battlefield under their control, if that Sona is able to get up there, you will consistently have 4 to at least play something. The problem is it too little too late?
That is the question, as the Sona is sent in to that Zone Wars to recycle and to card and draw another one. Now they have that there to ready the 4 runes. The question is, what can they do to get over this Irelia? Because instead they sent everything into the Zone Wars here. They're behind a point, so they will have to answer this eventually, and it seems like they're going to overcommit to hold for here for some extra draws.
I mean, I don't dislike it, I will say. I kind of like that, because a big part of why the Aurelia was able to get away with that battle over on Ravenbloom is because the Shadow wasn't there. That's the other linchpin to the plan, is you need that Shadow to also stop any attacking units as well, so it covers both angles. Now the Shadow's out, but you also don't have a great buff line, right? Like, it's still gonna hurt when anyone swings in here. So you are really hoping that, just like Choco took a lot of damage from losing double Vex and the Vile Maw, that Daikol also expended at least some of their major unit pieces. A simple move of the Stellacorn just to get a little extra draw, and maybe to remove some of the unit power. There is a 3-tap.
Yeah, they can remove something here. That's got to be their plan, especially with the Shadow there being tapped. They can't use that ability. Find your center. Interesting choice to use that. It might have been a card they drew from that set I couldn't want to move.
And then here's an answer on the other side. It is going to be a Discipline coming out. Really building up that mutated mouse, by the way. And then an immediate Gus is like, all right, no, we're done with that.
Another Discipline.
I love that. I love that.
Double Discipline coming out strong right here.
Yeah. Looks like they're just trying to card draw. A bunch, actually. That is a very
But
wild
the Disciplines
amount.
on the chain here is nice, because it counters the Gust. So the Gust now doesn't resolve. The Discipline, the other one, resolves, buffing this cat up there to 7. And now, as Aurelia, you're really forced to try and play something aggressively here if you want to kill anything. But no, Stellacorn will just die. And the tank on this little card here, 2 for 1 base might, up to 7 is crazy good.
Listen. When a cat goes Nidalee form, you know you're in trouble, right? Like that's
Yep.
kind of what happened there. You got all the buffs, you ran around, you're now sitting there. And again, for those wondering, it has shield 2, which is why it started out basically as a 3 and then went up. So you added 4 on top, and it's nasty. Not only that, you ensure the fact that you have now saved the Shadow plus the Nami plus the Sona. So for Choco, it's a very nice hold.
Good evening, Riftbounders, or afternoon, or good night, wherever you're enjoying our show today. I am joined by the lovely producer, host, owner of the channel, Mr. Plus, and he's going to tell us about what we're going to be enjoying today in our next round of round 5.
For sure, we're just about 2 rounds left in Swiss, and we have an awesome matchup. 2 still undefeated players. One of them, no stranger to the channel, a previous multi-champion in these Roof and Rinse events. Being Nurov, maybe I think he was saying a couple things in chat. So he's going to be representing the mid-range Yi that has been going crazy in the Unleashed meta. If you guys saw the little thing I posted recently on Twitter, Master Yi has actually had the majority of the meta share in those Chinese summoner scrimmages. Granted, they're best of 1, but it's a modified best of 1 where you're able to sideboard once you see each other's legends. So it's not exactly just best of 1, but either way, 25% out of 1,700 players were in top 8 using Master Yi. So I think Master Yi is definitely a good contender in set 3. Now on the other side of the board, who do we got, Aguito?
We have, I could be wrong about this, Kumai, but they are playing my favourite deck, War Crimes. And that is a Victor with hopefully some new additions from set 3, which I believe we were talking about earlier today, such as the Safety Inspector, inspecting things very safely, Soul Harvest, which is kind of a mix of Colour of the Week and like a Gust card. Anything with 3 or less at a battlefield can just disappear into the ether. And then, depending on how your mileage varies, Ruination, if you really want to have one of those wide board sweeps. Overall, though, there's not really much this has given to Victor, but I should see a few new cards in here. Maybe something like a Sprite Burst, if you want to have a quick sort of get in and out where you for cost of 3, for cost of 5 on turn 2 or 3, depending on if you're first or second. And then Carrion Dredger, which is that mech card in yellow that when it dies gets to play a bird for free, which has Deflect, and as we spoke about Deflect so much last time, it's a very good keyword. So hopefully we see something a little bit new from this Victor, and not just the same old regular War Crimes.
We'll see. It could be a little bit of a mixture of both, but I love what you're saying. A whole lot new tools coming in set 3 for Victor. Let's go ahead and join these players in this 5th round of Swiss. Who will remain undefeated? Is it Master Yi, or is it going to be the War Crimes Victor in this 5th round? I actually forgot to tell him to go. I'm giving them the green light right now as we speak, so they should get started rather shortly. And let's see who's going to be starting things off. It looks like Yi will be on the play for this game number 1, which tends to be a decent advantage because Yi going first means Yi gets to a battlefield first, and when Yi's on the battlefield, you get the tremendously great value of the +2 might every single time on defense, which is what you want to do. But funny enough, he doesn't have an early drop unit, so relying on the Chosen Champion, which is a nice little 4-drop at that to start things off.
Okay. A lot of people are still using the old Yi, the one with ganking and comes in readied. Obviously, with things like Vex around, maybe not the best choice anymore, but obviously that acceleration doesn't really help you out. But with this Master Yi, as you said before, 4-drop for 4 on your opponent's turn, a 6, very good early game, especially in that turn 2, 3, and 4, and it does kind of put you out some of those damaging thresholds that you generally see. But coming from Victor, kind of the same old, but very early 2-drop, and then going into those tokens as quick as we can. But we did get a Zhonya's Hourglass on the side of the Yi, just so that way their first turn didn't feel a bit empty.
All right, let's see. There's 3 runes available on defense. So Wages of Pain just to offer up the trade 1 for 1, but you have a whole ready rune set up. So something like a Simple Define will be countering that if they choose to deploy it out. But I'm pretty sure you want to go ahead and try to make sure you get and conquer onto this battlefield. So it's not Defy, but another workaround, the Discipline, to bring him out of the range up to 6. So you have 3 mark damage, 1 from the recruit tokens. So surviving by, I believe, 2 HP, right? Yeah.
Yes, so the heal anyways go back to 6, but yes, it would have been a case of go down to 1 life, 1 for 1, would trade, obviously with the +2, so 3 to 1, so they survive with 6 at the end of their turn. Having the additional 2 on the opponent's turn, so they're still at 6, at least for the end of this turn, going into next turn. But with those 4 ruins up, with those 3 ruins up, what can we see coming in now?
Yeah, we will see. But something I do want to point out, that is a Conquer. So that is one of the newer mechanics in the Unleashed meta, is going to be Hunt. Not just a Hunt 1, but a Hunt 2. So that is a 2 little indication being put on the Legend ability, as a lot of players have chosen that's the way to describe it. Or not to describe it, the way to kind of represent XP. So on Conquer and on Hold, that's 2 XP. And Master Yi's additional abilities come online when you Conquer/Hold 3 times. So that's step 1. 2 more times and you're going to get a really good ability with deflect and ganking, because sometimes Master Yi has a little bit of a harder way of getting to the other battlefields, similar to how Vex has. So it's a bit of a way of having like the boots we saw from the previous round with Vex, but in a unit instead. But let's see, it is Victor's turn. Does play out the chosen champion of his own, 3 left, which I don't think he has too much to play with. But a card that would do really good normally would be something like a Call the Weak, but coming prepared with not just 1 Aguito, but a double Zhonya's Hourglass. This Master Yi is never dying. Or granted, most of his units might not be dying because of those.
The Master Yi seem to have gone away from the equipment build and gone more into the Zhonya's Hourglass version of the deck, which is something you sort of saw from a Yasuo back in set 1. I do believe that a lot of people, even our Saucy K, Mr. Sasuke, loves this build with a dash of Triforce just to give it a little bit more holding power. But this one does seem to be holding with 1 GA, which is going to help here for this Master Yi. And then next turn, it will go to a 6 might on its turns. It gains the extra... No, it has it now, right? From +3?
No, level 6. You're right. I know what you're saying, but here we go. This is exactly one of the cards, the MVP cards introduced in the Unleashed meta to these G decks. It is the notorious Trophy Hunter. It is just absolutely crazy that you can go ahead and surprise your opponent when they're attacking in. And I think you pointed this out, Aguito. You become the surprise defender. So a 5 energy, 8 might unit. That just sounds ridiculous coming in at reaction speed, but Imperial Decree trying to catch Master Yi by surprise. Trophy Hunter does technically die but get saved by the Sonya's Hourglass, which means the Guardian Angel will also be dying as well. But keep in mind, if you apply 2 points of damage with the Treasure Hoarder, I believe the GA actually doesn't save it. I believe that's how it's worked. Do you remember the ruling on that, Aguito?
So the only one I truly remember is with how Bella's Breath works. So if you do both triggers, it kills the Guardian Angel. And then when you go to do it again, it will then trigger on the Yi because it has 2 ticks of lethal. They did change how lethal damage kind of worked recently, so I'm not too sure if that's changed how that interaction works now since then. But I would like to apologize last week when I thought the change for Elder Dragon was also a change to all lethal damage. It was specifically a buff to Elder Dragon.
Yeah,
so,
specifically just for Elder Dragon. But yeah, Bellows Breast coming in, but saving the Defy till the perfect opportunity, saving both of the backline units. Granted, one of them was going to be saved from the Zhonya's Hourglass, but just keeping the Zhonya's Hourglass, because honestly, that is the best card you could have against these. They're no longer prison decks, but they're definitely heavily sided on a good amount of removal, like those Imperial Decrees, like those Bellow Breaths. We haven't seen it yet, but it does have access to the Call of Weeks as well. Hidden Blades at that. But there we go, double conquer for the side of Master Yi, and this is the game they want to play. They want to establish 2 units on these battlefields and then just hold for the remaining of the game. And I love the fact that they have 8 runes open. That's threatening out another Trophy Hunter. But keep in mind, Master Yi keeps his ability by single units holding. So he could just be representing something like just buff spells, or yeah, I mean things like punch first, discipline, on guard, things of that nature. I feel like could go pretty good here.
Yeah, I totally agree. Oh, we do see the cool Zin tech that we've been seeing since set 2, which I think is actually a pretty good tech in anything like this, or a Legion deck that makes more units per turn. Although we don't normally see a BF sword, though. A best friend sword, as some people might say. Not the correct term is what we're missing here for the BF. But as you said before, Yi kind of does become a whole deck as of this point now. And worst case scenario, if they were to get rid of the Rengar, Yi then turns into a ganking machine, as Yi should do when he's had at least 5 minutes in the jungle to get to level 6. Do you think we'll see something? Well, he's got 8 up, so do you think we'll see like a punch first or another discipline or?
I think we're smelling exactly what he had in mind. The ambush on top of the Star Springs trigger. So you get the additional plus 210. No combat damage being applied at all. Even if you had something like an Imperial Decree. An amazing play. I thought it was another ambush unit, but out of nowhere, the ambush Vol Maul coming down. I never seen a Master Yi build going this late game, which kind of makes a little bit of sense why he didn't have any early game 2 energy plays, because he has a lot of big boys in this mid-range deck. Maybe we can't even call it true mid-range.
It would be the very upper end of mid-range, depending on where you want to class the might / power costage. I suppose anything 8 and under would be maybe mid-range, like Watchers and Mind Splitters, but anything over 8, so anything that's like B9 and high, would be classed as very late game, very high power costage. But again, yeah, Varmor's is really good. We've been seeing this in a lot of the Chinese lists. Same with the Rengars. Occasionally you see Nidleys. We might see Nami's here for sort of more like stun interactions. Spend. Hey! Tasty Fae Folk. I love this card. You don't see it used much these days. It seems to have lost its place in the decks it used to be in. But currently, we can give everyone a home here, holding down with the Master Yi.
Yeah, you love to see a nice little switcheroo of those units, putting a little bit more of a sacrificial unit. Once it dies, you get 2 channel runes on top of a draw, so you don't feel too bad. On top of that, he's just impressive stats, right? Defending for 8, which is going to take an arm and a leg for Victor to get over. He just has little recruit tokens. He's always relying on things like those Watchers, like those Imperial Decrees to take down these bigger statted units. Does he have it in the 4 remaining cards in hand? It looks like he's going for a Sprite Fountain, a newer card. We definitely don't see it, but exactly what you mentioned before. Newer tools like those Sprite tokens as well in these Victor decks.
Yes, it's a slightly bigger unit, comes in readied, very powerful, very cheap at cost of 2 and a 1. I do wonder, though, if maybe this is a tech people are going to play with Jace, so you play this first and play out the Jace, and you kill it with Jace, then you get to bring out your armory. Don't talk to me. I'm a crazy person. It's not a good idea. Think of better decks. But it is what you could probably do. And overall, this is kind of the reason I was thinking of it. You become really big and mighty. You get to fight your opponents. There is an on guard here. You are taking a few more casualties with you as you go. But that is a wages of pain. So it does help as well overall.
So brings it down to effectively 7 might. So the Zonya's Hourglass, the second one will be proccing. So everything is kind of exposed, if you will. So if he does have access down the line to those Bellow Breaths Imperial Decree combo, that's going to spell doom for this Master Yi deck if he doesn't have something like the 5. But you could tell why these players have gone undefeated. They're playing very expertly and sharp so far. And funny enough, they're coming down to the wire. Both of these decks not known for their draw potential. 2 cards on Nurov's side, 1 last remaining card on Victor's side. This is coming down to what they have left in hand / the top of the deck, but so far so good. I feel like board control kind of favors the bigger units, and you do have 3 versus 1, so we'll see how it plays out, especially considering the fact that we're 7-5 currently. All he has to do is the final conquer. Can he get it here right now?
That's it. So currently we're sitting at 7. We have 6, 4. Counting over there, 16. I believe that's the correct number. Into 10. 2 up here. Could be a hidden blade. Take something out. Yeah, probably best thing to do is put 1 in at a time here, because at the worst you trade. At best you trade still probably.
Yeah, I think it all goes down. Even if this final card is something like a kill spell, being a hidden blade, you at least still conquer one of these units. So that is a GG. Wrap things up for game number 1. Brilliant performance so far from Nurov, surprising everyone here today with the ambush Valmont coming down. You would think it's predictable, right? You'd be like, oh, there's 8 energy. But when we're talking about a Master Yi deck, you're thinking about the combat trick interactions that they have, because that's a common play of the old Master Yi. Even current Master Yis are like, I'm going to leave some runes open so that I have access to those discipline, on guard, punch first, things of that nature. But who would have guessed it? The 8 might, 8 energy card coming down. Incredible. I want to see exactly a little bit more of that. But now it is sideboard time. A good sideboard tech that I feel Victor does have access to, which would have paid dividends in this game number 1, is something as a simple salvage. You take care of the Zonias, you could take care of those units a whole lot more reasonably.
Yeah, so most Victors probably play like a 1-of in the main board because you don't see equipment decks everywhere. Aurora's going to be more prevalent, so maybe start putting the 2 instead of the 1. Fade to Dust or Fade to Nothing, the new spell from set 3, the blue, I think it costs 2, give it temporary. So it's going to be very good into other equipment decks in the near future. There's at least 6 cards that have access to these getting rid of the equipments or gears on the side of Victor, so it's not like you shouldn't be running some form of removal in the side deck or main deck. But again, Victor has a game plan. It's to walk little things into every battlefield and then hopefully try and slowly whittle down the opponent's units as he can. We did see 4 units come out of the deck for Master Yi, well, 1 including the Champion Zone, but overall wasn't necessarily heavily united. But again, with green and orange, there's lots and lots of, especially now we've set 3, spells to deal with.
Yeah, we'll see. And speaking of spells, a spell you mentioned earlier before we started this game is the newer spell, one of the craziest additions to the game. The first of its kind, really. Kill all units on the board. Ruination. Victor does have access to it. No stranger to killing units, of course. Do you think he has it in the sideboard potentially for matchups like this? For matchups like the Auroras that are running rampant currently?
With Victor, I do feel like the regular combo of Imperial's Decree and Bella's Breath is pretty good. But I think into decks that run a lot of deflecting units, that's going to set you back so far, it's probably not worth doing it. But overall, I think having at least 1 of these in the sideboard, maybe 2, just so that we can have an easy time of finding it, it's probably a good plan for the Victor. So if we have 6 equipment hate spells and 2 ruinations, we've got everything right.
Right, because it's just not equipment hate for this matchup where it does trigger does kind of do good against the Zonia's Hourglass. It is more so for those dazzling Aurora decks. Funny enough, we've been purposely avoiding the Aurora matchups because we may or may not see them in the top 8. I believe there's still 1 or 2 Auroras that are undefeated. Estelion, our previous weekly, I believe just a week ago, or was that 2 weeks ago? I might be going crazy. The most recent weekly champion is still undefeated, I believe, or at least X1, and he's still on Aurora, I would imagine. But we don't get to see it too often, I feel like. An Arena's Greatest on Victor. Or is that more common than I'm actually making out to see? Because it does make sense to a bit more of an aggressive deck with things like Xin Zhao. So maybe it is common and I'm just being forgetful here.
You do see it occasionally. It's one of those where Victor has like a third spot. I'm not really too sure what to do. So you'll either see like the Victor's Arena's Greatest for Victor, or you'll see some of them are weird and will play Aspirant Climb instead because they want to have a longer game. So that way they kind of choke out their opponent and kind of figure out like where they're actually doing well. Because going 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Sometimes it's easier for a Victor than trying to go 1, 3, 5, 7, try to get your 8 point on the hold. But for Victor, they're going to go first. So hopefully they get themselves always a good turn 1 with a recruit coming down to the field.
Yeah, virtually guaranteed turn 1, as you mentioned. So up to 1 point, 1 unit on the board. Nice little curve as you can for the opening turn. Now let's see, with 3, you do have a little bit more access. I know things like a first mate, but he does have early game. Things like the Lonely Poro. We've seen even the likes of Scuttlecrab make a bit of an appearance in mid-range G as well, which isn't terrible. You get to reveal some information as well as generating some card draw for playing it. So it pretty much replaces itself. But same thing goes for Lonely Poro with a little bit more stats, of course. But first points on the board for Kumi. And let's see if he could keep on and fire on all his cylinders he has, because if he goes fast enough, Master Yi might not be able to set things up, but I feel like those ambush units might pose a little bit of a problem. So if you have some kill spells slash interaction like Hidden Blade, maybe leave those open when the time comes.
Exactly, and going back to what you were saying, I quite like having a Scuttle Crab because you get the draw there and then. Sometimes that's more important than holding the point for an extra turn. Even with Scuttle Crab, though, he'll be 2 might on your opponent's turn, which isn't nothing, especially on turn 1 or 2. And having access to that information from the hand is always good or worrying, depending on your opponent and what you're playing against. But overall, I think we're looking pretty good to go here.
You know, and the fact that he's hiding a card, we have seen the hidden card previously in game number 1 as Zhonya's Hourglass, but another hidden card that Master Yi has been making good use of is the stun spell, the back off, right? It is in the calm domain, makes brilliant use of it in Vex decks, but back off decently good in Master Yi nonetheless. You get the draw if you play it from hand, and it is a hidden card, so you could play it even though you don't have any energy in this situation. So having a bit of more protective measures, if you will, just in case they have a little bit more might than the 4 might he's currently defending with.
Exactly, there's always a good chance to have a few extra spells at your disposal. And as you said, sometimes you'll have to choose as much as you can physically. You don't have a way of having anything for your following turn. So having a hidden spell that stuns, keeps your opponent off of the extra turn or extra sort of pressure, giving you an easier time. But do we see them walk into? We see them walk into Lonely Paro. So here, oh, we're all going for Lonely Paro.
They want to risk it for the biscuit. It seems like it might have just been a Zhonya's Hourglass. Oh, and nice little intricate interaction right there. He procs to Zhonya's Hourglass as a reaction to the Death Nail, so he doesn't actually have to use it to save the Lonely Poro. He would rather save it to use it at the higher value unit, which is the Master Yi in the back line. Really good stuff, because a lot of people don't know the little nuance of the rulings there.
Yes, it would sort of gone to trash. It's too late, but obviously you can still trigger things or activate things or react to things in the timing window. So overall, we get an action with a BF sword. I always like Akshan. I think he's a very interesting thief, for lack of a better word, in these decks, taking things off of Victor in this case, or the occasional time you'll see a Akshan steal a dazzling Aurora just to show off and play out a Lonely Poro on the following turn. So overall, though, I think it's a great card. Very interesting to have in the body section, especially since there's not a lot of removal for the orange and green. You do have Adaptatron, which is also a very good card. But again, just taking something there and then, because you want to, more than anything else, is fantastic.
Yeah, a little bit tricky to kind of take him down in the back line. We did see things like Bellows Breath, but he's going to have a couple more runes to add to that rune pool to make sure you get the Imperial Decree before then. At the minimum, you should be able to get that BF sword back eventually, but at what cost? How many points is he going to be able to get before then? But plays out a little unit, and it kind of tells me if he's just playing out a unit to start things off, maybe he doesn't have too much going on in this hand. Xin Zhao doesn't come in ready because you need 2 units to at that. Maybe the best turn might just go ahead, play your chosen champion and pass. But maybe he's thinking about something like a kill spell. There's no deflect online. Master Yi just on level 2, not on level 6 just yet. So he's taking his time. He probably doesn't have the most outs. I feel like this is just an establishment turn. You just go ahead and play what you can, and he does decide on the chosen champion, and we most likely will just see the pass with just 1 energy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these kind of turns which maybe it's a bit of an off turn for Victor, and they don't really want to sort of like show their hand too much. They thought, I'll just play something simple, I'll spend some ruins, try and throw him off the centre a little bit more, but next turn, that's where I hit him hard, in the back row. I mean, we'll see in the following turn, obviously. Just to reply to someone in the comments, yeah, Call of the Week hit the Yi, I believe, and so they were able to react to it with the Zhonyas, saving Master Yi for another spell and a bout. Again, there's 4 experience points now, currently sitting in the jungle at level 5, waiting for that level 6 to start ganking around. But he's in a great position right here, 5 into 4, both of them playing very well. Obviously, they start at 1, makes things a little bit easier. But overall, I'm enjoying this game.
Yeah, as am I. And quick little side note to that comment, You might have missed it. Forgive me if I forgot to click a button because, guys, to show the card on screen as I'm casting, I'm also pressing this button. Like you see the Sprite token popped up. Sometime when I'm in the heat of casting, I forget to press this darn little button here. So if I didn't press the button for the call of the week, my apologies. I'll try to do my best as I keep on going forward, but does get the Sprout Fountain online, but that's just going to be 3 might. Both of these units are defending for more than that currently, so he's going to have to double up on the offensive. And you're doubling up with 6 runes available. We saw the Trophy Hunter come down in game number 1. Are we smelling a Trophy Hunter here, Aguito?
6 up, there's a good chance. It's a weird situation to be in, because again, you don't really have to, as you said. Now it's a 4 for 4. Maybe the draw's more important. Maybe a big scary kitty cat's going to come out of nowhere and be even scarier. Or a discipline. I mean, get a draw either way, go to 6. I think it's a pretty good one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe save those big scary cats for a later time when they maybe push like a whole army of units into the battlefield.
It does make sense because you're kind of subtracting the +2 might for Master Yi's defending ability as well. So might as well just go ahead and use your combat tricks while you can. And now you leave it on the table for Victor. Does he have any other interaction? And that he doesn't, just sacrificing his units to a simple discipline. Luckily, one of them gets regenerated from that Victor legend, or from the Victor champion, I should say. But this could be a potential double hold up to 7. This matchup traditionally wasn't so heavily favored on Master Yi's side, but I think set 3 is definitely changing things up because Victor used to have enough removal. I mean, the 1-card call of the week was pretty effective against the likes of Master Yi, but Nuroff is just a different type of breed, I want to say. Definitely knows how to approach most of these matchups and feels familiarized with the Victor matchup as well.
I think sometimes as well, it's not so much a case of what should you be doing or how should you be doing it. Sometimes it's a case of you've got your own game plan in mind and you're kind of forgetting that your opponent also has a game plan in mind. And so you're just trying to be more effective, be more aggressive. And in doing so, you just end up putting yourself behind.
Mm-hmm. And Victor definitely feeling a tad bit behind, having to send in both units. If this is another discipline, Aguito, and we do see it here, discipline up to 8 total defensive might. That's 8 to 8. You're happily taking the trade 2 for 1. Unless there's a stupefy. No, there's not. So that is a really big salt on the wounds there, just leaving him with 2 recruit tokens. You can't even generate another one because your Victor's already exhausted out. So that's a hold to 6, conquer to 7, and you're telling your opponent, conquer both of these battlefields, or that is GG, wrap things up. And we might see exactly what we saw in the previous turn. Send in your units and then hold up a whole lot of energy for things like, oh, he's actually accelerating, so not leaving runes up this time.
That looks like he's just trying to build up a nice little back there, see what the Victor wants to do on the following turn. Obviously, we get the Sprite with the temporary of the fountain going away now. 5 on the battlefield. You are kind of playing a game. Hello?
Oh, and we all missed it there. Thank you so much, chat. He can't recall back that Lonely Portal because of Volmon's battlefield. We slightly gave him a little bit of mistake. We're like, it's Nuroff. He knows what he's doing. But of course, guys, you can't move back to base. You can move to other battlefields, but units can't move from here to the base. So Lonely Portal stuck for the time being. I don't know how much that would have changed the play he did, but he's at 6. I still think he's looking good, especially because Trophy Hunter, even though it won't be a surprise defender, he can still play it very similar how Debloom Predator of the past used to be played onto occupied battlefields.
So they did say in the chat that they forgot the Bomb Wars trigger, so it was their bad. But yeah, I don't think it really changes too much here on either player's turn. It was just a case of having a bigger unit in the back there just to sort of fight back into Victor. Maybe just to try and change how they're going to deal with themselves. 7 runes up here. You know, this is the wonderful time where you see an Imperial come down, and you see Bella's Breath come down, and all of a sudden everyone's on fire. And I spoke too soon, I guess. Ooh. Everyone's on fire now. Ooh.
The Bellows Breath is getting threatened here to kill the back line, but I have a little suspicion that that one rune remaining might be something like a Defy. I mean, there's 6 cards in hand is very likely, but if he doesn't have Defy, this could be the one window of opportunity if Victor needs to go ahead and climb his way back into this game. He's going to go ahead and risk it. Bellows Breath, but a Defy completely met. And where is my button? You guys missed it, but it was a Bellows Breath being met by the Defy. So that should be all she wrote, because that's 6 points. But with 1 energy to defend, yeah, you have 1 too many cards, and that's a first mate of Primal Strength, and he did actually have the Trophy Hunter in hand.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need to play it, and obviously putting the Trophy Hunter onto Volmors can be a bit of an issue. You want to get them out later, as we saw there. But yeah, they have the game essentially, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you can just push them down as much as you can. Other times you just get stuck in a situation of whatever I do, it just feels a little bit hopeless. But it is what it is. And to answer the question, yes, there is deck list that will be available at the end of the tournament, I believe. Probably on X by tomorrow or over the coming days, as Gus is a very busy man.
Right. And weirdly enough, we post the deck list immediately after the event for our Elite Metafy members. It's just a couple bucks if you guys want to support us on there. So those guys get the lucky sneak peek. But yes, like Agito said, we'll go ahead and post them in about 1-2 days after that. So if you guys want the early access, !Metafy, if you don't mind waiting, the deck list will come when they come. But guys, that was just a 30-minute round. We have 30 minutes left, so let's go ahead and see if we could tune into an additional matchup. And let's see who's still gaming here, because I would imagine most of these players are still playing.
Yeah, I like to think in the new meta, people are still having a good full 50 minutes to an hour most of the time.
All right, I could almost bounce around. You know, Volibear Miracle Dragons is still running around. I almost want to get a sneak peek one more time, because for anyone just joining in now, you missed it. There was a crazy Volibear Dragons. We could call it like Miracle Dragons. It went crazy, so a lot of people probably didn't get to spectate that one. So we could go there, or what's another matchup? I could just, since we have a little bit extra time, I'll take my time to pick and choose between the champs.
If chat's okay with some Volibear Dragons, I'm pretty good for some Elder Gods and Dragons.
Chat, do you guys want to go to Volibear again, or should we find some newer players? For anyone that was already, let me know if there was a lot of you guys that were actually watching, that were already witness to the Volibear deck. If there's a lot of players that already saw that package, I'll go ahead and see if we could tune into something else. Let me see what Don Cadabra's working with. He is on Azir, so we've seen a couple of Azirs today.
I think we're seeing some Dragon Volibear, to be fair, in the chat.
Okay. So. You guys want to go over there? All right, let's see if the Manj is still working against a Mookie who can take it. I believe they're both X1, so I hope. Okay, they do have their TCGA code. I'll put the TCGA code in the caster chat, and then we could go ahead and see if these players are still in a game.
So I'm down for some Dragons and Gods versus anything else, I suppose. Unless it's Dragons versus Dragons, then it's just all out war.
And Deucin, I don't think any Kazakhs left. We might have had some Kazakhs, but they might have dropped already. But you know, Kazakhs is one of those decks that requires such an immense amount of skill that they're still being fine-tuned. I feel like we'll see some really good Kazakh players maybe at the regionals coming up, but I still think it's still a little bit too early for people to have kind of like the finalized, really optimized Kazakhs build. But I'm a fan of Kazakhs. I would love to see a Kazakhs eventually make a good placements in our tournaments. And
so yeah, because one of those weird decks that just does really well when it gets to do what it wants to do, but unfortunately with the likes of Vex, it just kind of slow it down a little bit.
Oh, and Agita, we're tuning in while it's 7-7. So chat, put your hands up and pray with us. Can this be just a game 2? And we hopefully get our game 3 following this. But I'll tune in because you guys are not prepared for the for the pandemonium that is currently on the stream. Look at all those recruit tokens matching 1-for-1, but for every recruit token, there's 1 or 2 dragons to match it 1-to-1, and without an Imperial Decree, I think that is going to be the straw that broke the camel's back. That is 2 monsters of a board state right now.
What happened?
Please
is
let
this?
us. Please tell us it's a game 2. Come on, come on. I want to ask in chat, but we're moments away from getting our answer. Hopefully, we get another game out of these players. If not, we'll tune into another one. I won't reset the legends just yet. So ignore the Lilia and Victor on screen.
I don't even know what happened, but it's violent. Whatever happened.
Yeah, what is going on? You guys are totally right. Dragons versus recruits. If that top deck was an Imperial Decree, there is a glimmer of hope, but no, they scooped it up, and I don't think there's a disconnect, so we very well might be finding ourselves in a game 3, which is exactly what we were hoping for. I hope. I don't want to jinx it, but I don't see any disconnects, which is always a sign of a game 3, so I'll put 2 input scores on them. We'll reset everything, and then if we do stay in, I'll go ahead and reset these legends for us. So Volibear down below. Bargito, have you yourself spectated a little bit of the Volibear Miracle Dragon shenanigans?
I've not seen the Miracle version. I've seen the Dazzling version. I've seen the hard casting Mighty Creatures version. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this one does specifically, if it is a more of a Miracle-esque build. But that was a lot of units on those battlefields.
Yeah, and more so, I know people were saying earlier in chat, like, why are you calling it Miracle? It's Volibear Dragons. We're calling it Miracle because it's very reminiscent of what the Miracle Draven package can do, in the same sense that you're able to put out a crazy amount of units in a single turn. So the combo works with Herald of the Scale and Gem Dragon. Those two are the perfect combo because Herald of the Scale lowers every dragon by 2 energy, and then Gem Dragon, every dragon you play gets you 2 energy readied, right? So if you play a Blazing Scorcher for 3, you really only played it for 1. Now, all those abilities are additive and they stack in a sense. So 2 Herald of the Scales lower it to a minimum of 1. So the Blazing Scorcher would just be a single energy. And now if you have 2 Gem Dragons, you're netting a +3 energy. So you should have seen it, guys. Rewind the VOD, go to round 2 or round 3, I believe it was. The Mange was floating somewhere in the neighborhood of over 10, maybe 15 total energy on the crazy turn he had. And that's just the power. He had 3 Gem Dragons on the board, 2 Herald of the Scales, and he was just completely popping off. Let's see how this game number 3 is going to favor whichever of these players, because it is Victor on the play with Arena's Greatest, and Volibear is a rather slower deck to set things up.
Say during pre-release, the Gentle Gem Dragon was an absolute power card, so I can definitely see it being really good here. But currently, yeah, just ramp as you normally do in these decks, and then hopefully next turn we'll see some dragons.
And we got NA45. He will be joining us, I believe, soon. But oh yeah, next round actually, NA. Nice, and welcome on in, NA. I think you're right. So we could call it maybe Volibear Dragon combo instead of Miracle. You know, there's no proper term, whatever we want to call it as a community. I am on board. But just like that, in a blink of an eye, Victor finding themselves at 4 total points so far. And oh, a newer card to unleash, the Ash getting deployed out. And that is similar to a Sabotage. But if you hold, you get it back, and taking one of the puzzle pieces away, the Jam Dragon goes to the trash for the time being, or I believe it's the Banish Zone.
The infamous Banish Zone that doesn't technically exist in the game, but it's definitely there somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. We don't know exactly where. You might as well just put it to the right of the trash, right or left of the trash. But I believe the only way to getting back is if you hold. When you play chosen opponent, reveal their hand, the card revealed this way is banished. When they hold, return it to their hand. So if Gem Dragon or any card holds, you do eventually get it back, but it's a late game build. There's not a lot of units currently on Volibear's side, or literally 0 units on Volibear's board. So it might not be able to hold fast enough or get a unit onto the board to hold fast enough before Victor kind of just has knocking on the door to win this game number 3, because he holds to 5, conquers to 6, and that's just a double conquer away from winning game number 3 and wrapping this up for a round 5.
Yeah, that's it really. Overall, we will, as a community, think of a better name for this. I'm thinking Dragon's Turbo, but nonetheless. But yeah, everything you say is pretty much true about this. Victor's always going to get the early points as he can, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll see the Dragons doing dragon things very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
6 to 1
Yeah,
is not
and
necessarily the
Agita,
worst.
what did you say
Are,
you like the name for this deck?
Dragon's Turbo.
Dragon's Turbo, okay. Chat, whoever could come up with the best name in chat, we'll officially call it like that in the cast, okay? That way maybe we could collectively, or maybe push it forward in the community as the name. Either Volibear Miracle, we've been calling it, but you guys say it's not a miracle. Volibear Dragons, we know it all. Volibear Dragons combo, or as Gito's saying, Volibear Dragons Turbo or Turbo Dragons?
Turbo Dragons.
There
Hey,
we
they can
go.
play Turbo Dragons. So, but you guys, you get a chance now. Be interactive with us. You've got to the end of the stream. You've got a couple more hours to give a better name, which won't be hard.
Yeah, we got some time. We'll think of it collectively. A couple minds greater than one. But right now, posing a threat to the double hold Victor. If he has another kill spell, something like a hidden blade hidden or a face breaker hidden, and then a hidden blade in hand. That is exactly what you need. Because right now, the only out to those cards, if they have a sabotage, we've seen in the earlier rounds, a sabotage will enable one of those hidden blades / phase breakers to get removed from the hand, but we pretty much know the remaining cards in hand. If the top deck or the last card in hand isn't a sabotage, he might not have too many ways of actually dealing with those kill spells, because yes, you have an unyielding spirit, but that's damage. Victor doesn't care about damage. He just says straight up kill a unit with things like kill spells, or hidden blade, I should say, or the face breaker that I could only imagine might be hidden as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we've been thinking about here. What's going to be new in Victor? As you said, he doesn't really care about damage. He has other ways of dealing with threats. Overall, though, currently, you got these big ass dragons that aren't really doing anything. They're tapped out, so you have to worry about Victor trying to like fight back with an Imperial's Decree. To answer the question currently in chat, the reason why the Gem Dragon has randomly become a battlefield is because it is banished to the battlefield, and if they hold, they can have the Gem Dragon back. But overall, though, we've got another Gem Dragon out, getting 2 more bodies up here. Sorry, 2 more runes out here, and we could just play the show of strength here and get ourselves 2 draws if we need to be, and then holding up then for the unyielding spirits. But as you said, without that sabotage, it does look a little bit awkward for the Volibear.
And does decide again the additional +2 draws you mentioned. So trying to find some outs and looking at the tap one. If he recycles one, that could be indicative of something like a sabotage, and that it is. So does he have some kind of kill potential? And he does have the hidden blade. It almost feels like he should have hidden bladed the Cadragan and then relied on the hidden card, because all he needed to do was hold twice. He had the hidden blade. What was he so scared of? Maybe just trying to prioritize the card for down the road, but I feel like you had 2 energy that you didn't use this turn. I don't know. That was a weird play. What can you make of that, Agito? Any reason why you wouldn't? Oh, because there wasn't another kill spell. It was a consult the pass. Okay, I see.
It was a bit awkward, but we did just find the biggest kill spell of all. Just stuck on the screen. Imperial's Decree.
Imperial Decree, and I believe this says spell and ability damage. Imperial Decree technically counts under combat damage, so it wouldn't be saving these units in this situation. So 1 little recruit tokens trades for a Gem Dragon, the hidden blade doing the remaining of the work, and that's going to be a conquer up to 8 total points. So our Volibear, there's some great names in chat. Let's see what we could decide on. Dragon Daddy, Dragon Storm. I actually like that chat. Dragon Storm could be a good one, because I used to play a deck in the DBS card game that used to be called Storm. So I can almost be an advocate of Dragon Storm. I like that so far. But either way, Victor coming out victorious in this 5th round. Let's see how much time we have left / players as we head back to the casting booth.
So, besides Dragon Daddy, we're not going that far. I like Dragon Storm. That's pretty cool. Beds and Scales, not quite as cool, but I can see where you're going. Volleygon, that sounds very similar to like Dragon Daddy in my head. Dragon Bear Man, I'm sure we could change that a little bit. Upsall Dragons, I thought was quite good.
Okay, and it looks like the innovator, or the one actually pushing this deck to everyone's eyes, is the Mange. And if Mange decides to call it Dragon Storm, I am 100% on board. So Imbo Slice saying Dragon Storm. All right, guys, I can agree on that. So Dragon Storm is what we'll call it going forward. but he did lose. So I don't know if we will get the Storm deck in our top 8 cut, because with 73 players and only going down to 8 after 6 rounds, a couple X2s aren't going to make it. Maybe Mange bubbles in, but let's see. Indeed, I think a couple players are still at it. Let me double check though. How much time do we have left in the round?
3 minutes maybe?
Yeah, about 16 minutes are left in the round. So chat, we could, instead of throwing it on break for 16 minutes, let's try to, if Alguito's down, let's try to find one more game. Hope we could catch a tail end. Let's see if Chainling, I met Chainling in a couple regionals, Houston and Atlanta before. Great guy. What is he on today? He's on Misfortune, so probably on an Aurora deck. But Aurora decks go long, so maybe we could count to close out the backup feature matches with an Aurora deck, because I think the only remaining decks are going to be those later game decks. So let's see if we could tune in on that one.
Oh, go on then.
Should I try to find a different game, Alguito?
Okay, like I said, they go a bit longer, so we should hopefully get a decent game 2, maybe a game 3. So that should take us nicely up to the end of the round.
And Raw Candy, no Aries today, or I'll triple check for you. Ari. No Aries today, guys. So we're tuning in right on a pivotal turn. It looks like a potential closing turn, because we're tuning in while it's 4 to 7. And guys, if you just joined us, don't look at the legends on the screen, as I haven't been able to reset as we're just tuning in right now. But is Vex versus Aurora, and this one has a little bit spicier stuff, because we used to just see Aurora with Mind Splitters and Elder Dragon. This is adding the Baron Nashor as well. Are you a fan of Baron Nashor as well in these decks, or do you feel like just having the least amount of units is more consistent?
Baron is a very good card if you can kind of make it the card that comes out last to get that 8th and final point to push that game into that winning position. Currently, though, they are 4 into 7, so it's not exactly the easiest position to be in here. I don't figure what's going on, though, because we do see there's a Misfortune in there, and they're also playing units in that battlefield. Oops.
Well, keep in mind for Vex, because there's 3 battlefields now, you have to conquer all 3 to win. So sometimes it makes it easier to get up to that 9, because Aspirin's Climb is here, of course. But you do conquer up to 8, but not with only a single. Oh, actually, you trade. I didn't do the math there. I could only assume because there was 1 left in the battlefield there. But with only 1 unit left, you're only gonna be able to conquer 1 of these. And I think that's going to open the door for MF to kind of close things out. That's a double hold to 6. You have the gank potential from the legend to conquer up to 5 or to 7. And then you hold 2 more times, or rather 1 more turn. And that should be GG, score up to 9 points. Unless there's something Vex can do, but I'm not seeing it so far with the cards in hand.
So, Eccentric Drake, very good cards. Nothing really the tide turns to be able to do here. Not so fast could be useful. Question mark depending on it. But to answer your question, I quite like seeing the new version of these decks where it's the usual 3 Mind Splitters, the Elder Dragons coming in and just spitting flames at everyone. And I don't really mind a Baron or 2 here. It makes everything else a little bit bigger and tougher, as well as having that additional battlefield to sort of make it a little bit less fun for your opponents.
You know, I think it works really well in the MF deck, especially because you do have the potential to go ahead and sending that Baron Nashor to any of the other battlefields. Very similar to how we've seen Aurelia utilize Baron Nashor with those Boots of Swiftness, but trying to get a couple more cards in hand as these are the final moments of these game. Lunar Boom +2 -1. And it was a double hold, as we only anticipated, and does have the potential to conquer up to 7. Taking a look, I mean, everything is revealed. The only unknown information is going to be the single top deck, or I guess 2 top decks. But no. The Tide Turner is not going to be staying on the battlefield. So the single top deck, is there a single card that gets him out of here? Maybe a Rebuke, but I don't know.
Maybe they have their own Eccentric Dread. They've got 4 up here, so you just have to somehow get 2. Rebukes maybe they have a Luna they can go into next, get the Luna again, discard 1, draw 2, then you can put yourself at a disadvantage with Ruins. An awkward one, to be fair, unless they do have like that no Aurora in hand, they can't get the dragon out, so maybe Boots. try and gank across?
Maybe so, but honestly, the final death nail is the simple fact that the Baron Nashor is untargetable. You can't rebuke it, you can't star cross it. It is nothing can touch it. Very similar how Rune Runner works in these in the old meta. So not only does it have an impressive 12 total might for you to try to discipline your way over, and Vex doesn't have too many buff spells at that. Discipline might be the only way of buffing these units. You have 3, 6, 10, 14 total might. So you technically have enough for one of these units. But I don't think you have enough to split the difference across this whole board. If he did, if there's a world to get over 12, maybe there's a way. And if you could do that effectively where you could spend 2 more units, one of those units getting over 7, the more I keep talking, Aguito, the less realistic it seems. I think MF Aurora doing what she's been doing all early Unleashed meta long and taking down a lot of decks so far.
Indeed. Currently here, going to go for the extra draw, just try and get themselves maybe that extra card they need. Currently, they need to do 10 damage into that Baron, and then that's 7 damage, as you said before. Going to be pretty hard. I'm just wondering here what the key is going to be here. So we have Shadow, so that's 6. Stone, that's 10. You kind of want to keep something alive, right? So you want to be able to do things later on.
Mm-hmm.
Discipline, so you get all the draw power going is pretty good. Maybe they play the stun card that moves things out of the battlefield. It would be very unlikely, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, there are things like the charm that does move things out of the battlefield, but of course, Baron Nashor saying, can't choose me by enemy smells or abilities. The only way of dealing with that unit is by raw combat damage, and that is going to be GG. Vex sees the writing on the walls and says, I just don't have enough. I could have killed the Nashor if I had one more turn. Wait a minute, you could have stalled a little bit, but we're talking about trading your entire board for just a single unit. You don't, with the Sona in the back line, you just don't have enough gas to keep on progressing your board state. So yeah, I think this is a proper concession. There was really no true clean outs, especially when there was an Elder Dragon waiting in hand. Granted, he couldn't play it yet, but he definitely could have played the Aurora in hand.
Yeah, there's a shame really to see how it kind of ended up. You are kind of winning there and going to 8. But yeah, I think without the additional might there to try and push down this Baron, and then essentially maybe hopefully draw into that last card. Although Existential Dread's pretty good, they could have got that back to hand or stunned it at least.
Keep in mind it's attacking. It would be a whole lot more effective if it could be defending or attacking. But in this situation, Existential Dread is only for attacking units. So if there was a way to flip things around and Mind Splitter was coming in, then yes, you could put it back in hand. But that's a way of balancing. Very similar how Shadow works too. You could only stun attacking units. So it's a way of kind of balancing Vex. Honestly, maybe buff Shadow a little bit. Make it any unit. That wouldn't be half bad. But I kid, of course, it's already decently strong. But guys, let's head back over to the casting booth. We technically still have about 8 minutes left in round, but let's double check if there's still even players playing, because maybe we could finish the round early. Okay, there's 3 players still going at it. I don't know, Gito, do we want to go just throw it to a break, or do we really want to tune in? Because I feel like we could tune in, but similar to this game, it's going to be like 6 to 8 or on an aspirant climb game or something like that. Are you down for that, chat / Agito, or should we just go ahead and throw it to a little bit of a break?
So I'm down for it between the rest of your voice. I think you're here for a few more rounds, then I'm happy to go for a quick break so that way you can sort of set out for next one. But nonetheless, go straight in.
Yeah, Jay, I mean, if we tune into a game, we're going to get we could watch Riftbound, but let's go ahead and throw it to a little bit break. Maybe I'll go ahead and grab some food in the meantime. But I believe Aguito did hold it down for 2 rounds, which is what we committed to for today, guys. He had an incredibly long day today. I believe you said on Twitter like a 10-hour shift, something crazy, and he still came here and did a fantastic job to cast for us. So thank you so very much, Aguito. Always a pleasure to be on cast with you. Before we do head to a break, if you have any little closing / final remarks, now would be perfect before we do so.
As for those of you who do follow me on my own channel, Agito Swiftly is Riftbound. Tomorrow we'll be doing a Nexus day, as we don't really have a night time during a Sunday. But we'll be doing our first 4-player sort of free-for-all game live as well afterwards. So if you are interested and you want to do something a little bit more manic. 4-player is definitely the place to be. We've done a couple of games of it over the week, and yeah, it gets out of hand very quickly.
It does. And I get though. Where can they catch that stream you're doing? Is it you said what was it? It was just a local stream you're doing, or what is it?
Just a local normal Nexus night on the channel as per usual.
Awesome.
And then after that, I have a little bit of a break to set things up, and then we'll go into the 4-player one, try and have all the cameras pointed everywhere and anywhere. But hopefully, not the most spectacular stream possible, but hopefully something that's at least enjoyable.
Definitely. I mean, Riftbound action is some Riftbound action, so I'll definitely tune in. And guys, I posted for those already on YouTube. The link is right there. Show some love to Aguito. Subscribe to him on YouTube. For those on Twitch, feel free to follow that link as well. But guys, we'll go on a short little break. And when we return is the final round of Swiss, the deciding round of Swiss. Who will remain? Who is still in the contention to take home the 3 booster boxes? One of these players just paid $12 for a booster box. You can't get any better than that. Would you pay? Who wouldn't pay $12 for a booster box? It just takes a bit of skill to get there, of course, and a little bit of luck. Sometimes to win events, it does take a bit of luck as well. But I am excited to find out. Aguito, I don't remember if you told Constantino your pick. Who did you decide to take the whole event today?
Lilia. I was going for that quick dough, straight in, straight out.
Okay. So I believe that's 2 votes for Leblanc, 1 vote for Lilia. Who said Master Yi? Wait, who do we have today? It was Ned. He said Leblanc. Constantino said Leblanc. You're saying Lilia, and Sasuke said Master Yi. Okay. So 1 Yi. You know, after Neuron's performance, I might have to lean into that Master Yi build as well because he is on fire so far. I'm pretty sure going 5-0, you are 100% locked into top cut. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes ahead and intentionally draws in round 6 just to secure that top 8 position. Even if he loses, I'm pretty sure he's still secured in. Either way, we will see a little bit more of Nurov in top 8. But let's see who we can find for you guys for the round 6 last Swiss feature match. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back when we return. See you soon.
Here's the problem. You're the one not on defense.
Yeah.
As if Daikal wishes, you can play that Ravenloom Conservatory because you do have a point up. If you go point for point, there is no issue. So we are looking at a back off, good force. A little bit of a push on the end. Trying to stun a unit, it looks like. And then drawing 1 again, but there's a hard bargain. Massive counter looks like it was repeated as well, if I count the number of runes that were just tapped.
Yeah, so they'll just force Vex here, force Rogo there to just pay more if they want that to resolve, which seems like they did not tap it. So they lose a power there as well, forcing that deflect, and they don't get that extra card draw. But now Daikal only 1 rune left. And there we see a different card.
Yeah, it's another Sona. I mean, listen, we're playing champ dupes here. It's all good. It's all good.
Yep.
Gotta love it. Okay. And a tide turner as well, so buffing up the base a little bit more, recognizing that there will be a massive showdown here in the next turn or 2.
Just for reference, that Sona is being played ready due to the Nami, which is when I hold. The next time you play a unit this turn, ready it and buff it. I don't imagine they're going to do anything too exciting with the Sonas, but then again, they use the Tide Turner now to swap them. And what do we see here? I'm trying to follow the moves here from Choco. They're sending both of these Sonas in. 9 light
and there's
total.
Only one. There's only 1 rune up for Daikal as well. This is a 9 versus...
Yeah.
A 9 versus 9 at the current moment.
9 versus 9.
Oh.
That's
it. Draw 1,
center.
channel 1. I don't think there's anything there. You just want to draw, it looks like. So
we'll tap some runes. They don't want to give us up the discipline.
The last discipline. I can't believe you had that. You drew 3.
The draw there is good, but you have to keep in mind your orbital Irelia does have a GA, so it will just retreat. It won't necessarily die here. They do kill the one with the buff, and you have that unit ready to attack, but that's a nice double conquer there. And that's what I like to see right here. These new cards being used in cool ways. Nami is a card I think is a bit flown a bit under the radar. I've seen people promoting it, saying it's good, and that's what we saw right there. The When I Hold,
Yep.
you can play a unit, it enters ready, gives it such insane strength, and now with that second Sona, being able to ready the runes, putting yourself up to 5 double hidden cards as well. This is a great pressure point for this Vex to place against Daikel.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 6-6 right now. It shouldn't be 5-6. That Conquer should have tied up Choco because Choco's been chasing behind Daikel the entire time. So this actually evens stuff up to a very nice extent right there. That's impressive. I give a lot of credit. That is massively impressive for Choco to kind of pull this out. And now it's an answer. Daikel, because you only have one on board, this Aurelia's got to do some nasty work. You got all 12 runes available. So theoretically, you can put some pressure down.
But if there's one unit, if there's one legend that can do everything with just one champion unit, it is this Irelia. I have seen this exact legend pull off some insane moves in the Spirit Forged era, conquering everything. Question is, do they have the cards in hand with these 5 cards to take over versus the 5 playable cards Vex has here with the 3 in hand and the 2 hidden? We're seeing them being pinged. I'm sure there are some thoughts going on right now. We'll have to see what they can opt in to do.
And I'm wondering because I think you expended a decent amount already. GA's already gone. 1 Defiant Dance is gone. One of 2 of your Gusts are gone as well. So unless you draw one of those, you don't really have any pushback either. So I do feel this might come down to a bit more of a might v might. But again, you're chasing to clear at least 1, if not 2. And I just don't see it happening comfortably here.
And Shadows on the board, right? That unit can just be used to stun you at any moment. So that's another thing just to keep in mind. Yes, that can be not so faceted if that's one of your cards you have available. As we're getting a lot of runes tapped right here, Orbital. Baron is coming out to play.
What?
Okay.
Where does this come? Okay, talk to me about this, W. What's this? What's this, my man?
So Baron coming in, giving all your units +2, creating a battlefield to score a point as well. But I feel like we can do a lot more with this because the way Baron Pit works is just you can move your units around in such an aggressive way. Those 2 runes left, if I'm not mistaken here, Orbital, you're at 7 points. You need 8 to win. You do need to conquer all battlefields, actually. I was about to get too excited there. You still have to conquer all. This does put on some immense pressure onto the Vex, though, because they have to now try and overcome these units. However, I am seeing some messages, and like you said, I do believe this Vex is at 6 points, so this might be an oversight from Joker right there.
Yeah, I really... Okay, well, we'll see if they're playing on the assumption that it's 6-6. If it is, that's fine, or whatever they want to say. We'll leave it up to the players, because again, we can sit here and do this all day long, but it's up to the players to determine if something has been missed, and in this instance, it would be Choco, right? It would be Choco that has missed out, and it's a pain. I will say this in my own biased way. If a player forgets something, it is on the player themselves. I am sorry, it is on the player. It is their mistake. We talked about afterwards, but you got to remember your stuff, man. You know, you got to remember. It's hard. Numbers are hard. I play D&D. Numbers are hard, but it's up to them. But what we did just see there is a swap with the Tide Turner. So Shadow is now moved over to the Raven Blue Conservatory. A little bit heavier stack. There is still 1 hidden there. So power-wise, we are looking at 1, 2, or might-wise, it's 2, 4, 7, 8, and then a 2 shield as well. So a potential 10.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I like her math.
I just said math is hard. I can do basic addition, guys. Come on. Give me a sec.
No, 10 on the left does seem right on Zalmorans, yep.
Okay.
And
so for Daikel, what are we looking at then? Because like, you gotta wipe one side, right?
you gotta do something here. Though, like you said, we gotta play this now as 5 points. If they realize they missed the point, it's coming in a bit too late, and I like the Tide Turner there being used to swap the Shadow over to this battlefield with a Sona, because as soon as you see that Baron being played, you're like, okay, now my Sona on their own, they are looking very, very risky. So now with the Shadow there, you can safely stun any kind of attack, knowing that Irelia, well, even if you play the not so fast, I'm sure Vex has something in hand here to buff them up high enough to keep them going. And Irelia at 8 might here. It's a big number, but is it big enough? We see the point. There's the point.
There it is. That's the point that we were talking about. And now we realize why Daikal's having such a hard time here. Because with this now in place, with it now being 6v6, you recognize one of the big issues that happened is with the Shadow moving over to the weaker side battlefield, you can't capture, right? You can't conquer Ravenbloom. That's out of the question now because you can't stun. You don't have another unit, and you played Baron already. You can't take that back, by the way. This isn't friendlies. There's no takesy backsies because you're trying something out new. You have essentially forced this Irelia to full target. Yeah, Zon Warren, you have to commit, and you're going to trigger that hidden card, which is another Tide Turner, which now pushes it up even further, but you move around the Shadow again!
Yeah, that guy is dancing around these battlefields.
How? By the way, not only did you draw all 3 disciplines, you drew all 3 Tide Turners. That is wild in a deck that you haven't drawn 20 cards.
They invest 2 power here, but they're happy to do it. That deflect does not matter, and they will just send that Irelia to trash.
I think that's it. You hold both, and I think it's done, right?
They have something here. Irelia Legend's still ready. Can they equip the boots onto the Baron? And ready it? They can.
Oh my
Baron's
god, wait.
That worm is going in for revenge. They only need to take over 1 battlefield here.
It's boots, baby!
How many boots do you need for Baron? Does Baron have feet? Does Baron have legs?
Baron's got like walkers, little tippy toes, right? Like one of the tippy toes has like a tiny boot from an adventure stuck on it. That's what it's got right now.
Yep. Gosh,
It's
okay,
like
but which battlefield do you go for
Cassiopeia.
here?
I personally think you go for I think you go for Zon Warrens. It's the heftier removal. And there are cards in the back end, but I mean, you also know Shoko has already given so much, right?
Yeah.
Yes, there are 4 up, but you've expended so much material already. You know the Tide Turner's not moving. Shadow's already expended. You are, I mean, an extra behind? No, there's nothing. Daikal has gotten away with one of the crazier turns with quite literally a Baron power play.
They could go for something crazy here, right? Because they will now have to discard draw for Zon, draw 1 because they can't get their 8th point.
Right.
2 runes open. If you draw something here for 1 energy, do you ready your Irelia and try to target your Baron and gank over again? Or
no.
Could you play for... I mean, that would be
No.
wild, right? But do you do it?
No, that is the most wild top deck situation, heart of the cards BS I've ever heard. I'm rewatching the Yu-Gi-Oh anime now, by the way, just because I want to. That would be the most heart of the cards BS I've ever seen. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like you gotta just play for the hold here, because yes, Vex gets a draw here for holding, but what do they have to try and get over this Baron?
No, they
playing
have something. What did they just draw? They just tapped 2. They just tapped 2. Oh wait, is that not? If they tap 2, they wouldn't be able to re-trigger Irelia, right? Irelia costs?
They have to tap 1 to re-ready her, and then it would be another one. They drop the Scuttle Crab to draw 1. They're looking for a hidden card. Oh, what do they got? Okay. They're playing for something here.
I like it. I like it. Well, now you're both playing for 1. That's the problem. So now the Otis is back on Choco, right? Otis is back on Choco. Choco has to not only capture all 3 to win, you also had to clear, what is that, at least 16 base. You're going to go ahead and capture 2. That's good. You started out the movement. But you lost 2 might total.
Yeah.
Dude, this is the craziest game 1 I've seen in a while. This is a wild game 1.
But this is great. We're getting some really good examples of what this Baron Pit does, and that wasn't it. That wasn't enough. They moved the Tide Turner into Baron Pit, being able to move that to try and get some kind of draw. But it was not enough, Orbital, and what a comeback. I gotta say, that was insane.
Looking into game number 2, though, we have 2 fresh battlefields. Star Tip Peak, when you hold here, you may channel 1 rune Exhausted. On the flip, it's Abandoned Hall. When a player plays a spell, they may give a unit they control here +1 this turn. So Daikal's really holding down on the multi a multi-buffing once more.
Yeah, both these. I mean, this new battlefield on the left that you just mentioned for Irelia just feels so good.
That's the rudest gust I've ever seen, bro. That's the rudest gust I've ever seen.
That's some like Aurora misfortune tech right there. You're not getting any points, buddy.
So...
I'm just gonna gust your unit back, but it works out for them.
It does, but that was a cat, man. That's so mean.
It buys them some good tempo here, though. Going second
does,
as well,
does.
meaning that you get the point first. They can
True.
play into this battlefield and
All right, there we
leave
go.
only
Good.
one open. Let's see how brave they are with that.
I don't disagree with this, especially with the Vex in play. You recognize that now they're pushed off tempos, so that you can already slow them down. Stellacorn early for Dicall as well feels so good. You know early on, unless you see a shadow on the battlefield, you might not have to worry too much. Choco, I think, is deciding if they do wish to play Vex in 2-star tipped peak. Granted, you could also try and fight through the abandoned hall, but with one up, there is... I don't think there's threat of... Never mind, I lied. I was thinking something else. I think the Vex has freedom to go either.
It does, definitely, and I like with Irelia just leaving that one energy open because it makes you think. There's got the On Guard, they've got the
made me think
signature
very
spell.
well.
Exactly, right? You've got other options, so you have to really weigh in your options of what you're gonna do as they go for this showdown. And never mind, Irelia's like, okay, you called my bluff. I'll take the draw.
I think it's respected though, especially in the early game. You go ahead and sack that. You sack that. Oh, what a good draw! You sack the poor early, get a card draw. Because you know the Vex is going to be outperforming you in that game plan.
Yeah.
And in terms of card draw, that's what we see right there. The mutated Mouser that was originally sent away is now down. But keep in mind the big difference. This time you're not tapped out. You tapped out 5, but because of Sona played out to a battlefield, you easily ready up 4 more. And for Dicall, you're in a situation now where there's always a little bit of danger on that abandoned hall. Good coverage though, as Stellacorn Herder will go ahead and be played, moved into star tipped peak, and now comes the build-up you're looking to try and hold on to the peak as long as possible.
Yep, and this is the moment where you have to decide, how am I going to use the rest of my runes, ideally to maybe develop some more units, because you want to get them out now to play them next turn so you can answer this Vex, but they opt in to develop the GA here, passing turn as well. You know what? I don't hate that because the Scuttle Crab, it's at 0 mind. It's not doing much right here. But if you do kill it here, you at least get that information. That Scuttle Crab Death Knell is so inherently insanely valuable. Yes, Vex gets another draw here. That draw engine through holding, so good. I want to see how they can play it now, because they're gonna have to bounce over to this battlefield at some point. Here comes a Tide Turner.
Okay, I like it. I like it. You draw back and you're looking to maybe push a clear out, but a Tide Turner double play. You now have enough might for 8 to clear if you wish. There are 3 runes in play though. For a Dicall, is there an answer? It's a turn of 2. You are going to discipline up, pushing it to 5, so there is a release of at least 1 unit, unless there is a response on the back end from Choco. At this current moment, you will lose either the Sona or the Vex.
A lot of sacrifice going on there, though. I guess they might just want to play something here. We're getting 3 tapped. Ooh.
Okay,
The
I like it.
stun!
Oh, but it's
Goodbye.
right back. Ah, welcome to the dome. It will be the Vex gone. Bye-bye. The apathetic Vex. You will go to...
Hi, hello, and welcome back, everyone, to Runes and Rift. I am Sasuke, and I am joined with NA45. Kind of did a little jingle off stream. I'm not feeling brave enough to do it on stream, I'm going to be honest.
I want to hear it live. Come on, come on.
All right. Sasuke, 45 with 2 zigzag. Oh, wait, no, dang it, I did it wrong.
It was a good effort. It was a good effort. I love it.
2 casters. That's what I was trying to say.
I'm a big fan.
But
I'm
yes.
a big fan.
Ah, man. All right. Anyone remember Afro Man? That's an old take, but he was good.
Maybe a bit too old for. Showing your age, buddy. No, but
no.
yeah. Hey everyone, NA45. Okay, it's exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. So how's your day been so far? I only just got home, so I was only able to catch the last round. What's going on? What's the cool stuff to look out for?
Well, we did manage to see a Volibear, which in the early, we were calling it Miracles earlier, but now we're hearing percolations of a new name from the guy who made the deck. He wants to call it Dragonstorm, which to me sounds way cooler. So I'm gonna go with that. Dragonstorm Volibear has been doing really well. I think right now it's X1, so it has the potential to make that top 8 finish here. And then I think if it does make that top 8 finish, you might see it in CCS the weekend before. I don't think you're going to see it here this weekend or in Sydney. So we'll have to see how that ends up going. But also, Kha'Zix has been a deck that I've been playtesting off stream, a little bit on stream. It's been having little percolations here and there. There's something to it. I feel like we just haven't found the right mix of cards as of yet. And then, yeah, I mean, set 3 is just kind of wide open. You got LeBlanc, Vex, Master Yi, a whole plethora of different options. I know Draven's still really up there. Pike, I wouldn't say is doing very well right now. A lot of people thought that he might be pretty good, but I think one of the biggest issues with Pike is that he returns the unit to hand, and it has to be at a battlefield. So you have to get the Conquer off, and then you kind of have to take a step back after you get the Conquer to really kind of utilize his effect, which sometimes can be good, but oftentimes really slows you down, and it kind of gives your opponent the opportunity to take advantage where they otherwise wouldn't be. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been really, really enjoying set 3. I know that a lot of people are saying MF Aurora is the build, but I think a lot of players are now coming privy to the fact that getting the gold token off of Sivir is just better. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how it goes. I know that we have a big treat for everyone here. It's going to be Kha'Zix versus Sivir. Annie, what about you? What's been your favorite thing here for set 3?
I am personally playing Ezreal again. I have really enjoyed Ezreal in 3 so far, but I have just heard from Plus that our match is ready for us. So are you ready to see some Kha'Zix versus Sivir? So what are your initial thoughts on this matchup? Who do you think should have the advantage here? I'm assuming it's going to be Aurora Sivir, but
I think that's a good assumption here. I mean, I think with the Sigil of the Storm, it kind of really gives a strong tell that it is going to be that Aurora Sivir, like you had alluded to. Body Chaos has a lot of tools of the trade to really take over in Aurora because it's got access to Sabotage, so it can strip away the Auroras from hand. It can strip away those Flurry of Blades if it needs to. It has access to cards like Starcrossed, which is really annoying. And then post sideboard, or even in the main deck, potentially, it has access to cards like Auction, which can really just put back your opponent. And then not to mention, it also has acceptable losses, a bunch of different tools that it has access to really deal with the Aurora build. So we'll have to see exactly how this Kha'Zix is built to deal with these big, beefy units. But I think a good start here is obviously that Monastery of Hirana, you are able to buff your units with your XP. So just having a essentially one-sided battlefield is always a good start. And then Mr. Root, a new card here from set 3.
It's such a silly name.
Yeah.
It's such a silly name. He is one of the best XP generators in the game, I will say. Wow, okay, Sivir going right on curve. Stack deck into a Scry's Bloom into a Catalyst. Can't see an Aurora quite next turn as there wasn't a mobilized turn 1, but honestly, that mobilized card kind of sucks if you ask me. Kha'Zix does get the push up onto the Root, gets 2 XP. Like I said, this Root card is one of the best XP generators on a 2-drop, generating 2 XP, and it can do it multiple times. Plus, it has Accelerate, so it's a pretty versatile card for these XP decks.
Totally agree. I think this is very a unique take on Kha'Zix. I know a lot of players have been kind of trying to figure out like some sort of weird, fast, early mid-range deck building opportunities with it, simply because you have access to cards like Ride the Wind. You have the Kha'Zix signature, which the name is escaping me right now. But it is not action speed, but it does
Void
move an
Assault.
opponent's. What?
Void Assault.
Void Assault. Yes,
I
thank you.
need you to
Yes,
know.
yes, yes. Yeah, actually, chat, if you don't realize this, NA45 is like, I don't know how good his memory is, but he has this weird dictionary-like knowledge of every card in Riftbound. So if you ever have any questions about what a card is, just ask him. He will know.
See, now you're gonna get me because you're gonna be like, "Oh, what card is that?" I'm gonna be like, "I don't freaking know." But, I will say I want to highlight this. I think the orange set is such a really good tool in the Kha'Zix deck. And for anybody unaware, the Kha'Zix Legend can spend an XP to buff the set. And the set, his ability to pay a buff is not once per turn, right? So you can go spend the buff, pump him up, make Ka give him another buff, pump him up again. You can go ahead and conquer with him, and which then gets another buff on him, which you can spend again, and then you can use like the Ka signature, Ride the Wind, and move him. So the set card in the Kha'Zix deck is able to get over pretty much all the Aurora targets just by itself, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that is really cool. That's not something I think I thought of when in my testing. So it's definitely a card I'm gonna want to think about here in the future. But
Yep.
here is another card that really is annoying here. Insightful Investigator. They're going to go ahead and strip away that Dazzling Aurora here. Just a really powerful XP spender here. Going to be able to strip away that really key tool that Sivir's obviously looking for here. And the fact that it's gone away this quick is definitely not what you want to see if you are this Sivir player. So Kha'Zix really just showcasing a lot of the tools that it has access to. Again, it still has access to Sabotage. We haven't seen one yet, but there's a lot of ways to mess with your opponent's hand, and Insightful Investigator being a very powerful one indeed. Just showcasing exactly why it's in the deck.
I'm a huge fan of that card. It is a vanilla with no power cost at the very worst. So you can just play it on turn 2 if you need a play. And then being able to rip the Auroras in a meta where 25% of the room is Aurora is pretty dang good. And it doesn't even come with like a power cost where the Sabotage does. And you can't defy it. Obviously, that's not a thing in the purple. You can't defy it. You can't abandon it. You can't hard bargain it. It just says bye-bye. So I am a big fan of the inclusion of this card, and it makes a lot of sense for these more combat-oriented decks because you get to see exactly what your opponent's working with, and then you can play around what they have accordingly, even if you choose not to rip. Yep, I'm a fan, and it is cool here because he specifically did make his Aurora opponent with Aurora. We are on the Aurora turn, and there is no Aurora dropped, instead playing the Lunar Boon out and getting the cycle. I mean, the Sivir unit is still here, so can pressure the board, maybe go for the Mr. Root. I will say if you do like opt to not push up, then the cute little war crime in the back line is going to pull her up, the Faithful. That is one of the coolest cards in Kha'Zix, being a 2-drop that can then pull up your opponent's unit, and then you can go ahead and play your Kha'Zix up from the champion zone to kill it. Pretty cool play line.
Definitely a really powerful tool, yes. So we'll have to see exactly what this Kha'Zix does on the following turn, because it is an Aurora deck. There is no Aurora, but I mean, I feel like Elder Dragon has to be looming on the back of your mind here. Your opponent is going to be at 12 runes on the following turn. Sure, you will be at 5 points next turn, and that's not going to be enough to be able to close out this game. So we'll have to see exactly what the Kha'Zix decides to do, but I do think it really does start here with that Irresistible Feyfolk and with this challenge. How did... Oh, right, because it gets up to 6 might. Oof. Well, there goes that idea where I was going to say that Irresistible Feyfolk can push up that Sivir and then bring back your units to base. I mean, so now kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place.
You remember the champion zone has the Kha'Zix, right? So you can do this. It's just if you want to commit this, which honestly, if you hit another Aurora, Aurora here, I am totally fine with. At that point, you're just saying, okay, you have no units. It will be on 12 runes next turn, so there is the potential to just hard play out Elder Dragons, right? Which is a little bit scary, especially when your board is so thin right now as the Kha'Zix player. Oh my god.
Ah,
Well, okay. Well, there will be no Aurora dropped this game, probably. Oh my god.
you can
There's
expect an
no
Elder Dragon,
way.
actually, though. That is a thing.
There is no way. The craziest part about this, Sasuke, is we saw the hand at the start of the turn. So it was like draw for turn, Lunar Boom, draw 2 into double Elder. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's a lot of Elders.
I think there's a Volibear.
So it looks like he's actually going to go for this Kha'Zix play here. He's going to go ahead and
Okay.
strip away that Sivir, which makes sense. And if he has another Investigator, he will be able to potentially deal with one of these Elder Dragons. Because I can't expect dealing with 3 is going to be very easy, if at all. But yeah, I mean, Kha'Zix going to be able to get 3 XP. His leader is going to be able to pull back the Kha'Zix after the fact here. And then 2 runes going to be exhausted as well. Oh, right, because he spent 4 for the Kha'Zix. That makes sense. So just going to replay that route and allow this Elder Dragon to strip away at least one of these units here on the back line if this Sivir chooses.
Yeah. I will say playing the Elder is okay. You can't chain the Elders because there isn't enough gold built up. You might be fine with that because you're going to remove 1 unit and then it goes double conquer up to 7. And then you just need it's actually a little bit scary, isn't it, right? Because the last card needs to be some form of removal. Otherwise, it just goes play Elder, kill 1 unit, go double conquer up to 7, and then you need something to remove one of the battlefields because you cannot clear both with just 1 Elder, and you can't play another Elder, right? So it is possible here for Ka to just win the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, he might just be able to get under a little bit faster than I think this Sivir player is ready for. And I think with the amount of hand disruption from the Kha'Zix player here through that Insightful Investigator plus that Sabotage, it might have just been enough, actually. So we'll have to see exactly what happens. But I think this was very well navigated from the Kha'Zix. I think he waited for exactly that turn to be like, okay, this is the turn you're going to be able to play Aurora, so I'm going to disrupt that plan. Ends up finding the Aurora, taking it away, and then since then, Sivir really hasn't had any real foothold into the game. I mean, the challenge was something, but really just not enough. We'll have to see exactly what happens here on this following turn, but with that buff from Mr. Root, I have to expect him to go on to the Harana and then possibly draw a card here, just kind of give this Kha'Zix player a little bit more options, and looks like that is going to be the case. So,
I mean, the Mr. Root has put in a lot of work this game, generated kind of infinite XP. Ka's been kind of able to do whatever he wants with the XP. Is the power? Oh yeah, for the sigil. Okay, makes sense. I mean, there's a lot going on here. You do have to clear. I'm surprised, honestly, that. Okay, we see a catalyst. So, forced to draw a removal card. It has to be challenge. It has to be Flurry of Blades. If it's neither of these, the game is over.
So this Catalyst of Aeons is going to fire off here. He is going to be able to challenge 1 rune plus draw a card. And was it that removal tool? We'll have to find out. Looks like it's not a GG as of yet, as the Sivir hasn't scooped.
This is true. This is true. I mean, there are a fair number of good draws here, right? Like, you can have a Gust. You can have a Flurry of Blades. You can have a Challenge. What else could it be? What else does this deck play? I feel like those are the main ones.
Yeah, I mean, Gust is something here, so then Insightful
There you go.
Investigator, unfortunately, is going to be the card that gets pushed back to base. But if there is, oh, no Ride the Wind was used on that Monastery of Harana. Interesting. So Insightful Investigator going to go ahead and just push himself right into that Sigil of the Storm, but that does mean that another Elder Dragon can hit the field again. So this game will continue. And unfortunately for the Kha'Zix player, he did not have that Ride the Wind, or may have just even missed the timing there. But I could have expected that to have been the case. Gonna go ahead and push the Elder Dragon into... Okay. Look at that there, the first
right.
mate. And now this Sabotage is going to go ahead and take a final check, and that will be GG. So he had the game
Alright.
plan. He knew he was going to win regardless. Very, very well played. Using that Faithful just to push over that Elder Dragon. Really, really clever use of that Faithful there. Love to see it here. Very well navigated from that Kha'Zix player. So that will be game number 1. And I don't know if you're a Magic player or not, but that's Lilia up there on that screen. Really cool artwork. I believe that's all the way back from like 2019 or so.
I don't know anything about Magic. Well, okay, that's a lie. I've played Commander a few times, which I think a lot of people would equate to knowing nothing about Magic. But yeah, I'm not super familiar with the lore and stuff. So I'm going to have to take your word for it. I mean,
Well, it's not. I know that's Lilia. I just don't remember what set that's from.
Okay.
Lilia is a very, very big card in the lore of Magic the Gathering, and she is really popular. She's like my favorite character is Jace, and not love interest, but interest, if that makes sense.
I know Jace.
She's
Jace
also very, very powerful.
right?
That's true. Yeah.
He has like the broken command. What is it called? Planeswalker or something?
Yeah. They're both
Okay.
Planeswalkers.
Oh my gosh!
I'd argue Lilia is a more powerful Planeswalker than Jace, but not lore wise. I think they're equal strength, but that's not the point. Anyways, here comes the Sabotage. I distracted a lot. There is another hit onto that Aurora. That is absolutely devastating. If you are the Sivir player, you have to be feeling frustrated here. This is not what you want to be seeing here. That Sabotage coming down at the perfect time yet again.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a crazy opener for the Sivir. Mobilize, Catalyst, Aurora. Like, I mean, you can't really be complaining if your opponent has a Sabotage when you open the 3-card like Exodia combo in Aurora.
This is true. So Gust is going to come down here. We'll have to see if Mr. Root just comes down yet again. He might even just accelerate it. I don't think that is going to be the case. Instead, he's just going to put down 2 more 2-cost units, be able to get double conquer on that following turn. And now Sivir has to figure out what he has to do, or what his game plan is without any actual tools of the trade here. So he's just going to go ahead and get himself started with a stacked deck. Might find something a little more useful to do on these following turns. But for the time being, it's not going to feel great here. Again, no Aurora in hand. You just lost it to that Sabotage. And I have to assume there's no units in hand because they play 5 units. So it looks like it's going to be a treasure trove here. Just going to go ahead and generate a gold, get that rune right back, and draw a card. So 3 runes going to be exhausted. Looks like it's going to be Lunar Boon, and Hard Bargain is going to be discarded here. So really digging for something here. Hopefully find something in this following turns. It's going to be another Lunar Boon. Going to go ahead and discard Immobilize. And yeah, I mean, really getting that dig going. But yeah, I mean, hurting trying to find something here.
Yeah, I mean, really trying to find the Aurora as it was ripped. What would be quite unfortunate is if there was another investigator or something. It really does stink when you do things like Boon or Stack Deck into an Aurora, when you know you're playing against a deck that does play like Sabotage and stuff, because you can't play it on this turn, and it just kind of opens you up to getting hand ripped, and you lose it. That being said, I mean, you can't really just rely on drawing it for turn. That's absolutely not going to work out. Though Sivir is one turn away from being able to hardcast that Aurora. So that is a possibility, or sorry, hardcast the Aurora. Hardcast the Elder Dragon.
So Sabotage is going to come down here. I mean, it's not going to impact his or their ability to cast that Elder Dragon like you had stated, but Double Punch first Void Assault. That's pretty difficult to deal with here, so I have to assume that Void Assault is going to get stripped away. I can't imagine letting a card like that stick around in hand, especially if you want to drop something like your Sivir there. That Vel'Koz is going to have, or that Kha'Zix rather, is going to have quite the opportunity with that Irresistible Faithful in that back line there. So 7 cards going to, or 7 runes going to be exhausted. 2 purple has to be that Mind Splitter. So I have to assume that it's going to be that Punch first, at least just one of them, because otherwise there's really nothing you could do to deal with what's going on the side of that Kha'Zix here. And so a challenge going to come down as well. Finally going to allow himself a little bit of a reprieve here and going to be able to get rid of that Kha'Zix. No cards remain in this Sivir's hand. And this is a bit of a Hail Mary, if you ask me here. And I think rightfully so, because, again, that Sabotage has just been absolutely crushing this Aurora player here in games number 2, in game number 1 and 2.
I actually don't think it's too much of a Hail Mary. I think it's actually a pretty good setup here, because what he does is he gets full knowledge, right, with the Sabotage Mind Splitter, establishes a big body, and now he does have a Scryers setup, so he is able to look at the top 4 cards and ideally find an Aurora. I mean, that's like wishful thinking, right? Like, but you do get to dig for 4, and if you find it, you can play it. So I think this is actually a pretty good setup for the Aurora player, with the big caveat that you have to find it, right? And sometimes, and I can attest to this, as I did try and go for the Metal Volley at Atlanta, where you just cannot find Aurora. You're 20 cards in your deck. There's no Aurora.
Yeah. So,
very sad.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you did have the God Hand, and it just got disrupted really heavily through that Sabotage. So we'll have to find out exactly what's going to happen here for Caravaggio. I don't know if it's Veggio or Vaggio, but it's Vaggio to me. So yeah, we'll have to figure out what is going to happen here on the side of Caravaggio, but definitely not happy with what's going on right now. I mean, he does have a Mind Splitter, which is legitimately a thing, right? It's definitely something, and nothing to scoff at either. 7 Might is definitely difficult to deal with, and he was able to utilize it to get rid of that Kha'Zix. So it's going to, looks like, send both cards to the bottom. And we'll have to see if he finds exactly what he's looking for. And I think this silence is speaking all sorts of volumes here. I can't imagine he found that Aurora.
Yeah, if you had Aurora, you just slam it. Be like, okay, anyways, here's Aurora. So it is a lot more difficult when you don't have the Aurora. Obviously, he can cast the Champion, so you can establish 2 units here. And there are not a ton of... There isn't like a ton going on the Kha'Zix side, right? There's only, what, 4 Might on the battlefield, or on the board? Oh, okay. I'm actually kind of surprised the Elder is discarded. Like, in this simplified game state, I don't even hate just playing the Elder next turn. But I guess this is saying I want to draw the Aurora instead of just hardcast an Elder. Which, fair enough, I guess.
I'm not sure that is correct, obviously. Just because, look, you've managed to dig through a lot of cards, absolutely. But the issue is that you're playing Aurora so that you can play the Elder Dragon. Why not just play the card that you know what I mean? Why not go back to the first step when you can already be at that second step? So
yeah, I like playing the Elder like hardcasted a lot, to be honest, because it's pretty likely Ka goes for Double Conquer this turn, and if he does go for Double Conquer, you can play the Elder, and then it's kill both battlefields and the unit in base. And there are only 3 units, right? So at that point, it's like... I guess he could use the leader ability to pull a unit back. So maybe not 3 units, but you're still clearing 2, and it's just a really big body, and you know that the Ka has like no cards. It's very hard for him to deal with this giant body with what he has to work with. And there's a punch first. Wow, okay, so gonna send in a big old Tide Turner.
That Tide Turner did steroids.
Yeah, and Ka made him real buff too.
Yeah.
Wow. Clears
Tide
everything.
Turner like did a boxing match against Kazakhs, got super buff, and then it was like, you know what? I need steroids.
Kiana. Okay, okay. Playing around Elder Dragon here. So
how did he get a 3rd point there?
yes, he should be at 6, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I mean, maybe there's something I am missing, but you would need Aurora here. You'd need like Aurora plus a removal card. Okay, so it is going to be game, unfortunately. Well, he would have another turn if he didn't double this card, right?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely would have.
Just scoop.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, that looks like that is going to be game unless the players are discussing something right now. I can only imagine because the Mind Splitters were revealed. Unfortunately, it does. Yes. Yeah, so Kazakhs does take the game, is able to go under the Aurora. I did really like the inclusion of the Insightful Investigators. I thought that was really cool, able to hit the Aurora, so pretty high impact there. Sure, you're giving them a little bit of a cycle, but honestly, every card in their deck is worse than Aurora, right? So at that point, I rip the best card in their deck and I say, okay, you can have a random other card. That's
Yeah, yeah. I mean, listen, you know, it's just one of those scenarios where you're relying too heavily on the Aurora. Like I said, I think he should have just gone for that Elder Dragon. He had it in hand. He had the runes to play it. And sure, you won't be getting, you know, you're not getting a free unit every turn, but you still have the Elder Dragon to work with. And there's going to be a lot of tools that have to be utilized in order to deal with that Elder Dragon. And with the fact that you had, you know, an extra point that you had to deal with, it would have been pretty difficult to, you know, in kind to deal with all of it. Again, not really sure how he managed to go from 4 to 7 there. Maybe he forgot a point on the previous turn, and neither of us noticed. That is definitely a possibility there. I wasn't paying too close of attention, but it seems like both of the players were fully aware of what was going on there. So it does seem like he probably was supposed to be at that 7-point threshold. And yeah, I mean, very, very well navigated from the Kazakhs, understanding when he needs to fire off those key tools. Your opponent was trying to cheese and go for that turn 3 Aurora line. Really wasn't able to get it off, which is unfortunate for him, but fortunately for the rest of everyone else, that means that an Aurora player is gone. So,
yeah, I really would have liked to see the hard-casted Elder, right? Like, in that case, it clears out a fair bit, and it puts yourself in a winning position to board. But we can only make these calls. I'm sure there are a lot of things going on in the players' heads that I do not see. It is very easy to say things from our bird's eye POV and say, oh yeah, well that's obvious, right? When in reality, well, maybe it's not so obvious.
yeah, I mean, definitely considering a lot of things that otherwise we wouldn't. I mean, you know, when you're going into a Kazakhs player, I feel like not a lot of players have experience into Kazakhs. He's kind of definitely a much more fringe deck right now. So a lot of players not really sure how to deal with it. But I did just get a invite to a different game here from production. Looks like it's versus Draven versus Victor. Looks like.
Thing wrong. I only see one rune on Victor's side. Is this?
That's exactly what I see as well.
Is this between games, maybe? But both players here are X1, so this is a bubble match. The winner is most likely making it to top. Actually, they should make it the top cut, right? With the number of players. Okay.
Yep. Yep, getting confirmed from production that yes, you are indeed correct to NA45. Yeah, not really sure what's going on here. Maybe the match just ended and Draven won.
Well, while we're waiting for production to figure out, what is your favorite deck so far from Unleashed?
Probably Master Yi. Really like it feels like a really cool like toolbox deck. And this is going to be like another Magic callback. I know you're not a huge Magic fan, but there was a deck in Magic that utilized Birthing Pod, and it was like this really heavy creature deck. It kind of felt very combo-y. It ended up becoming a combo deck, and that's really how it closed out the game was with the combo. But it just like you have tons of pressure throughout the entirety of the game. You get to use all of your different toolbacks, like abilities. Just like you have a unit for this situation, a unit for that situation, just like a whole bunch of different really fringe cases that you get to find because you have so much access to draw. And I think with the Nidalee, the Scuttles, Discipline, you just have so much more draw. And I think that was really one of the biggest weaknesses that Master Yi had. And it really feels like that's no longer the case. So we got ourselves a new game, though. I'm going to go ahead and connect, and it looks like it's just kind of on the tail end of it. I'm not sure if it's game 2 or 3 yet, but I'll let you cast it for us while I get connected.
Of course, yeah. So we do have Ezreal versus Aurelia. I will say this is a matchup I've played a fair bit, and with the introduction of I knew it would happen. I knew it would happen. There's a card I don't remember the name of. The new battlefield that gives +1 when you use a spell to a unit there. That
No, that's Star Spring. That you're thinking of
Abandoned Hall.
a different one. Abandoned Hall, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. So with Abandoned Hall, it makes this matchup really hard because it gives Aurelia almost an auto win game in that it's very hard to remove her units. You can't, cost reduction ends up not being real, and you need these big combos, which, I mean, it makes it very, very hard for Ezreal in my experience, and Aurelia plays enough counter spells that your Starcross's always guaranteed to resolve. I found it really difficult. I am not a fan of this matchup on the Ezreal side, and it does look like this game is going in the favor of Aurelia right now. It is 6-2. Ezreal has infinite cards, but infinite cards doesn't stop your opponent from getting the 8 points. Bit of a problem there. Aurelia is on 6 here.
So Starcroft is going to try and be this interaction here for the Ezreal player. Definitely a very difficult scenario to be in if you are the Ezreal player. I feel like this Aurelia is just going to continue to do what she wants. She has 8 runes available as well as 6 cards available. So even though you're at 12 cards in hand, it really doesn't feel like you kind of have enough to deal with what's going on the side of this Aurelia player here. So we'll have to see if he just lets it happen, goes and plays the Aurelia, and then just kind of recycles a rune and uses a card to just replay this Aurelia. We'll have to see exactly what happens here. But Starcross, definitely not a bad start, but it's not going to permanently deal with this Aurelia problem.
Yeah, and you could even say it doesn't even deal with it like right now, because the Aurelia could just say, okay, I play Aurelia again, and then I use like On Guard, buff it up, and push it up again. Which is, it's just so annoying dealing with this Aurelia unit in this matchup. The deflect adds up. It can just be played as accelerate over and over. In fact, I have been siding Vex specifically to help with this and the Lilia deck, and I guess the Rengar deck. That deck's not quite as real, but it does look like the Abandon goes through, and wow, okay, so going to be a double conquer up to, probably a double conquer up to 8 points, 1 point from winning.
And that is not what you want to see here if you are this Ezreal player. I mean, you do have that Starcross back in hand, but at this point you kind of have to Hail Mary and hope that he doesn't have Hard Bargain, Defy, Not So Fast, or Abandon. Which is kind of a tall ask, if I'm being honest. But, you know, this is just one of those scenarios where you kind of have to hope and pray. And that's really your only option at this point here.
Yep.
So Star Spring definitely utilized by the Aurelia player, I think, a lot better than a lot of other decks can. I was playing Star Spring in my Master Yi list just because I get to move around my unit super effectively when I get to hold it. But that said, I took it out just because Aurelia was utilizing it way better than me, and I just didn't want to give those Aurelia players that advantage. And there are decks that utilize this battlefield better than others, and I think Aurelia is probably the one that utilizes it the best. So,
I mean, it is the reason as well that I am not playing Abandoned Hall in my Ezreal deck, because in theory, it's really good. The deck plays a lot of spells. You can play Raven Bloom, so you just have this 2-drop that can go up to 10 plus might very easily. But then the problem is it just makes your already bad Aurelia matchup, like, unwinnable. Because now Aurelia just gets 2 Abandoned Hall games. It's like, okay, well, this is miserable.
Yeah, that's definitely not the scenario you want to see yourself in here. So,
Yeah.
yep, here comes that Star Cross. It really is just that Hail Mary line here from the Ezreal, praying and hoping that there isn't just a plethora of answers available. But again, there is only 4 cards remaining in this Aurelia player's hand, so there is a little bit of hope there. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case. But the fact that this Tide Turner gets to stick around, that's not great either. So we'll have to see exactly what happens. It does mean that this Ezreal gets to draw an additional card, which is something. But it really feels like there's just not enough left in this gas tank here. Kha'Zix might be able to come down. It will have to probably coincide with something like a Ride the Wind to really kind of have any hope at all. But again, the Aurelia player still has 4 cards that aren't Aurelia in hand. And that's going to cost you 6 runes, which means that you'd only have 1 rune of interaction where your opponent has 4. And those Tide Turner, while it only looks like it's 2 might, it could be as big as, I don't know. We don't even know how many cards. There's 1 Defiant Dance in the discard pile, 1 Discipline in the discard, which means that he's got a plethora of answers available. So Wages of Pain is going to be the card here that comes down. And Discipline going to be that response.
Yep, that's fine. If you're Ezreal here, you should be chaining your Stupefy to this, because you don't want them to draw a... I guess it doesn't really matter. They can draw Defy off of the Discipline and still defy the wages, but... So it does get the draw, and now you can just Stupefy kill it if you wish to. Honestly, the worst thing about this matchup is the fact that because Aurelia has Deflect, and Ezreal... You don't really have good ways to clear the Aurelia without just paying like 4+ runes through all the counter spells and such. You're forced to actually clear it through stuff like Watcher. And I personally, I can only speak for myself, but my Ezreal list doesn't even have seals in it anymore. I don't really like the seals anymore. I think that you naturally generate enough gold now. You do not naturally generate enough gold to deal with Aurelia. Absolutely not.
It looks like Gust is going to be the response here from the Tide Turner, but he cannot Gust his own unit because then it would be dead to the wages. So that's a little bit
Why not?
counterintuitive there.
Oh, he can't Gust it because it is it's at 4
might.
Yeah. Good call, good call. That is pretty funny. You cannot custom a unit. Yes, this is true. This is true. That does give a little bit of hope, right? You do know that there is a dead card in the hand, and there's Aurelia plus 3 real cards. Going to be 4 with the draw. Be after Stupefy. The unit is dead after Stupefy. Yes. Only 3 runes up for Ezreal, which is quite scary. You're going to have to deal with the Aurelia again, right? And you're only going to 8 on the next turn. So all you have enough is like a Watcher, if you play the Watcher. I imagine he does play Watcher, but it would feel pretty bad to cast out the Watcher for your entire play for the turn. I guess you could go like Kha'Zix and say you don't have anything. Seems a bit unlikely, but
That does seem unlikely here. So it looks like Defiant Dance is going to have to be the answer here.
yeah.
And you know what? Actually, I think this is actually surprisingly clever here from Duofish. This is a really good tool just to kind of negate the Stupefy, because if there is a second Stupefy, it's still going to be able to deal with that first one, and he will maintain that 4 might marked alongside that marked 3 damage for this turn here. So I'll have to see exactly what happens, but with this Defiant Dance on the stack, there it is. That Stupefy going to be the response, and then that should be enough here to finally get rid of this Tide Turner, but it does exhaust a lot of resources on the side of this Ezreal here. We'll have to see if he finds a way to kind of finally stabilize, but I mean, you said it yourself. Aurelia is just such a difficult matchup for these Ezreal players.
Yep, absolutely. It does get the draw. It is pretty important that the Tide Turner did die. Otherwise, you would have the Tide Turner holding to 8, and then it's pretty trivial to just play out Aurelia, buff it, and then push it up. Especially considering there are very few cards in hand, and you can't like gust the Tide Turner to try and stop a point, because if you gust it, it just makes Aurelia even easier to get to 9. But okay, so Ezreal deciding to ramp and say, you do not have a double conquer this turn. You don't have Aurelia ride the... actually, Aurelia ride the wind won't do it. So there... I think it's fairly reasonable to say you don't have the conquer this turn. It takes like a 3-card combo, right? Am I missing something?
Yeah, 3-card combo would do it here. Even a 2 might unit, you know, just it'd probably be easier with the Stellacorn Herder, really, to close out the game here. That said, I mean, you know, the Ezreal player is exhausted, and
Okay. Back.
surprisingly, another turn is allowed to happen here for this Ezreal player.
Nice. I mean, at this point, if the Aurelia player is going to play like this, you could... I imagine he has another Starcross in his hand. I would look to just keep chaining Starcross on the Aurelia and say, you need combos, you need combo draws to out me. That would be my attempt. That being said, there are a lot of cards, so you could do other things, like there is like Watcher Bellows, but again, 3 runes up for Aurelia, it's pretty likely at least one of the cards is a buff spell. You could try and say, hey, I'm going to exhaust you of your buff spells, and you won't have stuff to get through like my Watcher. Okay, it looks like he is going to go for the Watcher plus the Bellows play. Or it could be a Chilling Touch plus Bellows. That's also an option. Or a Eclipse plus Bellows.
Yeah, I think the Eclipse
always
is
do.
definitely going to feel a little bit better, because targeting it twice with that Frigid Touch would be pretty painful. So Defy going to be the response here. I like this a lot from the Aurelia player.
Yep.
Just be like, I don't want to let my Aurelia get marked for damage. You can subtract her stats, but that doesn't really matter.
Well, this doesn't actually work, because you can just go pack, bounce Fizz, replay Bellows, and then do it again. So that... it tells me that either the Aurelia probably has no buffs in hand, because they are just trying to stop this immediately. I mean, it seems a bit crazy to me. We know 1 is a Gust, 2 unknowns.
Yep, 2 unknowns in hand, so we're not quite sure what those last 2 cards are. And I think you're absolutely right. I think there just isn't any more buff spells remaining in this Aurelia player's hand. And I think he kind of exhausted a little bit too many resources to try and protect that Tide Turner. And so now Ezreal is going to be forced to just kind of destroy his entire rune base. But that said, there might just be no more cards remaining on the side of, or no more units rather, on the side of the Aurelia player. And Ezreal having 16 cards in hand, it's definitely going to feel pretty good.
Oh, these are my favorite moments with Ezreal, when you just have your entire deck in your hand. It's on you. It's like, your deck building, was it good enough to deal with everything? And there it is. There's the Eclipse that I did mention. We'll have to pay the deflect here. Oh my god, down the 2 runes feels so bad. But killing the Ezreal, or killing the Aurelia, that's pretty big. Now it is on the Aurelia to draw another playable unit. And as we all know, Aurelia doesn't play a ton of them. So
yeah, so this treasure trove, I think, is really just going to come right down, allow him to draw an additional card. So I guess there's now 15 cards, because we did know about that treasure trove. We do know that there's a Kha'Zix, an acceptable losses, and a Gust on the side of the Ezreal player as well. And Looks like 4 runes going to be exhausted. That is going to be a Vex, another deflect unit, so another really annoying unit to deal with. But Ezreal slowly but surely taking over this game, and the Vex going to come down as well. I think the Fizz is going to get pushed back through the Star Spring. And we're starting to see percolations of hope here for this Ezreal player. He might have finally found a way into this game.
Yeah, I mean, this does look really good here. Having the Vex is pretty big. It does mean that if Aurelia is doing this, they're doing it through the Vex, which is possible. Don't get me wrong. You could have like Vex plus buffs plus Ride the Wind, but I feel like if you had these, you would have used them on the Aurelia. So we have a read that the hand is maybe not so good. It's possible. Like you said, I think it could even be doable by the Ezreal. I mean, there's what? You need 2 more turns to win. If you're Ezreal, you just need to hold them off. And it's looking doable.
2 more turns here from the Ezreal player. I mean, we do, again, we know that one of those cards in the Aurelia's hand is a Gust, which is not what you want to see if you are the Aurelia player. 2 unknowns in hand. We can't imagine that they are buff spells, but even if they are, I have to assume there's some sort of equipment effect, which is why he hasn't played it, because it's a waste of his energy. Doesn't want to have it get eaten by that acceptable losses. And then obviously Pack of Wonders will get hit by the acceptable losses, but to its namesake, you're definitely okay with that trade.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting because, like, what is in the Aurelia's hand? You know it's not buffs. You know it's probably not Ride the Wind. It could be, like, more Vexes, like, more units. That is a possibility. I'm not sure, to be honest.
It could be the Swiftfoot boots, and I think that's kind of why he's shying away from it, is just because spending 3 energy. Yeah, spending 3 energy is a lot here. So just going to go ahead and utilize really the Vex here. I want to know what that hidden card is.
Wages.
It could be Wages of Pain. Oh, it is Wages
Yeah.
of Pain? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
this is interesting.
Bewitching Spirit going to be carving down here.
Yeah, this will probably just discard the Gust from the hand, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think with the Vex getting pushed back here, it has to be that Gust. So again, still 3 cards remain from this Aurelia player. But now this is becoming terrifying territory here. You do have access to that Kha'Zix to get yourself an additional 6 stats for 4. But that said, 1 energy versus 11 energy, it's going to be a tall task.
Yep, I would imagine it's just going to be swinging up the Vex and trying to trade here, and then seeing, okay, is any buff played, is anything played, and then you can just drop that Kha'Zix from hand as, like, insurance. We will have to see, though. I mean, deep in the tank, it is pretty important here. These turns, if Ezreal is able to clear out this Vex, the game is maybe not guaranteed sealed, but it's getting pretty close to it.
And the fact that, well, actually, if he does manage to overtake this battlefield here and the Vex does not die...
You can't play the Vex. So that is true. I am a silly man. I'm a silly man.
No, I was thinking about that too. I legitimately said the Kha'Zix, and then I was like, wait, Vex.
Yeah. You cannot do that. So, gonna be swinging in the Vex here. This does mean that there does need to be, hopefully, be some sort of backup plan, some sort of removal, assuming that the Aurelia did draw a buff.
If it is that final Defiant Dance here, could be a way out.
"15 cards in hand. You can only hope that there's something playable." Oh, wow. Okay. So Ride the Wind. Maybe back to base.
That would be a way out of this hole. And then again, we do know that it is a wages of pain, so it is a bit risky to
Oh,
go ahead and send that Vex in, which does mean that I don't know how you Inada, I don't know.
there
Uh,
has to be a buff here, right? Like, why would you do this if there's not a buff?
because the bewitching spirit is stunned.
But you're
But that
playing
doesn't.
into the a wages, right? Like, you know it's a wages.
Yeah.
It's Ezreal.
Yeah, yeah. I can't think of any other hidden cards that Ezreal reliably plays besides that Wages of Pain.
Well, it looks like we're still waiting for the aspirants combat to resolve, as that the points have not gone up to 7 here, so it looks like Ezreal is thinking in response.
Thing is that even if that doesn't, even if this resolves, which I think it should, if you are the Ezreal player here, there's just still 9 runes that your opponent has access to, so it's kind of a little bit early to jump the gun, if you will. And even if this is the case that the Vex comes in, the Bewitching Spirit may be stunned, but you still get to hold the battlefield, which means that the Vex gets pushed back. If it
Yep.
gets pushed back, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it exhausts itself, right? So then it won't be able to
Um,
combat it again.
well, it is the Ezreal's turn, right? So you would just have the Vex in base and then say, like, I can push it up on the next turn. It looks like they're still thinking on this aspirants. Wow, deep thinks, I guess. I mean, it is a very impactful part of the game right here. This interaction might make or break the game for the Ezreal. I mean, you have 15 cards in hand. Surely there's an answer. Surely.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's being thought up here, but I can't imagine. I literally cannot imagine what it could be because what else is there to do?
I mean, to me, it's okay. So aspirants does go through. Now the battlefield, on the second battlefield combat will start. I would not hate just throwing the wages and say, okay, do you have a buff before actually committing cards from hand? Because all it's going to do is cost you a power, and then they are forced to actually do things.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I mean, again, this Aurelia player is down to just 2 cards in hand, so
Mhm.
I think you have a very good point here in that really just kind of utilize what you have already. Yes, you already used a power to do so, but you know that the specs has deflect, so this wage is coming down. It's going to be a gust here on the side of the Vex player. So really,
Ooh.
just very difficult scenario to be in if you are Ezreal here. This does mean that the Vex potentially will be able to draw a card because now it is 2-4, and you do have to do something about this here.
Yeah.
One last card remains, and it could just be the Kha'Zix coming down as well. It will be exhausted or it will be stunned, but it is on the defense here, so
Yeah.
that I think is a little bit more important. We'll have to see exactly what Vex decides to do. A gold is going to get generated, but Kha'Zix might be good enough, and
Yeah.
instead going to go for that Stupefy.
That is a good option here. This will outright kill the Vex if it does go through. I mean, only 1 card in hand. Could it be? I imagine if this goes through, the game should be over for Ezreal, right? Like, the Vex is on the board. The Ezreal's Vex, mind you. The Ezreal's Vex is on the board. You have a double hold. Should be a pretty straightforward thing here. Hard bargain. Wow. Okay. I mean, what can Ezreal have here? You can have a Starcross, another Stupefy.
No,
That's
that
actually a
is the
crazy
third
bet.
and final Stupefy here from this Ezreal player. So no more Stupefies available. It could be Eclipsed, it could be Frigid Touch. there is a plethora of answers still remaining on the Ezreal side. He's going to go ahead and draw himself a card. He has essentially a 1 in 7 chance to find the exact card he wants to. So very high odds. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case. But I do think that the Kazakhs might have been the safer line.
Yeah, I do like that. Like you said, is it does not make, you don't kill the Vex, but it does guarantee that you do get your combat win, right?
So
Okay, star cross.
there is that star
Perfect.
cross.
Right. You don't get the
Beautifully done
hold,
here.
though.
Now, I definitely would have liked to have seen him hold on to the Star Spring rather than that Aspirant's Climb.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say this is because the Star Spring would allow you to just play a unit there, and then you could push back the unit, get that final point.
Well, the problem is if he rips any buff spell, you lose the game on the spot then, right?
So Discipline is going to come down. He's going to have to discard that card anyways. So I'm not sure what the Discipline was for. There goes that on guard.
It just, I guess he's trying to play around popping the Vex in the backline.
Well, there it is, Starcrossed here
Nice.
with his
Right.
last Fizz. And that should be enough here. The Vex onto the battlefield should be enough to seal this deal. Ezreal eking it out
Wow.
from what felt like the depths of nothingness. So it looks
Wow,
like
I
we're going
did
to go ahead
not
and go
believe
on
either.
to that game 3. Yeah, I think no one, including himself, believed, but he just said, I need to go ahead and try anyways and pray that it will be enough. So
So
5
production
minutes
has
remain left
informed
in the
us.
round here. They are going to go ahead and go into overtime. But
Wow.
that dreaded abandoned hall that you were talking about, there it
no.
is.
Yep, this one is a rough one. It is crazy. I mean, I expect Ezreal to go long. Oh, that's rough because both players, not a lot of time to play here. I do favor Aurelia in this little short rush to the finish, but don't count Ezreal out. Play some units early. It looks like Vex does come down for the Aurelia, so opting to play probably a couple of them. Hate it.
So this Bewitching Spirit's going to go ahead and conquer this abandoned hall. I can't imagine he wants to hold on to this here, but is going to go ahead and try. I think this is a bit of a risk here, and albeit a very, very high risk. So this Vex is just going to go ahead and bring herself right onto the battlefield. And now I have to assume that he had something like Gust plus Stupefy, but it looks like it's just going to be a stacked deck because now he needs to find another sort of subtraction effect here. So going to go ahead and utilize that stacked deck to buff this Bewitching Spirit. 3 cards on the top of the deck. We don't know what they are. They could
I wouldn't
be really
hate finding unacceptable losses. That sounds like that would be quite nice here. If he does opt to play it, it would mean that you'd get the trade, assuming Aurelia doesn't have a buff, which does seem a bit. Oh wow, okay, that's aggressive.
Yeah, the Kazakhs here definitely a good pickup. Honestly, I mean now it is. He has to figure out a way to close the gap with 4 might. I mean that is just exactly one Defiant Dance. As the Defiant Dance essentially is Vex as an Aurelia here because this abandoned hall. And now that you're fully exhausted, this means that there's very little you can do to interact here with this Vex player. And then if they have something like a Discipline plus another buff spell, that is also going to suffice. And there's the first start. There is that Discipline, so he's going to go all the way up to 8 might. Needs to find 1 more might. That'll do it.
Gust. Cleanly beats the Kha'Zix out there. And that is a backbreaking turn if I am playing Ezreal, as I had to spend a couple cards. I lost my unit. I deramped, and now we got to play the Ezreal out and deramp some more just to try and see cards, and we have to deal with the Vex somehow, which is at 6 might, sitting on the Abandoned Hall, plus has the deflect. As you saw last game, there's just so much deflect being paid. Like, Ezreal probably bottom deck 10 runes in the last couple turns. It is absolutely
Yeah, that was a lot of
ridiculous.
runes to recycle here. So Spirit's going to come right back down here, though. I definitely don't want to gust that Bewitching Spirit, but I think in this scenario, you kind of have to. But this Bewitching Spirit's putting in a lot of work, eating a lot of the cards out of the hand of this Aurelia player. And while the Aurelia is at 2 points, down to 3 cards already is not a good start. We'll have to see if he finds a way really to just kind of maintain this lead, because you do have to be up by 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not the scenario you want to see yourself in here if you are the Aurelia player. This Bewitching Spirit has been putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, and I can't imagine either of these players does want to draw with Top Cut coming up. They are on the bubble, X1 each, I believe. And X11, maybe not make Top Cut. Would be a little bit spooky there. They probably do want to get a real winner here. And wow, we're playing out our legend? This is new sauce. Okay,
You know,
okay.
I too play out my legend.
Yeah? How much might does it have? Is it just like, oh yeah, this is
Infinite, actually.
might. What are
Yeah.
you doing? Wow. Okay, attacking the hand here. Do you it's probably hit the gust, right? Or sorry, the flash, right?
I think it has to be the flash, just because it protects your the units the best. The fact that the Stellacorn Herder is in hand doesn't feel great. I mean, a Scuttle Crab is nice. I think you do just have to play out both the units here, and you really don't want to send any of your units besides that Vex, because she is protected by that Guardian Angel. So I think the Stellacorn Herder is going to come down here as well. I can't imagine a world in which it doesn't. So Scuttle Crab is going to come down. And just putting out that Stellacorn Herder is going to feel pretty nice, because yes, even if you have to discard a whole bunch of cards, she's going to refuel the entire hand. So this Bewitching Spirit plus Mind Splitter shenanigans that has been going on this entirety of the game will kind of be negated through this Stellacorn Herder. And the fact that you have 3 points of a lead is going to be a huge boon on the side of the Ezreal player.
A lot to deal with, not a ton of runes to work with. And it looks like we have just hit overtime. So there are 0, 1, 2, 3 turns. And with the Aurelia being up 3 points, this does make this pretty hard, because as Ezreal, you are going to have to double conquer. You cannot win. It is impossible to win. You will only ever be able to go up 1 point. And in that case, it would be a draw, which neither player wants. But if you do fail to conquer, and Aurelia does conquer a single time, then it would be Aurelia's win. And there's a lot to deal with. 4 units, not super easy to deal with when you're only at 7 runes. When you're at like 10 to 12 runes, I think it's pretty feasible. But a bit of a thin board here.
So it's just going to go ahead and start off with a stacked deck. Hopefully find something a little bit more useful to do with his turn. But with only 4 runes to work with, I feel like you are kind of starved on resources here. So this acceptable losses is going to come down. Going to go ahead and allow himself the ability to get rid of that Guardian Angel, which is going to stop pretty much everything that the Aurelia player wants to be doing. This Vex has been proven to be very, very annoying. And now that Guardian Angel is gone, you have really some sort of capability to deal with everything going on here. I mean, this Mind Splitter is a very big unit. You still are afraid of potential Defiant Dance, as well as a Discipline, which would force the trade. So yeah, I mean, Sigil of the Storm, kind of the same issue, just because Aurelia does exist, and there is that Defiant Dance.
Times they do just have it. I mean, that is going to be Aurelia up to, gosh, up to 8, I believe, right? It'll be 1 for choosing, 1 for readying, and 2. So 8 to 6, or sorry, 8 to 5 here. It's not only 3 runes to work with. Not a lot to work with to make this even.
I mean, the Eclipse is something. You're going to
That's
have to
true.
recycle again, but there is still 1 card remaining on the side of the Aurelia player. And if it isn't some sort of interaction here, that will be some sort of purchase really back into this game, which means that you can send both your Ezreal and that Bewitching Spirit into the Vex and take that trade there, because he did miss that Abandoned Hall trigger. The Abandoned Hall does work regardless of whether or not you target the unit or a unit at that battlefield. It's just if a spell is played, exactly like that Ravenbloom student.
Does this work different than Ravenbloom? Because with Ravenbloom, you're allowed to just say, well, they were... It was. I guess it does, because you have to pick which unit gets the might. So yeah, you're right. Should not retroactively get might. All right. So I mean, this should be pretty straightforward. Do you have buff in hand?
I agree. Yeah, so we'll have to see if he does have that final buff. I have to assume that it's not, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting here thinking this much, because he kind of slammed that Defiant Dance pretty quickly, but has not done so with anything else. So now, I guess while there is a lull here, oh, it's a Ride the Wind, interestingly enough.
Okay. So this will draw, and then that. I want to say that's all she wrote, because this means that Ezreal cannot conquer, and then there's a double... Well, I guess you can...
You can still conquer the Sigil of the Storm, or that Abandoned Hall, as there now is no capability on either side. So again, this Vex should be at 6 might, but he has missed the triggers both times. I'm not going to remind the players about these triggers, but if you miss something that is mandatory, I will say something about it. But
yeah, I think you just have to... If you are going for a draw here, which is all you can go for, I think it is simply slam Spirit Ezreal into Sigil, kill the Stellarcorn, get a point, which puts you 2 points behind. Actually, yeah, it's just... Is it even possible?
This is still turn 0 here.
Yeah. But Ezreal will only get 1 more turn after this, right? So you only have 1 more turn in the score. And if...
No, turn 0 started on the Ezreal's turn. It says Inyeda drew 1, and then you said turn 0. So now it is turn 1 here for Duo Fish. Aurelia is going to be at that 3-point lead. Surprised to see that the Vex is going to be that card, but that Tide Turner, what an incredible top deck here. That Selcorn Herder is going to go ahead and conquer that battlefield again. Yep. And now he's all the way up to 6 points. He's got 3 cards in hand. There's no Bewitching Spirit available to strip away cards from this Ezreal player, or from this Aurelia player on that side of the Ezreal. And now there is very few things that could happen on the side of Inyeda, and the GGs come right out. Very well played from the Aurelia player.
Unfortunately, going 4 points up does mean that Ezreal is no longer able to do it, as you can only score 2 points a turn, and 2 plus 2. Well, that is 4, unfortunately. That is not 5. Right.
So,
well,
yeah, I mean... Okay, all right. I was gonna say, you were talking about how bad of a matchup the Ezreal has into the Aurelia player, and I think it really was showcased right there. Pretty much all of the tricks that the Aurelia has just kind of negates everything that the Ezreal wants to be doing, which is unfortunate, but very, very well navigated from the Aurelia player to kind of punish all of those avenues that he did manage to find. A couple of minor missteps here and there, but again, we have that 2020 vision. We're not thinking about a million things, especially with what's in our hands. We're just thinking about what the best play is because we get to have that 2020 vision, look at it from that outside perspective. But even still, great plays from the Aurelia player. I'm excited to see if he manages to make himself all the way to the finals here. There is that potential, but I think he has to clean up a little bit more if he wants to make it to that finals to get himself that $12 box. I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
If Ezreal won, was he the one that you were going to say is the front runner for the tournament?
No, and the reason being is I really hate the Pack Trove Ezreal build. I am not a fan at all. I think that it plays like a lot of bad cards, and you can see that like in the last game he had 17 cards in hand. It was still like, oh, dude, does he have it? I don't know. Because a lot of them can be packs, they can be troves. So I'm not a huge fan. If I had to pick something to win, it would probably be this is really boring, but I think it's probably an Aurora deck. I do think that the Aurora is pretty strong if people aren't teching for it. And I do think that there might even be like warranted gear main deck hate. But that's my very mild take.
Fair enough. All right, well, with that there, we're going to go ahead and set it off to a break. And when you guys are back, it'll be Plus and NA45. If you guys do want to be able to find me anywhere, you can find me on Twitter at x.com/SasukeX or on YouTube/Twitch at SasukeTV. But yeah, guys, with that said, we're going to go set it off to a break. And when we're back, Plus and NA45.
Absolutely.
Sleep in the discard pile.
But now we see the Skull Crab card.
Oh, there's another one.
Revealed. Oh, it feels so good to get rid of that Vex, and then you just see one in their hand. Like, what is the purpose? They will reveal their hand again. They probably hid that a bit too soon. I like the disarming rake there, I believe. Something to just play to kill these gears. A typical kind of sideboard card, but always fun to see what these players do, swapping in their cards between games.
Yeah, I think it's going to be... I do remember that I probably should have thought of that before. I keep forgetting about sideboard because sideboard... I don't have a sideboard when I play. I don't have enough cards technically to do that for my deck, but it is true. Putting in that disarming rake now limits a lot of what Daikal wants to do, and recognizing that now it's in the hand means that you aren't as free to be as over-aggressive as you probably needed to be, right? There's a tap of 5. It's a tap of 5 should be signaling the Aurelia coming in with a detachment straight on with the GA, which is the standard play. But you recognize that that GA needs to be used immediately, or else it might be gone next turn, and you lose out on kind of that free hit opportunity.
Priority in their last turn here, killing that Vex Apathetic does mean that they can expense those runes to ready this, and they know exactly which cards Vex has here.
Yeah.
What do they have in mind? Because we see that card there, second from the right, ready to be played. One rune will be tapped. Stack deck will be the priority, and I like this. You can draw a card that Aurelia does not know.
Yep. That's a good call right there. Let's see.
Do they
At this
get?
point, with 3 up as well, you have to recognize that another Defy could be in hand. There's a lot that could be played overall. And you're questioning if you want to go into that showdown and you want to expend right now, because it's a Sona. I don't know how many Sonas you technically have in deck, so it's an important unit. It's not, I think, a main priority unit, if that makes sense.
These hold decks, you do ideally want to keep as many as you like, but I like
true.
in
That's
Spirit
true.
Forge and Origins, I think people tend to only play 2 of them. So we saw 2 last game, which would match that. They have drawn a card with this sack deck. We don't know what it is. I respect them. They've just left those the cards that they showed before open. They've kept them revealed, and there's the Existential Dread, the stun coming out. It's gonna be expensive though. That's deflect they have to pay as well.
Yeah. I'm wondering. No, okay, they choose not to. It's just a bounce back, not the worst in the world, and they'll drop another Scuttle. So, okay, good defense by Choco. It was a gentle love tap. It felt from Daikal right there. Didn't want to go too hard in the paint just yet.
They could buy some time. They're feeling a bit confident, but that does mean a Vex goes up to 5 points here, 3 away. The odd tempo might not be exactly ideal, but then again, with these hold decks that aren't playing to conquer too aggressively, don't matter too much, and there's the Disarming Rake removing that GA, so makes you think, was there any kind of way to use it effectively last turn before it gets killed? But hey-o, it will get destroyed.
I was thinking play it over to Abandoned Hall, personally, and clear out some of those units. So if you were sitting on 7, that actually would have cleared the entire Tide Turner and Mutated Mouser. Granted, you would have probably still pulled. I think recognizing that there was the Existential Dread, right? I don't think there was an answer either way. But that, to me, I think would have been a good expenditure of the GA if it had gone through.
Okay, cards are being retreated back to base here, giving open that battlefield, but you can do that. You're 3 points ahead. You can play the game a bit slower here if you so choose, and I like this. Overdeveloping that one battlefield, leaving the other one open, kind of just tempting you in, being like, take this battlefield, get this point. I don't care. I don't need it. I just need to hold one. The Scuttle Crab, one-man army. What do they have for us? It died.
I love it.
Show me your cards.
Yeah. Yep. I think for the Aurelia, that's the right call. You want to know what's in hand, and you take a look now. There isn't much removal on the other side this time. Nothing to really stop you moving into a fight, which I love that call. I actually love that call with the Scuttle. But what does Daikal have in hand? You have 6 cards in hand. You have a lot. Instead, you're going to capture 1. Quick point up, unless there's a response, but you already know. There's no response. Starcross ain't going to do too much, right? And now you're going to go ahead. You're within 3. So it's a very quick find your center. More power to you. This is going to be a big turn.
That Starcross is just a scary card you have to be ready for, because that will just bounce any unit you want back to it.
My brain did not think right. Oh my god.
No, it's the combination there is great, and they're paying it right now. You can bounce, if anything, bounce your Tide Turner back to your hand. There you go. Now you have that extra mobility left. You've got to pay the deflect. Defy will come out to try and counter it. That should be enough.
There's no other response. You already knew what the other 2 are. They're unit plays, right? So I love that call. That's what I was about to say, is I also wondered if Daikal had the other Defy. I believe that's 2 now down. You played one earlier, like first card of the game, pretty much. And I feel like this leaves Daikal a lot of room to kind of experiment and look for a Might v Might challenge.
They can definitely do that. And what I'm really liking this game is the strength of Scuttle Crab just to get information, right? We've seen the strength of Sabotage less set to remove cards, the Mind Splitter, but this new card is just like, hey, I will just play it to see what you have to plan my turns, because you don't have to worry about their open runes when they have Oni units in their hand.
Yeah, and remember, it's a strategy game, right? When you know what your opponent's strategy is, you've already won the battle at that point, right? It's such a clean game here, and that's how an offensive Scuttle is used. I'm very impressed. That is an offensive Scuttle. And now the Otis is back onto Choco, who all you have is a Mouser plus 2 Tide Turners. It's very basic in terms of the might power, and you had the Treasure Hunter and Nami, which are just unit plays. So a lot of the spell reel that a Vex wants to do kind of is not there anymore. You don't, unless you drew the shadow just now, there's also not a shadow. Any unit v unit power battle is maybe gonna be in Daikal's favor. Quick capture 1, Choco moves up to 6. That's not bad. There's a Gust straight back, sending it back to your own hand, which means that shield is not going to be available once more. Granted, you can play it right off the bat again, but it ain't going to a battlefield.
I like them playing that there. They will send in the Tide Turner. But of all the units to send in, the cat makes the most sense to me, because you're gonna have to prepare some kind of attack here now that you're at 6. You're gonna have to try and do some kind of conquer here or play to hold. So that cat, it won't do much on attack. It's all about defense. Now Irelia holds to 5, has the Swifties to easily gank over to 6. They can play slow here and return. They see all this might in base, but they have a good, decent idea. The orbital, actually, you know what? I take that back. Nami is there available, and if I'm not... Okay, it's only when I hold, so it can't make a unit enter ready. I take that back.
No,
but the GA being developed, that's good.
Yeah, that's a huge draw. And again, no hand strength for Choco. I think this is leading towards the Doom. I don't really see a line out for Choco at this moment. There's a Stellacorn as well. You're now sitting down full weight unless you top deck something beautiful, some sort of weight draw here. All I'm looking at is a Might v Might over on the peak. Is there any line, W?
It's the question of, is there a line? What do they have in hand? Vex's win is either I conquer both or I hold this one open battlefield knowing that Irelia can gank over. Now, Irelia, you only have 2 runes open, Daikel. Choco, what are your 2 cards? And I feel like if they were anything that like gives you a bit of aggression, gives you that win condition, we would see them being played right away. But the hesitation here, the delay, does make me think they might not have it, as here we go, the units are going into the battlefield.
It has to be a hold battle, right? At the end of the day, I mean, there's no other choice to it. And your praying Daikel also doesn't have any major other cards in hand. You're praying maybe for, you know, a Defiant Dance could still be in there. I don't think we've seen that yet so far. Is that?
No, never mind. I don't like that.
Choco,
Undo.
Choco retconned a 4-unit move, and I was like, hold up, guys. Give me 2 seconds.
I mean, to be fair, I don't hate the well, I mean, undoing is always a questionable thing, but all right, no, never mind. We're going back in. We're double
Okay.
But the Stellacorn here does give Irelia essentially 2 draws next turn, because they can move the Stellacorn back. They'll draw 1 for turn, and then you can gank the Irelia over, as they are confident enough that they can hold this. Irelia moves to 7.
All right, this is it. This is the battle, by the way. And remember, this is one of the rare times that we get to see a Vex with 2 cards in hand. Maybe not the most impactful, but you have 9 runes available. It means your cards, if they are reactions, will be available for play. Another Boots coming out here, which if you attach will, I'm guessing, be going to the Stellacorn, so you can move it at the same time to the other battlefield, bring a little extra might with you.
I see equipping that to the Irelia, because you can get this Irelia really strong, and then you have those extra gears left.
We are back, and we are down to the final 8 remaining players. Started the day at over 70 plus, and now, just as we said, final 8 remaining. I know you guys have a big question in mind. Plus and NA, what were the final 8 legends to make it into Top Cut for the triple win-a-box tournament today? Well, let's break it down for you. As a lot of you guys already know, we had our undefeated player Nuroff being Master Yi today, or bringing Master Yi today. He is our number 1 seed, so he's going to be the one we're spectating for the first feature match. On number 2 seed, it was the second undefeated player, which they both intentionally drew in round 6. It was Vex. So Vex and Master Yi, 2 calm decks, very similar hold strategies, are out on top so far. But then down the list, I'll go ahead and read it out to you guys. So it was Master Yi, it was Vex, and then Estelion, the winner of our most recent weekly, coming in at number 3 seed. You know, he won last week with MF Aurora, running it back one more time. So Aurora is in top 8. No surprises there. Then to do our number 4 seed, it's another Vex. So 2 Vexes in top 8. Aurelia, Ezreal, and Kha'Zix, the one that just barely squeezed in there to close out around 8. So 1 Yi, 2 Vexes, 2 Ezreals, an Aurelia, a Kha'Zix, and a MF is all the 8 legends. Man, there's a lot of similarities within those NA, but out of those legends, who are we liking our odds of taking it all the way so far?
I personally, as I said before, I do kind of favor the Aurora in this current metagame. Unfortunately, I know a lot of the viewers are like, oh, Aurora is so boring. And I'm not going to lie, a lot of the Aurora games are pretty boring. I do think it is a pretty solid deck, though, and I would not be surprised to see it take it off, especially with these this lineup of leaders. I think
We'll
the one that
see,
I would
guys.
imagine.
Let us know who you think is going to take it. NA45 is leaning towards Estelion and his Aurora. I believe he is the only Aurora player to make top 8. So a lot of the other players come and prepare with their Starcross, with their not so fast, with all kinds of answers. So we'll see exactly how that ends up playing out down the road. But for now, it is quarterfinals time. Let's join these players. As we alluded to, it is our number 1 seed versus our number 8 seed. Master Yi mid-range down below versus the Kazakhs that pretty much ended up 2-0 stomping the Aurora players. It almost felt while I was watching that game, and Kazakhs almost felt like a direct counter to Aurora. How do you feel about that?
I think the way he has built his deck, it definitely has a good Aurora matchup with the main deck Sabotages and the main deck Insightful Investigators. Hitting the Aurora off the Insightful Investigator and then the Sabotage on the God ramp where you go Mobilize, Catalyst, Aurora, that has to be the most, the best feeling you can have as someone playing playing against that deck, because it is very frustrating to be on the other side. So very cool to see that they are able to pull that off. But this is kind of cool. I do like this new unit, this Dragon Soul Sage. It is a cool new orange card able to ramp, and with Yi, it actually does defend. It's not just a little one mic.
Right, we did see he did have a couple of late game units, and I believe that's just a raw energy, so it's not just used for spells. It can be utilized for anything, unless I'm wrong. Let me double head. Yeah, it's just a single energy utilized for any single spells or anything like that, but it does manage to take care of the irresistible, or is it irresistible? The little Fae folk in the back line, and he is big nuisance to the likes of Master Yi because you're able to kind of move Master Yi's units around, and we all know Master Yi only benefits on being alone at a battlefield, so the Faithful could have kind of, in the situation where Master Yi had 2 units on each battlefield, you kind of go ahead and bundle them up together, kind of denying that Master Yi value. And then you could send in something else, as we see the Set Brawler already get established in the back line to try to clean things up after your Fae Folk dies. But he kind of died without having anything to say this game number 1, which kind of feels bad. So we'll see what he has kind of to follow things up after that kind of L.
Yeah, absolutely. And does opt to, as you've probably noticed, he is playing the Seat of Power, which is an interesting choice for Yi, and opts to not get the draw there. Would have been able to shove up the first mate, but that would mean that then the first mate would be on the Forbidding Waste, and it would die pretty cleanly to the Set. Set wouldn't even have to do too much to do that. So instead, opts to pull back, build up for the next turn. Does have that pseudo ramp there in the Dragon Soul Sage. And with all your runes up, I mean, there are a lot of really cool new tools for Yi. There's, my opinion, one of the scariest cards that Yi has access to is the Rengar Trophy Hunter card. And quite obviously can't play it here, but attacking into battlefields when Yi has runes up now, it's very scary. He can just randomly be defending for 8.
Right, and it looks like he goes and just plays out that tasty Faithful for the time being, passes it back over to Kazakhs. So not throwing out anything like we saw in the past, like that Rengar Trophy Hunter. So just allowing Kazakhs to kind of put some points on the board, knowing that he has a pretty good back line so that he could go ahead and clean things up when he needs to. But now Kazakhs turn to kind of leave runes open. As we know, he always has access to the purple Kazakhs ambushable card that if you are attacking alone, not only does it get +2 might, but also gets the +2 XP, which in decks like Kazakhs use it to the best of its ability. I feel like XP is very, very important for Kazakhs decks. Maybe one of the decks that most relies on something like XP. You get the free buffs, you get to retreat back units. I don't think I could say any other legend uses XP as effectively as Kazakhs does.
Yeah, it is nice that COG gives you multiple options on what you want to do with your XP, whereas the other decks, Poppy is just a draw one, which just a draw one is a lot. Like, drawing is
Mhm.
very good, but it is more expensive. And Yi does want to ramp up. The other Yi, mind you, it does want to ramp up and save your XP, not spend it. So I think I would agree. I think Ka is the best spender of XP.
Right, I do agree as well. And a card we haven't seen too much in the Unleashed meta, Kiana coming out to play, a staple card in old school Master Yi builds, but kind of flipping the table a little bit. But first things, testing the waters against the first mate, the Forbidden Ways kind of being a bit of a detriment on your own battlefield here. So -2 down to just a single might, so 4-1. But keep in mind, as soon as, actually, I believe this is it like works retroactively. Like if you ambush a unit, it regains the +2 might, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's how it's ruled.
I want to say it is just a continuous ability.
Yeah.
In which case, yeah. Discipline coming out here, going to a 6-on-6. I mean, still has 5 cards in hand to work with. Could easily have another on guard. Yep, there's the on guard. Does want to win this. I mean, the Yi does have Hunt 2, so you get quite a bit of XP off of this. Not that not that this E deck cares too much about the XP. Let's be real here.
Right. I think the majority that he cares about is just simply to get up to level 6 so that deflect and ganking do indeed come online. But the Star Cross, there is no deflect here, but instead going for the back line, the tasty Faithful, gonna be being met by the Star Cross. Okay, I think this is a great play. Instead of having your first mate die, First Mate is a fantastic card to return back to hand. As we saw, you're able to kind of move your units around wherever you choose to do so, but it does come at the cost. This is a double conquer turn for Master Yi, and to make matters worse, a challenge coming down. That Master Yi is at an insanely tall 8 might, so taking down the set brawler, and that was a really great turn for Master Yi. This is a big of a back foot kind of situation Kha'Zix finds himself in.
Yeah. And that was wait, isn't Set at okay, no, Set was at 5. So it was 5 into 6 and did lose because he does get the -2. Oh no, you're right. You're right, because you get the +2 from Yi, right? Yeah. Okay, so does end up clearing most of it. I mean, it feels pretty bad here from Ka's perspective, right? You only have 1 unit. You have to deal with the Master Yi Legend giving everything more value, and you have less cards in hand too. Yeah, same card, but
right. And we do know one of those cards is still the First Mate, so we have to keep that in mind. So effectively only has 3 unknown cards. But were you saying about the challenge, the Master Yi? Were you saying it because of the Forbidden Waste?
Oh, challenge. Sorry, I don't know why I thought charm in my head.
Yeah,
So
challenge. Yeah, because I was going to say the Forbidden Waste is only when defending either way, but you're totally right. If it was a charm, it would have applied there, but does have the backup set brawler, so not feeling too bad. The only downside being is you had to completely exhaust out on your runes to do so. So if there's another challenge / another charm this time around, I think Master Yi might just be able to punish that play.
And dropping a bunch of Scuttle Crab here. I really do like this new 2-drop for the Yi deck, as the downside of having 0 might is not super awful when it is still just holding for 2 and it doesn't auto lose to another 2-drop, and instead it just acts like a Clockwork Keeper without the having to pay the extra power, because the Clockwork Keeper attacking for 2 almost never was real.
Right, it definitely mitigates the downside. Only having virtually upsided Master Yi, you're trading against the early drops anyways if you're not against the Master Yi. So 2 for 2, as you mentioned, as well as getting the draw, which is a more important case here. And you get to reveal the hand once it goes down. And something I learned the hard way is not just the cards in hand, you actually reveal the cards in the hidden zone as well as at the same time. So you get to see all the information you don't normally see.
Oh wow, just slamming the Defy. Says you will not look at my hand. Tells me there are probably a couple good buffs in there, maybe like a punch first, on guards, disciplines, and the one thing to note is that there are 5 energy available. To remember that Dragon Scale Sage can tap for an energy, so more than it looks like is available. But Set gonna swing in here for 8. into 4 from Yi.
Oh, and this is something we don't see too often. A
Wow.
primal strength coming down. That is an impressive +7 might on this turn. Plus the 2 you already get naturally from Master Yi. +9 from the 4. So up to 13 total might coming in. Set Brawler, I don't know if he's going to have enough, but goes in with the Kha'Zix. You're defending lone, so Kha'Zix comes in at 6 might. So 6 + 8, a little bit taller. Is this exactly what he needs? The Sonya's Hourglass does get revealed to try to save the Yi down the road. Does trade with the Kha'Zix at the minimum, but okay, is this the bit of wiggle room he needs to climb back in this game? Or did the Sonya's Hourglass do too much heavy lifting there with the save?
He did have to know that it was an Hourglass. Like, what else does Yi hide besides, I guess, maybe a back off? Maybe? But I feel like when you're passing with that many runes up, you kind of want to play the back off from hand, because it is just a draw one. It'll cycle at the very worst. I mean, are there any other hiddens that you think I'm missing? Isn't it generally just Zhonya's plus, like, I guess, back off now?
Yeah, you nailed it perfectly. I think those are the only
Yeah.
two reasonable hidden cards to expect from a Master Yi build. So traditionally, we've seen those Zhonya's Hourglass, and ever since Set's 3 drop, a back off is definitely a 1 of, if not a 2 of in the deck. But oh, a signature spell we haven't seen all tournament long. Void Assault getting deployed out. You move one of your units, you move one of their units, and then you kind of meet in the middle at a battlefield. And that Set Brawler is at 16 total might. So can you actually take that? Okay, you took both of the units. That's what I thought. So it was the Master Yi and the first mate.
Yeah, so it'll be 11 into so 14 does die out to 16. That being said, there are a couple Scuttle Crabs and the Dragon Scale Sage. So despite clearing the board, Yi does still have a couple units to work with. Is in the point lead as well. Not too shabby from the Kha'Zix, though. Was able to clear out quite a bit there. It's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, that's honestly as optimal of a turn as you could possibly have for Kha'Zix, especially in that situation where you didn't have the most cards in hand, and now we get full information ourselves as the final Starcross plus the first mate that got returned to hand. Is that enough? Because right now, Master Yi does have a straightforward conquer up to 7 with the Forbidden Waste Conquer. Can he hold though? I don't think so, right? Because you retreat one of these units, first made it over, so a bit of a pseudo ganking situation going down. It all depends though. The Trophy Hunter coming down for the first time, and whoa, NA, is that a double lion? Oh my goodness, no one could have expected that. Closing things out. I've never seen double Trophy Hunter.
Wow, that's crazy. That was a crazy swing. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense that you crash your dude, you look at their hand, and you say, okay, well, you got nothing. I mean, he was tapped out anyway, so it was pretty guaranteed. But I mean, the Rengar card is just such an upgrade for this deck. It's quite crazy. One of the issues that it traditionally had is it's very hard to play on the offense because you don't really have a lot of good rush. It was like you're stuck playing Dead Bloom, which is very high cost. And you could play Fae Folk as like an accelerate unit and first mate, and those are really your only good options. But now with Rengar Trophy Hunter, you can kind of change up the way you play. You can do things like hold a bunch of runes, make them afraid to push in with their stuff, otherwise they're just randomly losing a guy to an 8 might Rengar. A very, very solid card, and I can see why it really improved the Yi deck.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, it is deceivingly hard to predict when it comes down, because honestly on paper you're like, oh, of course, if they have 5 runes up, we know it's a Trophy Hunter. But against a Master Yi, if they leave the runes open, you don't honestly know what they exactly have in hand, right? They do have, as I mentioned before, access to Discipline, On Guard, Punch, Furs, so many other counter cards, or not counter cards, but card interactions that you don't know what to expect. So just having simply 5 energy open isn't as a straightforward telltale sign as I originally thought about Trophy Hunter. So I am super impressed. I think Trophy Hunter works best in a Master Yi build this set.
Absolutely. And there is our little boy, Mr. Roots, is able to get a couple XP, and then Ka pulls it right back. It's a nice synergy with that. With the Ka deck, able to keep it safe off the battlefields, and it essentially pays for itself in XP, right? You get 2 for pushing it up, and then you can pull it back with 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not too bad. Nala, a fantastic card. It almost didn't seem worth it putting in the 40 cards for Kha'Zix, but this is a top 8 Kha'Zix, so he definitely knows a whole lot more than I do about Kha'Zix. Every time you move, very similar to how Mr. Root does, you get XP, and this is not just moving to battlefield. This is every single move. It does have ganking, so battlefield to battlefield is a +1 XP. So you are threatening 3 XP gain on this very turn just for moving these units, so it doesn't feel too bad. We're getting to see the power level of Kha'Zix on the play, and this is a good play here. Gus, either you expend a discipline / on guard just to go ahead and conquer, or you're slowing them down. You're not letting Master Yi play his game, the game of being on a battlefield, and then virtually never letting go of that battlefield.
And it does feel like the new Yi deck is able to play in ways that is not simply just slam
Very
a guy
true.
and pray it sticks, right? It feels like it did open up play patterns, which is cool. It's cool when decks have more options because it means that the games are more interesting, right? When you're playing a Aurora deck, sometimes it can be very boring, and I think one of the reasons that people don't like watching them is because they're very one note, right? It's I dig for my Aurora, I throw my Aurora down, and the game's over if you don't have enough. Whereas, and maybe old Yi was pretty similar, where it's like I shove up my guy in battlefield, I sit there and I protect him with buffs, and if I end up getting double conquered or Kai'Sa wipes my board, it's very hard for me to get back in. It's still possible, but very hard.
And I love
And
this
as I
play here, the Void Assault. You would think you should use it something like a charm, but might as well get the additional benefit of the XP gain. So ganking on over, effectively, not literally, but just moving that ganking unit over to Star Spring, so you get an additional XP. So I believe he's counting it on the card there. Some people count it on the legend ability, but we'll pay attention to the card. Okay, it is at 1 because he used 1 for the buff, of course. So just 1 XP currently with the move. So 5 to 6 because he's the defender. So having to invest the punch first, that's expensive. Do we feel it's worth it though, NA?
I mean, it is really expensive here, going to be down to 2 runes after this turn. And sure, you are removing everything the Yi is doing, but Yi is going to have 7 cards in hand at the start of his turn and 7 runes as well. It's hard for me to justify, but maybe you do just need to play really aggressive in this matchup and say, okay, I'm going to be really up in points early game. I'm going to throw my hand down. I'm going to go really aggressive, and you're not going to, that's my way of winning. But I mean, it feels very bad.
It does. I mean, just look at the difference in rune economy, right? We're talking about 7 runes versus the 2, but tap in 7, which was almost indicative of something like a accelerated. Oh, no. I think Tasty Faithfolk is actually a 7 cause, but at the minimum, you do have access to the Trophy Hunter, but it is just going to be a Tasty Faithfolk, non-accelerated, just playing out. So playing a bit of a slower game, and next turn I think has to be the turn where he kind of pushes the tempo forward and tries to get back in this game, because right now that's a conquer, or rather a hold up to 5, a Mr. Root up to 6. That means just 1 more turn away from a potential closing out turn. But I say that, but you're not able to set up too much with only 4 runes this turn. You can't even play the set brawlers you've had before.
Yeah, you might not even push up your little Mr. Root because it'll probably just die. You could push it in the Vile Maw and say, hey, you can move your Faithfolk here, and then he'll just get stuck. But it looks like this build of Ka is wanting to just conquer. So I would not feel super comfortable about saying, hey, I'm gonna hold for 3 turns on the Star Spring. Like, that doesn't seem very realistic to me.
Yeah, not too realistic. So goes ahead and just plays out the Chosen Champion. Usually you want to save it as a surprise attacker, but prioritizing buffing it instead, just to have that much more points or that much more might on the board to try to push against Master Yi. But now you're kind of leaning into Master Yi's game. You're allowing Master Yi to get onto these battlefields and then defend from there, and to make matters worse, the sabotage, revealing any kind of counter / anything interactive wise. Void Assault gets removed, and a little First Mate and a Mr. Root is all that remains despite being on the play. I don't like these last 2 cards remaining. You have a good board established so far, but 6 cards in hand, Faith Folk that defends for 8. This is a little tricky. Definitely a little tricky for Kha'Zix, I want to say.
Yeah, this is not a fun scenario to be in. Your legend doesn't have any draw on it, and you are stuck with very few cards. So now you're just kind of forced to work with almost nothing. And when the Yi leader is on the battlefields, it is getting so much value, and you cannot really replicate that value with what you have. So, wow. And goes for the double first mate, moving his stuff all the way around, and does hide I can only imagine it's a Zhonya's. Good
We
spot
saw the
for him.
Sonya's in game number 1. I would imagine is the same thing. Unless I believe, I'm trying to think back at the new off round we saw. I think there might have been a bit of a back off as well, as we kind of thought about.
True.
But I like this play. I think this Star Spring is a battlefield that also is utilized in Master Yi very, very effectively. We know it's not Master Yi's battlefield this time around, but I think in game 3, if it does end up going there, if memory serves me right, I believe he is also, or was that in game 1? What did he have here game 1? Oh, it was the Seed of Power. So it might be a game 3 Star Spring. So I like it. I like it a lot because usually Master Yi just has single units on these battlefields. So you kind of stay with single units on these battlefield. As we saw, he played the first mate, ready the Tasty Faithfolk, and then triggered the Star Spring to bring it back in the ready position, allowing him to kind of move on over and double conquer on that turn. So feeling good, feeling in a good position because the Tasty Faithful goes. Oh, and as I talk it out, I'm seeing the line of play for Master Yi. He's done it before with Lonely Poro. You don't have to use the Zhonya's Hourglass. You react to the Death Knell ability so that you don't save the Faithfolk.
Yep. It is quite nice, and it is. It's a pretty common play, like you said, with the Lonely Poro. So would be not surprised to see that happen here, right? Like you said, because you'd rather see another card, and ramp up would be going all the way to what I can't count, 11 runes, right?
Yeah, +2, 9, and then 2 more is 11. So you're totally right. So up to 11 next turn, which is your whole rune deck virtually. So not feeling too bad, having access to monstrous cards. Things like we saw in previous rounds, the Volmon coming in at 8 ambush. So you push in one of these first mate and drop a whole behemoth of a unit, following things up, but saying, you know what? I'm at 6 points. Let's play it point by point. I'm just going to go ahead and play as much units as I can and pray for the best. Can Master Yi hold though? Does he have trophy hunters / those Valmons to hold back these units from double conquering? I want to say yes, but you only do have 5 cards in hand. 4 at that now.
I don't think, I can't imagine the Gust was going to be super useful there. But it is nice to know your opponent has literally nothing. I guess it would be okay on the following turn, as it means you don't have to swing into one of these first mates, and you can just kind of try and full send the other one. This would be the turn that, oh wow, another one. The whole squad.
Wow. Triple first mate. One of these first mate is ready though, but more importantly, you're leaving 7 runes behind, 3 cards. What can those final 3 cards? That is what Kha'Zix has to say so considerate of. You have 5 plus the 3, so up to 8 plus the 1, 9 total might to try to double push on this turn. But keep in mind, guys, we haven't seen a single trophy hunter. We could completely count out Valmon, as that is an 8 cost unit. So Trophy Hunter / Combat Tricks is the only thing keeping these force mates able to go ahead and deny these conquers. So pushing in everything. He might be going for a hold strategy from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. There is a Valma on the other battlefield, so he can't move that first mate around. That being said, all the first mates have been played out. So it's not really super easy to move stuff around as Yi. It would more likely be Rengar trophy hunters, like you said, or Valmas, but we know it's not a Valma, as like you said, only 8 runes to work with, or sorry, 7 runes to work with, not the 8 that Valma requires. Could also see like Punch first, could see Discipline, and it looks like, combat is going to go through here.
So coming down to the final card in hand, he's going to be defending for 4 might. The Void Assault trying to dwindle that down. Actually, you're going to trade a little bit. Wait a second. Void Assault for the double conquer. You move one back. No, it's to a battlefield that you're at. Oh, but the not so fast trying to deny the win because that was almost able to do so. But let me read Void Assault. I believe you move a unit to a battlefield that you move to as well, right? Or can you move 2 things around, period?
Just says move a friendly unit, then move an enemy unit. So you could move your guy there and move him off. Imagine.
Right, or you kind of swap places because it is Valmon's lair, so you couldn't move him back to base, but move him to the group battlefield, and then the first mate move into Valmont, effectively conquering up to 8 points. So I can't believe he had it out on the table without the not so fast. He could have maybe won right there.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. I didn't see that, and that was quite a top deck. If the Yi does not have exactly not so fast or defy, I mean, the game's probably just over there. As no amount of buff spells are working, right?
Yeah, and he's kind of revealing the hand. He's saying, I have all the answers. I have a trophy hunter in case you find any units to go ahead and push in at accelerated speed. But we know it was only the Nala that comes in accelerated, and that's not going to be enough to hold him off as well. As we mentioned, the trophy hunter is still there. You don't get the +2 might on the Yi, but it is 6 versus the 4. So that is it. The final push, or actually, that's it. That's it for the quarterfinals, right? Because he already won a game. It kind of flew by.
Yep, that was a pretty quick 2-0, right? It was a 2-0, right? I'm not gaslighting myself, right?
No, it was a 2-0. Nice and impressive stuff from Master Yi. We said, I think it was Sasuke that had Master Yi winning this entire event. The way Nuroff is piloting this deck, I can't count him out. I think I'm going to put my money on Master Yi as well. He took down the Kazakhs that was almost the Aurora killer. So Aurora's still hanging in there. He's going to have to try to deal with this Master Yi, but with sabotages, maybe with access to actions as well, you don't feel that crazy bad of a matchup against Aurora. But if they're both trying to go a little bit late game, we know Dazzling Aurora is the late game deck. So I'm actually curious. Maybe we'll get that in our semifinals. But for now, and hey, we still have 30 minutes left. Let's see if we can find another quarterfinals match. I'll go back to the booth in the meantime.
Absolutely. I'm impressed. I think the Yi deck is looking pretty good. I like the Scuttle Crab card more than I thought I would like in the deck, as sure it has no offensive power, but who needs offense when you are getting a cycle plus a placeholder hold? So I think seems quite good, and then you get to play with the full knowledge. So yeah, card seems pretty quality. And
I like
of course
it.
We knew about the Rengar. I think the biggest surprise to me is seeing the Primal Roar. That is a card, or sorry, Primal Strength, the name of it. But I was playing that in my mid-range E list at Houston.
Right.
I can't believe it's still here.
It's old school. It's old school, but was not broke. Don't change it, right? So it looks like Primal Strength is still a great card. What other card gives you +7 might with a single use, right? I don't think there's anything that matches it. Punch First is a second to that. A little bit more efficient in a way. I know it's 2 power, 1 energy, but still, there's no other card that gives you that much stats for a single card. But we do have a matchup, and this matchup, funny enough, has become quite the matchup that we've seen lately. It is the battle of the calm and chaos decks. Which one is going to reign supreme? We have the new school versus the old school. Aurelia, the queen of Spirit Forge, and Vex, the newest addition to Riftbound Unleashed, coming here. In your opinion, what chaos calm deck is superior? Do you like Aurelia this set or Vex so far?
So in my testing group, the opinion seems to be that Vex is bad. I say bad. The Vex unit is very good, but the Vex legend is not good. And it's like kind of a bait legend. Like you read it and you're like, oh, that's cool. And then you're like, okay, no, I can just play the 4-drop Vex in every other purple deck. I mean, it's really nice to see. I mean, they're 2 in top 8, right? So clearly it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit underexplored because a lot of people kind of discredit it off the gate, like you're mentioning. But I think in a proper build with a proper pilot, it's actually pretty strong. A lot of people have considered it as a go first deck, but there's kind of ways around it. We've seen those Boots of Swiftness allowing him to not just simply have the hold one battlefield strategy. We see cards like Alley here, which it gives it's kind of poses a bit of a nightmare situation for a lot of the controlly decks like Ezreal's. It kind of puts a bit of a trouble situation for Aurelia with those Defiant Dances having to pay one additional power on top of the power you already spend. But I think it's a good deck. I just think no one has truly found the most optimized build just yet. So I think we might see a little bit of better stuff coming out from Vex the more we go into and the deeper we get into the Unleashed meta.
Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it as people kind of figure out what there's to do. And wow, okay, and it looks like I don't know what game this is, but Vex is able to take it with only 3 runes left. No Gust. No Gust. And
oh,
was
and that's
that
a
game...
disconnect. So that had to be game number
Wow.
3. These games are flying, NA.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Unleashed going fast.
Yeah, going pretty swiftly. But to no one's surprise, the only game left in our quarterfinals is the MF Aurora. So, you know, we didn't want to watch it. Well, maybe a lot of people are Aurora fans. I don't hate Aurora. I just definitely can understand where people are saying like it's not the most pleasant to watch as a bit of a linear strategy, but I think there is some decision points that do matter sometimes, especially at the highest level, which in Top Cut is a little bit of that. So let's see if we can catch these guys. And I copy pasted Stellion for some reason. I meant to copy paste the TCGA code. So guys, bear with us as we get the final quarterfinals matchup. Interesting enough, it was green purple versus green purple. In the third quarterfinals, it was blue purple versus blue purple. It ended up being an Ezreal mirror match. I don't know how that ended up lining up. Wait, no. It couldn't be an Ezreal mirror match because we're seeing the Ezreal here. So
Yeah.
it was.
I like. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say I think it was a Vex Ezreal that ended up playing out.
Okay. I like this matchup a lot for Ezreal. That being said, the more control-y version, the Windsinger one, at least if it's the one I'm thinking of, is more of like a tempo version of the deck, and you are playing more aggressively. I really do like the control variant into this list, though, a lot, because you can actually pretty consistently remove the Elder Dragons, and unless they're playing the full Mind Splitter setup, then there's not really much that they do that you care about. And even if they are playing the full Mind Splitter suite, you can kind of just hand rip them back. So I like this matchup a lot as Ezreal. You can remove the units pretty efficiently, and they're forced to actually play the last rites if they do want to keep tempo. But it looks like there's no Aurora on the board, so that was probably a hard-played Elder Dragon.
Yeah, let's see. Honestly, is there those new gear interactions? Yeah, turn to dust is exactly what I was thinking in my head, is saying you gave Ezreal more tools to try to deal with Aurora. And, you know, we see exactly how this Ezreal has managed to make it so far, because on top of having cards in the sideboard, I would imagine sideboard like turn to dust, they even have a little bit more aggressive cards like Sprite Fountain to go ahead and conquer and put those points on the board before Aurora has to even a chance to come online. Which I like it. Have you seen this kind of build from Ezreal before?
Yeah, I mean, this is the more tempo-oriented Ezreal build. Not super surprised. It is good. It's kind of cool because there are multiple ways you can play this deck. You have the tempo build, which is you play Gusts, you play Windsingers, you play a little bit more on the bottom end. Sometimes you can play some more 2-drop units, and you play for tempo, and you still do have some options later in the game because you do still have the Ezreal leader, you have Chilling Touch, you have like Gust that you can combo with the Chilling Touch and stuff. And then there's the control version, which generally skimps a little bit on the 2-drops. You might not even play any. And then there is I've seen a Heedless Resurrection build, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Wow. Okay. This Mind Splitter is really good here. You just rip the Watcher, and then he has no plays except for top deck.
And we could only imagine with the amount of turns or amount of time that has gone in this quarterfinals, we might be looking at a game 3. But honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised to find out this is just a game 2 because Ezreal tends to go a little bit late as well as Aurora. So we could be looking at game 2. We will be finding out rather shortly, but this is an Aspirin climb game. So I would imagine that's a game 2. Right? Because the Aurora, usually MF does that while they have to go second, no?
I think there are a lot of Aurora players who do just jam at game 1, but I think a lot of people also play, was it Sigil a lot game 1 as well. So I'm not sure that you make I would be surprised to see Ezreal maining that temporary card though. I forget the name of it. The new gear hate.
Turn to dust. Right.
Yeah.
But over here in chat, Riftbound is saying Aspirin is a go first battlefield. Interesting, because I know usually when you go second, you're trying to buy yourself a little bit of time, but maybe because you have more runes to go ahead and try to hit that Dazzling Aurora slash, as you know, get the DA online as soon as you can. Maybe it is a little bit more of a go first when you have less runes available, but MF doing what she can, going on the offensive, ganking on over up to 5 points, and we saw there's virtually nothing left in hand, but a card that can change that in this turn. It will be the stack deck. Can he find another Watcher? And is that going to be enough? Because we know there's no Elder Dragon, so he doesn't have to be too scared of things like the Fury of Blades. But you always have to be a little careful of things like, I guess Starcross is definitely a good card here.
Yeah, unless MF has a counterspell, this does straight up win the game. Because you can just replay the Fizz, right? And copy the Starcross on the other battlefield.
True. Double time. Starcross coming in for the second time. Back to the hand. Both of these units goes. And that is a double conquer from 7 to 9. If there's nothing like a Gus in hand, which I would imagine in a hand of 8, there's most likely going to be something like a Gus. Is there? Oh, even a little bit better to get rid of the Windslinger. But a Sprite Fountain as plan B. Incredible stuff from Ezreal. Closing out this game 2 or game 3. We'll find out soon.
That was quite a way to close it. And yeah, we did know that the Sprite Fountain was in hand. The stack deck in the Starcross, that's gotta feel pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, that is simply that one card alone has really skyrocketed Ezreal, I feel like, in set 3. Fizz was already utilized to perfection in Ezreal decks. I feel like there was no better deck that used Fizz as well. But now with Starcross, it's even higher value. As we saw here, you got rid of 2 big units in the same turn. And yeah, it ended up playing so much dividends, allowing him to close out the game. I think the fact that they're not resetting the board state, that is it. Every single player is done. That means the quarterfinals have come to a conclusion, NA. So let's head back to the commentary booth, and I'll let you guys know at home which 4 legends are going to be continuing their run and try to lock in the majority of the triple booster boxes today. Let's see. So we know Nuroff, so Master Yi still in the running. Choco is Vex. Bradikin is Ezreal. And then Domowo is Ezreal. So we do have an Ezreal mirror match. I kind of jinxed it there.
Yeah, that will be a fun one for you. Well, actually, who's coming on top? It was not you. So you are saved from casting the hour and a half long match.
We'll see. We might be leaning towards the other one, but we just watched Master Yi. So chat, let us know at home, what do you guys prefer to see? It was Master Yi versus Vex on the top side of the bracket semifinals, and then down below is the Ezreal mirror match. So let us know in the chat what you want to see, guys. For those wondering, the top 8 deck lists will be posted on Discord, so !Discord. I'll have those posted by Monday. If you guys want the early access, I'll post it immediately after the event for all those that support us directly. So if you're a Twitch sub, a YouTube member, or a Metafy member, the middle one I think is called Elite, any of those, you guys get immediate access as soon as the event ends, as a big thank you for supporting Runes and Rift. But Metafy if you guys want to join that, or all the other stuff I mentioned. But yeah, top 8 list will be eventually posted on Discord. So with that said, that is the end of quarterfinals, and that's the end of me and you casting, at least for today, NA. Hope you had a good time. How'd you find the little quarterfinals here?
It was a lot of fun, and it's always a blast to cast with you. Plus, thanks for having me on again. I always look forward to this every week. And we got some really cool games. I mean, there were quite a few games down to the wire here that were off the top deck or has the last card. So Unleashed has been looking like a lot of fun so far.
It really
Very
has.
happy.
I've been having a blast. I think this has to be, even though I feel like, I mean, there is a good amount of mechanics and a lot of new stuff being introduced. It just feels like maybe because it's so fresh, it feels, I know there's just 3 sets in Riftbound, but I'm getting at it just feels like the best set to release from Riftbound. Before we head to a break, where are you starting your Riftbound Unleashed journey, NA? I don't know if you said it previously.
What deck I'm playing?
Yeah, what are you starting with, like the deck wise?
Yeah. So I have been playing Ezreal. I loved Ezreal in set 2, and I'm happy to say that Ezreal is back on the menu. It was after the ban list in set 2, it was feeling pretty bad. You had to play like the tempo version if you wanted to do anything. And I don't like tempo. I am a control guy at heart, so I am happy that there is at least one control deck in Riftbound in a deck full of mid-range and Aurora.
For sure. And it looks like it does pretty well. It took down one of our better Aurora players, being Estelion, our previous champion, as we just saw in these quarterfinals. But before we go, if you want to let the nice people at home know where they can find you online or any little things you have going up you want to let them know, I think now would be perfect.
Of course. So you can follow me on Twitter. It's _NA45_. I make some artsy stuff mostly. I usually post my card alters. I've done a couple card. I already did a full art Starcross. That was kind of cool. I did some shiny
Nice.
foil
Oh, I saw
on
that
it.
one on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. That one is in my my Israel deck. I am slowly working on getting it fully altered. So yeah, if anybody is interested in that kind of stuff, by all means follow me, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I do have a podcast, which I think Plus is linked in the chat. So thank you for having me on again. I really appreciate it.
For sure, and hopefully we get to see you down the road, as we kind of been working together for quite some time now. And how long has it been? Or maybe we could talk about this off stream. But it's always a great time, as you said. But
Of
guys,
course,
I'll
of
throw it over to a break, so don't go anywhere. When we return, we have a fantastic set of casters to close out the show. Orbital coming in, and then a new caster to Runes and Rift, but no strangers to the casting booth in general. Veli coming in, making his appearance here for the first time. So Orbital and Veli taking us down for the semifinals, and then holding it down for the last remaining match. Is Master Yi gonna take it all the way? Is one of the Ezreals down below gonna take it all the way? We'll get all those answers when we return from a little bit of a break, as everyone's done. So I'll try to pair as soon as possible. We'll be right back, chat.
To like re-equip these boots later to re-ready that Irelia if you want, or just give you those extra equip options. You have 7 runes open, 9 power to use very creatively. The worst thing you can be worried about right now is stuns. If you get stunned, that lasts this turn and you cannot deal any damage. So that's what I'd be really concerned about. And with 9 runes open now for this Vex, if any of those cards are a stun, which we do know are in this deck, that could be their doom.
I mean, did you top deck it though? It's once again one of those moments like, were you able to draw that card off the top? And for Daikal, that's what you're wondering. You're really, really wondering. It makes me think that there is, with how long Daikal's waiting, I don't think you have another Defy. I think you have a Not So Fast. I don't think that's been played yet today, or in this game. So that might be in hand as well. I wonder, like, that's just with how long you're taking, you're really wondering if you do want to sacrifice this one Irelia go.
Okay, they equip the boots over to the Celicorn, like you said, buffing up to 5. Are we going to see the double gank over? What is their play here? You could send over just the Celicorn at start and play to just whittle down this battlefield and get a draw. But you got to move the Celicorn at some point. What you got? What you got for me?
You know what I also would have wondered? If you wanted the extra, if you wanted to use Blade Dancer, would you have moved Stellarcorn into base and then attach? to get
The
double
extra
card draw if you win the
draw.
battle.
That is good. Yeah. It depends on how depends on your cards in hand and how desperate you are for a winning card.
True.
And
Okay.
seeing this makes me think they're happy with what they got. So
Yeah, true. All right, there's one.
my God.
There's one card draw. And it's locked. You're sitting on 5, and it looks like you will go ahead and remove 2.
they're good for the trade.
Bye-bye Tide Turner. Bye-bye Mouser. All that's left is the Nami and the Treasure Seeker. And I think they're doing what you called here. Just, hey, I can equip it. Yep, to the Aurelia. Do you have a response? It's going to be the final word for Nykel here.
I was gonna say, do they have the Vilemore here? We've seen that played at ambush
No.
before from Vex.
Oh, wait,
They
that's
have-
true. I forgot.
They have it.
What?
Do they have it?
That's so true. Hold up. No. That's
Wait.
it. Oh, that hurts. No
Insane.
Vilema.
Even with the Vilemore, the Irelia at 11 might would be big enough to take over that. But imagine just the beautiful scenes if you see that big spider coming out to close the game. But no, we
Yep.
don't see that orbital. And that should be the win again here.
Yep, that is 8. That is 2 for Dicol. Dicol, Spirit Forged, coming online. Yep, there was also a big purple worm as well. Baron Nashor could have been played in there. I mean, that goes to show the power of the Aurelia once again. The Vex, I mean, the unfortunate card draw, no Shadow, losing the Vex early, I think was obviously a big pain, and that's just the nature of a TCG. But game 1, I mean, I think that was a great showcase of how chaotic it can get.
Yeah, that was a really overall exciting game. Like, we saw everything there, how Vex wants to play with the hold and the actually those extra draws, Vilemore in game 1, but it also showed anyone out there that's doubting Irelia, thinking, is Irelia something I can still play into this new set of cards? That game should be more than enough to show you, yes, this legend is not only very playable, but still competitive.
Are we good? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back
Yeah.
to Rules and Rift. It's your boy Belly, and I'm jumping on the mic with the one and only Orbital. Orbital, how you feeling today, my man?
I'm feeling good. Been watching the last couple hours. It's been a really fun time and a lot of interesting decks. Of course, everyone's been having a blast here today and hopefully winning some packs along the way.
Of course. Now, all right, we have an Ezreal mirror matchup coming up right now. I don't know if that's
Well,
gonna be the first game we show,
hold
or
on,
the
hold on,
second.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Break
hold
it
on.
down. Break it down.
It's there. We don't want to show it. Okay, listen. I enjoy Ezreal just as much as everyone, but we made the executive decision to say we'll get to it anyway because one game of theirs takes 3 of the one that we're about to watch. So,
You're right about that.
for reference, what Veli's talking about is in the semifinals right now. We have Nuroff on Master Yi and Chaco on Vex. Choco on Vex, and then
Ooh.
Brady Kin and Dumowo both are playing the Ezreal mirror matchup on the other side of the bracket. So we are assuming that we will be able to catch the Ezreal mirror match by the time this series is done.
That's gonna be insane. Now, Orbital, I gotta tell you now, man. I've been playing against a lot of players like Pentastag, you know, the top dogs that run Master Yi in set 2. But in set 3, Master Yi still has that edge, and I think he's a top tier deck, man. What do you think?
I'm liking it. Again, movement tech is still very, very heavy, and I think with Master Yi, there's a lot of new cards in the Unleashed set that enable him a lot more. Now, to keep in mind, I feel like we're talking about the old Master Yi, which is what New Off is currently running. Obviously, you've heard some of the other casters talk about it, but the XP grind for Master Yi as well is very, very silly. I call him ultimate because the ultimate Master Yi, once you hit like level 16, is ridiculous. So I love it so much.
Right now, talking about ridiculous, I'm a Rengar main, by the way. Shout out to the Rengars out there.
Yeah, I know, I know.
The biggest villain in my life, my man, is Vex. Vex is annoying. That is a crazy whole deck. To see Vex going this far, that is beautiful, man. What are your thoughts about Vex?
I love it. Vex is the one deck that I really want to learn how to run and be able to build up eventually to go to my locals at. But to talk specifically about Vex and what Choco has obviously done here, it's a denial tool, right? You're looking at this deck as a pure denial. It's very much frustrating to build into. So it's the greatest tool against someone that is a tempo play, very, fast build up into coverage, into just swapping out units. Not only that, you're also punishing those that play a little bit too slow, that don't get a great mulligan, that aren't able to play their rounds or their turns 1 or 2. So I like where Choco's currently at. I want to see it played well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump into the first match with this pair right here. Your boy Veli and the one and only Orbital. Orbital, Master Yi and Vex. What are you expecting this matchup?
I'm expecting Nuroff to be able to get off the gun very quickly. Now, here's the deal. We've seen Nuroff now 3, possibly 4 times on stream today. You've also seen him around the block throughout multiple different tournaments here with Runes and Rift. Very experienced player. Knows how to play the game. Knows how to run his deck like he wishes. This deck is fast. Vex does need a little bit of build-up. What the Master Yi does, I think with Nuroff specifically, is denial at the same time. You build in, you look at the deck on the other side with the Scuttle, and then you immediately move and rotate a lot of these units back and forth, and you quickly delete a build-up. Yeah, and you're turning 2 on 2 points early. You forcefully accelerate this game where the opponent cannot play him. For a Vex who is constantly looking to try and build on a certain base on a battlefield, it will be very difficult.
I love what Nuroff is doing right now, getting dominance of both fields. Yes, Scuttle Crab has 0 might, but you don't know what that card is in hand with 1 rune up. But I will say this, though. With the charm coming through, they're going to force the fight, bringing Evelyn to the battlefield and immediately to the grave. I love it, man.
Again, it's a different type of removal, right? When we talk about removal, normally it's talking about yellows, cold or weak kills and all that stuff. With the Vex, it's usually stuns. This is pure removal by might base, which is a wild call, by the way. And it's so fun to see Nuroff pilot this deck. Now, again, everyone's probably tired of us talking about it. But so far, this build-up before creates a very difficult point for Choco because you still have to sacrifice a turn, which you don't even know if you're going to be allowed to sacrifice to build into your normal base setup for Vex. So I love what Nuroff is doing here.
Right, and taking a look at Choco right now, this is going to be very interesting because Vex is at her fullest might, pun intended, when she's able to secure a battlefield. But right now, Nuroff is absolutely everywhere. Now, the scariest thing to me right now, Orbital, is that we don't see the GAs popped yet. Yi hasn't even entered the field yet, and we have seen all of the powerful units that's in that deck. Getting the point lead now, 4-0, and then having that time to spare to build up your units, I think it's going to be really big for him. I truly believe Choco is going to have to turn this into a very aggressive game.
And the thing is Vex doesn't do aggressive. I'm not gonna lie, that's the
that's the
worst
problem
feeling that you can hear. Like, if you're telling a Vex to play aggressive, you've already lost like a good 25% of the game, because Vex can't. Vex is so good at denying, but can't really aggress. And here's the other side: because it's double scuttle, which is the most frustrating in League of Legends as well. Your hand is exposed, meaning Nuroff can then predict the entire outcome of what they need to do next, what you're going to be playing next, and as long as he's got the cards in hand, there's a very high chance he's pushing to 6 or 7 points very quickly before we see the shadow, before we see any extra combative ability out of Choco.
Yeah, and I will say the older Master Yi legend is extremely powerful. Scuttle Crab at 0, that's going to go up to +2. We don't know what's in the hand of Nuroff currently, but if Scuttle does die, we're going to see what's in the hand of what Choco has, which is going to be very powerful. Now, we all know that intel is everything, and knowing what to expect next is going to be major. Now, I'm unsure if there's going to be some type of chain coming up right now with Vex moving up to the battlefield, but First Mate is right there. And Nuroff does have a tech issue, so we're going to sit here just for a moment, but Orbital, you're the brains here on this desk right now.
Okay, listen,
you're the brains.
Listen, no. I'm half a brain on here. Let's get that clear and out of the way right now.
But I have to ask you right now, if you're Vex, all right, let's say you take this battlefield, what do you need to do next to secure this win? Now, one battlefield just isn't enough at this point in time. You're down 0-4, hopefully 1-4. You need to act fast all across the board.
So the problem that I'm seeing here, okay, so let's start with the first part of that question. First part is, what do you need to do to bounce back? Well, you need to figure out a way to really stop these movement techs. The First Mate specifically, obviously when you play, you ready another unit, but it's a 3-mite that's just frustrating to deal with, buffed up by the old school Master Yi, which is, while a friendly unit defends alone, it gets +2, right? So that's an immediate 5. All the scuttles also have technically 2 on defense. It's frustrating. You need to find a way to clear out some of these units. Best way I can think is, if you have any charms, any movement tech, break this out. The problem is you got to do it with like 3 of these units, right?
Yeah.
And not only that, you're going to expose your hand, meaning either way, these 3 runes that are currently up for the Master Yi, like the point is, you need to clear these 3. You need to reset the Master Yi as fast as possible. I don't see you clearing 3. Like, it is very difficult to clear 3 units in 3 separate locations. And not only that, you have to find a way to bring out Shadow at the same time. You don't have enough energy for that. So the priority is clear what you can and try and stop the Master Yi from conquering throughout the entire throughout this entire battlefield.
It's going to be hard, and now you're going to have to put out your best units to secure the map. But right now we're in a technical delay, all right? I feel like Pansy and Hypop right now from Valorant. But for the chat right now, I'm going to give a shout out to the chat. Midtorius, Darth, Drakeries, everybody there. What's going on? Nuroff is saying he has a monitor issue. So as he gets that handled, Orbital, chat, just so you know, before we started casting, I was almost late because Orbital made me go to the store and get some packs. Orbital, do you got your packs, man?
I do. Hold on. Are we on stream right now? Are we? Hold on.
We're on stream right now.
We gotta ask. Okay, we're good. We're ripping. We are ripping. No, yeah. Okay. Hold on.
Okay, so I gotta say, you are on like a delay, so I'm watching you on Twitch and YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize I'm live. So we got a poll, right? We got a poll.
Yeah, we see your beautiful face right now. We see everything right now. We're live.
Right, thank you.
Do you want to open up the first pack? I mean,
I will. So I think what we said is we're gonna open.
Oh my god,
that's
I'm gonna twerk on stream.
So okay, well, let's not do that.
No.
What we said is, I think we agreed. I think it's 1 pack per series that you and I are working, right? Like 1 round, right? So
yeah,
that's what we agreed on. I see you had 3. I heard you were grabbing 2. You grabbed 3. How many did you grab, man?
I grabbed 3. I spent my life savings on this, man. I was excited.
Get out of here. Okay. All right, let's get going. I have no idea what I got, so this is gonna be. Hold on, I gotta bring up my camera because I gotta figure it out. Okay, so here we go.
Okay, let me know what you get,
opening
because
up-
I have like a minute delay.
Hey, okay. I got Rune Rex, which is a good start because I'm playing LeBlanc, which is annoying.
Yes, very.
Arena Kingpin. The cat. That's all I call it. It's the cat.
We want to hear the hollows, man. Get to the hollows.
We want to hear the hollows. I have none. Okay, hold on. No. We go slow here. Gem. Megatusk, which is annoying as well. A little bit of a big boy Bandle Soldier,
Yeah.
I think. And then a Scryer's Bloom, of course. Battlefield, no one cares. Let's see. I don't think an Instigator. A little bit of a Spirit. And I got a Kha'Zix Legend or Kha'Zix Chief.
That's it.
Class of Giants. That's boring. Yeah, and a bird at the end. That's
You
so
got
dumb. That's so dumb.
You
All right,
got
I got
what we
nothing.
call-
I got nothing.
You got what we call a dookie pack, my man. All right, let's
Yeah,
go.
pretty much. Yeah.
We got mutated Mauser. Let's go. Ice Bell
Hey.
Archer. Smite. Herald of Spring. Ultrasol Poro. The cutest. I want to hug this thing if I ever see it in real life. Ultrasol Poro. We got Hunters. Machete. Mr. Root. A Battlefield. Imposing Challenger. Oh, we're going to get to the good stuff. This is vibe related. I saw already. Oh, I got vibe piece. This is my third one. I got a Kha'Zix as well. And last but not least,
No, what did you?
Blocky! Yes! Oh, I got the alternative one, the yellow one. That is sexy,
That's
chat.
good.
You guys are my good luck charm. It's so beautiful. I just want to kiss it.
Yeah.
I just want to kiss it. Oh,
You got all my luck. You got all my luck. That's not cool. All right.
The
We're
ready to
getting
go?
back to the game.
Let's get back to the game. Enough with the cars. Enough with the cars. Let's go. All right.
All
So
right.
right now, Orbital, we're looking at something that's going to be very, very important, and he's acting on urgency right now. Chaco, Nuroff left the game. I believe he's going to be joining back. Chaco is in a very uncomfortable spot right now. 0-4. He's now attempting to grab his first battlefield with Vex, and the Scuttle Crab is there, just 2 might because of the Yi legend. With 3 runes up, we don't know what Nuroff has in his hand yet, but this is going to be a situation where we're going to have to see Vex on the aggress, and that's not something that we want.
No, because Vex usually needs about 2 to 3 turns to really set up with the rune count, and so seeing an immediate bleed into what you're assuming is like a quick double conquer yet again, you're already put on basically game point. It is just not comfortable being. So what you're hoping for is a possible chance, and unfortunately, because Nuroff is having a couple issues right now, a couple tech delays, we are going to be hopping out. We'll have to give you updates on how Nuroff is going to be able to play later and see how that matchup persists. I'm assuming
tell
at least
them
a
where we're
3-game
going.
series for them, but we are going to the Ezreal versus Ezreal matchup. I've been dreading this. I've been hating this.
Why?
We're going to go there.
Why? Listen. I'm gonna be honest. I love Alan, and a good Ezreal is annoying. So seeing 2 Ezreals like out annoy each other, Wages, Bellows, and all this other good jazz, I want to see who comes out on top. It really shows in a mirror match who's better at using that legend. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're switching things over right now between Nuroth and Chalco to the double Ezreal match, and we're jumping in where Arcane Shift is in play. Wow, we got to score 7-4.
Yeah, Bradykin has obviously gotten off to a really good start. The Trickster Fizz has been so frustrating to deal with for a lot of players, and with this multi-stack deck, you're never really out of cards, which is nice to have. You also had a setup of the Ravenbloom student, so capturing on that far end, and then of course one of my favorite battlefields that I love seeing people be able to play. It is the I lost the name, but it's basically you get to repeat spell costs like for free.
That one's annoying.
Well, for the count, it's frustrating. Mirai is nice as well, but it's a double build-up on spell cost, and it's so frustrating. The Academy, that's what it is. You gain extra, and so you have Bella's Breath. Like, that's so free to annihilate a backline. So whoever got that one, Brady can obviously using that very comfortably.
Yeah, the Bellows Breath is going to go ahead and do its best to eliminate Fizz and Ravenbloom student. The question is, does Bradykin have a counter? 3 runes up. There's a lot to go right now, but Bradykin is looking quite comfortable. You do have 3 runes currently turned with a Plundering Poro in the back, and Starcross comes off the board, and I'm guessing he's bringing back Fizz. The smart play right there. He does exactly that, and he's going to maintain dominance of the board.
Yeah, I like what Bradykin's doing. Now, Sap's wondering why we're watching the mirror now. It's because, unfortunately, Newelf has been having a couple technical issues. So we're just swapping
Yeah.
over to make sure you can see what both semifinals are looking like right now. I believe Bradykin as well as Domowo are currently in game number 1. I will say they're moving a lot faster than I expected, which I do appreciate. Here's the problem for Domowo. Even though that was big, yeah, that's immediate coverage. Really, really nice play. It's Domowo was off the back foot either way. Really nice by Bradykin on the battlefield choice. Got fast tempo, immediately cleared, and it is a tempo game at that point. Who's drawing better? Who keeps unit on the board? Well done by Bradykin.
Now, when it comes to Ezreal with set 3, I think that he got a lot of tools in his tool set now to use to just be even more dominant with the Moonfall, Star Cross, and whatnot. Going against this deck, putting out little units, it's not going to fare well for you. This deck is full of Gus, right? But it's also the bigger units and the building up to that moment, that the high tempo gameplay, that is really where Ezreal shines.
I mean, it's extremely, we're looking at like turn 3 for an Ezreal player to just be like, I'm dominating, right? Like I got the cards. I think earlier on stream we saw an Ezreal literally have 18 cards in hand with 10 in the deck, and you're like
18 in hand.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. I forgot who it was. It was like round 5 or 6 where we're just like, yeah, that's Ezreal. That's all we got. Like there was nothing else to it. The thing is, they only had 5 runes up, so you're like, well, this is a very different state of mind right now.
Wow. And Arena's first is going to be one of the battlefields right there. And that just means that this player is looking to end this game as fast as possible. Like you said, the third turn, maintaining dominance of the board is going to be big. But we're going to kick things off with a plundering Poro hitting the base. And I want to see what Bradykin has right now with this stacked deck.
Yeah, I can see a good play. Okay, Ravenbloom Student is solid as a turn 1 on second. It's not bad because you can build into a very quick elimination of whoever else you're dealing with. Quick capture, quick conquer over on Arena's Greatest, which is annoying because the game is now sped up even further. So maybe we don't see as fast of card draw as we assume if both players are playing with 1 point already in the board.
Yeah, with Arena's Greatest, I'm expecting an overload of removal. That's going to be the importance of this matchup. If the hand right now for the active player isn't good, I'm expecting this Ezreal to come out, but he's going to go ahead and pass with all 4 runes up. That means there might be a Wages of Pain waiting there for somebody to take the battlefield.
And then bring out of the Ezreal is also a little bit scary, right? You bring it out so early, you know that a lot of removal could come down, but it's just like if you play it wrong, it's already eliminated. Sure, you have a couple in the deck as well, but I mean, I always feel scared bringing out my Chosen at that time because it's just like, but if it's being matched, it's okay. So match for match on the Ezreal play, understandable. 3 runes still up. Domowo has control over the left side battlefield. Do you wish to go further? You are going to discard and draw 1 more. 7 in hand is a beautiful slot. And then you found the Bella's Breath.
Wow.
So that is frustrating to deal with.
Where's the Stupefy? Where's the Stupefy?
Hey,
Yeah.
Stupefy behind. What did I just say, Belly? What did I just say about bringing out that Ezreal, man?
And look at the turn. Look at the turn as well. Turn 3. You bring out Bellows Breath and a little bit of that Stupefy. You're looking at basically the Hardy Boys of like duo cards for the Ezreal deck, right? He was able to clear out the whole base, and now you have a Plundering Poro back in base with the Ezreal, where next turn you can move up, get another gold coin. That's going to be crazy, but the Deadly Flourish is going to come out.
New card from Unleashed. People are just finding removal wherever you can, and an extra Stupefy. I think that Stupefy might have been left over. Oh no, you just played to get card draw again. So good removal on either end. I give him a lot of credit, but the board state is still in a position where Domowo has control. So we're seeing a flip of what we saw Bradykin have, I think, in game 1, where Domowo has had a massive increase in influence over the current state. It's now on Bradykin to try and cover and eliminate some of these extra units on the board.
Yeah, and this is big. Sapslaw just pointed out we're going to see an Ezreal in the finals, which I think is very important for this meta. Now, there is a lot of talk when you take a look at Twitter about, all of the Aurora decks and Diana and even LeBlanc, but take a look at the spots that are up right now with these last 4. I think that right now we're in a very healthy base in this game, but a sneaky deckhand is coming out with a hidden card. I'm wondering if that's a Wages of Pain. And right now, 5-1, Domo is dogging him out.
I think the scary thing is, unless you got a major set of removal, like, a lot of your plays are going to be denied as well. So you just have to bring something, I think, to the table. Another stack deck, you're just trying to build in. You're assuming that you can do a turn after. I'm guessing you're going to try and eliminate one battlefield and then set Domo on 6 and then play from there. The problem is there might be some other eliminations. This Fizz coming out here is nice, but
it's not
can
enough.
you make a move quick? It's another 2-1 or 3-1, I should say. An Arcane Shifts.
Oh, Windsinger.
Nice little cover, but Wings out, keeping this little pirate alive.
Yeah, that's going to be very handy for the very next round. If removal is used on Domo's units, you'll be able to toss in another sneaky, that same sneaky deckhand, as I believe Poro is going to, he's going to hit the graveyard very soon. He's going to get hit with a Stupefy, and this is not looking good for Brady right now as the Bellows Breath comes out, and he's going to clear out both battlefields. Beautiful move.
I wasn't expecting that, but that draw was amazing. And again, this is the frustration, I think, when you look at an Ezreal deck. They'll always have answers. It's more about the rune count at the end of the day. Like, what runes do they have up? What are they going to counter? Do I need to counter here or not? It's a scary thought. So now with the board clear, board state over to Bradykin, which is great. Does Domo have the ability to cover another battlefield and keep up the pressure that they built up there in the mid game?
All right, stack deck is pop right now. Domo, he's able to take his pick of the litter right now. We're going to have 4 runes go down. Sneaky Deckhand is going to go and steal yet another point, extending the lead to 6-1 right now. Bradykin has not been able to even get half of his points throughout this entire matchup right here, this game. But now, this is it. This could very well decide if he's going to win or not. A Sneaky Deckhand goes right back to the hand. Take a look at that. Another Windsinger.
I mean, but you are playing a little bit of this frustration game. I think Bradykin really needs to eliminate, because on the next turn, you're going to see that Sneaky Deckhand again. It's just constantly in hand. It's constantly frustrating. What you are doing is, I think, narrowing the scope of what Domo can do in the after turn, right? Whenever you have to play a Sneaky Deckhand, you're dropping 3 each time. It means there's fewer rebuttals. So Bradykin is trying to play off of that. You got 2 units on board. One enemy in the table as well, and you drew your second Bellows Breath. Oh my lord, that is annoying.
But that hurts. Yeah, it's annoying, but think about the value that you could get with Bellows Breath, that there's multiple units and base are on the battlefield. But to be using that for just a Windsinger, I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't feel too good. And this is where Bradykin really has to spread his units wide. Sneaky Deckhand is coming in. That's going to leave Domo to his 7th point. And the question is he going to solidify his win right here?
I mean, if he has some way to ready or maybe gank over, sure, but there's the Gus.
Oh, nice. Take him back.
Wait, can he play that over to the other battlefield?
He could play it again.
wait. Oh, no. It wasn't a capture, though. It wasn't a capture because Gus came out already, so it's not a full conquer yet.
Yeah, he's not going to get the conquer, but he is going to get the battlefield.
So he's
again.
on 7 right now, unless there's an answer on the other end. So it wasn't a full conquer. Good job by Bradykin to delay, but that's all it is. You pointed it out, Veli. It's 100% correct. It's just a delay tactic for Brady. There's no substance it really feels behind it.
Now, this is what makes Azrael extremely annoying to play against. We haven't seen a unit with over 5 might yet, and the game is just about over.
Okay,
now that's the power of Azrael.
How is that annoying, man?
Imagine getting beat down by a bunch of 2 and 3 might people, man, and every time you put somebody out.
Hey, that's why I go to. I got my Victor tokens. Give me credit on the Victor tokens, okay?
Imagine playing against this deck and you're getting bossed up by Ravenbloom students and Fizzes, and you're dropping Thousand Tails and Rengars, and they're just getting sent back to your hand. Dog, Ezreal is complete control, and that's what I love so much about this deck. I don't run Ezreal, but man, do I got a lot of respect for these players.
Yeah, I do as well. I think it's a very touch and go, and obviously someone pointed out if you face off against an Aurora deck, it's very scary, because you have to have some
Very.
form of removal. Now we've seen removal come through at the right times, you know, forcing it back and everything like that, but here comes the play. So Bradykin has saved themselves, I think, 3 turns in a row now, with very meticulous removal of Domowo's side, not by a might factor, but just by coverage. Another Vex to come out,
Okay,
so
that's
well done
big.
by Bradykin. At 7 points, you now force Domowo into an alternate position where Domowo is the one that's like, oh, now I have to be a might challenger. Now I have to be the one to either double conquer. So Bradykin might have actually saved themselves and put themselves in a very stable position for the moment.
Don't call it a comeback, baby. All right, putting Vex on that battlefield right there is going to be absolutely huge. For the simple fact is, Brady is going to hit 5 points before Domowo is going to be able to even do anything unless he has a bear dropping in the big dog, Baron Nashor. Wow. I didn't expect that to happen, but that was exactly what Domowo needed right there to try to break the tension. Now, the question is, all right, is Brady King going to have an answer to this, or is he just going to hold on to these points right here? He has the rune advantage, and he has a unit count.
So keep in mind, you can move all units into said battlefield. You can
Is
try and
Baron
overwhelm
going to
the
get
Baron.
jumped?
Probably. So here's the deal. A lot of people, I think people do forget, any unit can move to Baron Pit. That does mean it's a free gank to move in as well. So like if you don't have gank, it doesn't matter. You can just run it. The problem being is Bradykin is that's really funny. I'm sorry.
Brady
So it's a
might
small
win
play.
this.
Brady might. The thing that we're watching though, does Domo have enough to clear the opposing side as well? So that's a double. You're good. And you're gonna try and I think hang on to the 2 battlefields on the end because you're saying Domo can't capture 3 battlefields at once.
This is, I don't know about you, but man, like, I feel good about this. I think that Baron's going to go ahead and get ganged up on right there on his own battlefield. Ravenboom student already jumped up an entire might, just 1 might. 1 might is a lot in this type of contest. Now, the question is,
100%.
7 runes, what else might you have? I know there might be damage spells in his hand, but Baron, he's sitting alone with a face down card, and I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think this face down card is going to be that game breaking to stop Baron from an onslaught coming his way.
What's the highest? I think like it was like obviously a turn, but most hiddens are nothing more than just maybe like a movement,
a 3 damage or movement.
Yeah, maybe at best. Like it's
Wind
it's there.
Singer.
I think it was Domowo just like using the rest of the runes that they had at the time and just like sure, we'll send it, but. There's a full turn of 8. What are you bringing out, Bradykin? Do you have a Baron of your own?
Shut up.
Oh, yeah!
Let's go! You bringing out your big dog? My dog's bigger. Baron's going to go ahead and get 3 might taken off of his might total right now. And the might advantage is looking sexy for Bradykin right now. Thousand Tail Watcher. He has Pike, Fizz, Vex, and even Ravenbloom. If he keeps Vex on a battlefield and doesn't contest with Vex, then that's going to be very important because that means there's not going to be a lot of acceleration. Yes, Sneaky Deckhand might be able to pop off and get 1 point, but that will not be enough to end the game before she gets ganked. So Bradykin being down 1-7 is now in the driver's seat, and he's going all in.
Yeah, he wants to cover as well. I keep forgetting, is Bradykin actually on 7? Did he not get his double conquer for holding?
Why didn't he bring in the Thousand Tail Watcher?
He can't. Thousand Tail is exhausted when it comes in. You can't move it.
Oh, he didn't have enough rooms to accelerate him?
I don't think so. I thought he did as well, but I don't think he did. If he did, either that or he is waiting to see what else occurs to try and nullify it. So they got rid of the wages. You are going to still hold, and you hold to 6. Okay, so it wasn't a double conquer. I do apologize. That's not bad. No. You clear.
This isn't bad.
It's still an empty board for Domowo.
Orbital, hold me. I'm feeling anxious right now. 8 rooms, a hand with more than enough cards. Domowo, the road is watching, baby. A box is on the line. I want to see if he has an answer to this right here.
I don't know, because here's the deal. I think it was it confirmed that if Baron Pit is on the table, you have to clear all 3 battlefields?
All 3 battlefields, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Or you have to hold.
Yeah, this is a wild play, by the way. Huge shout out to Bradykin for having a way to remove a Baron next turn, by the way. That
was
Baron stayed
insane.
alive for 1 minute.
And it was a bunch of 3 and 2 might people, man. That was that's
The
why I
power
love
of
Azrael.
friendship app move right there. That was so
The
dope.
power of friendship. Now, Domowo is taking a little time, thinking things out, probably doing the math in his head right now. But this is a very uncomfortable position to be put in. Sneaky deckhand gets sent back to your hand, and yes, Sky Doll, know it. Vex had 4 might. Okay, 1 more than 3, you get that. But with the
You had
clips
1 more
coming
fist
out-
up. I don't know what else you're talking about here. That
Yeah, one
doesn't
more,
change
right?
the fact.
Thousand Tail Watcher is
Okay.
going to get knocked down to 3 might. He has a play he's about to concoct right now, and I want to see what he's cooking up in the kitchen.
What would be the option though, right? Sneaky deckhand, obviously, we talked about, can still move to follow. Okay, you bring out the trickster. Do you, what are you able to play?
Wages of
Another
Pain.
wages? That's
Yeah.
good. That's good.
Not a bad choice. Oh, and it's sneaky. Oh, no. You don't sneaky deckhand because you can get ganked over unless you have protection.
Well, so you've eliminated the threat of Bradykin scoring, and you might actually put Bradykin in the same position of they have to hold to have victory. Okay, I like it.
Oh, and you sneaky deck. No, he only has 1 rune left. He
No.
sits this out. He sits this
Yeah.
out.
So, because of the 3 battlefields, Bradykin is actually in the same position of they have to capture all 3, right?
Yeah.
So
Or,
you either have to
he-
hold or 3.
You have to hold. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And if he, another fizz.
I don't like Baron Pit anymore. It's making me think too hard. I don't like Baron Pit because this is what we have to do now.
Bellows Breath and Frigid Touch are going to be used in tandem together to get rid of Fizz, and immediately Domowo was looking at an empty base and an empty battlefield on his side all around. This isn't looking good for him as Bradykin was able to fight back. Fizz is going to be in his base, but this is far from over.
No. This is the mid game. This is actually mid game for these 2 decks, by the way. They haven't even drawn half their decks. That's the worst part. We've been playing for I don't know how long. We're still in the middle of this. And by the way, Bradykin is up 1. It doesn't feel like that. This is as far these 2 have really gone, and I'm expecting even more card draw in just a bit.
Domowo had a 7-1 lead. Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
This is looking like a Patriots comeback right now, but taking a look at what Bradykin has, I mean, 4 runes up. Do you put another unit out to play it safe and try to, double conquer and save the rest for removal? I'm thinking he's going to go that route. But with 2 runes in the hand of Domowo, I mean, he must have the options. He has to have the options.
Second Baron. Just slap it down.
I mean, or do you take a battlefield and hopefully he has enough protection spells to keep him safe? No, it's going to be Fizz that goes down immediately, and Bellows Breath again and again and again. Dude. Coming out.
I really hate everything about these decks sometimes because I believe both of them actually played a total of 5 Bellows Breath. I might be. I think that's all the Bellows Breaths out right now, right?
I'm gonna see a Bellows Breath in my nightmares tonight, man. I'm seeing so many of them.
Yeah.
All right. The Stupefy. You're gonna donk him on the head.
And that's another Fizz out, so you gotta kind of work your magic there. I mean, they're basically playing to stop the other from having any sort of setup, right? Because they know the next turn is going to be game over, I think.
Yeah. I mean, how many more fizzes do you actually have?
True. That's the other side of it. I don't know. Like, it's very... I wasn't expecting this, by the way. I know Ezreal v. Ezreal is crazy and annoying to play against, but it's just like, I like the way both teams have basically scraped the bottom of the barrel to ensure the other opponent doesn't get a good turn off.
Wow, he brings out a Winged Singer now? He must feel really confident about his next turn. His effect isn't going to be able to gust a 3-might unit back to his opponent's hand, but Fizz is going to come out once again. The last Fizz. Right. Tag that. We're gonna play bingo. Whenever we hit Fizz or Bellows Breath, we take a shot of water. Stack deck is coming through. Yeah, Bradykin is looking for options.
Skydoll mentioned that we have not seen a Starcross yet. That's because it's been recycled like 7 times over.
Yeah,
That's all I'm
for
saying.
real.
I'm pretty sure it's been recycled underneath each player. Like they've searched through a decent chunk of their decks every single time. Hey, Gold Watch. Okay,
Card Sharp.
far more units on the board for Bradykin now.
That's good. That's healthy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know that the Bell's Breaths are out, so like, what's your greatest removal on the other side? I don't think Domo has like clear. I really don't see it.
All right, here goes nothing, baby. What you got? What you got, Domo? 7-1 lead, chopped down to 6-7. Wing Singer's gonna go ahead and conquer Arena's greatest. That's
Draw
gonna be a
one.
free draw. Yeah.
Yep. The crazy fact is Domo has been stuck here even with Arena's greatest. Like, that hurts, right? You got a free point at the beginning and you've just been stuck in this position. Do you have anything accelerated? Is there anything? Oh, are you gonna another arcane shift? Let's go.
Wow. That's big. What do you got? What do you got, Domo?
I mean, you got 7 up, 10 up. You should have something to deny this, right?
I hope you got something. You got how many cards in hand? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in hand. That's what you call options, my man.
Yeah. But
There
what
seems to be a
options
little
actually
pause.
deal to denial? That's the other side.
Right.
No, you have nothing, bro. Ah, you lost the fizz. No. Don't tell me it comes down to a might check at the end, bro. Don't tell me it comes down to a might check at the end.
Dog, a 1-7 comeback? That is beautiful. Bradykin going through another stack deck right now, trying to get the answers to close this out. Card Shop on the board along with Fizz. Down 6-7. Wing Singer sitting there at 1 might. I'm not...
Oh, that's one. Come on, you got another one. You got another
He's
one,
looking
right?
for draws. Yeah, he's looking for draws right now.
Come on, he gets one more sprite and he wins. Get one more sprite. He got the Watcher. Let's go.
Oh!
Woo!
Yo! That was a tail washer to end that game. No! Almost got clapped back with a 7-1 lead, but the triple conquer to close the game out. Orbital, what we just saw right there, you couldn't have predicted it.
No, he had to have top deck that, right? Like, that was
He had to have.
100% top deck off that. That is insane pulls, man.
That was wild. And Watcher is the GOAT. Shout out to Fizzled in the chat. You're absolutely right. That's going to be a card that's going to be relevant for a long time. The acceleration, the effect that it has on the opposing might of the units on the other side of the board, and how strong he is. 7 might. He's able to just dominate and take over games.
It's never dropping below 30. Actually, at this rate, it's going up to 45.
After that, shoot, 46, man. That was off the chain.
Considering it worked for both sides, but I have to give credit. I mean, Bradykin dealt everything that they could, like against a Baron, against a Watcher on the enemy side. Like, that is, they dug themselves out of a hole of, I don't want to say their own making, right? I really don't think it was their own making. They did well to deal with a lot of these issues that came up. They were able to drag 5 points away, and I firmly believe if the Baron wasn't played by Domowo, I think Bradykin would have had it. It's the struggle of capturing 3 battlefields.
Can I be honest? I think that dropping a Baron was a high risk, high reward type of play that really slowed down the game when he needed it most.
Yeah.
It destroyed a bunch of units in a sacrificial push, so to say, right? And he was able to spread things around with 3 battlefields. Now, yeah, he was down units, but it just didn't seem like Bradykin had the answer to just really stack his board to capitalize on that. Domoo, hats off to him. We're jumping in. This is a tiebreaker, correct?
Yes, this is tiebreaker right now, and it is whoever wins this moves on into the grand finals. I believe we are still getting confirmation on some of Nuroff and Choco's matchup, so we'll have a little bit better idea there. But I mean, we're focused here. I mean, this is the most exciting Ezreal game I've ever seen. Like,
you didn't want to see it at first, man.
I definitely didn't, bro. It's draw, play 1 card, and then watch 17 denials. Like, who enjoys that?
I was so excited, and it paid off, man. I'm not gonna lie.
True.
That was one heck of an ending right there. And with Ravenbloom Student coming out to the battlefield right now, Bradykin is gonna be the first one on the board.
Yeah. I like it. Again, quick start for Bradykin, someone that tried to develop pretty hard in game number 2, never got off the right foot. Keep in mind, I think what we saw was the Ezreal's getting deleted pretty much 2 moments into the game for that game 2. Hopefully the Ezreals stay alive a bit longer.
We'll see. We'll see. Now, plundering Poro, he's facing a tall hill in front of him. He goes to the battlefield on the left, and that's complete danger, right? But if you go into a battle against, Gus is coming out. Against Ravenbloom, that might be worse, but it's going to be Pike that's going to take her place as he was the hidden card and sitting there with 3 might. Bradykin is trying to hold on as best as he can.
I mean, I like it. Out comes a Lantern, so getting a little bit of that token action to play, which is going to eliminate a lot of the issues that came in from the previous game, right? Talking about the previous game, talking about game number 1, the big issue is you never had units. A lot of the units always got eliminated, so you're always playing against this empty board on either side. For Domomo, this is the best draw early. It means you'll consistently have something to work with, even if it's a minor 3 sprite token.
Right. Hey, I'm going to give a shout out to the chat on both YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to hear what you guys think right now. Who's going to come out on top? This is the tiebreaker game, and the winner will go to the finals. We're talking about a free box, ladies and gentlemen, of Unleashed. You got to love it. But this matchup between Bradykin and Domowo is starting to heat up now as we're going to see Sprites start to take the board, and plundering Poro is capturing gold. Yeah, it's 1-1.
Yeah. I think Ezreal wins too. I think that's a pretty easy call right there. You know,
Ezreal definitely wins. I'd bet money on that.
That's the dumbest joke I think any of us are gonna make today.
I was waiting to use that so bad. It was gonna be the ultimate dad dumb joke.
Yeah, that's fair. Board state, Bradykin 3, already developed 2, which is nice. Double gold in the back pocket, which will be useful, but final Lantern play. So are we going to see an attempt at a double conquer? You bring out your own Ezreal. So it's a 3-3 swing on either end, unless you have a power up. You have 3 up to work with.
I say take out the Ezreal, definitely.
Yeah.
Because, that's going to be the smart play. If there is a now, you don't want to risk it with your other units that are here permanently. A stack deck is coming through. Bradykin, 1 rune up. There's nothing he can really do now. So Ezreal's going to be eliminated. We have another Ezreal in the base. And a Gust. Wow. The Gust came out. That was big.
Yeah. Very nice draw. Denies any further aggression. There's still 3, but Domo would only be able to kind of develop. Yep, another wind comes out, and you're going to try and look at that Pike. Back to hand you go. And okay, Bella's Breath. Strong setup.
Get him out of here.
Once more, great removal from Domo, keeping your own Ezreal, which you're pretty sure is going to go away anyway, but I mean, beautiful play.
Yeah, Void Gate is so valuable with Bellow's Breath in hand, and with Domo able to clear both battlefields in just 1 swift move. That was beautiful. Windsinger, Ezreal, sitting in base right now, but Ravenbloom Student with 6 runes up. I wonder if he's going to go ahead and get a Conquer on the battlefield. 2 runes currently turned to the side, and Bellow's Breath is going to eliminate Windsinger and put on some great damage to Ez.
And I appreciate it. Again, in this situation, Bradykin is the only one that really comes out on top of this position, always having that 1 unit available, 3 runes left alive, meaning you can go ahead and play another removal. You're going to Stupefy, and that eliminates out as well. More card draw sitting on 8. So not only do you have the board state in your favor, you have the rune state in your favor, and the hand state in your favor. Everything is currently leaning towards Bradykin right now.
Everything in your favor.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, seriously. And Bradykin, he is starting off really fast right now, kind of a mirror situation of what we saw in the last game. With Domo taking a quick lead, now Bradykin is in the driver's seat with unit advantage. I'm not sure what that face down card might be, but with Sneaky Deckhand coming out,
Pike?
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
I think his Pike got blown back to his hand, so I mean, right idea
Why
would
not?
be another Pike to hold battlefield, right?
Yeah, there's gonna be no defense for Sneaky Deckhand, so that's just gonna be a free point.
Yep. I think got so much value game 2.
Dog,
thing was,
for
thing
real.
was moving.
Stack deck.
I like it. This feels
Fizz
so
again.
slow comparatively to what we saw before, where we just saw blazing trades between the two.
No, seriously. I think that with everything being on the line right now, this requires a lot more thought. The game is very close, 2-4, and you lose, you're out. I don't, I want to be the ultimate winner of this. So they're gonna take their time and not have too many risky plays now.
I wonder what you've drawn here. Domowo is actually on a position where I think this is Domowo. I don't remember. Yeah, so it was Domowo. I wonder what you grabbed there and what you had in hand, because you were thinking quite a bit, which makes me believe that you had a hard choice or a terrible choice, right? Like you just had to recycle two things that were not the prettiest at the
Correct.
end. Good coverage though. For the first time, it feels like a heavier might swing for Bradykin onto that altar side. So sitting with some nice might to deal with. That I don't think Domo is going to have a comfortable time eliminating.
Not at all. Brady singing Raven Bloom,
Ooh,
3-2. That's going to be an easy elimination. Is Brady 2 points away from pulling this whole thing off? Yeah, this is major.
Yeah. The other thing I was thinking about is like, there's no extra.
Oh,
yeah. I actually really like
Vex.
this because Bradykin has now made it very, very difficult with 2 up. There's a high chance of a gust again. That Fizz, you got to bring up some heavier might right now.
This is it. This is it right here. The Vex has got to go if you want to have any chance of winning this matchup right here.
Yeah. I mean, what are you hoping for? Another Bellow's Breath? I mean, I don't think you have enough runes to fully clear out that side.
Nah.
And you know that Raven Bloom on the other side is a complete bait, right? An assumption of
1,000,000%.
Yeah, like this is a very tough call for Domowo, I think.
All right, 3 cards are checked out. 1 goes back to hand. Domowo looking to secure a second win in this matchup, and he's going to go ahead and take the bait. 2 runes on the side of Bradykin, and 1 is going to be flipped for a stacked deck. If he has a gust, I'm going to lose it, man.
Now, you could draw 1 here, too. That's the other side, is you can easily draw in. That's the free part about it. Do you turn another? Either way, you clear. And is the response? Nice stupefy. Okay. Good draw by Domowo to save the Fizz, I think, at the end here.
That's game. That's game.
Oh, wait, was that on the other? Was that a turn onto Domowo? Is that what they drew?
Oh, he gusted. Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, so I think that should be the finish because, I mean, what are you hoping for at the end here? Maybe you can cap that Ravenbloom student?
How, though? Like, 5 runes up, there's no one you can accelerate with. How are you going to clear the board right now? That is the main question. And with 5 runes up, I can't think of a way at all.
Yeah, I can't either. I mean, you're mathing right now. For Domowo, you are mathing, but I got to give it up to Bradykin. Like, this play here, that Pike hidden, constant pressure over on the right side battlefield, constantly in the face of Domowo. And the best that Domowo was hoping for, right? You have to think about this too. Even if you eliminate the Ravenbloom student, there's another one in the back lines that's going to double conquer at the end, right? Like, there's so much ridiculousness in your face right now. Someone was mentioning that there is an unchecked power, but, like, I don't know if Domowo drew it.
Yeah, good luck with that. Domowo is taking some time to think right now. This is the game-defining play. Either you stop Bradykin from winning this, or you give yourself a fighting chance. With a hold on both of the battlefields right now, Bradykin is sitting quite comfortable. Not too comfortable because he doesn't have any runes up, but in space of dominance, he's sitting good. Vex is on the board. You got Pike and also Ravenbloom. Now, the importance of this is no acceleration. It's going to be used, but Fizz is going to come out, and
all right,
it's got to be a damage spell.
Yeah.
Or Starcross. There you go.
Okay. and you send
Arf?
a different Raven Bloom. Okay, well, you still have 2 up. Can you play another Bellows Breath? And you are just sending it all right now.
Wow.
So you're hoping there's nope, that's oh my god, that's rude. Bradykid has the rudest like middle finger I've ever seen, bro.
That Thousand Tail Watcher came out so fast. Thousand Tail Watcher hit the
Bro,
battlefield.
that-
It hit the it hit the battlefield before he
Bro.
even drew his card. How rude is that? You know what that's like? Surprise, mother sucker.
yeah. That
was insane.
How long have you been holding that? That had to be like from early game. You drew that. I wish that came out the left side of his hand. That came out the left side. He'd been holding that. He had that from like the beginning. That is hilarious.
That was beautiful. Bradykid will be advancing to the finals. The better Ezreal, but you know what? Gotta give credit where credit's due. Domo put up
Yes.
one heck of a fight. That game that we locked in on when we just jumped into their matchup, the second one, he was up 7-1, brought out the Baron, and was able to pull out a very, very tight win where Bradykid almost came back, but in the second game, he just didn't have the gas, especially when Vex entered the fray.
Yeah, and I think that I do wonder if Domo actually had Pike, because I think that Pike added an extra layer of non-removal. Always trying to gust one away, you weren't able to deal with the Pike. Pike could then rotate in and out, and then even trying to gust it back, it is rough. So very well done by Bradykid, and I will say a very thrilling Ezreal mirror.
Wow, by the way, we just got word from the producer, the man
No.
himself, the big boss plus. So, in regards to the other matchup that we were commentating between Nuroff, who was Master Yi, and Choco, who was Vex, it turned out to be Choco who came out on top. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the semifinals. So in the finals matchup, Orbital, I want to hear your thoughts before we go to break. We're going to have a Vex versus Ezreal matchup. What do you expect?
I expect shenanigans, board removal, and nobody staying in the battlefield. That's what I'm expecting.
Sounds fun. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are tuned in right now to the best place in the world, baby. Runes and Rift with the grand finals coming up next. We'll see you there. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people out there, welcome back to Runes and Rift. We're popping off right now. It's a grand finals is about to take place. I'm your boy Veli. I'm running the show with my man, the one and only Orbital. Orbital, we just got off a dope matchup. We saw Vex pop off. We saw an Ezreal mirror match where Brady Ken went crazy. Are you excited for this final game?
I very much am. Again, it's a lot of removal and it's a lot of stalls, so it's going to be a different type of play style between the two. I'm excited. Choco, I said that the Vex was going to have, I think, a very interesting and good time against the Master Yi, so I'm impressed.
Yeah, Vex is just insane. But before we get into the grand finals,
yeah,
this beautiful Leblanc. Look at that. That's my baby. And we got some more packs to open up. Do you want to go ahead and take the lead?
I did it last time. You got to go this time. I need your luck. I need your luck over on my end. So
Yeah, you make me feel like a princess opening up first right now. I'm so flattered. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ultimate Baron, and if I get an Ultimate Baron, oh my god.
Nah. That's stream end. That's stream end right there, right? That's over.
We got Sharkling, Skyward Strike. I love this card, by the way. Downstage Dramatics. We got Kinku, Crescent Guardian, Heroic Charge, Towering Combatant, Flurry of Feathers, Gentle Gem Dragon, ladies and gentlemen. It's about time for the truth to come out. Are you ready to see the Ultimate Baron? All right, here we go. We got Stalking Wolf. We got Scorn of the Moon. Katarina! I wanted her. I needed her. Thank you. And that was it. What you got, man? It's your turn.
All right. Let's see it. I'm gonna read these backwards, by the way, because that's how I have my camera. All right. So we got a Fate Weaver. So... Bleh. We got Jin, not Jin spell. We got Munch. You know the usuals. A little bit of a Guardian on the back end. Another Poro. I love the Poros all day long. A Machete, because who needs that? We got Mr. Root, which is fun. I also got I got a Gentle as well, and then Ale was in the mix. Call to Battle, which is a fun card. Another battle, dude. The Bandle Soldiers. I got a Jin. Is that that's regular Jin. That's regular Jin. And I got Diana, so nothing crazy.
All right, last one, and we're gonna jump into the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Wish me luck. Please give me something
you got a third pack? Get out of here.
Samurai Combat. I was balling, boy. I was out here, okay?
All right.
Life savings, Evershade. All right, scrutinizing. Let's go. We got Demacian. We got Battlefield, Insightful Investigator. Okay, Altar of Blood, Clash of Giants. That's the name of this grand finals right now. After that, my boy, the Time Mage. We got Zillion. Last but not we got the curtain call. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the pack openings. But now it's time for the real fun. Let's go ahead and jump on in. We got Choco on Vex and Bradykin on Ezreal. Orbital, break down this matchup.
Yeah, it's all about the stall and the build up. Both decks do want to build and define their battlefields, but in very different ways. For the Ezreal, it's small units while eliminating your opponent's units. For Choco, it's build up the Vex Shadow into a battlefield of their choice, and then denying the opponent a chance. Main defining movements, Gust, Starcross, a lot of these that just constantly force units back will be the big play. So how fast can Choco enter and hold a battlefield, and how quickly can Bradykin look to deny said battlefields?
All right, Card Shop is in the mix. Now we're going to see Evelyn being ready on the side of Vex as she takes Ravenbloom right now. Choco's going to be the first on the board, and cool. This is going to be scary right now. Ezreal on the next turn, we know he's going to have plenty of removal in his hand and denials, so Card Sharp might be free to jump on the battlefield, but things are going to get a little bit more tricky now that Vex is in play.
I like it. Very immediate development, which means that Bradykin is already off on hop number 1, because not only is that Vex just going to slow you all down, it means that a Might Challenge is out. It means you got to start spending those runes just to straight up deny, but you still got to build, right? Ezreal coming out.
Yeah.
Good news, I think, for Bradykin is that Ezreal should stay alive a little bit longer than usual. For Choco, you generally don't run like Bella's Breath or anything like that. So the hope, it might be in there, but an idea being, no, why am I saying that's blue? So you wouldn't. So Bradykin can say that the Ezreal will get more value than in the Ezreal mirror match.
By the way, you saw the card that was discarded on the side of Bradykin? Yeah, Thousand Tail Watcher is going to be out of the game. I'm expecting there to be at least 2 more in this deck, but that's going to be a very big sacrifice and confidence on the side of Bradykin.
Well, it's also, you're not going to get the chance to play it. I'm not going to lie. I really don't foresee a world where
Yeah.
you get to drop that unless you remove the Vex. So it's a sacrifice you kind of have to make to get more
I
of these
agree.
smaller units out to play.
Yeah. With a little bit of stacked deck, Choco's looking to extend his lead right now. Battlefield overwhelmed with just Vex and Evelyn right now. With Card Sharp sitting all on his lonesome. Out of 3 cards, he's going to be able to pull 1 out. And 2, and whoa, Charm is coming out. Wonder who he's going to pull in.
I like it. Yeah, this is another
Yeah.
way to remove, which is just
Get him out.
frustrating. And I think you are actually stunned while doing
He's
this. I
stunned.
might be wrong, but
No. He's not stunned. But he's
yeah.
not.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
No, I think he was. Is it any combat that basically makes it stunned? Is that right? I need to go double check.
No.
Vex.
Yeah, when you play a
Play the
card that
card. Play the
turn,
card.
it's stunned.
Yeah.
And it can't, yeah,
Wow, I got
So
that
you're
all
just
wrong. My brain does not want to work.
out of luck. This has
Yeah.
been a long day of some good rooms and Rift action, man. We're having fun right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's still a straight up might challenge, which I like. So good clear on the Ezreal. I said it'd stay alive longer. It did not at all. Much like my 80 season solo queue, but we don't talk about that. That's a standard I don't like.
Who do you mean?
Nope, we're not talking about that. We're not
What do
talking
you
about
mean?
that.
I'm a
No,
Mordekaiser one trick. It can't be worse.
Mordekaiser's better than Vigar or Xerath right now, okay?
You're a Vigar main?
I have always been a Vigar main. Vigar was my first
Oh.
homeboy that ever got me out of silver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's solid. Maybe we gotta queue up sometime. You know, let's get to go together.
I don't think anyone wants to see me play in any ranked. Okay, so Student is out. Still good hold by Choco, who is really developing on that side of the board. This is it's starting to become a chase game for Bradykin. I think.
He's gonna have to break it somehow in order to win. And I think on the side of Choco, he doesn't even need to spread the board right now. Build strong, hold it down. Edge of Darkness face down, maybe. I'm not sure. But either way, he's gonna be able to tank this. Pike.
Okay. So I like this play. Just get the Pike out there. Just be a little bit more aggressive in that stance. But Choco, I mean, you're not really worried about that sideboard. You can eliminate it at any time. I feel like with a lot of draws, with a lot of the movement, and with the Tide Turner as well, you get to swap that Vex out and maybe look to aggress on the other side. Because, and now you just eliminate good turn of 2 with a drop. What are you bringing out here? Rebuke.
Rebukey, get her out of here.
Heavy cost payment for that, though. That is a fairly lengthy. I think that was a deflect, obviously. So,
but that's worth it.
Yeah.
By the way, Vex being so strong, 4-cost card with deflect and the stun. If you summon a unit, she is like I truly believe the best 4-cost unit in the game currently.
Yep. Eyes high here as Vex comes right back out to play, and I think that's all you can do here. Tapped out. Good hold by Bradykin over on the battlefield, so you're matching pace with Choco. And again, the Academy is, I think, one of the most annoying. Obviously, a lot of people have looked at it and seen that it's a Jhin build, but this is another side. You get a double up on Gust for a very small payment, which helps you remove cards even faster. That is why you're holding that Academy all day long.
So big, and he had to break that battlefield. Bradykin played the perfect cards at the right time. He's moving in with a plundering Poro. He's going to go ahead and secure a gold from that Conquer right there. And that's going to leave a little bit of trouble for Choco right now, as he has a Vex currently in base. And in order to really take advantage of what Vex has to offer, he has to get a hold of a battlefield. With 4 runes currently up on the side of Bradykin, he is going to bring Pike back to base, and this is a bait. This is a bait right here. He wants Vex to go to a battlefield so he can go on an onslaught.
Well, you also don't really have a choice, I think, for Choco. You're being forced into this position. Good card draw coming out from Bradykin and just taking a look at what's going on. Now, hand strength is vastly different. The next few turns are going to be very difficult, I think, for Bradykin to deal with. Choco should have some removal, some denial tools in their belt. You know, a couple of the units are already in hand, which Choco might develop onto the battlefield as well. Last time it was a hold of what? It was it a student in Vex? I can't remember exactly. Tide Turner was one of them.
Yeah.
So there's a few different units you could play out to that battlefield to maintain for Bradykin. Those 3 cards better be worth it at the end of the day.
All right. Taking a look on the side of Choco. Stella. With a hand that big already, take a look at the hand difference and the fact that Stella Corn came out. I mean, we're talking 4 times the amount of cards that Bradykin actually has with more draw power on his end. This is going to be major right here. But now we're going to see if a break is going to be attempted. Plundering Poro is going to get conquer the battlefield, put gold in your pocket. And now this is where the big play comes through.
Good Starcrossed. I appreciate that. I'm wondering if you're moving the Stellacorn instead of the Vex. I don't know if you want to cut your rune count any further, because you do need that extra rune count up and above. I'd rather move Stellacorn to not allow further card draw, but if you got to remove the Vex, that would also eliminate the hidden card as well. So, well, I say eliminate, but you know it's going to be turned over, most likely a Pike. So, or would it be? Okay, there's the Defy. Good play by Choco to have that in hand. And that's an unfortunate Starcross gone.
Yeah, that was a big risk, offering up those runes for a play that's not going to go through at all right now. But Bradykin, he's going to be on the aggress. He has a might. The battlefield will be activated on the side of Choco. It's going to be Nami, so Nami's going to get recycled as well. But that face down card, we still don't know what that is.
Okay.
Tide Turner. Okay.
You know what? I can dig it. I like the Tide Turner play once more. It's a very, obviously we saw the movement tech in there, and now you have a chance to kind of move around with that Stella Coin, get even more card draw in there. But Brady's evaluating what they can do. Like, it's a good push in with 8 on total. I like where they're currently positioned, but they don't want to spend more to clear the board. That's the other side of it. They don't want to spend more of their hand just to clear this battlefield.
Bradykin taking his time right now, 3 cards in hand. I wonder exactly what the options are. There's going to be any
Choco side? Is Choco still with priority?
Oh, yeah, that's it. He's going to relinquish that battlefield, seeing Tide Turner to base. Wait, what's going on?
I think they were waiting to resolve.
Okay, yeah.
I think they were waiting to resolve at the end.
They were seeing who was going to go to the trash.
Yeah.
That was a big play, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good swing in, and this is what Bradykin needs, because you know next turn, good development from Choco, who has 7 cards out, Fizz to be played, good hold, and then you remove the Stellacorn. Is there another Defy? No, there isn't.
Beautiful. Conquer both battlefields next turn. We're looking at 7 points right now. The Azir deck really excels on keeping units off of the battlefield if he does come in any way at all.
Yeah.
And yeah. Oh no, this might be it. He's at 6 now. Yeah. This could be the game. Does Choco have a clap back? Let's see.
I mean, I don't know if you have Starcross in right now. I mean, I'm sure you have it on sideboard, right? I would assume there is a sideboarded Starcross for yourself as well. But, I mean, this is tough. If this is how you end with 8 runes up with almost 9 cards in hand,
there's
not much you can do. That it would feel very, very bad. Okay, so you did have Starcross in main. Good. Is there a Defy on the other side now? a Defy in blue-purple, just to be annoying.
Just abandon it.
Yeah. We're in sealed right now. It's great. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, Plundering Portal is going to go back to hand, leaving just Pike on the battlefield. Evelyn is going to hit the field once more. Bradykin moving up to 7 points. All he has to do is secure a hold or somehow get somebody on the other battlefield to close out this game.
I was going to say Watcher, and then I remembered Accelerate is 8-1. So
yeah, he needs 8.
But that would be so funny, dude. Just slap back in the face what they did last time.
Again, right? That would have been insane.
Nah, it's a one turn stack deck. Just you can bide your time if you wish. You can funnel into that other battlefield, but yeah, I like it. Just keep building. Just keep trying to draw a little bit more. Match hand strength moving in because you know Choco has to take at least 2 turns to
Yeah, Bradykin's
take over,
in a very
so-
comfortable position. He has the time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ooh,
I wonder what that is. You know the pike's already gone. Okay.
you have to force it. You have to.
Mm-hmm. It's a tough ask at the same time, so good cover. What did you draw is the question. Another discipline to buffer up.
Discipline.
So up to 4 right there.
Wages of pain. They're both. Oh, but there might be a counter as well.
Nice.
Not so fast. Beautiful.
I like it. I like it a lot. Very nice counter Choco. And then the Gust. Is there another answer?
No
Yeah,
way.
there's another. Yes. You hold on with the might power.
Let's go.
When Evelyn gets 3
Evelyn.
kills in a row, that's what
Right.
happened. Just you can't deal with me.
That's the beauty of Riftbound. Every round turns into a little back and forth battle where no one really knows who's going to win. But the charm is going to get popped, and she's going to bring Fizz onto the battlefield. And as she's defending, she's able to activate that battlefield once more. Baron's going to get recycled, and Fizz is going to get sent to the graveyard.
I love it. Good clear. You leave only the Poro, and there's no extra unit to be able to kind of stamp their way to freedom. With 2 runes up, you also have a lot of your denial tools as well. 9 in hand, though. Quick capture on the Academy. What are you looking for, Bradykin? Did you draw what you wanted? What's he got? He's got 9. He's got to have something, right? In his 7 cards here?
Maybe. Or he's just going to hold on to Dear Faith for that battlefield. As Fizz comes in, yeah, that's going to be it right there. Wages of Pain is going to get popped from the trash, and
Okay.
oh, Discipline again.
3rd discipline, by the way. In 20 cards, 3rd discipline to play with. And then you stupefy. No.
That is insane. I was going to say Discipline might be the MVP of this matchup for Choco.
Yeah, yeah. Discipline definitely held on, but it's an MVP only in the moment, not in the game. Like, this is Bradykin very much set to run over if Choco doesn't have some sort of development with 9. A single cat to play. Another turn of
Coral has
Starcross.
to
You're
go.
just trying to deny, but do you have more? Next turn is a double conqueror, so these last 4 runes are all you got.
That's not a lot. That's not a lot, Orbital.
No, that's it.
That's it.
I mean, well done, Bradykin.
Bradykin, Azrael able to pop off in the grand finals. Here taking the first game. Choco find himself in unfamiliar territory, having to be on the aggress with Vex and facing the board removal with Ezreal. But Bradykin, he kept it cool. The small units with the Fizz coming into play, that was all he needed. But I will say, Orbital, those disciplines came in very clutch at the end, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think, again, Choco got off to a really good start, and then Bradykin was just able to cycle, but I will say the disciplines were good. I don't think you ever want to be in a position where you have to triple just to keep an Evelyn on board. I really don't feel that Evelyn is that worth. In the current moment, in that vacuum, it was great, right? Choco able to save and all that. You never want to be in a position where you're trying to keep a 2 might unit alive with a Vex deck.
Never.
You are in disaster territory. So well done on both ends for forcing each other into that position.
But also on the flip side as well, I got to say for Choco, I do want to see him pop off because, all right, Vex, this is a hold deck. You're going first. We're expecting you to really dominate these fields. But it was the sending the cards back to hand, the rebuke, sending Vex back to hand, that really set him behind, and he had no answer for that. We're going to need like a plan A and a plan B if we really want to dominate against this type of Ezreal.
Yeah, well, an early tide turner to try and get that movement tech going once more. Turn 2 is where Bradykin is. A quick gold miser to come out, and they'll start building out that gold token generation. Good turn. Tide Turner goes in, covers up the peak, and says thank you very much. And that's standard start.
Yeah. All right. 0-1-0 right now. Choco currently down 0-1. Vex is going to hit the battlefield along with Tide Turner. 4 rooms currently tossed. 1 recycled. And Evelyn. Cool. All right. Now we got the face down. Let's go. This is going to be a big setup for the next round if he's able to keep them alive.
I think for Choco, that's what you're praying for, right? You're really hoping Bradykin doesn't have the same elimination tactics that they had before, especially with a gold, a gold generator out instead of, say, I want to say the Ezreal or something else you could have played as a start. It's just, is it going to feel great? Probably not. So the setup is very different from what we saw in game number 1. Choco's going to feel good about this if they can develop even further in this status, and they are going to draw. Major card draw here, 6 in hand with 5 runes up. Quick Tide Turner back to base, and yeah, prep for another battle. Evelyn out and quick fire towards that Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal's going to be dope with the quickness right there, being sent to graveyard, leaving only Car Sharp and Raven Bloom left alive. Choco doing his best right now, maintaining this hold on start to peak. He has the units, he has the runes available, and honestly, I think, so far, A+ start.
And another Vex. Okay.
Oh, this one is going to be big against Ezreal. Now he's going to have to sacrifice more runes in order to make spells work. This is going to be very big counter to him.
I mean, that is brutal showing. I also give credit because I will say Choco's been doing this without the patented shadow running in the back line, right? We haven't seen a shadow yet from Choco, which is normally the other staple, which allows for might removal with the battles with the movement tech. Choco has fought so well without it. So I give a lot of credit that you're doing this without the shadow that you so like. Or maybe it's not even in the deck. I have no idea, right? We just haven't seen it being played here so far.
Bradykin. What do you got, my man? All right. Superfy coming out on the board. One's going to be recycled because of the other Vex. That is going to be a costly spell unless he's able to capitalize on it. Nice. But the Wages of Pain are there to get Vex off of the board. That was important.
Nice. We'll start with the Defy, dude. That Defy is so frustrating.
That hurts. Leaving him to just 1 rune available.
I mean, that's a... And now you can count that, right? Choco, you've already denied 1. Not only that, you burn a few of the... runes and the recycle costs as well. So, I mean, I'm liking it. You're keeping Bradykin down a little bit.
Yeah, Choco's keeping him honest. You gotta love to see it. But now the units placed on the board for Choco, he's gonna have a good time holding this down right now. This is the hold that you need with Vex. Now, curious, with Tide Turner sitting there in base, I wonder if he's going to aggress to the other side of the battlefield as well to try to close this game out as fast as possible? Possibly?
I mean, what are you using, though, right? Tide Turner is a very necessary... Okay, there's another Gust. You're just trying to... I don't know if you want to sacrifice Tide Turner right now.
You don't?
Maybe later, I would say. I think you're comfortable still trying to hold this other side. Oh, wow. Never mind. Okay, now...
Great play from Bradykin. Breaking down the defense. I didn't know what he had up his sleeve, but that end right there, all the spells adding up for Raven Bloom, student, that was major.
I didn't even see it. That was sneaky. That was very, very sneaky on the back end. And with the board clear, now it's on Choco's hands. Well, now you said they got to conquer. Yeah, I would agree. Conquer quickly somewhere.
Good thing he put Tide Turner back in base, right?
Yeah, I can't believe I didn't even notice that. The Raven Blue student had been sitting there for ages, right? Just slowly building up further and further. Really clean finish on that board state. For Choco, now you're kind of working with a hobble, I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, you can bring out another Vex and even develop even further, but it's a good removal. The Evelyn's gone, meaning that extra bit of draw, that extra grab from your base, it's no longer there.
It's gone. Right, Bradykin. Major play the turn before, utilizing his spell as a Ravenbloom student to take out and clear out Star-Tip Peak. Ty Turner was able to turn back around and take that battlefield with
Another
Vex
one.
dropping, but now we have Fizz bringing back a Wages of Pain. Ty Turner, he's going to be eliminated.
Such a solid piece as well. That Fizz being able to bring back a spell and just be so annoying. Constant
So
removal on the back
valuable.
end. Yeah,
So
Brady can.
valuable.
Okay, another Gus. Not bad. You go ahead and push it away. Is there going to be any sort of denial? No, just more gold generation. So at least that gold is it's a nice one to have gusted out because you're just like, more gold to play more spells with.
But that's a terrible second place when you're going against a Vex that's up in 2 points now. Vex is still maintaining dominance of the battlefield, and now with 10 runes in hand, I mean, this is Choco's world. We're just living in it.
I think for Choco though, you're not as developed as you would like at the state, right? The
He's naked if Vex is out there alone.
Yeah, I like this. Okay, you bring in Ale, nice little cover there, and force a little bit more on the deflect, so you give yourself a little bit more time. But even though Choco does have 2 points, it's not like it's the end of the world. We've seen both these players in different situations, obviously, play to the very end. We've seen a 7-1 just be nullified. We've seen a 6-5 situation also get turned over. So it's by no means over, but as long as you have the development from Choco, as long as you're able to build back up with another, I'm guessing, I want to guess that's another Evelyn if you have it running in your deck, another Invis hidden.
That'll be filthy.
Yeah, if you can get over this hump, I will say Choco's in a good spot. I will agree with you on that point.
Wages of Pain is going to be used, and the gold is going to be sacrificed due to the deflect, but a counter is going to be in play in the form of Discipline for Ali. Let's go.
Keeping himself safe just for the moment.
He's saying, yeah, if you want to take this battlefield, you're going to have to bring your units on in, sacrifice them. I love it. I love that mindset.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a constant throttle of your resources, right? Deadly Flourish, good ping once more. Maybe get another, unless there's another Defy. You have 3 runes up. I feel like Choco's wondering if it's actually worth covering for this unit, right? Like, there's already been a lot expended. And you are going to save it, so another Discipline.
Discipline! Again!
All right, Veli, you were right. I think Discipline's the winner of this, right? Like, Choco's
if Choco
5
wins,
times in 2 games.
Yeah, if Choco wins, Discipline is definitely MVP. Nearly saving him in the last round. The last game, but leaving the eager admirer alive, forcing Bradykin to get points elsewhere. That's major.
Mm-hmm. Tough spot to be in, and
Oh yeah, you gotta get. Oh, the back off is popped. Orbital. That was insane. Keeping the battlefield safe, Choco. Such a great play.
I love that card. It's one of the additions that everyone's hated or loved, as Bradykin just enters into the opposite side battlefield. But you know for a fact Choco has got something. You have 11 runes ready. All 12 currently ready for recycle if you need to. Tide Turner bringing the Vex back. And Bradykin's fully tapped. This means that outside of the hidden card, you can take over either battlefield. You're going to swing in. Fizz is set at 3. What's the hidden? Okay.
Pike.
But it's stunned. But it's stunned because it revealed, and then you can overwhelm with 6.
Discipline. Let's go.
Drawing the disciplines, man.
Ezreal had no defense for that at all. Vex stunning the card that was currently played and dominating that battlefield. The one thing about Vex, she can definitely hold on to 1, but now that he has his hand on 2, that might be it.
I'd agree. The lines are so quiet and it looks like it's already done. Yeah, Bradykin has nothing to rebuttal. Well played, and that's the strength of the Vex deck. We are into the final game where we've now seen strengths on both ends. Bradykin showing their strength and resilience and constantly removing on the opposite side, not giving Choco a chance to build up. Choco also showing they can develop very quickly with that Tide Turner, with that Vex. And if you can't eliminate that Vex outright, it will continuously haunt your battlefields.
Orbital. All right, we've seen 2 games so far. It's 1-1 right here in the grand finals.
Oh no,
this
don't
has
do this to
been
me.
fire for Runes and Rift. Now I have to ask you, as we jump into this right now, Vex and Ezreal, Choco versus Bradykin. What are your predictions?
I hate you so much for asking.
I love
this.
you too, baby.
I hate you so much, Mister. I just pulled a LeBlanc in my packs. I'm looking at Bradykin. I feel like Bradykin has a few more lines that they can work with, and Choco is a little bit more narrow depending on what they open with. But opening with the Fizz, different than before. Normally it's the Evelyn hidden and things like that, but Bradykin has used this this Conquering Poro to vast extent to generate those gold tokens, to generate a little bit of speed rounds with those spells. So I'm looking at Bradykin. I think Bradykin has what it takes to take this home.
But this is where Choco doesn't have the first turn, and with Bradykin taking the field right now, he has Ezreal. That's going to be major. With with Fizz hitting the field on the side of Choco, that tells me that there wasn't too many options when it came to smaller units. So now you're sacrificing being able to bring a spell back from the grave just to get a body on the floor. That's going to be major. Now, the other battlefield being wide open, the question is, do you want to sacrifice a rune just to get dominance, or do you want to go right on in? He's going to go the safe route, and that's going to be costly for him.
And if I'm not mistaken as well, looking into the discard pile, Choco actually had to toss one of the Vexes. If that's correct, that is a very rough stance to be in as well, that you just cannot play that Vex anymore. Meaning, for Choco, it's a harder draw to get more. Okay, no, it was there. I don't...
Yeah, he has
Oh,
to
no,
hold
that's
that.
chosen. I'm so dumb. That was chosen. I'm looking at it, I was like, why is it... God, no, that's chosen. Come on, Orbital.
You're fine. It's all right. All right, so the hold starts here. Now,
Yep.
1 rune down is going to be recycled currently. It's up to Bradykin. Is he going to have the removal to go ahead and get Vex off the board and kind of help Poro out in this fight? Choco fully tapped out right now. He's not going to have any type of defense.
I think I'm looking at Bradykin. It's, I talked about the development, and I like it. 7 cards in hand is great to play with right now, especially with some of the battlefields currently out and available. But start moving some of these guys, right? You got to start moving them around. You're going to generate more gold for yourself. Quick swap in on top, so it's a nice little power up with the Star Spring as well. Nice play with the battlefields. I like it.
All right. On board with Bradykin. 2 runes of Veil, as implanting Poro already. Stupefy is going to be dropped. Is it going to be a Bellows? Gus, yeah. Get Fizz out of here. Exposing Vex. That's going to be enough for him to send in both units. Yeah, that's going to be big.
So in a straight might challenge, you can only eliminate 1, obviously. So the thought process is, do you want to eliminate further card draw with the Ezreal, or do you want to deny further gold conquering? And the choice, I think, is obvious. Take out the Ezreal instead. But it's 4 gold in base, which Bradykin can use, even though we only see 4 runes, which will be 6 in a little bit. Those 4 gold do allow you to bring out massive spells, in my opinion. It can be very, very destructive if you are not careful. So I like what Bradykin has done in the resource department specifically.
Yeah, he's balling out right now, jumping up another 2 points. Bradykin in the driver's seat. Wonder if he is going to keep both units at the battlefield. Continue on with this. But with hand full of cards and Fizz coming out right now. Stupefy is going to be utilized on Vex. That's going to be major.
Yep. Down to 3, and again, you tap that gold. It works so well. You bring everyone back, and
yeah, you bring him back. That's a safe play.
Yeah, more card draw. Again, more card draw to deal with what's up, and for Bradykin, you're looking. Vex comes out to play. Choco needs to develop something else in the base or battlefield. And remember,
Yes.
for start tipped, it's going to be good. There it is. Good draw of the charm. Skydoll, by the way. Big shout out to Skydoll. Imagine making a Vex player Vex, which is, you know, pretty funny, actually, at the end of the day. I give him credit for that one.
Vi's gonna come out to stop the Stupefy. Ravenbloom is gonna get eliminated. That's big. And take a look at how much the gold has played a part in keeping the runes alive as another charm gets popped, bringing out the Fizz.
Another frustration, though, because, again, when the Fizz comes to play, it's just annoying. I don't know any other words for it. Bradykin's starting to lose their base of value, and Choco slowly building up. In terms of resources, it's still difficult. You're looking at Choco, 4 runes. They had to eliminate a lot. So Bradykin is going to be looking at a massive rune count for themselves. If they do some heavy-handed stuff, it's going to be big. Another stacked deck. I mean, I like it. Yeah, but that rune count, it's going to be probably another turn after your
3.
next before you can go crazy. I mean, Bradykin's coming in with 8 runes, 2 gold. You can do a lot. Yeah, and a quick tap of, is that a Watcher?
Oh.
Yep, that's a Watcher. That's rude on another level, but not. It isn't going to be accelerated because you don't need it, right? Also, it's stunned, but at the end of the day, you still drop that Vex down quite a bit. Nice job.
Why be greedy? Toss him into the other battlefield. Keep him in base. Keep him safe for the next turn. Vex is only sitting at 1 might right now as the last rune gets exhausted to play stack deck. I wonder what the face down card is. Back off.
Back off.
Yeah.
Oh, you save your own? No? What am I looking at? Nope. It's
he can only stun one of the opposing units, but they're both stronger than Vex.
Yeah.
That might be GG.
I hate it. I mean, 5 runes is tops. Like, what do you have? We talked about the resource management. It feels like Choco, they kind of spun out of control in the middle. You have a Stellacorn, which is great. You can turn 4, bring in the Fizz, but you know that Watcher's going to hammer you here in a second. Are there any spells inside of your discard that can help? I don't see it. I think, oh, that's just rude.
Yeah,
that's just extra rudeness on top.
By the way, I wanted to correct myself, Orbital. Yeah, Watcher couldn't be accelerated. So that was such a great play to take out Vex right there while lowering that might. But Fizz taking that battlefield, Gus coming in, the 8th point is there. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. The GGs are in the chat. Brady Kid runs away in the box event right here at Rules and Rift. Ezreal coming out on top. You had Aurora. I saw dragons, but at the top, it was Vex and Ezreal came out with the dub. Orbital, this was fun, man.
Yeah, I loved every moment of it. I really do think Skydoll had the call of the match. It's an Ezreal vexing a Vex player, right? Normally, this is a scoreline that you would normally see with a Vex who's able to hold on a battlefield, able to kind of keep you pinned down. I've seen a Vex 8-0 someone before. To take the Ezreal to force a Vex to not earn anything is, I think, showing the Ezreal has very good understandings of how to mechanically play this deck. A lot of movement, a lot of tech in there, just kind of eliminating bits and pieces. And Choco just kind of ran out of steam. Well played to Bradykin.
Yes, and even though Vex is very strong, it shows you that when Vex doesn't have the first move and doesn't have a good, strong, small unit to start off with, and you're just forced to send out a Fizz that you can use for later, that can fall apart very quick. But at the end of the day, Bradykin just had the answers for everything thrown at him. In the Ezreal matchup, we saw him come out on top in such a big way. Shout out to Thousand Tail Watcher. But in the finals, he took complete control of that last game. That was quick. I hope all of you in the chat are loving it. I see my girl Jordy Live, Crashy in the chat as well. Shout out to every single one of you. Orbital, I have to ask you, out of all the decks that we've seen, all the talk about Aurora, seeing Ezreal win the whole thing, are you shocked at all with the final result?
Am I shocked about the Auroras not making an appearance? No, not really. I'll be honest. Any deck that gambles that hard, even though if the gamble is a pretty high payout for medium input, I expected this, you know. To say that it's an Ezreal out vexing a Vex, I was not. I was not ready for it. I have to give a lot of kudos to both players. Because also Choco taking out one of the reigning players here in Runes of Rift in New Raw.
Yeah.
I give credit to every single player that made it here to the top 8. Very well done, and I was very pleasantly surprised, especially in the Ezreal v Ezreal matchup. I was not expecting it to go that hard.
That was hot. That was fire. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been one heck of a time. I just wish I saw Rengar in the finals. I'm a Rengar boy. But other than that, for all of you that are taking your time to view this, we want to thank you right here at Runes and Rift. I want to give a big shout out to Plus for throwing on such an amazing show. Make sure you follow us on Twitter. We call it Twitter still. We're old school. Make sure you follow the channel. Show some love.
We're just old.
Man. Twitter sounds so much better than X. That's such a stupid name. But by the way, for those of you in the chat, we are nothing without you guys. Once again, thank you for tuning in. We love you guys. We'll see you next time on some more Runes and Rift. Your boy Orbital and your guy Veli. It's been a pleasure casting for you guys. We all have a good rest of your day, and we'll holla at you later. Y'all take it easy.